Thriller Trainee Chapter 40 to Chapter 88. The white-haired youth paused for a moment. Was it on purpose? Xianxia was certain of this thought. Smart people would never talk nonsense, especially when Zhuge was the kind of person who would not waste time talking nonsense. Then, was this information correct or incorrect? If it was correct, Xianxia would not respond because it was too sudden. If Zhuge purposely changed a few pieces of information to trick him into taking the bait, Xianxia would respond and the others would know who the traitor was. After all, the task of the traitor card was different from the normal card. Responding would be walking right into a trap. Why did Master Zhuge suddenly bring up the topic of the mole? It feels so deliberate to bring it up now. That's right, it feels a little suspicious. I wonder if he's trying to test the magician. Speaking of which, I was certain that Master Zhuge was the mole in the last dungeon. Sob, I won't be slapped in the face again. Upstairs, actually, it's not impossible to brainlessly suspect Big Boss Zhuge when encountering a mole who can't be seen through. Back then, Big Boss Zhuge wandered through 3 different organizations alone in the S-grade Cursed Mask Instance dungeon, leaving a deep psychological shadow in countless people's hearts. Indeed, I remember that from then on, Master Zhuge became the #1 candidate for, as long as we can't find out who the mole is, then the mole must be him. Light candle. JPG, if it weren't for the fact that the trainees could not see the bullet screen, they would have reached a consensus. It really couldn't be blamed for other people's suspicions, but Zhuge had really done too many sinister things, so many that everyone had a psychological shadow, and without any explanation, they would first put the bucket of shit on the other person before talking about it. Xianxia looked up and met the pair of deep black eyes. He smiled embarrassedly. I was distracted just now and didn't hear you clearly. But I don't have anyone in particular for now. It's not good to suspect others. Before we have enough evidence to prove that the mole is the mole, I won't express my opinion on this topic. Messiah's White Lotus quote was really useful. Anyone who used it would know. Zhuge seemed to be implying something. If you make a mistake, your score will be deducted. It's indeed better to be cautious. He did not know if he was talking to him or to the other team of trainees in front of him. It turned out to be true. Although Xianxia did not really want to believe it, the information contained in Zhuge's words just now really did seem like it was meant for him. To be honest, before the man mentioned that the mole could be identified and killed, Xianxia's thought process was still stuck in the previous dungeon. All he needed to do was write down the mole's name on a piece of paper and he would be rewarded. He really did not expect the main system to be so ruthless, directly removing the ironclad rule that trainees could not kill each other, directly increasing the difficulty of this instance. It turned out that the main system had dug such a big hole for the mole to jump into. He was wondering why the quest for the mole was so simple. In all fairness, it was a very deliberate thing to bring up the topic of the mole under such circumstances. Moreover, Zhuge had directly revealed the mission of the normal card. It was deliberate to the point that everyone on Anthony's team looked at him suspiciously, circling around #3. At this point, Xianxia could finally be completely sure that this guy was here to give him information. Not only did he give him information, but he also steadily gained a wave of hatred. After all, if the mole was Zhuge and even if the other team knew, they would not dare to identify him. Because they really might not be able to beat this high-level S-level who had been famous for a long time. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt a little complicated. This was not the first time that Zhuge had helped him. If the first dungeon was a trade between the two of them for what they needed, then the special dungeon Las Vegas could be considered a help. From Xianxia's perspective, what Zhuge said to him in the washroom was to drive a wedge between him and #1, increasing the suspicion that he had a conflict with him. But he had to admit that if Zhuge had not given him clues about the devil's ability, Xianxia would not have been able to deduce the 3 key pieces of information so quickly, let alone be in the limelight at the central gambling table, using the information to threaten the devil, and crazily collecting 1,000,000 chips. The previous 2 times, he could still say that the other party was up to something, but this time, he was really giving away information for free. Looking at Zhuge's expression, the worst guess would be that he was suspecting him. Even if there would be a punishment for pointing out the wrong person, this kind of punishment was probably nothing in the eyes of the rich S-class. This meant that if Zhuge wanted to, he could announce his suspicions at any time, immediately making Zhongjiao the target of public criticism. But he did not, and even took the initiative to take the blame. Zhongjiao really could not understand Zhuge An's behavior. After thinking about it, only the other party's words in the washroom, "You can trust that I will never stand against you," could explain his motive. While he was deep in thought, the group had also reached the entrance of the temple. The temple did not fit in with the surrounding dusty mud houses. The main body was vermilion red, and there was a shrine with incense burning outside. Smoke curled up, enough to see the crowd. Gauze curtains hung around the inside, making it difficult to see clearly. Looking up, they could see the carvings on the wooden beams, and in the middle of it was a lifelike clay bodhisattva holding a jade vase. In addition, below the clay bodhisattva was a memorial tablet, and in front of it were some dried fruits and tributes. This bodhisattva should be the one that the villagers were talking about, the bodhisattva who achieved Buddhahood. But it was strange, the villagers did not have enough to eat, so why would there be people offering tributes to the memorial tablet and the bodhisattva? The white-haired youth pretended to look up carefully, but in fact, he was secretly using his sleeve to wrap up the things in his pocket. Fortunately, the others were looking here, so no one noticed Zhongjiao's small movements. Just as he stepped into the temple, the soul-sucking bell in his pocket suddenly started to heat up. Even with such a thick and coarse cloth, Zhongjiao could still feel it clearly. Could it be that the perfect corpse that the main mission asked the necromancer to find was in this temple? Zhongjiao thought as his eyes moved around. At a certain point, he met the eyes of the little boy hiding behind Wang Shou. Magician smiled at the little boy, and after hesitating for a long time, he also revealed a timid smile. At this moment, the village chief took a step forward and knocked on the ground with his walking stick. Granny Een, what you said that day really came true." His heart was burning with anxiety, and even the sound of his walking stick knocking on the stone floor could be heard. It was unavoidably annoying to listen to. After the village chief knocked for a few minutes, a person slowly walked out from the shadows behind the clay bodhisattva. This person was covered from head to toe in an extraordinarily wide black robe, and there was a large hood on his head. His face could not be seen clearly, but there was an extremely uncomfortable cold aura lingering around him. The others did not react, but Aizen's brows were tightly knitted. Granny Yin's voice was sharp, disturbing the time so early in the morning. "Aren't you afraid that the bodhisattva will punish you?" "Oh my god." The village chief anxiously held his chest. "Someone died in the village last night. If you didn't close the temple tonight, we would have come over last night." "How many died?" "Two, one hanging from an old locust tree, and the other in their own water tank." "Two?" The trainees were shocked. To be safe, the two teams did not investigate last night. Under the pressure of this difficult instance, everyone made the same decision, and decided to wait until the last 2 days before concentrating on protecting the village. In the end, they did not expect that their news would be so outdated, and they did not even know when the second person died. "Oh my god, I feel like there are only about 30 people in this village, and 2 died last night. It's dangerous. If the person above did not mention it, I wouldn't have noticed." The villagers of this village are actually 1-to-1 with the trainees. Then isn't this arrangement very reasonable? Each trainee can protect the safety of one villager. 23333, wait, didn't only one die last night? How did another one die? But in fact, it was normal that they did not know about this. The second villager accidentally drowned in the middle of the night, and was only discovered after soaking in the water for a whole night. His face was rotten from running around, and it was impossible to see his original form. The village chief, who was still calm last night, received the news early in the morning. He was scared out of his wits, and rushed over without stopping. His voice was trembling, and his wrinkled face was full of fear. "Say, do you think did she really come back?" Granny Een whispered her Buddhist name. "Have the 2 corpses been transported to the mourning hall behind the temple?" Yes. The village chief nodded his head and bowed. The wide black robe nodded and indicated for him to follow, and then disappeared into the darkness behind the temple, leaving the remaining people looking at each other. Just at this moment, a villager carrying a hoe hurriedly ran over. "Brother Shou, we caught that woman." "What? Caught her?" Wang Shou, who was leaning against the temple and groaning while bandaging his arm, immediately jumped up. "Quick, bring me to take a look." His face was filled with undisguised joy, and after greeting them, he led the group of villagers away in a grandiose manner. For a moment, only the trainees were left in the temple that was filled with fragrant mist. At this moment, Aizen, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth. "That Trainee is a shady walker." "What's a shady walker?" Cat confused. "JPG, I'm also curious, so I opened my main system search engine. Aha, a shady walker, also known as a shady walker, was a person who walked between the world of the living and the underworld. Normally, shady walkers would accept requests from the living, and enter the underworld to find the souls of the dead, and convey information from both sides. Or they would bring the living down with them, and have them meet for a short time in the underworld. It was a bit similar to the famous Guanyin. A shady walker was a very special metaphysical profession, and there were very few inheritances. They could only be seen in places like horror dungeons. Just like Aizen in Black. Aizen in Black was the nickname of number 4, and his real name wasn't that. It was just that he received an inheritance in an S-rank dungeon, so he inherited this name. Over time, everyone called him that. As everyone knew, Southeast Asia was definitely a place that couldn't be avoided when it came to all kinds of sorcery. Aizen was the honorific title of the Thai wizards. It was further divided into White Aizen and Black Aizen. White was for the orthodox path, while black was for the sorcery. To be called Aizen, black must be extremely evil. For example, Aizen in Black's inheritance in the horror dungeon contained countless strange sorcery. Ghost nurturing, spirit subjugation, Een Buddha tablet, Kuman Thong, and so on. Ghost nurturing and Kuman Thong were both extremely sinister methods to increase one's luck. The latter was made from fresh fetal corpses, and it was extremely cruel. Spirit subjugation was specially used to harm people. These sorcery were each more sinister than the last, and it could be said that it was killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of their own. However, people were always unable to resist such temptation, and countless high-ranking officials and dignitaries fell into it for the sake of glory and wealth. Although Aizen in Black was trapped in an endless cycle, he despised such methods that damaged his virtue. Therefore, even though he became Black Robe's disciple, he only learned the ghost nurturing technique. Ghost nurturing was a rare double-edged sword among these sinister methods. Those with evil intentions could obtain more help by raising evil spirits. There were also those who raised half-formed spirits that were abandoned in the world for mutual benefit. Aizen in Black belonged to the latter type. Although it was not as powerful as the former, it was still a high-level inheritance from an S-rank dungeon, and was not inferior to a top spiritualist. It was fine as long as it was enough. Black's reputation was too frightening, and Aizen in Black was also the leader of the cursed team. He usually had a bald head and was surrounded by a cold aura of spirits, making it difficult for people to get close to him. There were not many people who were on good terms with him, and the exorcist was one of them. It was because of this that Aizen in Black could sense the aura of Granny Een, which came from the same source as him. He did not deliberately lower his voice, and all the trainees in the temple heard this clue and fell into deep thought. However, it was clear that Aizen in Black had no intention of cooperating with the others. After he finished speaking, he silently took out the spirit summoning banner from his backpack and walked out of the temple. When the trainees in Anthony's team saw this, they followed behind him. In just one short day, 2 people had died. At this rate, they were likely to face the possibility of failing the main mission. Not to mention that the seniors still had to think of ways to take on dangerous challenges to improve their ratings. Now, they could only try to protect the villagers as much as possible. Susan was worried. What should we do now? The group of rookies looked at the white-haired youth standing in front of them. Zhongjiu pondered. Let's split up. Susan, you take some people to Wang Shou's place to take a look. Based on the previous plot, they should be planning to kidnap the woman and sell her to human traffickers. Since she is a married widow, it means that she was not from this village before. She might be our starting point. But try not to get into conflict with the villagers. Susu, you go to the Bodhisattva soil behind the village and try to get some soil. Otherwise, you can go to the market they mentioned and ask for information. As for me, Master Zhuge and I will go to the morning hall behind the temple to see what the other corpse looks like. We'll try to find some clues. When it's noon, we'll all meet up in the temple. This arrangement was not dangerous and reasonable, so everyone could accept it. Gradually, following Zhongjiu's arrangements, the others dispersed from the temple, leaving only Zhuge and himself in the group. Zhongjiu had no intention of communicating with Zhuge. He did not even look at him and walked directly to the back of the temple, clearly indicating that he wanted to move freely. The bullet comments were shocked. Holy sh*t, acting alone? Magician is so brave. Actually, it's normal. The danger and challenge of acting alone increases the rating. Didn't you see how Azen in black walked alone just now? Sob sob sob, please don't let anything happen to him. I'm counting on Magician to get us out of here with the wishing ticket. What Zhongjiu did not expect was that the comments he made in the middle of the night had been screenshotted by the audience and shared on the Infinite Loop forum. The next day, it caused a huge uproar and gained a large number of fans. His popularity was close to that of the 10s-level celebrities. After all, the other celebrities had no direct connection to the audience when they debuted. If Zhongjiu made it to the top, everyone would be able to get out of this godforsaken place. Wouldn't that be great? Now, he had to sneak into the morning hall to see if the soaked corpse was an item for his main mission. Although the possibility was not high, the bell had been heating up along the way. Zhongjiu felt that his main mission was most likely near the temple, so he quickened his pace. Behind him was a dark and gloomy corridor. The end of the corridor could not be seen. It was pitch black, and there was not even a single light. This made the gloomy feeling of entering the temple even more intense. The others did not go this way. Only Zhongjiu had to go to the morning hall. He stopped and cautiously held the bell in his pocket with one hand. 5 or 6 cards appeared between his fingers with the other hand. He slowly stuck close to the wall and walked into the darkness. There were too many mysteries in this village. First, there was the legend of the immortal herb. Most people would not take it seriously. However, not only did the villagers listen to it, but they also ate it. Even though they did not have enough to eat, they still had the leisure to burn incense here. The temple was so beautiful that it was obvious that there was a problem. Other people in times of famine would want to tear down a clay Buddha. How would they be in the mood to do such things? Moreover, in such a large temple, there was not a witch but a Granny guarding it. It was too strange. Moreover, this Granny was very famous. Everyone in the village relied on her. It did not make sense. Next, there was the village chief's calmness when he saw the corpse last night. That terrified She's back, as if he already knew that there would be a murder. The villagers must know something. Thinking about how they secretly sold women everywhere, Zhongjiu felt that he was slowly getting closer to the answer. While thinking, he felt his way through the dark corridor. His footsteps were as light as possible. After strengthening his eyes to the highest level, Zhongjiu's eyesight had reached a level that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. This included an increase in his night vision. For example, right now, he saw a fork in the road in front of him. Zhongjiu just happened to have accumulated 2 cooldowns for the tarot card draw. On the left was the Judgment, in the right position. On the right was the Moon, in the right position. The Judgment, in the right position, had the meaning of settling right and wrong, starting over or coming back from the dead. The Moon, on the other hand, was a very frightening and unsettling card. It was full of strangeness and deception. Zhongjiu thought about it and still chose the right side. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. After walking for about 2 minutes on the right side, an unclear conversation suddenly came from the darkness not far away. The sharp and hoarse voice was very recognizable. It was that Granny Yin's. Such a miserable death, it must be unusual. Tell me the truth. The old voice sighed. 3 years ago, that old woman couldn't bear the hunger, so she hanged herself in the mud house behind the old locust tree. She was an old widow without any children. She couldn't have followed the human traffickers to the city to enjoy the glory and wealth. She didn't have any food to eat, so she probably hated us villagers for not sending her food. After she died, she turned into a ghost to pay us back. Our villagers treated her so well. They let her guard the Bodhisattva land and even spent money to build a memorial tablet for her. Xianxia's mind moved. Hearing the conversation in front of him gradually stop, he immediately took a step back to avoid bumping into them. There was indeed something wrong with the mud house behind the old locust tree. But if it was as the old village chief said, an old woman hung herself in her mud house because she couldn't bear the hunger, then where did the deep scratch marks on the wall come from? Could it be that just because she starved to death and the villagers didn't help her, she would turn into a terrifying ghost and come back to take his life? Besides, if she didn't have a guilty conscience, why would she go through so much trouble to set up a memorial tablet in front of the Bodhisattva? Wasn't this the reaction of people who had done something wrong? The moon token clearly showed that the village chief was definitely lying. Xianxia retreated as he slowly came up with a plan in his mind. He retreated to the fork in the road and walked toward the left. Just as he walked deeper and saw the kerosene lamp in the faraway morning hall, something happened. Without the slightest warning, the white-haired young man suddenly flashed backwards, dodging the attack that came from the darkness without any deviation. Seeing that the first attack had failed, the opponent gritted his teeth and quickly launched a second wave of attacks. Xianxia quickly turned his head. His light pink eyes were extremely sharp in the darkness. With a flick of his fingers, a few poker cards accurately shot into the darkness like arrows leaving the bow. It was obvious that the opponent didn't expect Xianxia to be able to maintain a good vision in the dark. He awkwardly dodged backward, but his hand was accidentally pierced by a poker card. He was pinned to the wall, and the yellow talisman in his hand fell to the ground. The poker card didn't completely penetrate his hand. Instead, a sharp point protruded from his flesh and bone and was deeply engraved into the wall, unable to move an inch. This wasn't the force Xianxia used to cut a person's aorta. After strengthening, his wrist and finger strength were on a completely different level. Xianxia straightened his body and looked at him with hatred. After being humiliated by a newbie in front of everyone in Las Vegas, he had always harbored a grudge. This time, they were assigned to the same dungeon. After seeing him leave in the temple, Xianxia had sneakily followed him, planning to teach the newbie a lesson. The talisman in his hand was an extremely sinister talisman called the Yin Gathering Talisman. Its original purpose was to gather Yin energy, but when used in such a terrifying dungeon, it could attract unclean things. The trainees didn't need to do it themselves. It was the best way to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Xianxia had originally planned to slap the talisman on Xianxia's back and run quickly. He didn't expect to be defeated instead. He refused to admit that his skills were inferior, and could only rage in helplessness. You're definitely the traitor. After all, trainees were forbidden from killing each other. Even though Xianxia was at a disadvantage, he didn't panic. Instead, he provoked him. What no one noticed was that the piece of talisman paper that had fallen by their feet moved and ignited with a dark blue flame out of nowhere. It slowly turned black and curled up into a ball. The weather in Tongbai village was even worse than yesterday. The whole sky was gloomy, with large patches of dark clouds intertwined, as if they were piling up in people's hearts, bringing with them a sense of uneasiness. Judging from the weather, it was bound to rain heavily in the next few days. As the black-clothed Azan walked, he communicated with the little ghosts in his soul-summoning banner. These little ghosts were spirits that he collected from various terrifying instances. They were all creatures that were unwilling to be reborn, and were willing to follow Azan in black. Of course, he had subdued quite a number of evil spirits, but because he was afraid that the evil spirits that had lost their minds would contaminate the other spirits in the soul-summoning banner, the black-clothed Azan would not normally place evil spirits into the soul-summoning banner. Those that passed through his selection were all living beings that were too stubborn. The imps told him that they had felt a very uncomfortable aura in the temple just now. It was not a sense of gloominess, but a kind of anxiety that was similar to being shrouded in Buddha's light. After all, there was a difference between humans and ghosts. Humans were yang, ghosts were yin. A presence that could make ghosts feel uncomfortable must be something of extreme yang. In this era of famine, even if Buddhism and Taoism were mixed together, only a temple overseen by an enlightened monk or a Taoist priest with perfect Taoist merit could have such an effect. Once a living Buddha appeared, how could it appear in an ordinary remote village deep in the mountains? Could it be that the legend of the immortal herb that the villagers talked about was true? Did a bodhisattva really become a Buddha here? Other than this guess, Aizen and Black could not think of a more reasonable explanation. Tongbai village was located deep in the mountains. The terrain was steep and surrounded by mountains. It was not a good location in feng shui. Standing at the entrance of the village, one could feel the gloominess and coldness. Moreover, it happened to be a time of famine. Countless hungry ghosts floated by the roadside, which greatly interfered with Aizen's judgment. However, it was not that he did not gain anything. Last night, something caught the attention of the black-clothed Azan. In order to verify this conjecture, he planned to take advantage of the time when the villagers were out to catch the culprit to check every house. He tightened his robe and strode forward. ######. The tunnel was still dark. As they fought, they were already close to the morning hall. The faint light from outside shone on the corridor, but it still couldn't drive away the gloomy and cold aura. ****, this grade C old man is so vicious. He actually used a sneak attack from behind. That's right. Taking advantage of the fact that trainees are not allowed to kill each other, they want to borrow someone else's knife to do the dirty work. In a place like Infinite Loop, there were all kinds of monsters and monsters. Since there were people like the Messiah who were known to be kind, there were also people who would pick on people behind their backs, jealous of their talents. This kind of person is really disgusting. I didn't expect there to be such maggots in the live broadcast of the Thriller Trainee competition. I'm speechless. No way, why didn't the two of them notice the talisman just now? Look at the bottom right of the screen. I'm a little nervous. Could it be a bad charm or something? In the face of EUSE's accusation, Xianxia shrugged. You can think whatever you want, loser. It was obvious that EUSE had accused him of being a mole out of anger. Unless 5 people accused him at once, he wouldn't give himself away. If EUSE hadn't walked right into his line of fire, Xianxia would have long forgotten about this person. After all, he had offended too many people. He didn't care about those who were slightly stronger. However, the white-haired youth rubbed his chin as he met EUSE's resentful gaze. This person was a hidden danger. If EUSE was willing to be a troublemaker, then even Xianxia wouldn't be able to deal with a fly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt an unusual chill run down his spine. In the blink of an eye, the entire tunnel darkened. Not far away, the white gauze hanging from the morning hall began to flutter in the wind. The sky was getting darker. A chilly wind rose from the ground, rolling up from the cold gray stone slab, bringing with it an unusual fishy smell. Even the shadows cast on the stone slab could be seen flickering. EUSE's eyes widened. He lowered his head in fear. Following the weak light, he saw the charred talisman at his feet. Hiss! Instantly, EUSE's face twisted. He couldn't care less about his hand that was nailed to the wall. He endured the piercing pain as blood spurted all over the floor. ****. The white-haired man in front of him didn't know, but EUSE knew very well. This E-gathering talisman was an E-grade item that he had obtained from a C-grade dungeon. Although the item's grade wasn't high, it was very useful. Once, when he was fighting for an item with a fellow survivor, he accidentally used the E-gathering talisman to attract a malicious spirit from that dungeon. After almost losing his life, EUSE knew how powerful it was. He secretly kept a few in his backpack, waiting to use them to kill people in the future. Even EUSE could sense the change, but Xianxia didn't feel anything. He only felt a chilly wind and an unusual, disgusting smell in the air. With that thought in mind, he kicked him and successfully made him fall flat on his face. But now was not the time to hide. The white-haired man quickly took out the soul-sucking bell. The small copper bell was engraved with a dense array of runes. When held in the palm of his hand, it would vibrate according to the owner's will, making a sound that only the dead could hear. What kind of talisman is that? Xianxia followed the man's gaze and frowned. They were standing there perfectly fine. Why would they attract a ghost for no reason? ****CK off. ****CK off. At this point, EUSE wasn't in the mood to answer his question. He didn't even realize that the talisman in his hand was the item that was exclusive to the mole. Instead, he staggered up from the ground and rushed forward. But in the next moment, he froze on the spot. In the darkness not far away, a pair of shriveled, bluish-black legs were slowly hanging behind the young man's pants. Under the tattered clothes, the toenails were charred black. The skin and flesh were a shrunken deep yellow and covered in livor mortis. It was obvious that this wasn't a pair of legs that belonged to a living person. You. Behind you, Euse's eyes were blank. His face was filled with bone-deep fear, and his teeth were chattering. He shuddered. His fingers that were holding the item couldn't exert any strength. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The ice started to freeze from the soles of his feet, all the way down his spine to his neck. The stench of corpses grew thicker and thicker. The entire narrow corridor was filled with the stench. Xianxia didn't say anything. He shook the bell in his hand and turned around. When he received the non-main mission item submission failed message from the main system, he knew what was standing behind him. Behind him, a face that had been soaked in water with thousands of terrifying white scars hung there quietly. Other than that, the black pupils of the corpse's eyes had completely covered the whites of the eyes. At first glance, it looked like a dark, sunken eye socket. It was extremely eerie. The white light projected from the morning hall stretched behind them. Only two long, narrow shadows were projected. It went without saying who the third person was. Ah! Just as Xianxia saw what was behind him, Euse also saw the pale face. He opened his mouth and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. In the next moment, Xianxia saw a trace of undisguised disdain in the corpse's black eyes. However, his scream only lasted for a moment before it stopped in his throat. It stopped forever. Blood gushed out of Euse's throat, bubbling with blood. Huff, 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 the gloomy and cold aura gradually invaded his limbs and bones, easily causing his body to stiffen. Finally, when his eyes turned pitch black, Euse's expression finally froze in extreme fear. His face turned pale. He was dead. The corridor was dead silent. The main system prompt sounded. Mole card immunity, 1/3. Xianxia looked at the pale face and used his pure black pupils to look at the soul-sucking bell in his hand. The white-haired youth paused and stopped shaking. The youth grinned at him eerily. He bent down and mechanically picked up Euse by the back of his collar. He walked past him and skipped away at the end of the corridor. The cold wind disappeared and the cold air dissipated. Other than the pool of blood on the ground, no one knew what happened here a few minutes ago. The bullet screen was stunned. Huh? I'm dumbfounded. The mole is magician? Wow, I knew Master Zhuge wouldn't say useless things. Combined with the question just now, I have reason to believe that Master Zhuge has already guessed that it's magician. Kneeling emoji, wait, why didn't the ghost kill magician just now? The commenter above, did you just start streaming? Can't you tell that he's using a mole card? A mole card usually has a limit. Otherwise, it would be too tiring to fight both humans and ghosts. Xianxia let out a long sigh and slowly put down the poker card and soul-sucking bell in his hand. He had made the right bet. Xianxia had also redeemed a few low-level items in Las Vegas that could fight against supernatural beings. However, since he had obtained the mole special item in the Famine Mountain Village dungeon, it was better to use the items in the dungeon first. Since items had the advantage of being in the dungeon, they could be maximized in the dungeon that produced the item. More importantly, he was the only one who had obtained the mole card. The main system definitely wouldn't create a 1 versus 30 fight, so it would definitely give the mole some special privileges. Thinking back to the experience of the first mental hospital dungeon, the mole had immunity to the unsolvable supernatural beings in that dungeon. Therefore, Xianxia guessed that this dungeon would have similar settings. Unfortunately, the dungeon hadn't started for long, and the supernatural beings hadn't officially killed a trainee yet. Xianxia couldn't verify his guess. Looking at the current situation, it was no wonder that the mole card had immunity to supernatural beings. Although it could only be used 3 times, it was still equivalent to 3 lives. This was called sneaking into a ghost camp. Xianxia cursed in his heart and walked in the direction that the corpse had gone. After a dozen steps, the scene opened up. When he walked in, he saw the corpse lying on the ground and stiffly pulling up the white cloth to cover itself. It didn't move at all, just like a real corpse. Xianxia was speechless. Were all ghosts so professional these days? He sighed at this ridiculous world, then squatted down and stuck a divine necromancer talisman on the forehead of Euc's corpse. This was an F-grade talisman that came with the soul-sucking bell. It could temporarily control the corpse's movements. Seeing the corpse's upper body jump up like a startled bird and was about to jump up and down behind him, Xianxia chuckled. Good lord, as expected of a necromancer. His professional skill proficiency was maxed out. He ordered, get out of the morning hall and hide in the village. Don't come out without my orders. Euc nodded mechanically and skipped away. Xianxia followed behind him, thinking about how to use the corpse to distract the other trainees. Suddenly, a cold voice came from beside him. Zhuge leaned against the cold wall of the tunnel. He glanced at the mole card in Xianxia's hand and walked towards him. Everything's taken care of? Let's go. Xianxia was speechless. Wait, what are you doing? His pupils dilated. Silence reigned in the tunnel. Xianxia held the bell in one hand and the talisman in the other. His eyes met with Zhuge An's as he stood up from the wall. On the other side, Euc turned around with her black eyes and disappeared from the morning hall. There was an awkward silence, only the white light from the back of the morning hall could be heard. Was this considered a crime scene arrest? Let's go, don't waste time. The man in black was about to turn around when he saw the white-haired youth. Xianxia considered his words carefully. Are you planning to defect to the enemy? He couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. Zhuge An's everything settled reminded him of those gangsters who colluded with each other to do bad things. One of them was causing trouble inside, but when he came out, he saw the other person guarding the door and asked why he was so slow. The man smiled faintly. I thought you already knew. Although he didn't say anything, Xianxia could read the subtle disdain on his face that said, why hasn't this person's brain figured it out yet? I'm the only spy in this dungeon. Yes. Zhuge An said casually, I'm in a good mood. I'm a mental spy, a legal traitor, can't I? No wonder he was called the old thief Zhuge, he was so good at betraying. Xianxia was shocked. He felt that if he said no, Zhuge An would take out the Tai Chi 8 trigrams and arrest him. Therefore, Xianxia decided to lie through his teeth. Yes, of course you can. As long as you're happy, number 3 big boss. The viewers who were watching the livestream were in an uproar. Just now, Magician had escaped from the ghosts and monsters in front of everyone. He had also used a corpse-controlling talisman to act like a capitalist who wouldn't let you go even if you were dead. Just as the audience was shocked by the words "so he's the mole," they didn't expect that there would be something even more shocking waiting for them. What the F***ck? What the F***ck? What's going on? Am I stupid? No, I don't understand what he's doing. Judging from the conversation between Magician and him, could it be that Master Zhuge wants to join the mole's camp? What was number 3 thinking? What kind of reward would an ordinary person get for helping a mole? The gains would not make up for the losses, okay? In this kind of instance dungeon that gave out identity cards at the beginning, there were still people who dared to rebel? You must be crazy. F***ck, wait. So when Master Zhuge mentioned the mole on purpose, he was actually covering for Magician and giving him information? Master Zhuge actually cooperated with someone else. Grandpa Xianxia, +1 I want to say the same thing too. Master Zhuge is such a loner, yet he actually wants to cooperate with others. Grandpa Xianxia, he used to be arrogant and unruly, but now he's willing to jump ship and escort for the white-haired beauty and become her sheltering wings? I'm touched. The audience had personally experienced the fear of being dominated by Zhuge An. Back in the S-grade cursed mask instance dungeon, he became famous overnight. He fooled the 3 major organizations and in the end, not only did he return unscathed, but he also earned a lot of money. The 3 organizations blacklisted him and his name was instantly remembered by everyone. Unfortunately, Zhuge An was a lone wolf. After so long, everyone had only heard that the big boss was fooled and scolded Zhuge An. They had never heard that Zhuge An was willing to lower himself and cooperate with others. Except for this time. Seeing that the white-haired youth was about to speak, the man said calmly, I know you have a lot of questions. But that person is in this instance dungeon. Now is not the time to talk about this. He hinted vaguely, after this instant's dungeon, I'll answer all your questions. It went without saying who that person was. Does this mean that you want to cooperate with me? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. You can interpret it that way. Zhuge En's tone was calm. I said that I will never stand on the opposite side of you. But I won't provide you with help like I did in the first instance dungeon. You need to show me more strength to prove that you have the need for me to answer your questions. Although it was debatable that they would never be enemies, in this instance dungeon, it was not a bad idea to cooperate for a short time. It was fine if he did not provide help, but it would be boring if he cleared the instance dungeon so easily every time. Xianxia did not expect much from Zhuge En. He only hoped that the other party would not stand on the opposite side of him and cause trouble. After all, it was not a pleasant thing to have such a person as an opponent. Xianxia reached out his hand. Then, happy working together again? This time, Zhuge En took the white-haired youth's slender hand and shook it completely. Then, about the previous topic. Do you have any suspects? They began to play a riddle that only the two of them could understand. The bullet screen could only be confused. No. The number of cards could only be drawn once every 12 hours. It was so precious. If Xianxia did not use it to find clues, he would not use it to find out who was the devil's puppet. Moreover, the first 4 threads of the devil's puppet only indirectly affected the controlled person. If number 1 wanted to, he could implant only 2 to 3 threads. This way, the controlled person would retain their own thoughts and would not realize that they were being controlled. Zhuge En frowned and fell into deep thought. For some reason, Xianxia suddenly remembered the first time he cooperated with Zhuge En in the mental hospital instance dungeon. At that time, other than the attitude of both parties, the general direction was exactly the same. At that time, he relied on his golden finger that knew the plot and took the initiative to approach him. Although Zhuge En agreed, he also looked at him with suspicion and hostility that could not be ignored. Even in Las Vegas, and even before the opening of the Barren Village instance dungeon, his arrogance did not decrease at all. Even if there was a prophecy, Xianxia felt that with his arrogant personality, he was not the type to believe in fate. So, what was the reason that caused his attitude to change completely? Xianxia thought about it and lowered his hands. He then followed Zhuge En out of the tunnel. By the time they returned to the temple, Su Sen, Su Su, and the others had almost returned. When they saw the two of them, the others did not suspect anything. After all, Xianxia put himself and Zhuge En in the same group when they first split up. Everyone subconsciously thought that they would work together. It would be strange if they did not. How is it? Is there a result? Susan quickly replied, yes, yes, yes. If he remembered correctly, he should have followed the villagers to check on the woman. Xianxia nodded and gestured for him to continue. We followed Wang Shou and found out that they had already captured the woman. She was locked up in the empty woodshed at the north end of the village. At this point, Su Sen's face showed a hint of anger. There were villagers guarding outside. Wang Shou, that bastard, brought his men in, closed the door, and started beating her. Everyone in the group showed the same expression of anger. They followed behind Su Sen and heard what a tragic situation it was at that time. UB*TCH, you're part of our village now that you're married. How dare you run back to your parents' home? I'm going to beat you to death today. Wang Shou beat and scolded her. He spat on the ground. Useless thing, you can only give birth to a baby girl. Tomorrow, I'll sell you off so that you can reunite with your precious daughter. Again and again, the woman begged for mercy. Her cries grew weaker and weaker. The beating did not stop. The group of people outside could not listen anymore. They wanted to stop the coward beating the woman, but the villagers guarding the door beat them back with hoes. A small conflict broke out. In the end, they all remembered the iron law of not harming NPCs. Although the confrontation was full of tension, they did not really make a move in the end. Even so, this action caused the villagers to be wary and dissatisfied with the refugees. So when Susan narrated the story, his tone was full of annoyance. Compared to the other newcomers, he was a C-level player with a lot of experience. Most of the veterans knew not to put too much emotion into a horror dungeon. In the infinite loop, it was not as if there had never been a scenario where a survivor fell in love with a female ghost in a red dress. Unfortunately, humans and ghosts were different. The survivor was controlled by the main system and ended up with a broken couple. They were just passers-by in the horror dungeon. They only needed to complete the mission to leave here forever. So, what did the survival of the people in the dungeon have to do with them? It did not increase their survival points or system evaluation, and it did not bring them any benefits. It's fine. If it were me, I would have stopped them too. Xianxia waved his hand, indicating that this question could be skipped. What happened next? When we tried to stop them, that bastard Wang Shou might have heard the commotion, so he stopped and only ordered the door to be locked. But we heard him say to the others that when the traffickers come to the village tomorrow, they will kidnap her and sell her to the city. Xianxia and Zhuge exchanged a look. How is the defense of the firewood shed now? Susan hesitated. There are 4 or 5 villagers guarding the front and back. It will be difficult to go around them. Okay, I understand. The white-haired youth touched his chin. According to what you said, the woman is very likely to be one of the breakthrough points in this dungeon. Tonight, when their defense is lax, we will go take a look. If we can save her, let's do it. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Even if it's a scary dungeon, it'll be the same. Seeing that everyone nodded, Xianxia turned his gaze to Su. What about you? Did you find anything? Su, everyone in the village came to the temple today. There was no one in the market. We only went to the wall around the Bodhisattva temple and secretly took some Bodhisattva soil. Then, he took out a bag of soil wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket. Inside it was a handful of dark red Bodhisattva soil. Zhuge stared at the soil and frowned. Xianxia did not notice his slight expression and nodded. Put it away for now. They waited for a while. It was probably noon, but they did not see a single trainee from the other team. During this time, Xianxia specially checked the memorial tablet under the Bodhisattva. Unfortunately, it was blank and there were no words on it. There were only words written that the owner of the memorial tablet had once guarded the Bodhisattva soil and received merit. According to the old village chief, this memorial tablet was set up by the villagers for the old woman who starved to death. Just as Xianxia was thinking, a do sound came from behind the temple. The old village chief walked in front with a cane and limped out from the dark corridor under the Bodhisattva. It was obvious that the old man still had something on his mind. He did not even look at them and directly left. Granny Yin, who was wearing a black robe from head to toe, followed behind him and slowly walked out from the darkness. Although they could not see her face under the hood, the Yin energy around her showed no signs of decreasing. After a moment of silence, a sharp voice sounded. Lies everywhere. Xianxia suddenly looked up. The night of the full moon in 3 days will be the best time to connect the human world and the underworld. Granny Yin whispered her Buddhist name. Unknown foreigners, if you encounter any danger, please come to the temple at any time. This will be your last shelter. Please be careful from now on. Because the human heart is an existence that can turn into ghosts. After noon, the sky, which was already covered with dark clouds, became even darker. It was as if someone had dipped a brush in ink and drawn a line in the sky. All of a sudden, the rolling clouds were all stagnant together, making people's hearts gloomy. This kind of weather made others uncomfortable, but for Anthony, it couldn't be more comfortable. He was a half-vampire. According to legend, there were many things that vampires disliked the most, such as garlic, holy water, crosses, sunlight, and so on. In fact, the only thing vampires disliked was sunlight. Unless holy water was consecrated by the cathedral, it would be difficult to harm them. But this disadvantage was especially obvious for half-vampires. Half-vampires were actually humans who had not yet fully transformed. The blood breeds could only amplify their abilities to the top of the human category, unable to exceed the human boundary because this was one of the ironclad rules laid down by the main system. Therefore, half-vampires hated sunlight, even more so than real vampires. Night People's base castles in their infinite loop used thick curtains to block out the light from outside. At most, they would only light candlesticks for other guests. This was because vampires had excellent night vision, so good that they could easily see things in pitch-black places. Where are we going now? Languishing opened his mouth and asked. He was one of the more honest grade A existences. He usually got along well with everyone, and he even dared to speak in front of the bad-tempered barbarian Anthony. The other grade B and grade C elders also obediently followed behind them. What's the hurry? Let's look around and see if we missed any information. Anthony stopped and directed the other elders to investigate nearby, but he stood in place calmly. He obviously didn't care much about this dungeon. Although there were 2 grade S who came in with them, Anthony's strength was a high-level grade A. During the infinite loop, he had followed His Highness into grade S dungeons. Now that he was faced with a dungeon whose difficulty was lower than grade S, naturally he would be much more negligent. Of course, there was another reason. His biggest competitor, Vincent, was dead. No one would have thought that one of Xianxia's right-hand men would fail to even survive the first thriller trainee dungeon. After hearing the news, Anthony almost laughed himself to death. He opened a few bottles of whiskey overnight and celebrated with his confidant that they had gotten rid of their old rival without losing a single soldier. Hence, Anthony's current posture was very relaxed. He even placed his hands behind his head and slowly enjoyed the scenery around him. Within this instant's dungeon, there were only 3 people who required his attention. The first 2 were the only 2 S-level bosses in the dungeon, Zhuge and Azan. Anthony was not worried about the black-clothed Azan's words. Although this number 4 cultivated the most evil ghost-raising technique, he himself was an upright person. He rarely played any tricks, and even often gave out information for free. For example, when they were in the morning hall just now, he had given everyone the information that Granny Een was a Een walker. As for Zhuge, he was someone Anthony didn't dare to provoke. Although he was called a barbarian and did things in a straightforward manner, he wasn't brainless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach the top of the night people. Anthony was very clear about who he should provoke and who he shouldn't. Someone like number 3 was someone he had to avoid. Back in the Cursed Mask, Xianxia and Anthony were one of the 3 factions. After being played around by Zhuge, it left a very deep psychological shadow. Even now, he felt a headache whenever he saw that face. Even if he couldn't be on good terms with this person, he definitely couldn't be on bad terms with him. But in reality, the first 2 weren't that important. The third was the most important. The white-haired one was more beautiful than a woman. It was said that he was a grade C trainee with unlimited potential, Xianxia. He was the number 1 candidate Anthony needed to pay attention to. As for why, after the conflict at the grade A gambling table, Anthony was given a beating by Xianxia. I hate people who disobey my orders. Under the dim candlelight, the man's handsome face was dignified and grave. The double-headed eagle insignia on his black and gold military uniform flickered under the flickering candlelight. A long military knife was placed on the conference table. He looked at his subordinate kneeling on the ground and said in a cold voice, "Remember, there's no next time." "Yes, Your Highness." Under the pressure from his bloodline, Anthony felt as if his heart was being squeezed. It was so uncomfortable that he couldn't bear it for even a second. Xianxia looked at him coldly. He didn't exert any pressure. Instead, he turned around and walked to the window engraved with silver patterns. Number 2's room was luxurious enough. It even came with a small garden. Looking out from the crimson tapestry, one could just see the blooming tulip field outside. Pay attention to him. Although he didn't say who, Anthony, who was on the ground with his head bowed, was well aware. When necessary, protect him. Anthony ended his memories. The expression on his face was very bad. This was the only time His Highness had ever given him a protective order, and the target was just an ordinary sea level. So what if he made a name for himself in Las Vegas and collected $1 million in chips? In the end, he was just a fledgling newbie. His Highness didn't even treat a powerful veteran like this, let alone a newbie. How could a newbie deserve it? Although he said that, Anthony, who had already experienced disobedience once, didn't plan to experience it again. Therefore, even though he was not happy with the grade C who had tricked him at the casino and humiliated him, he chose not to do anything after entering the barren village dungeon. "Senior Anthony!" Just as Anthony's eyes darkened, an old man in the team rushed over from afar. When we were investigating, we felt energy in many of the villagers' houses. Energy? Anthony frowned. Is it bodhisattva soil? As an experienced veteran, he naturally knew what the appearance of energy signified. Just this morning, a low-level shaman in the team quietly shared information with them, saying that the bodhisattva soil that the villagers said was transformed by bodhisattva was actually extremely cold. It made sense. If it wasn't extremely cold, how could it be like what the villagers said, where no plants could survive if transplanted there? To a certain extent, plants that could survive in such an environment were probably the so-called immortal herbs that had extreme yang attributes and were not afraid of energy. The old man who delivered the information shook his head. My senses are limited. I only felt that the energy in the big house at the northernmost part of the village was exceptionally strong. North of the village? Languishing pondered. Isn't that the village chief's house? While the other team was collecting firewood at the old locust tree yesterday, Anthony's team wasn't idle either. They were bold because of their skills, so they directly started to investigate and found out the location of the other villagers. Naturally, they knew that the big mud house in the north, together with the woodshed, was the village head's territory. Other than the village chief, Wang Shou and his son also lived there. Other than that, they also got a lot of information. For example, Wang Shou's first wife gave birth to a son and died in childbirth. The wife who escaped back to her parents' home was a widow he later married from the neighboring village. When the widow married into the village, she also brought a daughter, the one they saw Wang Shou sell to the human traffickers in the prequel plot. We just went to the woodshed to take a look. Wang Shou caught his wife and locked her in the woodshed. The other team's newcomers had a conflict with them and are shouting there. Don't worry about them, a bunch of newcomers won't amount to anything. Anthony sneered and waved his hand, motioning for them to follow. Seeing that there was an A-level leading the team, the other veterans who wanted to complete the danger challenge naturally couldn't wait and quickly followed behind him. Halfway through, Languishing suddenly asked, "By the way, did anyone see Aizen in black?" "Yes, I saw him. He was with us when we went door to door." Another old man shrugged, "But we were looking for energy, but he looked like he was looking for something. We didn't pay attention to him after that and he disappeared in the blink of an eye." As they spoke, they arrived at the mud house in the north. The house was very quiet, presumably Wang Shou and the village chief hadn't returned yet. Anthony made a gesture and a few A-level trainees nimbly flipped over the wall. Mud houses in the countryside usually had wooden slats on the windows, so there was no way to enter except through the door. Skills like lockpicking were usually activated with survival points, so after a while, a few of them nodded. One person stood guard behind the tree at the door, vigilantly watching the situation outside. Another person went to the back of the house, alert for any changes that might occur at any time. Anthony and Languishing stepped into the house. The light in the house was dim and everything was shrouded in darkness. The village chief lived in a much better place than the ordinary villagers. Not only was it fully furnished, but there was also a thick quilt on the Kong bed. Other than that, there was nothing suspicious at first glance. But there was energy. The two of them exchanged a look. Languishing took out his human skin drum, and Anthony's fingernails began to be dyed black from the tip. Both of them looked wary. "I'll go take a look in the bedroom." Languishing pointed silently at one of the dark rooms. Anthony, on the other hand, chose the door on the other side and hid himself in the darkness. He stuck close to the wall and moved slowly. He arrived at the kitchen. There wasn't even a window in the kitchen, only a chimney at the top. It was pitch black. A huge black iron pot was placed in the center of the kitchen. Below it was a charred cave. Anthony went forward with a pair of red eyes and touched the bottom of the pot with his hand. Instantly, he felt some grease on his palm. If there was grease, there must be meat. The village chief's family must have used meat to cook recently, which was why there were such traces. But the strange thing was, during the famine, there was no food to eat. Along the way, they didn't even see a pig in the village, so where did the meat come from? The half-vampire squatted down, closed his eyes, and released his senses to search for the smell of blood in the air. If there was meat, then the smell of blood would be indispensable. The vampire's sense of smell was very sensitive. As long as there was even the slightest smell of blood, they would be able to easily distinguish it. After pausing for about 10 seconds, Anthony finally caught the faint smell of blood in the kitchen. He followed the smell to the corner of the wall and opened the lid of the water tank. It was very dark inside, and there was a jar of black water floating on top. Anthony lowered his head. With the half-vampire's night vision, he could clearly see the blood floating on top of the water tank, as well as the thing under the water. His pupils dilated slightly. Combined with the previous fragments, some clues suddenly flashed through his mind. At this moment, suddenly, a cold hand gently touched his shoulder. Anthony reacted quickly. When he felt the weight on his shoulder, he grabbed the hand at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to catch with the naked eye. His sharp black nails cut through the air like a knife, and he bent his knee to kick the other party. However, halfway through this set of actions, the half-vampire's movement stopped in place. Anthony was surprised. "Why are you here?" The man smiled. "It's me." Ling Wuxing shrugged. "I didn't find anything in the bedroom, but there was a sound here. I saw that you didn't come out, so I came over." There wasn't much of a problem with this explanation, but for some reason, there was a string in the depths of Anthony's mind that was always tense. Perhaps it was because of this reason that he didn't let down his guard. Instead, he took half a step back. "You finished your investigation so quickly. You didn't even say anything when you came over. I thought there was a ghost." Ling Wuxing's fighting ability was not good. He was usually a logistics personnel, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Anthony thought so and gradually relaxed his body's guard. Wait. No, the hand on his shoulder was still there, but the warmth seemed to seep through his thick clothes and the coldness seeped into his bones. The half-vampire suddenly raised his head. He looked at the other party's face in the darkness and subconsciously wanted to strangle him. How could Ling Wuxing's hand be cold? Could it be that he was the spy in this instance? Unfortunately, it was too late. The hand on the half-vampire's shoulder suddenly tightened. Scarlet blood leaked out from between the fingers and disappeared. In a trance, Anthony saw the person opposite him reveal a contemptuous smile. In the next moment, something sharp and cold slowly fell from the endless void and pierced into his cerebral cortex, nailing into a deeper part of his consciousness. The first puppet thread represented reading, the second puppet thread represented subconsciousness. This indescribable pain only lasted for a moment. Even the wound was so small that it couldn't be seen by the human eye. After a moment, not to mention the pain, even what had just happened faded away in a trance as the thread stabilized. Anthony was in a trance for a moment. After a moment, he collected his thoughts and broke away from the state of delirium just now. In front of him, Ling Wuxing waved his hand in front of him with a worried expression. "Anthony, Anthony?" "Ah." The half-vampire opened his mouth. He felt like he had forgotten something, but if he had to say what he had forgotten, he couldn't say why. So he could only make a monotonous sound. The person in front of him smiled. But inexplicably, this smile was strange and joyful. Unfortunately, Anthony didn't think it was strange. Instead, he subconsciously felt that this was how it should be, so he didn't delve into it. "Why do you think I'm the spy? If I was the spy, I should have taken care of you while you were distracted." Ling Wuxing laughed and lowered his voice. "But I do have a suspect." Even when night fell and the mountains were silent, the other team had yet to return. The dark clouds that had settled down for 2 days finally showed some changes. The endless drizzle fell from the dark sky that couldn't be seen clearly. The drizzle became heavier and heavier as it hit the eaves, creating a loud pitter-patter sound and splashing water everywhere. There was silence in the mud hut. Just like the previous night, everyone sat around the fire in the center and stared at the flickering flames. Since the other team had yet to return, the team that hadn't handed in their rations naturally took over the mud hut that they had stayed in previously. Ignoring everything else, sitting inside the hut was much more comfortable than sitting outside. It could shelter them from the wind and rain. If they had a hut to stay in, who would be willing to go outside to feel the cold wind? The sky always darkened earlier when winter was approaching. They came back from the temple early in the morning, wanting to take advantage of the fact that the sky was not completely dark to come back and rest. After experiencing such a day's events, the newcomers were somewhat distressed. In the temple just now, Granny Een slowly explained the matter that the old village chief had told them. The voice under the hood was unpleasant and shrill. 3 years ago, it was rumored that the Bodhisattva of Tongbai village appeared. Everyone in the surrounding villages knew that the old woman was the one who was guarding the Bodhisattva's garden. I came to the temple in this deserted village 3 years ago. When I came, the old woman had already passed away. Later on, I didn't sense any signs of the Bodhisattva's manifestation. Instead, the village became more and more strange. There must be something fishy about this matter. I have to go to the underworld to search these 3 days. When the time comes, I will need more manpower. If you encounter any danger in the village, or if you are willing to help, come to the temple. Although they were mentally prepared because of the prequel plot, they were still infuriated when they heard this. Not only did the people of this village traffic in human beings, but they also starved the elderly to death. They could only blame themselves if a malicious spirit came back to seek revenge. If possible, they really didn't want to do this protection mission. In the end, while they were resting, it began to rain heavily outside. They had planned to wait for the rain to stop, but the other team had yet to appear. If they encountered danger, it was impossible for so many people to disappear at the same time, right? Halfway through his sleep, Susu woke up and asked, "Why isn't the other team back yet?" Xianxia casually picked up a match from the ground and stuffed it into the fire. What does it have to do with us whether they come back or not? In my opinion, it's best if they don't come back tonight. After all, they have the ability to protect themselves. If they stay outside, they can protect the villagers. If they are outside, we don't need to go out and guard them. Isn't that a good thing? Don't tell me you want to go out in the rain? The people around the bonfire and in the bullet screen were deeply shocked. F***ck, that makes sense. Legally using the wisdom of the masses to fish. This fish smells good to the touch. They're all trainees. Why are half of them fighting monsters and the other half slacking? But we have to go out too. It's almost completely dark. The white-haired youth calculated the time and clapped his hands. Wake up, wake up. Time to get to work. They had agreed to take the risk and go to the woodshed to save the woman tonight. Now that it was late at night, it was time to go. They had wanted to wait until the rain stopped, but the rain had its benefits. They had to go anyway. At the crucial moment of the mission, no one would mind getting a little wet. After hearing his words, the trainees who were sleeping soundly on the ground got up one by one. It was obviously a horror dungeon. If it were the previous dungeon, they would be like tigers startled by the bow of a bow at night, not daring to sleep at all. As a result, after entering this instant's dungeon, everyone felt a sense of security. The first solo performance of the horror trainees eliminated 3/4 of the newcomers. It was not easy for the newcomers to survive. The newcomers had no items to protect themselves. The only thing they could rely on was luck and intelligence. Otherwise, they had to rely on someone. But the old people were all people who had seen the world. They were all indifferent. How could they be so kind? At least in the first dungeon, everyone went their own way. They were very loose, not to mention having an organization. When they first entered the mud hut behind the old locust tree, Xianxia had walked at the front without saying a word. Just this action alone had won everyone's favor, not to mention that they had chatted and shared their hearts with him that night. When they learned that he had a lofty dream of saving everyone, it was impossible not to be shocked. Just as everyone was getting ready to go, there was a sudden knock on the wooden door of the mud hut. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was very calm. It was neither fast nor slow, neither fast nor slow. The rain outside was very heavy. It pitter-pattered against the eaves and dripped down along the ridge of the roof. But it also made the knocking sound even more eerie. Because the door was not locked. Xianxia reacted quickly. Almost immediately after the knocking sound, a few poker cards appeared between his fingers. They shot out like lightning and pierced into the mud wall. They firmly blocked the door between the door and the frame, blocking the door that was about to be pushed open. Quick, go and lock it. He shouted at the trainee closest to the door. The trainee instinctively followed his orders. Clang, the door bolt fell into the door frame. Everyone realized that something was wrong. All the trainees took out their items and looked at the door cautiously. Just then, a cold wind blew through the window. The fire flickered twice and quietly went out, leaving only a wisp of white smoke in the darkness. It was like a signal. F***CK. It's time to be nervous and exciting. Is this dungeon so exciting? It's a group attack at the beginning? Not bad. Their teamwork is quite good. Usually, only in teams that have been working together for a long time can you see this kind of reflexive action after hearing an order. There's no sloppiness at all. Su Sen's expression became serious. The veterans all knew that although the horror dungeon was scary, there were still rules to follow. Even if it was an S-level dungeon, it could not casually kill people. Especially supernatural dungeons. When something unclean came out, the surroundings would definitely give a hint. What kind of omen could there be when an extremely cold existence was about to arrive? There were only a few. Now was the best hint. The situation in the mud hut was very tense. It was the first time for many of the newcomers to face such a situation. It was also the first time they faced a supernatural existence head-on. A thick layer of sweat seeped out of their palms. At this time, Xianxia's pacification was effective. Don't panic. We have so many people. Don't you see that there's still a number 3 boss in the house? Even if the sky falls, there's a tall person to hold it up. What are you afraid of? Zhuge, who had been sitting in the corner silently the whole time, coldly lifted his eyelids. Xianxia knew that if they waited until Zhuge made a move, then their previous cooperation agreement would not be valid. After all, the condition was that Zhuge would not provide any help, and Xianxia would have to show his value in exchange for the prophecy and all the information. But this did not stop him from being high. Whether or not Zhuge would help was one thing. At this time, bringing out the number 3 boss could quickly calm the people down, so why not? As expected, after Xianxia said this, the expressions of the people in the mud hut were not as tense as before. But in between the exchanges, the knocking on the door continued. At first, it was slow, as if someone was holding a small hammer, and very seriously knocked on the door. After the door was locked from the inside, the knocking on the door suddenly became hurried. Bang 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 bang, it was as if there was really an impatient person knocking on the door. A huge force seemed to come from outside the door, one after another, forcefully pounding on the door. Rainy night, knocking on the door, darkness. When these words were put together, it was terrifying enough. The trainees closest to the wooden door were trembling in fear. Perhaps the existence outside was angered by the fact that they could not enter after so long. The knocking on the door suddenly increased in strength. The old wooden door could not withstand such a force at all. The surrounding door frame was knocked out of shape, and it creaked under the weight. Wooden doors in the countryside were not very sturdy to begin with. Even if they were locked from the inside, there were a few times when it looked like the door bolt would not be able to hold on, and the door would be smashed to pieces. Xianxia said in a low voice, "Get your props ready. When I give the order, don't worry about anything else. Greet them all." The trainees held their breaths, and all of them said yes. 3, 2, 1, greet them. As soon as he finished speaking, the door frame suddenly opened, and a palm-sized gap appeared above the wooden door. Suddenly, a chill that seemed to be born from the underworld quietly began to invade from outside the door, slowly opening its sharp and bloody fangs. A long and narrow ghost shadow was faintly discernible outside the gap. Everyone in the mud hut attacked at the same time. Some people threw talismans, some waved dust, some made hand seals on the spot, and some even fired a shot at the door. Xianxia held a stack of cards in his left palm. He stretched out his right hand's index and middle finger, and aimed at the gap and swiped. With his wrist strength that was now at its peak, the cards seemed to have turned into sharp knives, slashing forward violently. No one cared about the cooldown time. There were so many of them in the mud hut, and yet a supernatural existence dared to come to their door. It was obviously not easy to deal with. About 30 seconds later, the door suddenly quieted down. Only the sound of heavy rain hitting the roof beams and eaves could be heard. It was monotonous and long. "Is it over?" Susu asked in a trembling voice. No one spoke, and the silence lasted for a few minutes. Zhuge slowly took out his Tai Chi 8 trigrams. The hexagram changed, and once again lit a fire for the wood pile in the center of the mud hut. The fire flickered in the cold air, illuminating the dark room. Xianxia exhaled a cold breath. I'll go take a look. Then, the white-haired young man held the cards in one hand, walked straight to the half-opened wooden door, and put his hand on the iron latch. Oh my God, can't you wait a little longer? You're too brave, I'm so scared. I'm scared for people again. What if someone kills us when we open the door? The others watched his movements with trepidation. The iron latch was bent from the impact. Xianxia had no doubt that if he had been a little later, the door would have been sent flying. He cautiously peeked out from the gap. It was still dark outside. At most, a few drops of cold rain would fly in, and the shadows of the trees would be shaken. With Xianxia's eyesight, he could not see anything out of the ordinary for now. Click. The wooden door was blown open by the wind and rain outside, creaking as it was pushed open. Leaves flew in with the rain, and in a few seconds, a small puddle was formed on the ground. Xianxia's reaction was quick. Almost as soon as the wooden door moved, he made his move. He glanced sideways. Fortunately, the people outside were also experienced in combat, and narrowly dodged to the side. His attack missed. Xianxia did not follow up with another attack. He saw the people outside clearly. Anthony and Lin Guishing were standing outside the door, and behind them stood a dozen people from another team. The former's expression was still full of hostility when he saw him, while the latter smiled apologetically at him like a nice guy. The heavy rain poured down on them, dripping from the top of their heads and chins to their lapels, making them look like drowned rats. The trainees in the mud house saw that they were the only ones outside, and all sighed in relief. Only Xianxia remained standing in the same spot as he watched them enter in a single file. The white-haired young man glanced at his hands without batting an eyelid. There was nothing there. His skin was intact, and there were no signs of strangulation. Xianxia did not know why, but when his palm carelessly swept over the heads of the people outside, he clearly felt an illusion of being obstructed. It was as if there was a string tied to their heads. The mud hut wasn't big to begin with. With more than 30 people squeezed inside, there was only enough space for each person to stand. After Anthony and his team entered, the other trainees in the mud hut felt slightly awkward. Most importantly, they didn't dare to enter the mud hut behind the old locust tree. They had taken over the spot where they handed in their food and were now sitting there peacefully. They were caught red-handed. Looking at Anthony's vaguely hostile expression, Xianxia was very casual. He put down his hand without batting an eyelid. His expression was so lazy that not a single drop of water could be seen. Since you guys weren't back yet, we decided to stay here temporarily. Since we're back, we're just about to leave. Goodbye. The white-haired youth smiled and waved his hand. Everyone in the mud hut followed him out. Magicians' rookies are really good. They just survived a terrorist attack and it's so dark outside. Yet, they dare to walk out. The most important thing is that no one objected. Sigh, everyone trusts magicians so much. I'm looking forward to their expressions when they find out that magician is a mole. 23333, I've turned off the livestream next door. I'll just watch this livestream and see what this mole group can do. Wait. Just as the other teen was about to step out of the mud hut, Anthony suddenly asked in a deep voice, "Where did he go?" "It's here." Xianxia tilted his head slightly, and there was an unfathomable light in his light pink eyes. "He's from your team. What does it have to do with us?" The others also realized that the atmosphere wasn't right and became alert. Susu mumbled softly, "No way, they're asking us when their people are missing." Crazy. Anthony stared at the white-haired youth with a malicious expression. "EUSE has been following you." "Oh." Xianxia yawned lazily. "Is he following me openly? Why didn't I see him? Do I have to be responsible for someone's safety if they're following me? Do I look like such a kind person?" The two groups of people were facing each other across the door frame of the earthen hut. The atmosphere was tense. At this moment, a blurry shadow suddenly appeared in the rainy night. Both teams looked over at the same time. Aizen in black walked in the rain. The cold rain fell from the sky and flowed on the Garuda pattern above his head. His black robe was completely soaked and hung heavily on his back. With every step he took, a puddle of rainwater would appear. He clutched his shoulder as blood seeped out between his fingers. His expression was extremely ugly. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Even Zhuge, who had been staying out of the matter, became interested. He was number 3, and Aizen was number 4. From a certain point of view, according to the main system's classification of strength, the two of them were very close. Even number 4 was injured, which was enough to prove the seriousness of this matter. Not to mention the trainees, even the bullet screen was flooded with comments. F*CK, why is Aizen in black injured? Was he acting alone just now? Yeah, acting alone in the second instance won't be shown on camera. I'm so curious. He can injure Aizen in black? F*CK, how scary is this instance? I'm scared. Under everyone's unblinking gaze, Aizen in black frowned and loosened his hand, revealing the hideous black wound below. Strangely, even though he covered it for so long, there was still blood gushing out from the wound. It mixed with the cold rain and quickly diluted. The experienced old people all exclaimed in surprise. The wound that was difficult to heal was obviously caused by an extremely cold existence. Aizen in black brought back 2 pieces of information. The woman in the woodshed is dead. If Zhongjiu and the others could figure out that the woman was the breakthrough of this mission, how could the experienced elders not think of it? Therefore, after searching for the necessary information and verifying his own guess, the black-clothed Azan went straight to the woodshed north of Tongbai village. When he arrived at the woodshed, the sky was already dark. There were a few villagers guarding the woodshed, but when night fell, they were all gone. Aizen in black became suspicious, so he summoned a ghost and had it go to the village chief's mud hut to gather information. Then, he heard a conversation. Dad, what about that bitch? The traffickers will be here tomorrow. Wang Shou paced back and forth in the mud hut, sounding very anxious. I told you not to go overboard. The village chief slammed the butt of his cigarette against the brick bed. 20 yuan. 20 yuan was a huge sum in this era of famine. Wang Shou only got 6 yuan for the little girl he sold. 6 yuan was the family's expenses for half a year, let alone 20 yuan. Wang Shou regretted it. I just wanted to play with my brother, I didn't expect that bitch to be so hot-tempered. Forget it. What's done is done. We have more important things to do tonight. Take care of it tomorrow and sell it at the west entrance of the market. You can at least get 1 or 2 yuan. The village chief was exasperated. We'll keep half of it and store it in the water tank at the back. That way, we won't have to worry about winter. The information contained in this sentence was enough to shock anyone, adding to the answer he already knew. Aizen in black told the ghost to keep an eye on the 2 people in the mud hut, then he turned around and went to the woodshed. If he guessed correctly, the woman should be dead. If a person had just died, their soul wouldn't immediately descend to the underworld. As long as the body was intact, Aizen in black could use the spirit flag to draw out the soul and get clues from the dead. The woodshed reeked of blood. The woman lay on the ground with her hands tied. Her body was stiff, covered in semen spots, green and purple. Not a single part of her body was intact. There was a huge bloody hole in her forehead, and her eyeballs were rolled back. There was a bloodstained chopper on the pile of firewood beside her. Perhaps it was because his daughter had been sold and he had been captured and humiliated here that he had the will to die. Aizen in black chanted the rebirth mantra. After making sure there was nothing out of the ordinary around him, he squatted down with the spirit flag and prepared to summon the soul. Right at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred, the eyes of the corpse suddenly rolled back, turning from empty white to clear black. Her bloody fingernails suddenly grew and scratched Aizen in black, who couldn't dodge in time, leaving a wound corroded by yin energy. I was careless. This incident wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't a small one either. In fact, Aizen in black could have avoided it completely. Before he summoned the soul, he purposely sensed if the woman had any resentment in her heart, so that she wouldn't degenerate into a malicious spirit. But she didn't. He didn't sense any presence of a ghost. When it came to dealing with ghosts, the black-clothed Azan could say that he was the best among all the trainees. After all, even a yin-yang master could only raise shikigami, not ghosts. If he didn't sense any resentment from a ghost, then it could only mean one thing. The ghosts in this village weren't resentful ghosts formed through normal means. Oh, I know that. Zhongjiu interjected, it's a person's heart that turns into a ghost. The Yin granny in the temple said so. Aizen in black frowned, it's not that easy to turn a person's heart into a ghost, unless there's an extremely favorable situation. Forget it. There's another piece of information. His expression was serious, the people in this village have a fetish for cannibalism. As expected. Zhongjiu wasn't surprised. Not to mention the hint given to him by his A Perfect Corpse mission, anyone who knew a little about the dark side of history would know that cannibalism wasn't a rare occurrence in the famine era. Not to mention the ancient times, there was the Dingwu-Qi famine from 1877 to 1878 during the Qing dynasty, and the famine of the 18th year of the Republic of China during the Republic of China. Even in the modern era, there was a 3-year famine from 1959 to 1961 due to the Great Leap Forward and the People's Communist Party. Whenever there was a famine, the scene was almost the same. How tragic was the famine, digging up tree bark and roots, eating wild vegetables, eating guanine clay. Anything that could be eaten was used to fill the stomach. Under such extreme circumstances, cannibalism became a matter of course. For humans, food was the foundation of survival. If they couldn't even ensure the most basic survival, then morals and laws would be useless. In all famines, the corpses would become delicious food in the end. The horrors of the Dingwu-Qi famine were recorded or drawn in the Jinyu disaster strategy and the tears of the Jin dynasty. As long as someone starved to death, countless people would swarm over and even dig up the unrotten corpse from the ground and cook it in a pot. Some parents couldn't bear to eat their own children, so they would swap their children with others and eat them. In the end, it even developed into killing people for meat. The late Ming poet Chu Dajuan wrote a poem called The Lamentation of the Vegetable People. It described how people didn't have enough to eat during a famine. A woman volunteered to be a vegetable person in the market in order to let her husband live. Vegetable people, as the name implied, were people who went to the market to cook and sell themselves. Naturally, they were called vegetable people. Human meat was openly sold in the market. It was enough to imagine what a hellish scene it must have been. Wait, something's not right. Just as everyone was shocked by the news brought back by Aizen, Zhuge suddenly frowned. The market opens in the morning. If Wang Shou wanted to sell human meat, he would have at least asked the butcher to wash and cut it overnight. Then why did they wait until the day after tomorrow to sell and not tomorrow? Aizen paused. I didn't pay attention to that. They seemed to say that they were going to the temple tonight. This time, many people's expressions changed. Aizen didn't travel with Zhongjiu's group, so there was a lot of information that they didn't know. For example, when they left the temple, Granny Yin specifically told them that the temple wouldn't open at night, so they could only find her during the day. Thinking of the old village chief's cold face when he came out of the temple, it was clear what the villagers' intentions were. Zhongjiu's expression turned cold. Let's go. Something might have happened. Just as he finished speaking and everyone rushed into the pouring rain, the main system's cold voice sounded. Mole ID card main mission, find a perfect corpse. Mission failed. Not only Zhongjiu, everyone else also received the message. Normal ID card main mission, protect the villagers. Mission failed. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. Both factions' main missions failed. Unable to determine. Famine Mountain Village instance is restarting. In an instant, the pouring rain stopped. The surrounding scenery changed and returned to stillness. Not far away, the human traffickers were pulling a small cart slowly towards the entrance of Tongbai village. Nearby, Wang Shou and the villagers were working together to tighten the hemp rope on the little girl's body. The trainee stood in an open space and couldn't move. They could only watch the prelude repeat itself. Everyone had the same astonishment on their faces. No one knew why the missions of the two factions would fail at the same time, and no one knew why a mission with a 7-day time limit would wipe them out on the 3rd day. If they didn't know, the bullet screen was even more clueless. Everyone was talking at once and paying close attention to the latest developments in the livestream. Instance Dungeon Famine Mountain Village has been successfully restarted. This is the last time the Instance Dungeon will be restarted. If the mission can't be completed this time, the entire team will be eliminated. Extracting the Instance Dungeon's punishment mode extraction complete. All the trainees suddenly felt a long-lost hunger in their stomachs. It was burning. Forced activation of hunger value. The upper limit of hunger value is 60. If the value drops to 0, you will die immediately. Please be sure. The continuous stream of news made everyone unable to react in time. The hunger value setting has been opened. Oh my god, this instance dungeon is a famine mode. This is killing. The upper limit is 60. If it drops to 0, you will die. This punishment method is too scary. And it's death, not elimination. At least you will be eliminated if you fail the instance dungeon. If you are eliminated, you can still fight in the punishment instance dungeon. Direct death is a bit harsh. Be reasonable. How could I not see that they failed the main mission? I'm so confused. Confused plus 10086. It can't be that both camps' main missions will fail at the same time, right? I really don't understand. With the end of the prequel plot, the trainees' expressions gradually became serious. Failure of the main mission was the punishment of elimination. According to the merciful speech of the main system, after elimination, they could still enter a single punishment instance dungeon. If they could clear the instance dungeon, they could return to the arena of the frightening trainees. Unfortunately, in the previous solo instance dungeon, none of the eliminated level F trainees successfully cleared the instance dungeon. All of them died in the punishment instance dungeon. But at least there was a chance of survival in the punishment instance dungeon. If they were judged to be dead, they would not even have the chance to make a comeback. Everyone knew what this meant. A small number appeared in the upper corner of each trainee's pupil. Inside it was the hunger value. The instance dungeon had just restarted, and the crazy main system gave them a very dangerous hunger value, 19. Now, everyone could clearly feel the burning hunger in their stomachs. It was as if their stomachs were about to be squeezed together. It was extremely uncomfortable. Other than that, some people realized that something was wrong. They did not see EUSE's figure in the square. After restarting, no matter where the trainee was, as long as he was still breathing, he would be teleported here. If he did not come, it meant that he had died unknowingly. Combined with Anthony's words about him tailing the magician, everyone had different expressions. There was no lack of suspicion and sizing him up. Everything followed the previous plot again. In the square of Tongbai village, Wang Shou swaggered over with the villagers carrying hoes. He spoke arrogantly and asked them to give him some benefits. Last time, the trainees took advantage of the fact that they did not need to eat. They took the dry food in their bags and changed places to rest. This time, food was their life. No one would be stupid enough to hand it over. They all chose to remain silent without prior consultation. No benefits? As expected, Wang Shou's eyes swept over the bulging bags on the backs of the self-proclaimed escapees, and his face darkened. You want to enter our village if you don't hand it over? He snorted coldly and waved his hand. Chase them all out. Wouldn't it be terrible if he was chased out? Looking at the villagers who were about to chase them out with their hoes, everyone nervously looked at each other. After experiencing the previous reincarnation, they already knew that there was nothing in these bags other than some dry rations. They couldn't hand over the food, and they really didn't have anything else. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. An old man suggested in a low voice, "Why don't we pretend to leave the village first and sneak in at night?" That's not very appropriate. Our main mission is to protect the people in the village. If we sneak out of the village and then sneak back, not only will it be difficult to gain the trust of the villagers, but it might also affect the subsequent missions. Lin Wuxing frowned. Is there any other way, or does anyone have other valuable items in this pocket dimension? What's so valuable about it? We're all paupers now, okay? Miserable. Wait, I suddenly thought of something. When he said this, everyone thought of something at the same time. In the previous reincarnation, Magician had conjured a large silver dollar and successfully bribed the villagers. Although it was an era of famine, money had not lost its usefulness. No one knew where magician had conjured the silver dollar from, but with Euse's death, many of the old men were suspicious. Suddenly, everyone's eyes swept over to the white-haired young man standing at the side. Zhongjiu glanced at languishing indifferently. In the next second, his jade-like slender fingers made a grasping motion in the air. When he opened his hand again, a large silver dollar was lying quietly in his palm, glowing with a cold light. No one saw his movements clearly. After seeing the money, Wang Shou's eyes lit up with greed. When Wang Shou sold his daughter, the trafficker only gave him $6. Now, he could get $1 for a simple lodging problem. Who wouldn't be tempted? The white-haired young man casually tossed the silver dollar in his hand. This is the last of my travel expenses. Let me think about it. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Wang Shou's expression. As expected, when Zhongjiu revealed that he didn't want to give him the money, Wang Shou's pupils visibly darkened for a moment. His eyes were dark, just like the corpse Zhongjiu had encountered in the tunnel. As expected, this confirmed one of Zhongjiu's earlier conjectures. Their train of thought during the first reincarnation could have been wrong from the start. Zhongjiu narrowed his eyes. He tossed the silver dollar over. I only care about these 10 brothers of mine. I don't care about the others. After receiving the money, Wang Shou naturally agreed to whatever he wanted. He would do whatever he wanted. The people from the other team were unhappy. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I only have $1. Of course, I'll help my own people if I can. Do you think I have to be responsible for your suspicions? Zhongjiu waved his hand. The newcomers behind him immediately took a step forward, drawing a clear line between them and the veterans of the other team. If you suspect that I'm a mole, you can try to have 5 of you vote for me. Now that the instance has been rebooted, the overall rating will be lowered. If there's a mistake, everyone here will be demoted. It feels good to eliminate a competitor without losing a single soldier, don't you think so? In a situation like this where the slightest mistake could lead to a team wipe, you're not thinking about finding the secret behind the instance, but thinking about this. A poker card appeared in the white-haired youth's hand. He shrugged. Then do your best. After that, he led his people into the village without looking back. Wang Shou said, Lao Chang, take them to the empty house at the back of the village. Lao Chang, thinking of the first corpse that was hung on the old locust tree, the newcomers trembled. They were so close to Lao Chang that they almost jumped out. Many people secretly looked at Lao Chang, who was listening to Wang Shou's instructions. His body shape was the same as the people of this era. He wore a cardigan, revealing his skinny body. Most importantly, when the sun shone on the horizon, a blurry shadow could be seen on the ground. Then why was he not only dead an hour later, but also hung on the old locust tree? Everyone was puzzled as they followed Lao Chang. Zhongjiu purposely fell behind the group. He quietly approached Zhuge. The black-haired man lazily looked up. In this instance, Zhuge was a man of his word. Other than reminding everyone before the reincarnation, he didn't say much in front of others. Zhongjiu whispered, lower your head, don't move too much. The other party looked at him as if he was an idiot. Zhongjiu said, hurry up, I have an idea about the devil that needs to be verified. Anything about the devil was a big deal. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuge chose to lower himself and do as he was told. Then, he watched as the white-haired youth raised his hand and carefully touched the top of his head. The result was as expected. There was nothing there. Zhuge? Question mark. He looked at Zhongjiu as if he was an idiot. Unfortunately, Zhongjiu didn't notice. Of course, even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. After doing all this, Zhongjiu pondered for a moment. Then, he asked, is the devil's puppet thread invisible? His ability is flawless. As long as the conditions are met, the thread will directly pass through the dimension. Zhuge looked at him from the corner of his eyes. If he could just touch it with his hand, how could he be number one? Zhongjiu, but he still managed to find it, in front of the wooden door. What he touched with his hand was definitely not an illusion. Because when he waved his hand, Zhongjiu didn't touch one thread, but several. If there was only one thread, it could be a hair or an illusion. But if there were several threads, the feeling would be completely different. Moreover, his hand was strengthened to the highest level. Whether it was strength or touch, it was top-notch. There was no way he would make a mistake. At that time, Zhongjiu's hand swept in front of Anthony and Lin Guoxing. The only thing he felt was, Anthony was fine, but Lin Guoxing was like a human sieve pierced by the thread. Because of this, Zhongjiu paid close attention to these two people after the restart. Anthony didn't like him to begin with. Previously, they had a grudge in Las Vegas. Whether it was his attitude, tone, or expression, there wasn't much difference. On the other hand, Lin Guoxing, everyone's impression of this grade A was that he was honest, easy to talk to, and had the image of a good old man. There was no one who had particularly close contact with him in the instance dungeon. Moreover, he was in another team. The only thing he knew was that when the Famine Mountain Village instance dungeon opened, Lin Guoxing spoke up to stabilize the situation. If Zhongjiu hadn't accidentally touched the thread, he wouldn't have paid attention to this grade A who didn't have much of a presence. After all, in a horror instance dungeon, everyone was tense. Who would play a childish game of guess who I am with the devil, but once he started to have doubts, he would find that the other party was full of flaws. This was especially true for the clever words he had said at the entrance of the village to divert the calamity. That style was very similar to the first instance dungeon, when Xingyu pretended to hug his thigh, but in reality, she was provoking him everywhere. Seeing that Zhongjiu was still silent, Zhuge and slowly said, of the 5 puppet threads, although the first 4 threads can control the person's movements, their consciousness is still there. The further you go, the harsher the conditions are. Only after all 5 threads have been inserted and their souls have been completely devoured can they truly become the devil's puppet. During this period, if the person knows that they are being controlled through various means, then the puppet threads will be cut off. This information was the part that Zhuge and had not told him before. Zhongjiu listened and decided to use 2 precious card draws to verify his guess. He put his hands in his pockets, but in reality, he was silently shuffling the cards in his backpack. After all, he had a grudge with the devil. If his guess was correct, Zhongjiu could save the number of times he drew cards and directly touch them. Was Lin Guoxing the devil's puppet? Result: devil in the right position. Was Anthony the devil's puppet? Result: devil in the right position. The devil card was full of desire and temptation. Number 1 wasn't a good thing, and the card wasn't a good card either. Combined with the previous thread, it could be inferred that being in the right position might mean being completely controlled by the devil. Being in the right position might mean that the devil had a chance of survival, which meant that it wasn't completely controlled. Zhongjiu suddenly understood. Good Lord, this tarot card had such a delicate function. At the same time, Zhongjiu had a flash of inspiration. If he could touch the number 1 puppet thread, wouldn't that mean, could he also tear it off? The more he thought about it, the more Zhongjiu felt that his idea was feasible. The others could not find it, but he could. If he followed this train of thought, it would not be a problem to break it. He had to test it out if he had the chance. Although Zhongjiu didn't really believe in prophecies, whether it was in terms of ability or the various things that happened before, he and number 1 were like needles against an awl. They just happened to counter each other. If Zhongjiu was a demon, he would have rushed over to kill this chosen one. If Zhongjiu was the chosen one, he would have cut off the puppet strings as well. If they did not have a grudge against each other, Zhongjiu might have just watched from the sidelines. However, since they had a grudge against each other, Zhongjiu was not one to be afraid of trouble. He was more than happy to cause trouble for Zhongjiu. After he made up his mind, he put the idea aside and turned to ask in a low voice, "You said that number 1 is in this dungeon. What is he trying to do?" Zhuge glanced at him. "I'll tell you when this dungeon is over." "All right." Zhongjiu shrugged and did not ask further. He continued to follow behind Lao Chang. The dungeon's restart was like a knife hanging over everyone's head. The dungeon was supposed to last 7 days, but it was restarted on the 3rd day. What was even more frightening was that they did not have any leads. The rookies' faces were all gloomy. No one spoke along the way, and the atmosphere was gloomy. This time, they did not receive any money. What goes around comes around, and the only empty mud hut in the village was occupied by them. The other team had not arrived yet. No one knew what they would do, but Zhongjiu did not care. Looking at Lao Chong's back, Susan turned around. Should we follow him? Zhongjiu waved his hand. There's no need for that. Lock the door properly. Let's sort out the clues first. Hearing this, everyone obediently sat on the ground and formed a circle. After closing the door, the light in the mud hut dimmed. Only the window on the side still had some light. Previously, everyone was thinking in their hearts. Coupled with the impact and urgency brought about by the sudden restart of the instance dungeon, they subconsciously ignored the burning hunger in their stomachs. After everyone sat on the cold ground, they began to feel uncomfortable. After being a trainee for so long, even if the trainee dormitory had a huge gourmet restaurant, it was only enough to satisfy their appetite. When it came to the feeling of hunger, many people felt as if a lifetime had passed. However, the feeling of hunger was fierce and unstoppable. Our team doesn't have any rations. What should we do? Susu clutched his stomach. He wanted to cry but had no tears. In just a short period of time, his hunger value had dropped from 19 to 15. Now, looking at the numbers marked in red, he felt as if the shadow of the Grim Reaper had enveloped him. The others were also frowning. Why don't we go hunt some game in the nearby forest? The suggestion of looking for food in the village was ignored with great unanimity. After all, from the information brought back by the black-shirt Asian, the people in this village had a nasty habit of eating human flesh. Just hearing about it made one's stomach turn. But behind the village is the deep mountains. Most of the special items in the trainees' hands were supernatural items, such as various F-grade charms and so on. Very few of them had physical attack attributes. Hunting game was not much easier than hunting for the natives of this era. Moreover, in this year of famine, even people could not eat their fill, let alone animals. Someone whispered, "Sai, even if we can hunt some snakes, it's still edible." "Sai, I'm afraid the snakes are hibernating in this weather. Don't tell me we have to go to the old mud hut and catch rats to eat." Thinking of the gray fat rats, many people began to feel nauseous. Rats were a rare delicacy during the famine, but to the trainees, it was a challenge. The hunger value penalty given by the system was terrifying. The trainees did not want to think too deeply about it. But to put it bluntly, once this value was added, it was equivalent to standing on the same level as all the famine refugees in this instance dungeon. No one was more noble than the other. When faced with the test of survival, people's moral bottom line would be lowered again and again. The trainees were the same. Sai, this famine mountain village instance dungeon reminds me of the 8th-grade horror instance dungeon Fatal Poison Gas. I thought of it too, it's really too cruel, that instance dungeon really left a psychological shadow on me. Even without the live broadcast, I was scared to death when I heard the seniors' review. Fatal Poison Gas was only an 8th-grade instance dungeon, but its mortality rate was no less than any S-grade instance dungeon. The instance dungeon's background was that the entire team was sent to a future filled with poisonous haze. The threats were various mutated animals, plants, and zombies. The main storyline was survival. The scary thing was that the air in that instance dungeon was poisonous. To survive, everyone only had one oxygen cylinder, which could only last for a day. If these 4 or 5 people died accidentally and left behind their oxygen cylinders, it would be fine. But if no one died accidentally, the side quest would only give them 10 oxygen cylinders. Even if they were saved, 4 or 5 people would not be enough. No one wanted to die. Even if killing each other was prohibited, it was only relative to external injuries. Indirectly killing with a borrowed knife or gently pulling out the oxygen tubes would not be categorized by the main system as a method of killing. The outcome of that instance dungeon was imaginable. Almost all the teams that entered this instance dungeon had irreparable cracks and eventually collapsed. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would suffer from severe PTSD. The Famine Mountain Village instance dungeon was the same. It touched the bottom line of survival and no one knew what the final outcome would be. But what was certain was that if this continued, they would all walk towards the worst ending. Everyone in the mud hut sighed. Only the white-haired youth had his hands in his pockets and said with a smile, "Do you want to see me perform magic?" The others? Although everyone was hungry, watching the magician perform magic was very tempting. Hence, the newcomers had a fierce battle in their hearts. They all stared at the Xianxia with expectant eyes. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. The magician smiled faintly. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and flipped his palms. In the next second, a bright red apple appeared in his palm. The edible wax on the apple glowed faintly under the dim light. It looked very tempting. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing their saliva sounded in the silent air. The bullet screen was dumbfounded. F***ck, where did the apple come from? Who saw the magician's actions? Is there anyone who can reveal the secret of this magic trick? I didn't see it clearly. I deliberately zoomed in but I couldn't see it clearly. I'm dumbfounded. JPG, the Xianxia didn't even look at it. He threw the apple to Su Xin, who was standing opposite him. The latter hurriedly caught it and hugged the apple with a dazed expression. It was as though he was hugging the entire world. The magician lowered his head. What fruit do you like to eat? And me? Su stuttered. Anything? The Xianxia revealed a professional smile. Of course, anything is fine. Then, durian? The Xianxia flipped his palm and a durian wrapped in a plastic wrap appeared in his hand. Considering the feelings of those who don't like durians, you can go to the ventilated area at the entrance. He turned to the others. What do you all want to eat? The trainees were excited. I want to eat pineapples. I want to eat pears. I want to eat kiwis. The voices came one after another. The Xianxia nodded his head one by one. His slender fingers danced in the air. Every time he spun, he brought out a fruit. Every time a fruit appeared, everyone would exclaim and clap. Their faces were flushed with excitement and their cheers were loud enough to lift the roof. Not to mention the trainees at the scene, even the audience in the live broadcast room could not see clearly where he took out the fruit from. Record. Quick, record. I'll post it on the forum tonight. I don't believe that no one can solve this puzzle. Damn, did anyone count how many fruits he took out? One for each of them. I'm in awe. Me? Mommy, how can this magician know magic? This is magic, right? This is magic with a hammer. Don't try to fool me. There were also other comments that looked at the problem from a different perspective. Ah, is the magician such a nice person? He doesn't even keep food for himself. Yeah, I didn't believe him when he said he wanted to send everyone out of this world after he got the universal wishing voucher. Now I've been slapped in the face. Seems like there are still more good people in this world. It's not bad that he's so nice. He's not like Messiah, the Son of God. He's a little too hypocritical. +1. I felt that the Son of God was acting weird in the last dungeon. He wasn't like that before. After giving everyone a fruit, Xianxia slowly took out 2 watermelons and tossed one to Zhuge. He sat down slowly and cut the watermelon with the poker cards in his hand. Zhuge glanced at him. A strange black box? Xianxia was speechless. A watermelon can't shut your mouth. There were almost 1,000 paths that could be redeemed in Las Vegas. It was easy to tell at a glance. It was hard not to feel defeated. The items from the magician's secret box were all normal items. Although there was a limit to the number of times they could be used per day, because they were normal items, survival points could be used to exchange for the number of times they could be used. The fruits that Xianxia took out cost him about 1,000 survival points. Logically speaking, that was a sky-high price for the fruits. Of course, Xianxia was not the type to do charity for free. He had already planned in his heart how to make up for this shortfall. He was just short of putting it into action. For a moment, the newbies in the mud hut worked hard to solve the items in their hands. After eating, Xianxia clapped his hands. Let's discuss the situation in the village. First of all, I suspect that our train of thought during the first reincarnation was completely wrong. According to the clues given by Azen and Black, the villagers should have gone to the temple early in the morning. This meant that something must have happened in the temple to cause the main missions of the 2 identity cards to fail at the same time. 2 days later, in the morning, what had happened in the temple, no one could figure it out. It was obvious that they had missed out on a crucial clue. Xianxia said slowly. We have to save the woman even if we have to become enemies with the villagers tomorrow. She's the only clue that we know of. No one had any objections. At that moment, Su, who had been guarding the door and finishing his durian, came back. He carefully locked the door. Brother Gio, the other team is here. They're just outside our hut. Although they did not know how the other team entered the village, they were still here. Lao Chang was the one leading the way. The last time there was a murder in front of the mud hut, the old locust tree was empty. Therefore, they copied Zhong Jiu's team from the previous reincarnation and chose an empty spot in front of the mud hut to sit down. They could see the old locust tree from this spot. Zhong Jiu said, "Oh," and looked out the wooden window. The other team was taking out dry rations from their bags and swallowing them with furrowed brows. The newbies in the mud hut had already verified the rapid decline of their hunger points. At this rate, even if they ate sparingly, they would have to eat at least 2 meals a day. 2 meals. There was not much food in their bags. At most, it would last them until noon the next day. By then, when they really could not find any food, Zhong Jiu could extort them at a high price. Wouldn't that be perfect? The night sky was the same as the first day they entered the dungeon. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the moonlight was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, it would only rain the next night, so there were no major issues on the first night. The night passed in a state of panic. Everything that happened before dark was exactly the same as in the previous reincarnation. This time, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lao Chang's corpse was not hung on the old locust tree, but rather intelligently hung on a different roof. Of course, there was no sign of change in the tragic state of his death. Susu was stunned. This corpse is so intelligent. It knows if anyone is watching it? In this regard, Zhong Jiu had basically confirmed a thought in his heart through this matter. The team in the mud hut was fine. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content, which lessened the tension from before. Most of the time, people's confidence and courage came from external sources. Other things aside, Magician's omnipotent attitude gave them great confidence. After Lao Chang's incident, there was nothing else that required their attention that night. Zhong Jiu told everyone to get a good night's sleep. They had to conserve their energy tomorrow. Not only did they have to save the woman, but they also had to fight against the villagers. This was not an easy task. Susan raised his hand. What are we going to do tomorrow? Zhong Jiu rubbed his chin. We'll wait outside the hut first. If we see the woman, we'll take her away first. Once we succeed, we'll retreat into the forest immediately. Don't delay. No one had any objections to this plan. They knew that there were only 2 breakthroughs. One was the woman, and the other was Granny Yin in the temple. No one knew what happened on the night they failed the mission. The only thing they could do now was to gather all the clues and avoid a tragedy like the previous reincarnation. The next morning, everyone woke up before the sun rose. It had to be said that Zhuge and Tai Chi 8 trigrams was a good item. It could be used to attack and defend, and it could also be used to light a fire to estimate the time. At 4:45 in the morning, the trainees finished their preparations and filed out of the mud hut. The elders who were standing guard outside the earthen hut and had also learned from them to light a fire. When they saw them coming out one by one, they all revealed vigilant gazes. After the incident at the village entrance where the Zhongjio was unwilling to lend a helping hand, the atmosphere between the 2 groups could be said to be tense. The elders felt that the rookies did not have a good attitude and were not even willing to help. Now that they saw them, they were even more unwilling to give them a good attitude. Stay hidden. You guys go and guard around Wang Shou's house. Zhongjio turned his head and allowed Zhuge and to lead the rookies away while he turned to walk towards another team. Anthony and the others were the first to show unfriendly looks. What's there to be nervous about? I'm not looking for you guys. I'm looking for senior number 4. Zhongjio purposely emphasized the words number 4 and nodded at Aizen. Senior, can I have a word with you? The black-clothed Azan silently accepted his suggestion and turned to walk to the side. The elders' alliance was very loose to begin with. Although Aizen stood with them, he did as he pleased. He was not a petty person who held grudges. He did not take Zhongjio's incident at the village entrance to heart, and the others could not care less. Ah, they want to talk alone. Damn it, why is the livestream camera in this dungeon shared? That's right, we also want to know what the two of them are talking about in private. Sob sob sob. I feel that level S seniors are actually quite easy to talk to. I used to think that Aizen raised ghosts and shaved their heads, but who would have thought that he was actually a good person? After walking to the side, Aizen spoke first. Why are you looking for me? Zhongjiu, it's nothing important. I just have a guess. I heard from Senior that the Bodhisattva soil in front of the temple at the village entrance is extremely cold. That's right. The black-clothed Dazan nodded. That villager once said that any plant transplanted there would not be able to survive because the soil was too cold. However, this kind of coldness isn't caused by the existence of spiritual beings. Instead, it's an innate coldness. Innately cold yin objects were as rare as innately pure yang objects. If Aizen did not see the Bodhisattva soil in Tongbai village with his own eyes, he would not have imagined that there would be such pure yin soil in the world, without a trace of other yin elements. If I have to say, he hinted vaguely, it does seem like the method of immortals. Because the world cannot naturally produce such soil, even the soil of the underworld will inevitably have flaws or impurities. Of course, this conclusion was mostly because Aizen felt the light of Buddha in the temple in Tongbai village. Otherwise, he would not have dared to jump to conclusions. Zhongjiu pondered for a moment. Then how do you explain growing plants on this soil? Aizen answered, unless it's a pure yang plant, only then can it grow without being affected by the cold. As mentioned before, the probability of this happening was negligible. Zhongjiu decided to skip the topic for now. I have another question. If a normal person eats this soil for a long time, will there be any side effects? Aizen furrowed his brows. Humans are yang, just like the soil is yin. If they eat it for a long time, it will cause serious damage to their yang body. If they eat it for a long time, it will cause them to have a half-yin body. It's not impossible to forcefully open the yin-yang eye. I see. Zhongjiu let out a long sigh. Thank you for your answer, Senior. After listening to my explanation, what do you think of my suggestion of people turning into ghosts? Zhongjiu had this speculation a long time ago. First of all, he saw the pupils of the villagers turn black from time to time. Every time, it was only for a split second, and then it quickly returned to normal. Second, when he and Eusc encountered the ghost in the tunnel, it was obvious that the ghost still had the ability to think. It did not immediately turn into a mindless ghost. Lastly, people turning into ghosts was not an isolated case. Similar cases were recorded in ancient and modern legends. But perhaps it was just as Aizen said, the conditions were too harsh. Now, the harshest condition had been unintentionally met. If they eat bodhisattva soil for a long time and supplement it with evil thoughts, it's highly possible. Aizen frowned, but it requires a terrifying amount of evil thoughts. It's not just terrifying, it has to be enormous. Halfway through his sentence, he didn't continue. He had seen how evil the people in this village were. Just the fact that they liked to eat human flesh was enough to make people shudder. As for why Aizen kept saying that the villagers of Tongbai village had a fetish for eating human flesh, and not because they were forced into a corner. It was because he found fresh human flesh soaked in blood in the water tanks of almost every household. Some of the villagers had surplus food, but they also had water tanks for human flesh. When he went to the butcher's house, he found that the butcher's firewood shed was full of frozen corpses. Many of the corpses were even cleaned of the flesh on the bones. They did not want to waste any of it. The only thing worth celebrating was that these corpses did not have any resentment. They were probably ordinary people who starved to death on the side of the road. Their bodies were picked up and their flesh was cut off to be sold. They had not reached the point of killing people and cutting off their flesh. If they were killing people and cutting off their flesh, Aizen would have noticed as soon as they entered the village. There was no need to wait until now. It was obvious that the villagers were addicted to eating human flesh. In the forest behind the village, there were still many trees with bark hanging from them. Plus, there was edible bodhisattva soil, so they obviously had a choice. Even if the villagers had this fetish and the bodhisattva soil as a catalyst, in all fairness, Aizen did not think that it was possible to turn people's hearts into ghosts. Zhongjiu did not argue with him on this topic. He changed the topic. We do need more evidence or facts to prove it, but since there is such a possibility, we should prepare for the worst. What do you think, Senior? Aizen relaxed his eyebrows. Of course. If the worst-case scenario was true, then the village would be in a much more difficult situation. Aizen knew better than anyone how difficult it was to turn people's hearts into ghosts. What was even more terrifying was that the process of turning people's hearts into ghosts did not happen overnight. Ghosts would always lurk in people's hearts. Once they accumulated to a certain amount, they would break out of the body and be devoured by endless evil thoughts. They would become evil ghosts in human skin. After getting the information he wanted, Xianxia immediately rushed to the village head's mud hut in the north of the village. In the last samsara, Wang Shou rushed out with his injuries at dawn. Since they had the necessary information this time, they had to hurry. When Xianxia arrived at the mud hut, Su Sen, who was guarding the door, hurriedly reported to him in a low voice. We haven't found anything yet. At this point, everyone felt that it was strange. According to the information, the woman must have sneaked into the house before dawn to see if her daughter was still there. However, she ran into Wang Shou and stabbed him with a hairpin in desperation. Then she ran out in a hurry. Therefore, the best solution was to stop the woman before she entered the mud hut. This way, they could avoid a direct confrontation with the villagers and leave a buffer for the situation. Keep watching. It should be around this time. Xianxia looked up at the sky and crouched in the corner. More than 10 people densely surrounded the village head's house. As long as someone rushed out or entered, they would not be able to escape their eyes. After about 10 minutes, footsteps suddenly came from the small forest behind the mud hut. All the trainees looked at each other and walked in that direction. By the time they got there, a few trainees had already subdued the woman. In order to prevent the villagers from hearing, they had no choice but to cover the woman's mouth with strips of cloth and take her to a place far away from the mud hut. On the other side, the vermilion roof of the temple was faintly discernible under the cover of the forest. After walking into the forest, they untied the strips of cloth and formed a circle. Not only Xianxia's team, but another team obviously had the same goal. When they saw them subduing the woman, they all followed. The woman's face was full of fear. She opened her mouth and shouted, "Help! Someone come! You lechers! Auntie, we mean no harm." Susan hurried to calm her down. But it was clear that the other party was very agitated. Not only was she agitated, but she also tried to break out of the encirclement. This chaos lasted for almost half an hour before the woman calmed down. "You're not lying to me? You're not sent by that bastard Wang Shou?" Seeing that her attitude finally softened, everyone sighed in relief. "We're really not." It seemed that the woman believed them. She looked at the trainees suspiciously. "Then move aside. I still have to find my daughter." When this topic was brought up, everyone was silent for a moment. "Your daughter was already, yesterday." After a while, someone was about to speak, but Xianxia directly interrupted him. "Auntie, we want to ask you something. If you're willing to tell us, we'll naturally send you back in one piece." The woman sneered. "I knew you were up to no good." The white-haired youth pretended not to hear her accusation. He stared into the woman's eyes. 3 years ago, the old woman who lived behind the old pagoda tree in the east of the village. How did she die? The woman's expression changed slightly. What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Don't understand?" Xianxia chuckled. "Our daughter is 6 or 7 years old. She's been married for 3 or 4 years. How can she not understand?" He continued, "In the past few days, there have been villagers who died mysteriously in the village. You came from your mother's house alone, so you should have heard about it. The others said that the old woman came back to take your life." At this point, the woman's expression changed even more. This time, the other trainees also noticed that something was wrong. That was because her expression was nothing else. She was dodging, but at the same time, there was obvious fear mixed in. It was obvious that the woman was really afraid of the malicious spirit that Xianxia spoke of coming back to take her life. At a glance, everyone knew that something was up. This was clearly the reaction of someone who had done something wrong. She opened her mouth. If that old woman is really found, what's the use of telling you? This time, the one who spoke was Asian in black. If you haven't done anything wrong, naturally you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. But if you have done something wrong, the sea of bitterness is boundless. If you have a sincere and repentant heart, maybe ghosts will let you go. These words seemed to give the woman some reassurance. After hesitating for a moment, she finally relaxed. 3 years ago, I had just married into this village with my daughter. The woman was originally a widow from the neighboring village. She was beautiful, but her husband's family unexpectedly passed away early. She was widowed at a young age. Her husband's family didn't have much money. A widow like her couldn't get any benefits in the village. Her mother's family couldn't take care of a married daughter, so her life became more difficult. Coincidentally, the son of the village chief of Tongbai village was also a widower. His ex-wife died in childbirth after giving birth to a son for him. Coincidentally, there was a matchmaker in the two villages who took the money to matchmake. After meeting Wang Shou, he drooled over the widow's beauty. The two of them agreed after some reluctance. However, after marrying, the woman's belly failed to live up to expectations. She was unable to give birth. Her status in her husband's family became lower and lower. Every day, she had to beg the village chief's whims. Wang Shou often scolded and beat her. The village chief's family had the final say in Tongbai village. Coincidentally, the famine began that year, and the people had no way to make a living. She didn't have much to eat at home. That granny also has no children. Her husband passed away long ago. But she's old, so she lives alone in that old mud house. The old woman was a Buddhist. The woman said that before the Bodhisattva appeared in Tongbai village 3 years ago, the old woman was the only one in the village who believed in Buddhism. Before that, no one cared about the Bodhisattva land in front of the temple. The temple was short and run down, and no one could see its original appearance. After all, the Bodhisattva land couldn't grow plants. It was already a famine. Who would care about a land where nothing could grow? Only the old woman believed in Buddhism. She took care of the Bodhisattva land day after day. She watered it day and night, and often took a broom to the temple to clean. At this point, the woman hesitated. Not only that, she also had a hobby of eating the Bodhisattva land. She only ate that land every day. However, she was a kind person. During the famine, she ate the land herself and gave the rest of the food to the villagers. However, the matter of her eating the land was later discovered by the villagers, so the villagers also took the land back and ate it like her. The Bodhisattva land originally only had a shallow layer. When the villagers ate it, she didn't have enough to eat. Because of this, she quarreled with everyone for a while, complaining that others ate the food she gave them and wanted to fight with her for the land. Later, there wasn't enough Bodhisattva land, so she starved to death in that old mud house. Her eyes flickered. The villagers only found out after more than 10 days. By then, the corpse was already smelly. Although the villagers didn't do the right thing, when there was a famine, who cared about the consequences? Everyone just wanted to survive. They mistreated the old woman, but no one sent her food. Perhaps because of this, she held a grudge, and now, sigh. The woman's expression was a little angry. But later, the village raised money to build a memorial tablet for her. If they still want to kill her, it's too much. Many of the trainees showed a look of sudden realization. Only Xianxia and Aizen in black were still frowning. Okay, you want me to say it, and I've already told you. Now you can let me go. Xianxia said lightly, okay, let's go. After that, he motioned for Su Su and the others to loosen their shackles and follow him. Although Su Su and the others were confused, they were used to following Xianxia's instructions over the past few days. Therefore, they didn't ask anything and followed the white-haired youth out of the forest. On the other hand, Anthony's group of elders obviously wanted to get more information from the woman, so they didn't interfere. Instead, they watched the newcomers leave with cold eyes. It was worth mentioning that Aizen in black muttered a few words and left the group of elders alone. Xianxia didn't delay and led the newcomers to the temple at the back of the village. Susan whispered, Brother Jiao, is there something wrong with what the woman said? Unlike Xianxia, they didn't hear the conversation between the old village chief and Granny Yin in the temple, so they couldn't tell if there were any contradictions in their narrations. In fact, if they hadn't collected any other clues, the woman's words would have answered all their questions. If that old woman turned into a ghost and came back to take revenge on the village, it's not impossible. Susu pondered. Whether it's the timeline she mentioned or the reason why the villagers were fighting to eat the bodhisattva soil, they can all be solved. It's just that, he remembered the scratch marks on half of the old mud house's wall and felt that something was wrong. Susu couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. There's a problem. Of course there's a problem. Xianxia shrugged. She's lying. It's too obvious. As for why it's hard for you to notice, it's because her lie is extremely clever. It's not a lie from beginning to end, but a mixture of truth and falsehood. F***ck, I knew she was lying. That's right. That woman kept saying that she cared about her daughter. Why didn't she take her daughter with her when she escaped? Sigh, it's too difficult. It wasn't easy to find a clue, but it turned out to be fake. There aren't any clear clues in this pocket dimension. It's driving me crazy. When the woman was speaking, Xianxia had been carefully observing her micro-expressions. When a person was lying, their micro-expressions would change. Moreover, she was obviously hiding something extremely important. So my guess is that not only did she lie, but she might also be an accomplice. Alright, we've got this clue. Since the living can't provide any more information, next, we'll have to find the dead to get information. Hearing his words, the others recalled that Granny Een in the temple had said that she would try to go down to the underworld in the next few days. Going down to the underworld meant going down to the underworld. It was also known as going down to the underworld or going down to the underworld. There were two ways to go down to the underworld. One was to go down to the underworld alone and find a designated ghost. Then, she would invite the ghost to possess her body so that the living who missed the dead could talk to her. The other way was similar to watching the fall of the underworld, where one would bring the living to the underworld. However, this method was extremely difficult and risky. Unless one was a powerful Taoist, no one would try it. Xianxia was certain that Tongbai village's current situation was definitely not because of the old woman's ghost, Hua Qing, who had returned to settle accounts with them. Since the old woman had not turned into a ghost, they could try to find the old woman's soul through going down to the underworld. The villagers were full of lies and had done something wrong. It was more convenient to ask the person directly than anything else. Even Aizen, who had been following them silently, nodded. He felt that this method was feasible and agreed with him. Perhaps because they had caused too much of a ruckus before dawn, the villagers finally showed signs of waking up. In the distance, the villagers gathered in front of Wang Shou's mud hut with hoes in their hands. They were moving toward the forest. Susan was worried. It seems like they've been discovered. What should we do? It's only dawn. Will the temple open so early? Who knows? I only know that if you don't prepare your tools, we're going to die here. Unknowingly, the large forest suddenly quieted down. The trainees also realized that something was wrong. Each of them took out their life-saving tools at lightning speed and looked around cautiously. In the intersecting gaps between the leaves, there were layers of ghostly shadows flashing in and out of by-ear sight. Not far away, another group of trainees was running quickly. Behind them, a large group of cursing villagers had gathered. Xianxia ordered, "Run." This? How long has it been? What's happening over there? Did we poke a hornet's nest? The village was so quiet just a moment ago. Why are there people and ghosts all of a sudden? F***ck, what did they do? The rookies were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They had only taken a few steps, how did they cause such a huge commotion? Not only were the ghosts swarming over, the villagers were also in a crazed state. Their faces were distorted as they chased after them without thinking. Don't worry about that for now. Let's run to the temple first. Xianxia turned back. The poker card at his fingertips made a rustling sound in the cold air before it sank into the tree stump with a loud thud. Vision in the forest was greatly obstructed, not to mention they were currently surrounded. Everyone's movements were not slow. They raised shields, threw charms, and chanted innumerable incantations. Aizen frowned as he looked at the ghosts. For a moment, he could not tell which belonged to the villagers, which belonged to the leaves, and which were the real evil ghosts. Therefore, he simply chanted a few incantations on the spot and released a portion of the small ghosts from the soul-summoning banner. In an instant, a chilly wind blew in the forest, sending withered leaves flying. Although they tried their best to avoid direct conflict with the villagers, there was nothing they could do about it. They could only run as fast as they could. The group of people ran as fast as they could, their screams rising and falling. Soon, they arrived in front of the temple. Coincidentally, the sky had just brightened. The stooped black-robed figure in front of the temple just happened to close the door. He used a dustpan to carry water and leaves, sprinkling them on the ground as he swept the dust. The trainees could not care less. They rushed into the temple like a swarm of bees and quickly pulled at the temple door's handrails. A group of people shouted as they closed the temple door that had just been opened. In the end, someone even took out his special tool to lock the door. After the temple door was locked, the entire temple hall darkened. Only the lotus lamp beside the clay bodhisattva's memorial tablet still emitted a faint light. Granny Yin looked at their actions, but didn't go up to stop them. Instead, she frowned. "Who are you? How dare you be impudent in front of Bodhisattva?" Zhongjiao gave Susan a look, and the latter took the initiative to negotiate with Granny Yin. He turned his gaze to the other team. "Damn it, there's really something wrong with that woman." A B-level old man, Chao Hongtao, scolded. Looking down, there was a shocking bloody bite mark on his hand. After the Zhongjiao's team asked for the information, the old man's team immediately realized that the woman was lying. Therefore, they wanted to coerce the other party into telling the truth. Coincidentally, Chao Hongtao had learned a little about interrogation and torture, so he volunteered. Killing an NPC might cause the entire storyline of the quest to collapse, but making the NPC suffer a little was not a problem. The old people who had seen all kinds of storms in the infinite loop did not have any glorious methods. As long as they could survive and circumvent the rules, why not? Chao Hongtao asked bit by bit, while paying attention to the changes in her expression. This kind of NPC was very consistent with the background of the era, and had not received professional interrogation training, so it was easy to find flaws. Soon, Chao Hongtao found a suspicious point. The previous narration included the old woman guarding the Bodhisattva's land, eating the Bodhisattva's land, and was a good person wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha. She even secretly sent food to the woman. These narrations were not mixed with any other exaggerations. The problem was how the old woman died. As long as this was asked, she would have a drastic change in her mood. Just as Chao Hongtao was overjoyed and tried to follow this clue to find more information, the woman suddenly began to hysterically scream. "I have already told you everything I know, what else do you want?" Her expression became extreme, and her voice was sharp. "So what if she treated me well? She was the only one in the whole village who could eat her fill. Didn't she deserve it later?" At this point, the woman felt that she had misspoken, and immediately shut her mouth again. No matter how much she asked, she could not get a single word out. Not only that, under the interrogation, she was so angry that she bit Chao Hongtao's hand and shouted for help, attracting the attention of the villagers. They had no choice but to give up on the interrogation. In the beginning, the rookies felt that the woman was pitiful, but now that they saw this, they realized that she was not innocent even though she was full of lies. Chao Hongtao borrowed a cloth from someone and hastily wrapped his hand. With a malicious expression, he said, "This village is King evil." On the other side, Su Sen's negotiation was fruitful. In the previous samsara, Granny Yin had revealed her attitude towards this deserted village in front of them. So when they took out enough evidence this samsara, the other party's attitude was not too suspicious. "This old one understands what you mean," Granny Yin said slowly. "After listening to your narration, it is indeed the fastest way to find the old woman's soul and ask clearly. But," she changed the topic, "there is no way to go in during the day, and tonight is not a full moon night. If you want to leave, I'll have to trouble the boys to bring the empty dark red coffin in the morning hall over." Not only that, not going in during a full moon night required a lot of preparation work. The others followed Granny Yin's instructions. Some moved the coffin, some swept the hall, and some lit the candles. The hall was dark, and the cold wind that slipped in through the gaps blew the gauze curtains up. The villagers' shouts could be heard outside the temple door, and even the sound of hose hitting the ground could be heard. There were loud bangs, accompanied by the falling of wood shavings. "Open the door. Open the door for me. Our village has supported this dilapidated temple for so many years, and you're not even willing to open the door? This Granny is really king bad." Village chief was right. She can't wait to curse our entire village to death like that old woman. The noise outside was endless. In the end, this temple still had some aspects that made the villagers of Tongbai village fearful. They cursed, but in the end they did not dare to act impudently near Bodhisattva's feet. It seemed that the temple was still safe for the time being. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After the problem of safety was solved, another problem arose. The trainees' stomachs tightened with hunger once again, and their chests began to burn. The hunger value in the upper right corner was marked red again. It had been a night since they last ate, and they had experienced a life-and-death battle. Now, everyone was so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. Finally, an old woman could not help but ask, "Granny, is there anything in the temple that can be eaten?" The stooped figure shrouded in a black robe slowly said, "In order to pursue Anidia, we cultivators eat extremely simple and crude food. If you don't mind, you can go to the back hall where the coffin is placed to look for it." Anidia, Xianxia felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. Combined with the woman's description from before, he was very close to the final answer. Once they heard that there was food, the trainees swarmed over. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing. Because they only brought back some of the coarsest rice bran, which only added up to a handful. Even if they could eat it, it would not increase their hunger value by much. Even so, many people stared at the handful of fine rice bran, their eyes full of desire. The old man led by Chao Hongtao had other ideas. He looked around. "Look, isn't there fruit on the altar? Why don't we secretly?" "It's best if we don't." Lin Wuxing frowned. Senior number 4 said before that there is Buddha Chi in this temple. Although these fruits are dried, they are all used for worship. If something goes wrong, no one can bear the responsibility. Then what should they do? That being said, not many people shifted their gaze away from the offerings. No one wanted to die. If they really had no other choice, who would care about that? They still had to stay in the temple for an entire day. Now that everyone's hunger value was red, one day meant that they had to eat at least 2 meals. Even if they added the rice bran and fruits, it would at most be enough to feed 4 or 5 people for a day. But there were more than 30 people standing in the temple. On the other side, a few old people had already started arguing about the ownership of the handful of rice bran. They were all red in the face. Everyone wanted to get more, and the verbal conflict was escalating to physical conflict. Some of the old people with lower levels even had their eyes on the bodhisattva soil outside the temple. "Say, everyone in the village eats it. It should be fine if we eat it, that's true. Sigh, if we really have no other choice, this is the only way." Someone in the dark curled his lips, his smile full of joy and malice. This was just the beginning. It seemed like there was still room for choice. When there was no other choice, the hunger value would drop from 2 digits to 1 digit. When the Grim Reaper's footsteps approached, and when the body and mind were tortured to the brink of death, the final result would be even more interesting. He was more than willing to waste time like this to enjoy the expressions of humans struggling in the quagmire of pain. Especially, his gaze swept across the white-haired young man standing at the side, as if he was staring at an interesting toy. Xianxia frowned. For some reason, he felt a gaze that made him very uncomfortable. Very familiar. He looked at the chaos in the temple and calculated in his mind. Finally, just as the people fighting over the rice bran were about to fight, he stepped forward. "Why are you all fighting? Harmony is the most important thing. Don't hurt your own people." Xianxia's words attracted everyone's attention. 23,333, they don't know that magicians can make food out of thin air. This is hilarious. When everyone in the temple knows, everyone will have to kneel down and call him daddy. That's right, I'll call whoever can fill me up daddy. "Daddy, I'm a rice bran, please give me another bowl." The old people sneered. "Why do you care? Do you want a piece of the pie too?" Another B-level was even more impolite. I advise you to mind your own business. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you've been recognized by that lord. The white-haired young man sighed and spread his hands. Sigh, I'm here to do business with you. As he said this, he flipped his hand and a large red apple appeared in his palm. Facing everyone's gaze, Xianxia touched his chin. 1,000 survival points for an apple, isn't this a fair price? The others, why don't you just rob us? Ha 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 ha, famous scene. The scene I'm looking forward to the most is here. Look at their expressions, they're all dumbfounded. I definitely won't say that their expressions are the same as when they saw the magician perform a day. JPG, other than the Xianxia's team, who had already experienced the magician's live performance, the other trainees' eyes widened like copper bells. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Chao Hongtao's voice trembled. You. Where did you get it from? He suddenly turned around to look at the fruit platter below the clay Buddha. The fruits and tributes were still there. Not a single one was missing. What are you looking at? The Xianxia was unhappy. Look at the apple in my hand. It's big and round. How can it be the same as the shriveled peels? As he spoke, he used his index finger to push against the sunken part of the apple. He spun it twice like a basketball, allowing everyone to take a good look at it. They could clearly see the fresh and juicy skin and the fragrance of the fruits. Such a big apple is worth 2. Eating it will restore at least 30 hunger points. It's a green fruit that's non-toxic and harmless. It's a fair trade. Just then, the newbies who had gone to the back of the morning hall to carry the coffin returned. The seniors were self-conscious about this kind of physical work. None of them were willing to do it, so the newbies on the Xianxia's side took over. Not to mention other things, the vermilion coffin was heavy enough. It was so wide that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. It took several people to lift it. After everyone worked together to place the coffin on the ground of the temple's main hall, the coffin made a dull thud and landed steadily. The newbies clapped their hands and quickly came up to help with the promotion. That's right. Brother Joe's apples are filling. Eating one is equivalent to eating half a meal. That's right. It's as delicious as just plucked from the tree. It's fresh and crispy. I'm willing to call it the most delicious fruit in the world. They cooperated with the Xianxia to promote for a while. They saw that the seniors on the other side were still suspicious. It was obvious that they didn't believe it. Anthony sneered. 1 apple for 1,000 survival points. That's too much. Why don't you go rob a bank? Xianxia said innocently, aren't I robbing? Oh no, buddy, have you ever heard of demand exceeding supply? We're currently in the famine instance dungeon. I don't think I need to tell you how precious an apple is in this situation, do I? Since it's something that can prolong one's life, do you think that your lives aren't worth this price? This rhetorical question left everyone speechless. I heard it. Magician just said that he was ripping people off. I heard it too. I can testify. Ha ha ha, I'm not the one making money, but why am I so happy? A mole is actually so conscientious in helping ordinary people. It's not right to not give him survival points. Again, I really want to see their reaction when they find out that magician is the mole. JPG, forget it, I gave you guys a friendly price because you guys are old and have a lot of survival points. The white-haired youth raised his eyebrows. Since you don't want it, then I can only help the newcomers. With that, he turned around and said, come. Brothers, it's time for dinner. What do you want to eat today? The newcomers excitedly chattered. Guava. Jackfruit. Grapes. Grapefruit. Mango, forever divine. The old men were dumbfounded as they watched the white-haired magician's fingertips casually twirl in the air. Every time he jumped, he brought out a different type of fruit. Every time one appeared, the newcomers would clap and cheer wildly. The scene was extremely lively. Is this a special tool? An old man asked uncertainly. Even the knowledgeable old men had never seen such a scene. How could there be such a trashy special tool whose only function was to bring out fruits one by one? Good heavens! They looked at the newcomers with disdain as they swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. The few people who were fighting for the Chaff felt that the hard rice in their hands was no longer fragrant. Everyone's eyes were focused on the magician who was immersed in his performance in the middle. Languishing narrowed his eyes. Since he didn't speak, the old man would naturally speak up. Chow Hongtao said sourly, "Hey, didn't you just say that an apple costs 1,000 survival points? Why can they eat it without paying?" Zhongjiao said, "They call me Big Brother. It's only right for a big brother to give food to his underlings. Are you going to call me Big Brother too?" Chow Hongtao's face turned red, then white, then red again. With his esteemed status as a B-level trainee, he naturally couldn't call a C-level newcomer Big Brother, no matter how much potential the newcomer had. Even if he didn't call him Big Brother, it didn't mean that the others around him wouldn't call him Big Brother. His hunger value decreased too quickly. In the short time it took to communicate, it decreased by 5 points. A C-level old man was so hungry that he called him Big Brother while trembling. What was even funnier was that Zhongjiao subconsciously responded. The bullet screen was going crazy with laughter. "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die from laughter. The magician is really a talent. It's time to poke fun at these old men. We're in a life and death situation. If they help you, it's a favor. If they don't, it's their duty. What's wrong with bartering? It's good enough that they can eat." "That's right. We've already restarted the instance. If we delay any longer, we might be wiped out." I didn't expect the old man to still be so arrogant. Quick, quick, quick. I want to see all the old men call the C-level Big Brother mole. GKD. Since he agreed, Zhongjiao couldn't take advantage of this Big Brother for nothing. He was silent for a while before he took out an apple and handed it over. The old man nodded and bowed. He took the apple and bit into it. When people were extremely hungry, the food they ate would be exceptionally delicious. Thus, the C-level old man immediately gave up and said that it was the best apple he had ever eaten. This time, the other old men were also tempted. Hunger was the most unbearable punishment. It tightened everyone's stomach and made it difficult to breathe. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing for people. If the sky was about to collapse, who would care about anything else? Unfortunately, the next old man who shamelessly called him Big Brother didn't get an apple. He stomped his feet in anger. "Why? I called him Big Brother mole too." Zhongjiao said seriously, "The discount is limited to one person. If everyone calls me Big Brother mole, then I won't be able to do business anymore." Aizen put away the spirit summoning pagoda. He walked up and directly traded 5,000 survival points with Zhongjiao and took 5 apples. "Did you see that? The boss didn't beat around the bush. He just traded." Zhongjiao shrugged. "Everyone, think carefully. Life and death can be decided by a single thought. Now is not the time to be stingy with survival points." That was true. Although the old men were angry, they couldn't say anything when their stomachs were growling. They pinched their noses and queued up to trade. Zhongjiao looked at the survival points in his account and felt extremely satisfied. He strengthened his hands and eyes, and exchanged them for a bunch of miscellaneous items. His 1,000,000 chips were all gone. His next goal was to find a deck of poker cards to strengthen. It would be best if he could strengthen it to the point where it could even damage supernatural beings. However, to strengthen it to that level, he would need a large number of survival points. Moreover, the strengthening used consumable items that couldn't be recycled. Zhongjiao wanted to save up some survival points to strengthen a deck of cards and save them for later use. Now, the enhanced survival points were delivered to his doorstep. Wasn't that great? After a round of trading, Anthony finally came up with a sour expression. Zhongjiao didn't even raise his head. 2,000 points each. This was a blatant provocation. Who would take it lying down? Anthony the barbarian couldn't take it. The half-vampire sneered. One of his hands turned into a claw, while the other hand's black nails grew rapidly. He was going to snatch Magician's left hand. Without any warning, Anthony moved as fast as lightning. A normal human I would only be able to catch a blur. Zhongjiao was different. His dynamic vision was at the peak of perfection, so he naturally saw through Anthony's small movements. The white-haired youth took a step back and dodged Anthony's first attack. Then, there was the sound of a poker card breaking through the air. The two fought in the temple. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Wait, they're fighting over an apple? Anthony doesn't even have 2,000 survival points. Light candle. JPG, of course he does. It's just that magician provoked him. With his explosive personality, it would be strange if he could take it lying down. My focus is on the fact that magician was able to fight to a draw with the second-in-command of the Knight clan. TSK, the 1 million points in Las Vegas weren't given to him for nothing. After this, magician will probably be able to reach A level. What level A? Be bold, level S, loud. Because of the rules of the main system, the two didn't go for the kill. Anthony's target was the apple, while Xianxia's target was, he saw an opening and changed his move, quickly chopping forward. Because of this movement, Xianxia's waist pocket was slightly opened. From Anthony's angle, he could see a yellow talisman in the corner. Just as Anthony was in a daze, the white-haired young man's palm wind swept over his head without any deviation. He touched it. It was cold and hard to the touch. It was almost incomparable to any known silk thread. Instead, it was more like a piano thread with a special toughness. And there were 2 threads on Anthony's head. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and exerted force in his palm. The half-vampire, who had been aggressive, suddenly staggered. He couldn't even maintain his balance. He staggered back 2 steps before he found his bearings. Then, he glared at Xianxia. What did you do? 2 threads, which meant that he only had the ability to read memories and implant subconscious. He hadn't reached the level of control. No wonder the demon's control was undetectable. Good lord, it was a gradual process. Xianxia didn't answer. Instead, he silently let go of his hand. 2 threads that could not be seen but could only be touched slipped away from his hands and disappeared into thin air. The moment he tore off the puppet threads, the feeling of being watched intensified and rushed to the top of his head. The white-haired youth's eyes slowly swept across everyone present and finally fixed on a certain spot. Languishing put his hands in his pockets and slowly stood up from the wall. He touched his lips and revealed a smile that sent chills down people's spines. Xianxia could read lips. He was clearly saying, "What a nice surprise." Oh ho. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He tossed the apple to Anthony. I'm not fighting anymore. The latter was looking at him with hostility. When the apple flew at him, he thought it was a hidden weapon and instinctively raised his hand to block it. He did not expect his fingernails to pierce into the flesh of the apple. What's the meaning of this? The half-vampire's face looked even uglier after the apple juice splashed on his hand. The white-haired youth waved his hand. I'm tired. I don't want to fight anymore. Hearing this, Anthony's anger rose to another level. He stared at Xianxia's back with bloodshot eyes, reminding himself to stay calm and not to forget His Majesty's order. It had to be said. Although Anthony was hesitant about what Languishing said to him in the mud house, all his hesitation disappeared when he saw the yellow talisman. The magician was really a mole. As long as more than 5 people accused the same person of being a mole, after the main system confirmed it, they could work together with other trainees to kill the mole. Any trainees who participated in killing the mole would be rewarded with survival points or an increase in their evaluation coefficient. In this case, even if Anthony disobeyed His Majesty's order, he could blame it on the fact that they were in different camps and completely remove himself from the game. Anthony looked at the apple in his hand and then looked at the youth's back. His eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. On the other hand, Xianxia casually leaned against a wall and began to think. He felt that things were not that simple. Since the devil was a mentor, he had almost supreme power in this game. Under such circumstances, the question of what his purpose was became particularly thought-provoking. After lunch, everyone started to feel sleepy. The villagers outside were still shouting, but they could not hear clearly through the door. Have you found a clue? Zhuge sat on the ground. Xianxia said straightforwardly, yes, keep an eye on Languishing. This dungeon was difficult. Only EUSE had died so far, including the trainees and newbies. It was not difficult, but one wrong step and the whole team would be wiped out. There was no way to turn the tables. In the last reincarnation, they did not get an answer from the woman and did not participate in Granny Yin's Yin. No one knew what would happen tonight. There might be other clues. Zhuge did not ask him how he found out. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion came from the dark tunnel below the clay bodhisattva. A few old people came out in a single file with a child in their hands. This child was no stranger. It was the one who followed Wang Shou. We wanted to go to the morning hall to set up some dangerous challenges, but we saw this child sneaking over the wall, so we caught him and brought him here. Behind the tunnel? Oh, I remember now. Isn't the morning hall at the back of the temple open air? Hurry up and seal the tunnel. Otherwise, the villagers will be cold when they crawl in. There were too many mysteries in this dungeon. In just 3 days, there were only a few scary moments. After the dungeon was restarted, every trainee's score would be lowered by 1. The old people were not like the newbies who only wanted to survive. They were ambitious and career-oriented. Since their score was lowered, they had to make up for it from other places. At this time, the challenge of danger became their only choice. This village was very strange, and the tunnel was known to be a place where Yin energy gathered. The newbies knew their limits and felt like they were walking on thin ice. Granny Yin asked them to help, so they obediently busied themselves in the tunnel. The old people, on the other hand, had nothing to do. After some discussion, they decided to try their luck. They did not expect to catch a child instead of a ghost. How could a child climb over the tunnel? Zhongjiu frowned. When he said this, he glanced at Lin Guoxing's position. When he realized that Lin Guoxing had disappeared from his previous position, a warning light immediately lit up in his heart. Seeing that he was the one who asked, the old people quickly said, "We asked him the same question, but he refused to say anything. It's like he's a mute." Everyone knew that a portion of fruit was just a portion for a meal. It was not like they had no appetite. Facing this man who held their stomachs tightly, they would not offend him if they could and curry favor with him if they could. At this moment, Granny Yin, who was silently reciting scriptures, slowly opened her mouth. There is a door at the bottom of the tunnel that can be closed. As long as it is closed, the villager will not be able to pass. Okay. Zhongjiu nodded. Is there anyone behind you? If there is, quickly call them back. Everyone was worried about this problem, so they agreed in unison. The old man scratched his head. What about the child? Leave it to me. Zhongjiu nodded at him. At this moment, the black-clothed Asian, who had been standing at the side with his eyes closed, spoke up. I'll go with you. Because of his injuries, the black-clothed Asian did not say much. Instead, he was seizing the time to heal his injuries and rest. But if a villager really did sneak in, it would be difficult for these few old people to stop him. With a high-ranking S-rank volunteering, the other old people were naturally flattered and repeatedly thanked him. Zhongjiu watched the old people return to the tunnel before he turned his attention to the child. The child who was being carried by the back of the collar immediately hid behind the white-haired magician as soon as he landed. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Zhongjiu was treated so warmly by a child for the first time, and he was a little flustered. Then, in his fluster, he did not forget to touch the child's head to see if there were any strange threads. Yes, there were none. Not bad, he was a good child. The white-haired young man patted the child's head and pulled out a piece of candy from a hidden box. He smiled even more brightly. He crouched down. Little boy, big brother wants to ask you a question? Some things that adults did not necessarily know, he might be able to glean more clues from a child. The child was a little wary at first, but after eating Zhongjiu's candy, he was instantly won over. He nodded and looked at the white-haired young man with eager eyes. The candy Zhongjiu pulled out was the most common piece of brown sugar. The things he pulled out of the box were all in accordance with the era of this pocket dimension, so he could not conjure up any delicious candies. But it was clear that sweet candies were a luxury good in times of famine. Even the people in the city could not afford them, let alone the villagers. Big brother wants to ask you, do you remember an old lady who lived in a house behind an old locust tree in the village 3 years ago? The child said timidly, yes, she was very kind. Grandma is very good to me. She often sends me delicious food. There was hope, Xianxia and Zhuge and exchanged glances, then continued to guide the child. Then why did the old lady disappear? When asked this question, the child looked like he was deep in thought. Daddy said that the old lady ate the immortal herb and went to a place where we could not find her. After saying this, the child realized that the big brother in front of him probably did not know what immortal herb was, so he quickly explained. Immortal herb is a kind of immortal herb. You don't need to go hungry after eating it. As long as you eat the immortal herb, you don't need to eat any more. You only need to eat a little bodhisattva soil to be full every day. There was too much information contained in these two sentences. For a moment, the scattered clues in Xianxia's mind were stuck at a crossroad. One led to a beautiful story made up by the villagers to fool the child, the other led to the most terrifying ending. No matter how much he asked, he could not get any more clues. Xianxia patted the child's head again and gave him a piece of candy. Just play here in the temple. It's dangerous outside, so don't go out. The child looked at the candy, then looked at him. He nodded obediently and ran away, squatting under the clay bodhisattva to look at the candles. The white-haired youth let out a long sigh and stood up from the ground. Zhuge and raised his eyebrows. How was it? His tone was calm, as if he had already seen through the situation. Be careful. Let's wait for Granny Yin to cast her spell first. Xianxia looked at the child's innocent side profile and slowly smiled. But now I can completely confirm what the main mission of the normal card is. The main mission of the normal card was to protect the villagers. But in reality, not all the people in this village were human. There were too many people who had turned into evil spirits in human skin. That was why their eyes turned black in their daily lives. The main mission of the normal card was to protect the normal people in the village, or rather, to protect the normal people from becoming evil spirits. Xianxia was not the only one who realized this. After the clues were exchanged, Aizen and Black should have figured out the answer as well. Otherwise, he would not have volunteered to follow the old man to the back. If they continued to follow this clue, the perfect corpse for the mole card was very likely to be, just as Xianxia was thinking, the light from the white candles in the hall suddenly swept to the side. A chilly wind rose, blowing the gauze curtains hanging from high up in the hall. It was quite a visual impact. Someone realized something was wrong. Wait, where are the people who went to the corridor to call for help? The black corridor under the clay bodhisattva was still pitch black and dead silent. There was not even the slightest sound of footsteps. Xianxia's expression changed. A poker card appeared in his hand as he stared at the entrance of the corridor. In the blink of an eye, a broken shadow was thrown out from the corridor and landed on the ground. Behind it was Aizen in black, who had an ugly expression. He held the arm of an old man covered in blood tightly with one hand and controlled the spirit-summoning banner with the other as he roared. Close the door. The trainees who were shocked by the scene outside finally reacted. They swarmed forward and closed the wooden doors on both sides of the corridor. While they were locking the doors, someone outside hit the blunt flesh with a hoe. The sound of blood splattering could be heard again and again. Someone in the corridor let out a shrill cry of pain. The high pitch changed and gradually fell silent. There's someone behind us? The trainees were terrified. Aizen in black put the person down and lowered his head to vomit blood. One of them was careless and had his heel cut off by the hoe. He couldn't keep up. If the heel was cut off, naturally he would not be able to walk. It was easy to imagine what would happen if he fell behind. Everyone was silent. Just now, they had walked down the corridor to the morning hall. Halfway through, Aizen in black was the first to realize that something was wrong. It was too quiet. The entire corridor was so quiet that it was as if no sound could be heard. The trainees in front of them nervously turned on their flashlights. In the darkness, they only saw pale and twisted faces with black eyes. There were 6 or 7 old men who went with them. In the end, only 3 returned. One of the old men had half his arm chopped off with a hoe. Enduring the pain, he stumbled and abandoned his props to push himself out of the corridor. There was also the old man whose arm was held by Aizen in black. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. As number 4, Aizen in black's strength was immeasurable. He had taken the lead and walked at the front of the corridor. In the end, he had taken the brunt of most of the attacks. It was not easy for him to protect so many people from so many supernatural beings and escape unscathed. However, Xianxia did not pay attention to this. He shifted his gaze to the person on the ground who was covered in blood and wounds. The person lying there was none other than Lin Guoxing. The moment he saw Lin Guoxing, Xianxia frowned. He took a step forward and squatted on the ground, pretending to be examining him. The other party really did look a little miserable. Not only was his face covered in blood, but the flesh on his neck had also been ripped apart, deep enough to see the bone. His eyes were tightly shut, and he looked like he was in pain. If it wasn't for the weak breathing from his nose, he might have thought that his soul had already passed away. When the white-haired youth saw this, he quietly moved his foot away from Lin Guoxing's hand. It was obvious that the devil's control over Lin Guoxing was much deeper than that of the barbarian Anthony. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to touch so many threads with a wave of his hand. In the end, even if 5 puppet threads pierced him, Lin Guoxing was just a puppet of the devil. As long as he was alive, he could continue to work for the devil. If he was dead, the devil could still find another puppet. But back to the main point, whether Lin Guoxing was alive or dead, it didn't affect the devil at all. But in Xianxia's eyes, the other party's appearance was definitely not an accident, but more likely the manifestation of a conspiracy. Someone asked worriedly, "Senior Lin, are you okay?" Xianxia waved his hand, and as he did so, he carelessly touched the top of his head. He smiled gently. "Just a little badly injured, but it's no big deal." The others were speechless. They looked at Lin Guoxing lying in a pool of blood, and wanted to say something, but stopped. "You call this no big deal?" But in the eyes of some grade A, this was indeed no big deal. As long as the trainees had a single breath left in them, they would be able to return to the infinite loop and spend 500 survival points to be as good as new in the main system, alive and kicking. In the end, Xianxia was only halfway through his laugh when his fingers froze in place. Because there was nothing on top of Lin Guoxing's head. There were no puppet threads, no cold iron wires. There was nothing but hard ground. Xianxia seemed to have realized something. He maintained the expression on his face as he stood up quietly and gave his seat to the other elders who came to help. In the darkness not far away, someone curled his lips provocatively. His face was blurred in the candlelight, and Garuda's tattoo flickered in and out, making one's hair stand on end. Although they were very far apart, the smile only flashed for a moment before disappearing. But Xianxia knew very well that it was him. His worst premonition had come true. His worst fears had come true. This trick of injuring oneself to gain the enemy's confidence was truly brilliant. When Zhuge looked at him, the white-haired youth didn't say anything. He just secretly gestured a number. As expected, the black-haired man also frowned and fell into deep thought. If the demon controlled Lin Guoxing, then things would be easier. However, if the devil had taken control of number 4 Azan, things would become much more troublesome. Xianxia retreated to a dark corner, and his mind began to spin wildly. The demon couldn't have participated in the dungeon as a trainee, or else they wouldn't have not seen him until now. Thinking about it this way, he should have participated in the plot as an NPC, unknowingly taking control of the trainees and then joining the dungeon. Xianxia couldn't have touched the top of every NPC or trainee's head, which was obviously unrealistic. So, who could it be? He put his hand into his pocket, actually into his backpack, and took out the tarot cards. Just a day ago, Xianxia drew 2 cards and successfully verified the true identities of Anthony and the demon, and also successfully used up 2 of his stored cooldowns. If he wanted to wait for the next cooldown to recover, he would have to wait until nightfall today. Xianxia sighed in his heart. The temple was still in a state of clamor. The healers were busy healing, and the others who couldn't help continued to help Granny Een with the preparations for her escape. Outside the doors on both sides, wood shavings were falling. Many trainees were trying to find other things in the temple that could strengthen the door so that it wouldn't be destroyed by the villagers outside. Using the coffin as a barrier, Xianxia coldly looked at the trainees who went up to bandage Azan and helped Lin Guoxing up to take care of him. His eyes were filled with emotions. That familiar feeling seemed to follow his blood from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, and enveloped him in a boiling heat. Most of the time, he stayed out of it, like a real magician, on a huge stage, with a smile on his face that could stir up the atmosphere and affect the mood of the audience. Just like Xianxia said from the beginning, he had very little emotional fluctuations, as if he was born without them, so he could deeply understand the slightest emotion. This time, he was surrounded by a pack of wolves, and the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. The slightest carelessness could cause him to be reduced to ashes. It was rare for Xianxia to feel so excited. In the many years he had spent in his original world, even the thrill of challenging an extreme large-scale magic spell and forcing himself to the edge of life and death before breaking through in one fell swoop was far from comparable to what he was experiencing now. He could even guess that number one's feelings should be the same as his. Under the warm lights of Las Vegas, Xianxia saw the dark flames burning in the other's dark golden eyes, as if to drag him into the bottomless abyss of prison. Although he didn't want to admit it. But they did have a high degree of agreement to some extent. Xianxia had a premonition. At the end of this instance, only one of the devil's minions and the magician would be able to survive. It was just a matter of life and death, and he was already prepared. Time passed very slowly amidst the anxiety. But no matter how slow it was, the night still came as promised. When the sky outside was about to darken, Trainee finally got up from the clay bodhisattva. She sat in front of the bodhisattva for a whole day. Regardless of whether it was the noise of the villagers outside knocking on the door with their farming tools, or the injured elders stumbling back, or the noise of the other people in the temple, none of them were able to affect Trainee old-fashioned and monotonous recitation of the scriptures. Xianxia felt that this era was very magical. Obviously, they believed in the bodhisattva, and they were chanting scriptures, but they walked the traditional Taoist underworld, and not the 18 layers of hell. But in the eyes of the people during the famine era, faith was their only hope. As long as it was useful to believe in the gods, whether it was Taoism, Buddhism, or Christianity, the people were willing to believe. It was said that during the Dingwuqi famine, there was a Christian from the West who visited various disasters. He suddenly felt that the people had no way to make a living, and the people were in a terrible situation. He felt that it was a good opportunity for God to send him to save the common people. He posted a portrait of Jesus Christ on the door of his house, and wantonly preached, causing the women in the surrounding dozens of miles to come step by step and kowtow to pray for rain. But in the end, their feet were worn out, and they still couldn't ask for rain to save their lives. Even if God didn't let people live, it was still the people who suffered. After Trainee got up, the voices in the main hall immediately stopped. The child who had played in the temple for almost a day was also tired. He found a corner and slept soundly. The trainee went over and stuck a mute spell on him. He estimated that he could sleep until daybreak. Strangely enough, the villagers outside were noisy all day, but when it was almost night time, they quieted down. The whole temple was quiet. Coupled with the hanging muslin curtain and the white candles that were lit all around the temple, the huge shadow cast by the tall coffin in the center couldn't help but make people's hearts feel cold. It was incomparably eerie. The sharp voice shrouded in the black robe sounded at the right time. Walking the underworld is divided into 3 steps. Since we are looking for the person on the memorial tablet, I will light a kerosene lamp and place it on the coffin. You must not take the initiative to extinguish it. Only when the Yin energy was strong, the success rate of the underworld was high. If they couldn't wait until the night of the full moon, they would have to rely on external objects to increase the Yin energy. For example, the deep coffin placed in the middle of the main hall. No one is allowed to stand in the entire temple. Everyone must sit down. Other than chanting, you are not allowed to say anything else. At the latest, before midnight, as long as the oil lamp is extinguished, it means that I have arrived. When everyone heard this, they all sat down on the ground. According to Granny Yin's instructions, they sat around the coffin in the middle. I will start chanting at midnight. You must listen carefully to every word. Everyone close your eyes and repeat it 10 times. If you make a mistake, you will feel dizzy in the lightest case. If it is serious, your soul will scatter and your body will be implicated. When they heard that their bodies would be implicated, everyone became spirited. They repeatedly said that they would recite it aloud. Granny Yin saw that they were teachable and nodded in satisfaction. She then recited the incantation for them 3 times. The trainee silently opened the main system to record it and extract it into words. When the time came, they could just recite it in their minds. If you are fated, there may be a phenomenon of your soul leaving your body after you finish reciting the incantation. If such a situation occurs, don't be anxious. Just don't leave the main hall. When the netherworld lamp extinguishes, you will naturally return to your body. Everyone nodded like they were pounding garlic, indicating that they understood. If that's the case, then let's begin. At the same time that Granny Een was sitting on the ground, Xianxia also received a notification from the main system. The time for the next tarot card calculation was ready. It just had to happen at this time. Xianxia shifted his mind and started to chant the incantation with everyone else. The chanting of more than 30 people gathered in this small temple. It bypassed the sorghum and spread outside. Logically speaking, I feel that this scene is a bit scary. It's a bit scary +1. It's like some evil cult is gathering people to cast spells. In addition to this grey temple background, everyone is wearing tattered clothes. Stop. It's rare that we don't have to enter a horror instance to do missions. Let's not spoil the fun like this. As they chatted, the bullet screen suddenly realized that something was wrong. F***CK, did you see that? Why did the hanging muslin curtain suddenly move? In fact, when the incantation was being chanted for the first time, the trainees in the temple felt a cold wind gradually blow from the ground where they were sitting. Since the wind was blowing, the muslin curtains that were suspended in the air were naturally the first to be affected. They were like rootless duckweed that rose and fell, swaying with the wind. It looked extremely visually impactful. Unfortunately, the trainees were very obedient to Granny Yin's words. If she told them not to open their eyes, they wouldn't open their eyes. No one wanted to experience the feeling of having their soul leave their body. Everyone's eyes were tightly shut, and they couldn't see the scene in front of them. It's not just the muslin curtains. Those candles are about to go out too. If the candles go out, the live broadcast room will have to turn on its night broadcast mode. Dazed. JPG, how is it going out? Isn't the kerosene lamp placed on the coffin still fine? It's fine as long as there's some light. Don't ask for too much. Just as the bullet screen was discussing animatedly, a violent gust of cold wind was generated. Coincidentally, it went counterclockwise along the entire main hall. Wherever it went, all the lit candles went out one after another, turning into a wisp of white smoke that drifted into the air. After 10 rounds of chanting, the shrill voice suddenly stopped in mid-air. After the other trainees finished chanting, they opened their eyes in fear and trepidation. The entire main hall was dark. Only the memorial tablet on the coffin lid and the kerosene lamp were still emitting a faint light. Everywhere was quiet and eerie. On the main seat, a figure wearing a black hood sat upright. No one could see her face hidden in the darkness. In addition to the sudden dimming of the light, the temperature of the air also dropped by a few degrees, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Did anyone's soul leave their body? Did that old woman go into the underworld? I don't know. Why can't I see anything clearly? Help! No one dared to speak. They could only exchange glances. Soon, their gazes swept around in a circle. They discovered that there really was one person in the group who didn't open his eyes. The white-haired youth sitting cross-legged to the side frowned. His eyes were tightly shut, and he looked very uneasy. Xianxia felt that he was in a very bad situation. It was as if his entire body had been soaked in ice water filled with ice cubes. His originally unconscious body felt like it was in an ice cellar. It was so cold that his lips turned purple, and the coarse hemp clothes on his body seemed to have frozen into ice shards, freezing his body and seeping into his bones. It was so cold that it was obvious that something had happened. He was 100% the chosen lucky goose with an out-of-body experience. Xianxia already had a premonition when Granny Een said those words. After all, among all the trainees present, he was the only one with a mole card. Not to mention that his identity as a mole was a novice necromancer, so he was naturally fated to be a shadowy traveler. If one had to say, shadowy travelers and necromancers were kindred spirits. They both dealt with shadowy things, so it was normal for him to be chosen. Xianxia opened his eyes with a sorrowful mood. Unexpectedly, what he saw was not a pitch-black temple or floating in the air or under a dome, He was still standing on the ground. It was just that the color of the ground was a deathly gray, and the surroundings were filled with layers of fog. It was impossible to see clearly at a glance. Xianxia was originally a little confused, but after seeing his milky white body, he suddenly understood. Could it be that he had been brought into the shadowy world? After figuring this out, Xianxia felt that the land was filled with dead silence, the sky was as dark as eternal night, the fog that couldn't be seen clearly, and the dancing qi were all understandable. Shadowy travel was a very dangerous thing. Zhuge said that he wouldn't interfere with the story of this instance, but in reality, he couldn't resist his occasional outburst of a hidden chatterbox. He took advantage of the afternoon to give Xianxia a bunch of information. Shadowy travelers would usually set up a time point or use other methods to remind themselves that they were from the world of the living. After going to the world of the living, if they couldn't find their way back during shadowy travel, or if they forgot the incantation while surrounded by yin energy, then the shadowy traveler would stay in the world of the living forever, never to return to the world of the living. Without a soul, the body in the world of the living would naturally turn into a corpse. It just so happened that the threshold to become a shady person was even higher than that of a necromancer. Since they were young, yin smugglers would display an innate ability to separate their souls from their bodies. Only those with this innate ability could learn yin smugglers. Therefore, yin smugglers were usually passed down to only one person. Furthermore, it was extremely dangerous. It was very likely that they would receive a one-way ticket to the Yellow Springs during their work. In modern times, this profession, like necromancers, had basically disappeared. Only in the Terror Instance dungeons would one be able to see these mysterious professions. After thinking it through, Xianxia decided to take a look around first. It would be better if he could find Granny Yin. Otherwise, if a living person like him was caught in the netherworld, it would definitely not be good for him to stay for too long. He slowly walked forward. As soon as he took a step forward, Xianxia found himself floating. Xianxia was speechless. With great difficulty, he finally managed to control himself from sliding forward. Suddenly, he felt a gust of cold wind blowing around him. After taking the first step, the vast fog disappeared. What replaced it was a mountain range in the distance, a city decorated with red lanterns, tall towers, and black chains rising from the ground, and a blood moon hanging in the night sky. There were also thousands of pale and twisted faces. Each of them looked at the white-haired youth with malicious eyes, full of desire. Living souls in the netherworld were like fresh meat thrown into a group of sharks. The ghosts could follow the smell and come up. Looking at the countless ghostly hands reaching toward him, Xianxia's gaze turned cold. He was about to open his system backpack to take out all kinds of supernatural items, but he found that he couldn't take them out. Trainee is in a special location. Unable to use physical items. The white-haired youth was shocked. He reacted quickly. He turned around and started running. At the same time, he began to try out the items he could use. First of all, he couldn't use the tarot cards. Secondly, he couldn't use any of the supernatural items that he had exchanged for earlier. The strange black box was even more straightforward. At most, he could only take out some hell money. Xianxia cursed silently. Looking at the gloomy faces coming at him from all directions, he was about to retreat when his fingers inadvertently touched something in his pocket. He froze for a moment, then quickly realized that it was the necromancer's item. The mole items obtained from the instance dungeon couldn't be put into the system backpack in the instance dungeon, so Xianxia had been keeping the soul-sucking bell and the talisman in his pocket. He didn't expect that after turning into a spirit, he would bring these two items with him. Ring 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 ring, the soul-sucking bell was useless on humans. Humans couldn't hear it, but it was a noisy demonic sound in the ears of the ghosts. It pierced through their ears and was unbearable. The ghosts all hid their expressions and danced in the air, not daring to approach the white-haired youth. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. He shook the soul-sucking bell as he slowly walked forward. The only problem was that the soul-sucking bell could only be used for a maximum of 10 minutes, and the cooldown time was half an hour. He estimated the distance in his mind and planned to rush into the ghost town in the distance first. What he didn't expect was that at this moment, a withered hand suddenly lightly touched his left shoulder. Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly turned his head. Granny Een, who was wearing a thick black robe, was standing behind him with a lamp in her hand. A scarlet candle was suspended in the netherworld lamp. The top of the candle was dyed red, and it was slowly burning. Xianxia remembered that she said in the temple that if she didn't return by the time the candle burned out, then she would never be able to return. Her voice was sharp, and it was even hoarser and unpleasant to listen to than 100 ghosts. "Child, why are you here?" Xianxia revealed a blank expression. "I don't know. After I finished chanting the incantation, I appeared here." "Forget it, since you're here, then follow this old woman." In this underworld filled with boundless energy, Granny Een obviously didn't want to say much. She signaled Xianxia to follow her. A netherworld lamp faintly lit up, pushing away the surrounding black clouds and white arms, opening up a path of light in the crowd of ghosts. With light, one could see how many ghosts there were in the underworld. In the great wilderness, there were countless hungry ghosts, and countless commoners who died by the roadside. Even the underworld's ghost envoys weren't enough. If a normal person died, they could only drift in the world of the living for a month before they could be led down to the underworld. Even so, the number of wandering ghosts queuing up for registration was still as many as the hairs on a cow. Even if the underworld worked overtime, they still wouldn't be able to count them all. Xianxia followed behind Granny Een, and the doubts in his heart grew deeper and deeper. He felt that this matter was really a strange coincidence. His soul was said to have left his body. If no one did anything to him, how could he mysteriously follow the netherworld lamp down to the underworld? It was so coincidental that it made him look suspiciously at the back of the person in front of him who looked very stooped. The NPC Granny Een, at first, was defined by everyone as a help-type NPC. After all, in the setting of an instance, it was impossible to be surrounded by wolves, and there wasn't a single help-type character. Since she gave them a hint, told them a lot of information, and even provided a temple as a safe haven for the trainees, it was enough to prove Granny Yin's identity. Since the things she did couldn't be faked, the trainees naturally let down their guard. Since he took the ghost spy card, it was possible that he was an enemy of these help-type characters. Xianxia had suspected that Granny Een was the perfect corpse he was looking for. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the underworld. After Granny Yin's soul left her body, he wanted to see if she was his mission target. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately chosen the position closest to Granny Een. Xianxia pondered for a long time, but still decided to bide his time. He was now in the underworld, and he had to borrow the netherworld lamp, so he couldn't do as he wished. It wouldn't be too late to verify this guess after he finished his business in the underworld. With this thought, he and Granny Een passed through the underworld occupied by 100 ghosts, and walked towards the ghost city in the distance. As they walked, Xianxia pretended to casually ask, "Granny, where are we going?" After he asked, he didn't get a response for a long time. Just as Xianxia was about to ask a second time, a gloomy voice finally spoke. "To find that old granny's soul." "Xianxia, where are we going to find it?" "Just follow, why are you asking so many questions?" Thus, Xianxia obediently stopped asking. He followed behind Granny Een, walked through the cold of the underworld wasteland, walked through the surging Wang River, and finally arrived in front of the ghost city. Along the way, countless ghosts were sizing them up. No matter how hungry they were, the netherworld lamp had an aura that made them afraid, and no matter what, they didn't dare to take a step closer. The queue in front of the ghost city was endless. They openly welcomed the unfriendly gazes of the ghosts, and directly cut the queue to the front. Under the black basalt rock wall, there were ghost officers carrying red lanterns at the entrance, registering them one by one. Xianxia raised his eyes to look inside, and found that the roads in the city were neat and tidy, and the lanterns hanging on both sides were glistening red. The houses on both sides of the road were arranged in rows, and there were even little ghosts pulling carriages on the road. At a glance, it was densely packed with ghosts. The underworld, as a place where people in China's traditional culture would return to after death, was actually not as scary as people imagined. The human world had its own rules, and the underworld naturally had its own rules as well. Now that the human world was in a period of misery and suffering, people didn't even have enough to eat, so how could they have the opportunity to have children, and thus the chances of reincarnation were sharply reduced. The ghost officer didn't even raise his head, and his skeletal hand nimbly wrote on the rice paper, "Line up one by one, those who cut the queue will receive a whip. When he dipped his finger in ink to write, he felt that the aura was somewhat similar to a living soul, and only then did he raise his head. So you're here to look for someone. The ghost officer waved his hand, and let the ghost boy at the side take over his job. Before speaking, did you bring? Granny Een leaned to the side, revealing the white-haired youth behind her. Not bad. After seeing Xianxia, the ghost officer revealed a satisfied expression, and after stroking his long beard, he said, "Follow me." He brought the two of them into the government office closest to the city gate. After entering the government office, Granny Een was welcomed to the front hall, and the ghost officer alone brought Xianxia to the rear hall. Xianxia wasn't a fool, and after this series of unforeseen events, he could also guess that Granny Een had the intention of burning the bridge after crossing the river, so he quietly tightened his grip on the soul-sucking bell in his sleeve. Who would have thought that after the ghost officer brought him to the rear hall, he would look at him with pity, and bluntly said, "Ask away." Xianxia couldn't figure out what was going on, so he followed his original plan and asked about the old granny from Tongbai village 3 years ago. The ghost officer didn't expect that he would ask this question, and said in surprise, "That person has long been ranked as an immortal, how could she be in our little underworld?" Ranked as an immortal? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and continued to ask. The ghost messenger pondered for a moment, and told Xianxia everything that he knew. He explained the sequence of events clearly to Xianxia. There were some things that mortals couldn't unravel and couldn't find any clues. But to the ghost servants of the underworld, there were very few things in the world that they did not know. After all, humans could lie, but the dead could not. Nothing could be hidden from the mirror in front of the king of Hell's palace. What's more, this matter had caused widespread discussion in the underworld. 3 years ago, it was also a big matter that the ghosts talked about. ######. The old woman's surname was Wang. She had no children for many years. Her husband passed away early. After she grew old, she lived alone in the mud house behind the old locust tree in Tongbai village. At that time, there were not many people in Tongbai village who believed in Buddhism. There was only one dilapidated temple behind the village. But the story of a bodhisattva who became a Buddha here was passed down from generation to generation in the village. After the bodhisattva ascended, he enlightened a piece of land in the village. The color of this piece of land was different from the rest of the yellow soil. It was dark red. No matter what plants were transplanted on it, they could not survive. Legend had it that if a plant grew on this piece of land one day, it would be an immortal herb that could allow one to become immortal after eating it. But in the end, everyone only treated it as a story to be told after a meal. If they really believed it, no one would believe it. After all, the entire village had guarded that piece of bodhisattva land for hundreds of years, but there was no sign of green on it. The farmers faced the yellow soil with their backs to the sky. If they had the ability to believe in Buddhism and recite scriptures, they might as well plow 2 more pieces of land. The old woman was the only person in Tongbai village who believed in Buddhism. No one in the village was willing to take care of that piece of bodhisattva land, so the old woman took care of it alone. Every day, she worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. She cleaned the dilapidated temple and took care of the bodhisattva land. Others laughed at the old woman behind her back, but she did not care. She only smiled and said that she believed in Buddhism and did not feel tired. Just like that, 10 years passed like a day, and the days passed just like that. It was strange. It was indeed difficult for the old people in the village to live to 60. However, the old woman was still hale and hearty in her 60s. She did not look old at all. She could even walk around with a hoe. It was amazing. Coincidentally, the famine broke out that year. First, the heavens were not on their side, and there was a drought for an entire year. It was another locust plague. Not a single grain was harvested, and the people had no way of making a living. With no food to eat, he slaughtered the pig that his family had prepared for the new year. After the pig finished eating, it was time to eat the chaff. There were no more chaff, so he could only dig up some wild vegetables. In the end, the villagers were so hungry that they peeled off the tree bark and ate it. A large number of trees in the forest died. At night, the hunger was unbearable. Everyone found strips of cloth to wrap around their stomachs to tighten their stomachs. One night, the Bodhisattva in heaven gave the old lady a dream. The Bodhisattva stepped on the auspicious clouds, and his body was covered in rainbow-colored light. Accompanied by the fairy child, the dream was a vast expanse, and celestial music floated in the air. You and I are connected by fate. I've seen all the contributions you've made over the years. Why don't you go to that place? Remember, that item of fate is extremely young in nature, and it's an immortal item that the human body can't bear. After taking it, you need to eat a certain amount of bodhisattva soil every day. You don't need too much, just a pound is enough. After a year, your merit will be complete, and you will be directly ranked as an immortal. With that, Bodhisattva left. The day after she woke up, it was still dark. The old lady put on some clothes and went out with a lamp. Sure enough, in the barren Bodhisattva soil, a stalk of immortal grass was quietly standing there. Its whole body was covered in a faint brilliance, brighter than the cold moonlight. The old lady knew that she had met a real immortal. She gratefully kowed out on the ground, thanking the Bodhisattva for his blessing. The old lady took the immortal grass, and found that her ears were suddenly clear and her eyes were bright, and her body was as light as a swallow. In the past, she felt tired carrying water, but now she could carry a bucket with one hand and walk as if she was flying. Even the wrinkles on her face were smoothed out a lot, and her appearance was completely new. The most important thing was, after eating the immortal grass, the old lady found that she only needed to follow the Bodhisattva's instructions and take a small amount of Bodhisattva soil every day. Then she could maintain a full day without eating anything else. For people who lived in the famine era, this was simply a big surprise. Speaking of this, Ghost Messenger couldn't help but sigh. This granny is also a person of great fortune. You should know, since the Ming dynasty Lu Boan severed the dragon vein, the immortal world and the human world were almost cut off. Wanting to become an immortal in the mortal world can be said to be more difficult than difficult. If not for great destiny and great merit, people wouldn't dare to think about it. Going back to the story, he continued to say that the old lady was a kind-hearted person. Now that she was favored by the Bodhisattva, not only did she not show off her strength, but she became more low-key and did good deeds. Since she only needed to eat Bodhisattva soil every day, the old lady gave her food and a small amount of harvest to the villagers. For example, the malnourished children in the village who didn't have enough to eat, or the newly married daughter-in-law of the village head who was lacking in nutrition. But over time, this matter attracted the attention of the other people in the village. Each person and each household only received a small amount of food every month, which was not enough for one person to eat their fill. How could a mere old lady take out so much food to share with others? So the villagers secretly followed the old lady, and found that the old lady would eat a handful of Bodhisattva soil every day. As long as you eat the Bodhisattva soil, you don't need to eat for a day. Eating that soil can fill your stomach. This news swept the entire village in an instant, and the villagers rushed to eat the Bodhisattva soil. The originally thick piece of land was almost dug up until there was almost nothing left. But the Bodhisattva soil was an item of extreme ease. As soon as the human body ate it, vomiting and diarrhea would be light. After eating it, there were many people who had their souls out of their bodies at night. The villagers ate it for a few days, and found that the Bodhisattva soil didn't have the effect of filling the stomach as they imagined. Instead, it made them on the verge of death, and they flew into a rage. In their eyes, the old lady was a sinner who was hiding something. She didn't want to tell them such a good thing, and they wanted to ask her. The old lady was even more bitter but couldn't speak. There was only one immortal herb, and the Bodhisattva told her not to reveal the heavenly secret, so she didn't know where to start. The hungry villagers didn't listen to her explanation. Seeing the old lady stubbornly resisting, they directly locked her in the house. They nailed the old house with wooden boards, leaving only a small gap. After doing all this, the villagers fiercely said, "Since you don't want to say, then let us see if you're still alive after 7 days." The ghost messenger let out a long sigh. This is really hard on that old granny. At that time, the Bodhisattva said that although she didn't need to eat extra food every day, she still had to eat the Bodhisattva soil. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to control the immortal herb's yang energy. What's more, even if she ate the immortal herb, she's still immortal. How can a mortal not eat for 7 days? So after 7 days, the villagers opened the wooden boards again to take a look. Half of the wall was scratched by the old lady due to her extreme hunger. The house was a mess, and she was lying in the middle with a painful expression. She had already fallen unconscious. The villagers went up to check and found that the old lady had only fainted. Her whole body was burning hot, but she was really not dead. At this time, the news of the Bodhisattva's manifestation in Tongbai village had already spread. People from 100 miles away knew about it, and there was no lack of people with special abilities who came to take a look. Among them, there was a treacherous old lady. This old lady was very vicious. Seeing that she didn't get the immortal herb, she came up with a vicious plan. She instigated the villagers, telling them that if they ate the immortal herb, they would be able to fill their stomachs and live forever. On the other hand, she told them that it was a pity that there was only one immortal herb, and it was eaten by the old lady alone. At that time, the villagers of Tongbai village saw that the old lady didn't die even though she hadn't eaten a single grain of rice for 7 days, so they naturally believed her words. In addition, they ate the bodhisattva soil for more than half a month, so the yin energy in their bodies gathered, unintentionally magnifying the evil thoughts in their hearts. The old lady then took the opportunity to fan the flames. In Journey to the West, eating Tang Sang's meat would allow one to live forever, so they might as well follow suit. In the future, not only would they be able to eat their fill, they would also be able to live as long as the heavens. Wouldn't that be wonderful? This inhumane suggestion was unanimously praised by the villagers. They chose a dark and windy day, and set up a large pot in the open air in the center of the village. They lit a fire below and threw the old lady into the boiling water. They added oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, mixed with wild vegetables, and stewed a pot of delicious meat soup. It was strange. She was clearly an old lady over 50 years old, but the meat was incomparably delicious. It was smooth and tender, like the world's most delicious delicacy. It made people addicted with just one bite, and from then on, they would think about the taste of human flesh day and night. The ghost envoy said, Granny Een had originally agreed with the villagers to exchange her soul with the old lady. However, no one expected that after the pot of meat soup was finished, the entire Tongbai village seemed to be covered in a layer of dark shadow, and the old lady's soul also disappeared without a trace. Other people weren't clear, but the ghost envoys were very clear. If an ordinary person were to encounter this kind of thing, perhaps they would be filled with resentment, and turn into a malicious spirit to demand the lives of the entire village. However, the old lady's soul only chanted Ba a few times, shook her head, and directly ascended on the spot, becoming an immortal. Originally, the scene of her ascending on the spot should have caused a vision of heaven and earth. However, the villagers plotting to murder the old lady was truly unforgivable. Unexpectedly, even the heavens couldn't stand by and watch, and forcibly withheld the rain from the heavens. Seeing the cold wind rising on the spot, the villagers were all scared out of their wits. They hurriedly set up a memorial tablet for the old lady under the guidance of Granny Een, so as to prevent the old lady from turning into a malicious spirit to demand their lives. How stupid are those mortals? The ghost envoy sneered. It said that after they ate the old lady's flesh, not only were they unable to fill their stomachs once and for all, they even contracted the bad habit of eating human flesh. Not only that, they even continued to eat the clay from the bodhisattva. After committing such an evil deed, and accumulating too much yin energy in their bodies, the villagers all turned into malicious spirits draped in human skin. In the future, if they were to die, they would have to go down to the 18th layer of hell to atone for their sins. Hearing that, Xianxia let out a long sigh. No wonder. No wonder Xianxia was able to draw the death god's reverse position at the old mud house. The old lady's death was indeed true, but she miraculously came back to life, and ascended on the spot. That day, Xianxia had drawn the moon card at the fork in the road. The deception it referred to wasn't the old village chief's deception, but also Granny Yin's lies. That conversation was clearly a meticulously planned deception. Whether it was the old village chief, Granny Een, the woman, or Wang Shou. Ever since they entered the instance, none of the living people they met were telling the truth. From the beginning, Granny Een had taken the initiative to provide clues that misled them. Many times, the trainees were able to find traces of contradictions in the villagers' words. However, they were prejudiced and placed Granny Een, the person who took the initiative to provide clues, in the position of a helpful NPC. They never thought that she was the main culprit behind all this. No wonder the difficulty of this instance was so high. No wonder they were on the verge of being wiped out on the third day even though they had 7 days. They had the wrong evidence, and no matter how they walked, they couldn't turn to the right path. This person used words to guide people's hearts without leaving a trace, bewitching people's hearts, and was keen on stirring up trouble and fanning the flames. Yet, she stood alone and watched the fire from the other side of the river, appreciating the pain and ugliness of humans in desperate situations. Xianxia was now 100% sure who was playing the role of Granny Yin. He smiled kindly. After thinking it through, he hurriedly nodded at the ghost envoy. Just as he was about to go back and settle the score, he was stopped. The ghost envoy said, "Wait, you're now a person who has been sold to the underworld, where else do you want to go?" Xianxia. Seeing his clueless and confused look, the pity in the ghost envoy's eyes became even more intense. Perhaps it was because he wanted him to be a ghost who understood the situation. The ghost envoy patted his shoulder. "Are you stupid? Didn't I just tell you that the main culprit is Granny Yin? Oh, it's the one outside. She's much smarter than those short-sighted villagers. She knows that eating human flesh will increase her sins, and eating Yin's soil will corrode her mind and reduce her to a ghost. So, from the beginning, Granny Yin didn't walk these 2 paths." Xianxia had a flash of inspiration. A perfect corpse. That's right, a perfect corpse definitely refers to a person who has never eaten human flesh or Yin soil before. That Granny Yin often brings people down. Now that the underworld is short of manpower, passing through the 2 realms of Yin and Yang will damage the spiritual bodies of ordinary ghosts. She usually brings living souls down to exchange for more lifespan. Now that it's a special period, the King of Hell also turns a blind eye to it. Seeing that he was speechless, the ghost envoy comforted him. "Don't worry, those villagers have turned into ghosts, so naturally they'll set their sights on Granny Yin, who also worships Buddha. Our treatment in the underworld is also not bad. As long as you work hard, you might be promoted in the future." That's right, that's why the mission failed on the 3rd day. It turns out that those villagers rushed into the temple and stewed Granny Yin. After stewing, they naturally shared it. No wonder the 2 main missions failed at the same time. So it was because of this. Xianxia's body was still in the human realm. As everyone knows, if the soul left for too long, that body would become a real corpse. When the time for the instance dungeon ended, the main system would definitely judge him as dead instead of being eliminated from the mission failure. In that case, he would be directly obliterated. This time, he was really swindled by the devil. It was also a gift from the devil in return after he tore off the devil's puppet line and caused all kinds of trouble for the devil. Xianxia sneered. He flipped his hand and took out the soul-absorbing bell. With a sincere expression, he said, "Sir, I'll leave this behind as collateral. You're a magnanimous person, how about you let me go through the back door?" The ghost envoy looked a little hesitant. "Your soul-absorbing bell is not bad, but its grade is a little low. I can't explain it to the King of Hell," his words froze in midair. Because the white-haired youth opposite him took out a large amount of hell coins and casually asked him if it was enough. After Xianxia took out a large amount of hell notes, the air seemed to be silent for a few seconds. The white-haired young man had no idea what kind of shocking action he had done. Instead, he asked casually, "Is this enough?" The Reaper stared blankly and stammered, "This. Bribery in the underworld, if you're caught, it'll be very serious." Although he said that, he could not help but look at the thick stack of hell notes. The coins of the underworld were all in circulation. The most convenient way to obtain them was the kind that was burned by the descendants during the Mid-Autumn Festival every year. Unfortunately, the denominations of hell notes produced in the human world were very large. Every time they were burned, gold and silver ingots were stacked up. In order to prevent inflation in the underworld had a rule since ancient times. All hell notes burned in the human world had to be discounted before they could reach the hands of the ghosts. However, there was a famine in this year. The living could not even take care of themselves, so how could they be in the mood to burn paper money for the dead? Therefore, money in the underworld was very precious these few years. Some ghosts who did not line up to be reincarnated could not take it anymore. They would go up to their relatives in dreams and ask them to remember to burn some paper money. The stack of money in front of the Reaper now would probably have to be burned 8 to 10 times in the human world before it reached the hands of a ghost. The Reaper gulped. His white bone Adam's apple moved very vividly. To be able to get to this position, he did not know how many generations of descendants he had in the human world. Who would remember to burn paper money for him? He could only live on the official salary. Xianxia knew that he had a chance. His expression did not change, but he took out another stack of hell notes from the black box and added one by one. The Reaper was speechless. It was not that his will was not strong enough, but that the other party was giving too much. The Reaper looked left and right, then slapped his thigh. "Ah, ancestor. Let's talk about something else. You should keep the money first. It'll be bad if you get caught." Xianxia heard this and quickly put the money away obediently. He made a sign in his heart. Success. Who would have thought that the useless A-grade props in the eyes of all the trainees would be able to produce unexpected results every time? This wave was really worth it. The ghost messenger said, "Let's leave this matter as it is for the time being. I will turn a blind eye to it. In any case, if the higher-ups were to investigate, this amount of money would be enough." "That's right. Are you going back to settle the score with that Trainee?" The white-haired youth turned back. "What else? Don't be anxious. You're a living soul. If you go out of the city gate like this, you definitely won't be able to get anything good out of it. What's more, that Trainee is immersed in this path and is very formidable." After the ghost envoy received the money, he naturally continued to put himself in his shoes. "How about this? In any case, if that Trainee's lifespan comes to an end, she'll have to suffer in the underworld. If you're willing to pay a bit more, I can also send a few helpers to go with you." Xianxia was overjoyed. He did not expect that he would be able to enjoy such luxurious service by spending money to bribe others. Naturally, he gladly agreed. His ability to give out cash was really useful. In any case, the ghost messenger had already broken the jar. Since he had already done it, he might as well earn more. In the end, when Xianxia walked out of the government office, he was already leading 3 or 4 ghost servants. The other ghosts were drooling at the sight of him but did not dare to approach him. He led the group of ghosts and ran out of the city in a grandiose manner. From afar, he could see a stooped figure carrying a lantern at the end of the road. Granny Yin's NPC was set to be an elderly person, so her walking speed was not fast. Thanks to the conspicuous netherworld lantern, the other ghosts did not dare to approach and only dared to look from afar. Looking across the plains, it was clear at a glance where Granny Yin was. Xianxia led the ghost servants and swaggered into the crowd of ghosts that were watching from the side. The densely packed ghosts perfectly hid Xianxia's white hair. With so many ghosts floating in front of him, he was not afraid at all. Xianxia called for the ghost servants behind him to follow him. Looking at the flickering light in front of him, he suddenly thought of a plan. "How about this, you guys do this first, then." The ghost servants received the information from the ghost servants and knew that this immortal-like white-haired youth in front of them was a big customer that the underworld had not seen for many years. Naturally, they did not dare to be negligent and repeatedly said yes. "All right, then let's do as I say." Xianxia clapped his hands and looked at the ghost servants who obeyed his orders and left, revealing a cold smile. Sorry, he was also a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, a person who would return an eye for an eye. When will revenge end? #####1 was currently in a good mood. When he saw the white-haired youth's figure disappear into the back hall of the Ghost City's government office, he used puppet threads to control Granny Yin's body and left with the netherworld lantern. After entering the underworld, if one did not have the netherworld lantern's guidance, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to come back up. Not to mention that this NPC, Granny Yin, personally sold him to the underworld. Once the dungeon's time was over, or after completing the main mission with a normal card, the mole who did not complete the mission and could not return to the world of the living would naturally be killed by the main system. Granny Yin was set to be the mastermind behind the entire desolate village dungeon. There was not a single innocent NPC in the entire dungeon. Everyone was the culprit, and everyone was lying. The old village chief was lying, Wang Shou was lying, the woman was lying, and Granny Yin was also lying. If one had to find someone who was not lying, then it would only be the village chief's little boy who did not know the ways of the world. If the trainees wanted to find a way out, they could only ask them one by one, and then logically deduce from each person's words to find clues. To be honest, this was a bit difficult, because it was very difficult to guarantee that no one would be affected by any words or have a preconceived notion. Originally, he wanted to play with him for a while. The demon thought absent-mindedly. After all, it was really hard for him to come across such a fun and interesting toy. The demon had never believed in Guguzi's so-called prophecy. Now that he looked at it, there was indeed something remarkable about it. After all, after making a deal with the main system, his puppet threads could no longer be touched by any physical means, unless he relied on some kind of extremely special item. Currently, none of the trainees had the existence of such an item. Touching it empty-handed was really unheard of. It was indeed similar to the prophecy's destined enemy and ability restraint. But, he remembered the prophecy's destined enemy and the only existence that can restrain the demon. In the dark space, number 1 casually fiddled with the thread on the other end of his hand, revealing a rather bored expression. Unfortunately, it was still too weak. It was so weak that it made people unable to feel any desire. Thinking this, the demon let the puppet threads control themselves and got up from the high-backed chair. He was a mentor who was acting as an NPC, so he did not need to enter the dungeon like the other trainees. In addition, the puppet threads could freely pass through dimensions, so his real body was actually still in the trainees' dormitory and had not gone anywhere. No. One's dormitory was on the top floor of the trainees' dormitory. Not only was it a duplex structure, but it also took up a large area. It even had a sky garden that was isolated by 360-degree glass on the top floor. Standing in the sky garden and looking down, one could see that the trainees' dormitory was built on an isolated island. The space beyond was the vast ocean, and below were cliffs and precipices. The scenery was beautiful. The rooms of A-level and above trainees could be decorated according to the trainees' wishes. The S-level trainees' dormitory had a surf pool that was as big as a flat floor. In short, in terms of material things, the main system had always been generous and not stingy. The man casually unbuttoned the jacket of his black suit, revealing a neat white shirt underneath. He hummed a strange tune and walked to the wine cabinet with swaying steps of the tango. The lights in the room were not turned on, but it did not affect the people in the room at all. The bottle cap was pulled out, and the deep red wine flowed into the decanter. The air was filled with the rich fragrance of wine. The demon played with the glass in his hand and was about to look at the other puppet that was under his deep control when he realized that something had happened in the Famine Mountain Village dungeon. Granny Een was suddenly stopped by a few ghost servants in the grey underworld. The ghost servants had stiff faces and were expressionless. Just now, after you sent the living soul here, a page was missing from the official's record of life and death. We are here to search under the orders of the Lord. Please cooperate. The demon was not always controlling the NPCs. Most of the time, unless it was a play that he was particularly interested in, he would choose to let the NPCs act according to their original personalities. After all, acting as an NPC was more difficult than acting as a player. It required strict adherence to the plot, and unless a player obtained a harsh identity card that required strict role-playing, the rest of the time was more like the Famine Mountain Village dungeon where the trainees were given an identity and hastily dealt with. Only when number 1 wanted to cause trouble, would he take control of the NPCs himself. Yes. Therefore, after the demon released the control of the puppet threads, the NPCs acted according to their own personalities. According to the background of the story, Granny Een was just a mortal who was greedy for life, afraid of death, and had a vicious mind. She was submissive in front of the ghost servants, but she attacked the villagers with her fists. Now that she was stopped and remembered the time limit of the lantern burning, she naturally agreed with fear and trepidation. When the demon discovered her, Granny Een, who was covered in a black robe, had already obediently put down the lantern. She raised her hands and began a body search under the command of the ghost servants. When the ghost servants told her to raise her head, she would do so. When they told her to turn around, Granny Een would obediently turn around. Coincidentally, they were standing on the only bridge of the River of Forgetfulness at this moment. Opposite them was the pavilion where Granny Mang was distributing Granny Mang's soup, and below them was the quiet flowing of the river of forgetfulness. If one looked carefully, they could even see the countless evil deeds under the river and the twisted faces of the undead. Number 1 felt his right eyelid twitch again. The last time this omen appeared was in Las Vegas, when the magician exposed his 3 aliases in front of the main system in one fell swoop. The demon suddenly felt suspicious, so he put down the glass cup and prepared to control the NPC again. An unforeseen event suddenly occurred. The warm light of the lantern on the ground suddenly swayed. Someone lifted the lantern. Granny Een suddenly turned her head. The white-haired youth was standing behind her, holding the lantern in his hand and smiling. Granny Een asked with a sharp and old voice, "Child. What are you?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. The white-haired youth looked at the ghost servants controlling the NPC in front of him and curled his lips. "Child?" Xianxia was too lazy to continue talking nonsense, so as to avoid any unexpected twists and turns. He directly raised his leg and kicked the person off the bridge. "Actually, I prefer the way you called me ninth brother back then." The bridge was at least 10 meters away from the River of Forgetfulness, not to mention the fact that the River of Forgetfulness was the famous weak water. There was no buoyancy. Other than the bridge built with immortal power, as long as anything flew over it, it would feel a great pressure and fall into the river. After Granny Yin's body staggered to the side of the bridge, she fell straight to the bottom of the river like a kite with a broken string. Before she could even cause a splash, she was torn into pieces by the thousands of wriggling evil spirits with their bloody mouths wide open at the bottom of the river. The souls of extreme evildoers were also great nourishment for evil spirits. NPC acting mission failed. Venue, a level instance dungeon desolate mountain village. Acting NPC role, the malicious mastermind behind the scenes, Granny Een. Reason for failure, soul perishing. In the darkness, the puppet threads that had lost control of the character began to slowly retract, once again wrapping around the pair of hands that were as beautiful as a work of art. After a long time, the demon touched the corner of his mouth. Its arc grew bigger and bigger, similar to that pair of cold and cruel dark golden pupils. It ignited with clusters of dark flames. Number 1 turned around, poured himself a glass of red wine, and drank it in one gulp. The ice-cold wine rolled down his throat into his esophagus, but it couldn't suppress the boiling blood in his body. This was really a great surprise. Xianxia felt good, really good. This time, he was the one humming a song while carrying the lantern. Although Granny Een was just an NPC played by a demon, when Xianxia thought of the other party's dumbfounded expression and the pleasant feeling of kicking her down, Xianxia couldn't help but want to laugh out loud, expressing the joy of getting his revenge. He was in a good mood, and the ghost servants were all given a lot of money. They nodded and bowed as they steadily sent him to the edge of the underworld. "Don't worry, Granny Yin's soul is destroyed, and her body in the human world will turn into a corpse." The ghost servants told Xianxia that he only needed to recite the incantation that Granny Een taught them to return to the world of the living, so Xianxia did as he was told. In the grey morning hall, the white-haired youth suddenly opened his eyes. Xianxia was a little slow to react. Because the temple was really too noisy, it was so noisy that he, who had just taken a trip to the underworld, had yet to regain his senses. His ears were buzzing. He could only hear Susu shouting excitedly, "Senior Zhuge! Brother Jiu is awake! Brother Jiu is finally awake!" Xianxia thought, okay, keep your voice down, I'm going to faint again. The livestream was in an uproar. "Ah, magician is finally back. What happened just now? Why did Granny Een die so suddenly? I thought magician would be dead too, I didn't expect him to be back. It's normal that he's back." Otherwise, when Xiao Hongtao pointed out the mole, the main system would have announced that the normal card completed the extra mission. Indeed, to be honest, who would have thought that things would develop to this point? The best time to strike was when magician was unconscious. The main system has already confirmed it, but there are still so many people protecting him. +1, I was also shocked when I saw it. Let's not talk about other things, magician is really a good person. Did everyone forget what he said at the beginning? He even gave the newbies fruits for free. This kind of person is quite rare in the infinite loop. He looks so warm. After sitting there for a while, Xianxia rubbed his temples. What happened just now? Perhaps it was because his soul had left his body for some time, but his five senses were still not very active. He could only hear Susu chattering in his ear. Ninth brother, we were chanting incantations in the temple and Granny Yin cast a spell. In the end, when we looked around, we realized that ninth brother's soul had also left his body. His body was cold, and no matter how we shouted, there was no response. Master Zhuge even said that your soul wasn't in this temple. We were all worried sick. At that time, they had guessed that since the soul was not in the temple, it was very likely that there was a mistake in the middle of the operation. The worst possibility was that the soul had been taken into the underworld. However, there was no way to verify it. No one knew if this guess was correct or not. Everyone could only wait anxiously. The light of the lantern flickered eerily, and the circle of light dyed the vermilion coffin lid as if it was painted with a layer of blood. Granny Yin's previous warning was enough to make everyone vigilant. No one dared to get up before the lantern was extinguished. They didn't even dare to speak. They could only exchange glances with each other. The temple was so quiet that only the sound of the little boy sleeping at the side could be heard. Until the body at the head of the table suddenly fell to the ground. What was this situation? Everyone looked at each other. Finally, a trainee mustered up the courage to move over, and stretched out his trembling hand to check. Dead. The temple was immediately in an uproar. Someone couldn't help but say, "What are you making a fuss about? The underworld is the soul going down. The body in the world of the living is naturally the same as a corpse." Nonsense. Susu jumped up from the ground. Ninth brother is clearly still breathing. Why did you curse him to death? Huh? Could it be that Granny Yin is really dead? Everyone looked at each other. Only Zhuge remained motionless, like an old monk in meditation. We were still waiting for Granny Yin to retrieve the clues so that we could figure out what was so strange about this deserted village. How could she be dead? This time, no one was sitting on the ground anymore. One after another, they anxiously went forward to check. The only ones who were still sitting on the ground calmly were the 2S class. The trainees carefully examined Granny Yin's body. They found that not only was she dead, her body and face were beyond recognition. It was as if she had been torn apart by a terrifying beast. It was incomparably terrifying. Aizen frowned subconsciously. Her body has a strong resentment. Most likely, she died a tragic death. The Yin energy here is extremely strong. It's best not to put her outside. Move her into the coffin. Since the boss who specialized in raising ghosts had spoken, the others naturally wouldn't disobey. Therefore, everyone busied themselves for a moment. They were afraid that if they were too late, something terrible like a corpse turning into a corpse would happen. After everyone worked together to move the heavy coffin lid, put the body inside, and closed it tightly, they let out a long sigh of relief. Wait. While resting, Chao Hongtao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Didn't the magician go down with Granny Yin? The netherworld lamp wasn't dimmed. That means someone must still be in the underworld and hasn't come up. Moreover, the lamp is still lit. How could Granny Yin die for no reason? Unless there's someone. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood the meaning behind his words. Anthony's gaze flickered. The rookies were the first to disagree. What are you talking about? How could Brother Joe be a traitor? That's right. You bunch of heartless people. If Brother Joe was a traitor, how could he have given you fruits before? It would have been better if they didn't mention fruits. Once they mentioned fruits, the seniors exploded one by one. An apple for 1,000 survival points. That's a profiteer. It's a blatant robbery. In my opinion, the possibility of him being a traitor is the highest. Who would ask for such an exorbitant price when they just happen to have this item? The C-class trainees could only get 2,000 survival points after clearing a horror instance. Even for these seniors, it wasn't a number that could be squandered at will. Previously, when the magician was still awake, everyone was afraid of offending this ancestor. No one dared to speak harshly. Now that the human spirit had flown off to who knows where, they naturally cursed to express their feelings of being cheated. Why can't I be suspicious? Chao Hongtao sneered. Are there any brothers who are willing to verify it with me? Even if the accusation of being a traitor is Wrong, it's only a penalty of 3,000 survival points. I just can't take this lying down. When he said this, the seniors were naturally fired up. It had to be said that Xianxia's wave of hatred was very stable. At the very least, the trainees who had been extorted by him hated him to the core. More than half of the old men raised their hands in unison. Soon, 5 people were gathered for this proposal. Black-shirt Aizen raised his eyes and was slightly surprised. He didn't know why, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he subconsciously felt surprised and strangely took pleasure in the magician's misfortune. Xianxia didn't waste any time. After gathering enough people, he directly submitted the application. Main system, we apply to accuse C-class trainee Xianxia of being a traitor in this instance. Everyone held their breaths as they waited for the main system's result. Half a minute later, the cold mechanical voice sounded in the trainee's ears. The accusation is correct. There is only one traitor in this game. Faction hostile mode activated. The no attacking each other rule is temporarily lifted. The seniors were all stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. They didn't think that they would actually uncover the only traitor by accident. Now, as long as they killed the traitor, their score would double. What's more, the person involved was currently unconscious. It could be said that he had obtained it without any effort at all. Their gazes fell on the unconscious white-haired youth, and they attacked at the same time. Susu scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother 9, you know what happened next. Now, the two sides in the temple were confronting each other with swords drawn. The extorted trainees wanted nothing more than to take Xianxia's head off. Xianxia's first reaction was to look for the black-cloaked Aizen, but he found that Aizen didn't participate in the commotion. Instead, he was watching from afar. When he looked at Anthony, he found that Anthony was standing not far in front of him. The problem was, Anthony was standing with his back facing him. Ah, right. Susu suddenly remembered something and whispered to him, after the main system verified it, I didn't think that Senior Anthony would be the first to act. He acted to help. His act of helping was a genuine act of help. There was nothing fake about it. After the main system confirmed that Xianxia was the mole, the old people led by Xianxia were like rats that saw meat. Everyone wanted to pounce on Xianxia and bite him a few times to get some points. In the blink of an eye, Anthony completed his half-vampire transformation and kicked everyone out of the temple. Not only Susu, but everyone present was stunned. Thinking of this, Susu said, Senior Anthony also said. Whoever dares to act against you will be the enemy of the entire Night People. The weight of this sentence was self-evident. The Night People were recognized as one of the unshakable forces in the entire Infinite Loop. Their influence was very important. Countless people wanted to join them and become one of the half-vampires. After all, the ability of a half-vampire was not inferior to a high-level special item. It could also greatly enhance one's physical fitness. Anthony was one of the higher-ups of the Night People. When he said this, several low-level newbies immediately retreated. Let alone Susu, even Xianxia was a little stunned. They were stunned by the opposite party's completely different attitude and the development of the situation. But now was not the time to be stunned. Xianxia destroyed Granny Yin's soul in the underworld, but his mission was not complete. If he wanted to complete the spy's mission, he still had to get close to the corpse. But the problem was that Xianxia looked left and right. He patrolled under Zhuge An's nose several times, but he did not see Granny Yin's corpse. To no avail. He could only look at Zhuge An. In the end, just as he was about to ask where Granny Yin's corpse went, the other party said concisely. It's in the coffin. The bullet screen laughed like crazy. F***ck, ha 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 ha. What should we do? The spy finally came back, but he has to search the corpse. In the end, the corpse is in the coffin. Unlucky. The magician is too unlucky. I just saw 3 or 4 of them lift the coffin lid. What should we do with this one person? Xianxia was speechless. He touched the crimson coffin that was placed in the center of the temple. It was tightly shut. Xianxia asked, who let it in? Zhuge An said calmly, Black Aizen. Xianxia really wanted to say, what's wrong with you? I already told you that there's a problem with Black Aizen. Can't you have a little love for your companions and use your clever little brain to help? At this moment, perhaps because their argument or fighting was too loud, they accidentally woke up the little boy who was sleeping soundly. The little boy rubbed his eyes and crawled up from the ground. His stomach was growling with hunger. He ran to the door with his short legs and cried for his father. The villagers who were guarding outside were anxious. Ironically, although Wang Shou looked down on his daughter and casually sold his daughter away, he treasured his only son very much. It was as if he was afraid that he would fall or melt in his mouth. When his son cried, Wang Shou was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He did not care about what he had promised to do with Granny Yin. He directly ordered the villagers to smash the coffin with their hoes. Smash it, smash it. Everything before was just for show. If they really wanted to do it, the thin layer of wooden planks in the temple would not be enough to smash. Almost immediately, the wooden planks were smashed to pieces by the villagers. Under the panicked moonlight, the black shadows that rushed in had stooped backs. Their faces were gloomy and twisted, and their pupils were charred black. The leader, Wang Shou, was even more terrifying. His hands were stained with blood from when he chopped the trainees to death with his hose. The trainees who were confronting each other in the temple were shocked. The villagers who came in from outside could no longer be called humans. They were evil spirits in human skin. Everyone knew how terrifying a supernatural existence in an A-level instance dungeon was. At this moment, no one was thinking about killing Zhongjiu. The trainees took a few steps back the moment the 30 evil spirits rushed in. They all used their life-saving items. Spirit summoning streamers, 8 trigrams, and ghost binding ropes were all used. For a moment, a cold wind blew. The curtains in the temple were cut into countless pieces and fluttered to the ground. All of you, go and protect the little boy. Zhongjiu frowned. He tried to suppress the feeling of helplessness that came from the return of his soul. He also took out his cards and joined the battle. He was the only one present who had played dirty. He was also the only one who knew the truth about the deserted village 3 years ago. With a little speculation, he could deduce that the little boy in the village chief's house was the key to the normal card's main mission. The normal card's main mission was to protect the villagers. Now, all the villagers had degenerated into evil spirits. Only the little boy, the only seedling, was unharmed. If he also turned into a ghost, then the normal card's mission would be considered a failure. Originally, the normal card had nothing to do with Zhongjiu, the ghost card. It was impossible for him to be so warm-hearted. Unless the entire plot was clear, the two camps would appear to be enemies on the surface. Zhongjiu should have used his advantage to lure them into a dead end. But when Zhongjiu had played dirty, not a single one of these newcomers had chosen to help him. Even if he was complaining about how gullible these people were, he still felt like he owed them a favor. So now he was returning the favor. Zhuge An's reaction was the quickest. After Zhongjiu said that the little boy was the key, he waved his long sleeves and brought him into the protective circle. It was so fast that it made people wonder if he had already guessed it. Seeing that his son had been taken away, the ghostly aura around Wang Shou grew thicker. His face was ferocious. Seeing this, the little boy was so scared that he fell to the ground. You're not my father." After hearing this, the darkness in Wang Shou's eyes showed signs of fading. "Child, look at me. I'm your father." He was just about to take his son back when something happened on the other side. In the midst of the fierce fight, it was unknown whether it was the trainee or the ghost that hit the coffin in the middle. The kerosene lamp and the memorial tablet placed on top of the coffin swayed from the impact and inadvertently fell to the ground. Crack, the memorial tablet shattered. On the ground where the memorial tablet shattered, a thick black color formed in a moment. Under the eerie moonlight in front of the temple door, a shocking scene suddenly appeared. A huge iron pot was set up in the middle. Firewood was burning below, and scarlet flames burned fiercely. The pot was filled with a bone-white soup. After it boiled, it bubbled with a gurgling sound. Countless villagers were standing next to the iron pot. They tied the unconscious old woman to the rack and listened to Granny Yin's sharp voice. "Don't waste the human skin. Peel it off properly and eat it later. It won't taste good if it's cooked." In the image, Wang Shou heard this and called for the others to bring a bowl of mercury. The butcher had people hold down the old woman. He used the thin tip of a knife to cut open the old woman's shriveled head and forcibly poured the mercury in. Mercury was heavy and liquid, so it didn't mix with blood. After it was poured into the human skin, it would only float on the surface and fall down. Because of the pain after the skin was cut open, the person would writhe in pain. They didn't know that it was this movement and friction that made the mercury fall faster. In the end, even if the person who was poured the mercury fainted from the pain, they would still be able to peel off a complete bloody human skin. After peeling it off, the villagers hung the human skin to the side and threw the old woman's blood into the iron pot. Her original appearance couldn't be seen anymore. The starving people surrounding the iron pot all revealed a look of desire and hunger. "It smells so good," they said one after another, revealing an intoxicated expression. The milky white bone soup splashed with the most ghastly color and couldn't be washed away. This was the scene 3 years ago when the villagers killed Granny Wang. Looking at this tragic scene, the new trainees couldn't stand it at all and vomited on the spot. This time, the black color in Wang Shou's eyes completely faded. Not only him, many villagers were frightened by this scene. They revealed the pupils that originally belonged to humans, and their faces were filled with extreme fear. "She's back. That old woman really came back. She's back. That woman is really back." His voice was deafening, and all the villagers were stunned. The tragic scene at the temple entrance continued. The human skin that had been peeled off was hanging on a shelf, and the blood mixed with mercury dripped down from it in a sticky manner. The bloody human flesh was washed and thrown into the broth that had turned white. Wild vegetables and spices were sprinkled in. Soon, a rich aroma rose from the pot and hovered under the dark night sky. The famished villagers' eyes glowed green. They were almost drooling. Moonlight finally appeared from the layers of dark clouds. Cold rays of light without a trace of warmth scattered down, and all the shadows on the ground turned into ferocious and ominous evil spirits that bared their fangs and brandished claws. What they did not know was that after eating the immortal flesh, not only did they not become immortals, they did not fill their stomachs. Instead, they were infected with the bad habit of eating human flesh. For many years, this tragic scene replayed in the minds of those who had committed heinous crimes like a nightmare. It made the villagers unable to sleep at night and feel uneasy every day. They were afraid that they would turn into evil spirits. Huff, 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 a cold wind blew, causing the red and white human skin on the shelf to tremble. It whimpered like ghosts crying and wolves howling. In the distance, a huge shadow seemed to be forming on the horizon. Lightning flashed in the clouds. Something was about to be born. The villagers who had gathered in the temple earlier were so scared that they ran away as if their butts were on fire. Even their farming tools were scattered all over the ground. The bullet screen was dumbfounded. "Wait, what's going on? Weren't they supposed to eat this person? Why are they suddenly scared?" "I want to ask that too." *CK, they were just having fun with the trainees. Suddenly, they ran away when they saw an illusion. "I'm confused. Have you all forgotten? Although they're ugly, they're definitely afraid that their mother-in-law will come back for them. Otherwise, why would they set up a memorial tablet for their mother-in-law? They're afraid of death in the face of hunger. They're afraid of evil spirits after committing heinous crimes. It's disgusting. *CK, that's too disgusting. I'm going to vomit." Other than the comments discussing the background of the barren village, there were also a lot of comments that noticed something was off. "Why are all the villagers leaving? *CK, did that old lady really turn into a ghost? To be able to scare these villagers away? Sigh, that old lady died so tragically. Most likely, she has really turned into a malicious spirit. Sigh, there's nothing I can do even if I turn into a ghost." Even though Granny ate the immortal herb, she still shared her food with the villagers. Not only are they ingrates, they even did such a thing. Suffocating. Do you remember when the trainees were exploring the dungeon, the others were trying to smear this old lady's name? I didn't expect that the truth was that they ate the old lady. Their ability to twist the truth is amazing. I thought that the woman died a horrible death, but now it seems that she really deserved it. If I were this granny, I wouldn't let these people go even if I became a ghost. Damn it, biting the hand that feeds you. This is the first time I'm hoping that this ghost will kill all these villagers and complete Jill's main mission. The trainees in the temple were also on alert and retreated step by step. Xianxia was deep in thought. He knew that the old lady didn't become a ghost at all. She had even become a Buddha, which confirmed what the black-clothed Asian had said about the temple having Buddha's aura. Even if something came, it couldn't possibly be the old lady from before. But this wasn't the problem he was concerned about. Xianxia had now taken advantage of the chaos to walk to the coffin, waiting for an opportunity to complete his main mission. In the end, he was very sad to find that even though he and Granny Yin's corpse were only separated by a thick layer of wooden planks, the main system didn't notify him that he had completed the ghost card mission. Could it be that he really had to open the coffin again? Just as Xianxia was distressed and prepared to accept his fate and open the coffin lid, a scream suddenly came from behind him. The villagers either ran or scattered. Only Wang Shou was still concerned about his son and stayed in the temple. The others looked at him warily, but he suddenly sat on the ground. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his expression was panic-stricken. He crawled backward with his hands and feet. Under the dim light of the night, the broken spirit tablet emitted a faint golden light. The black-clothed Asian was the first to groan, and the soul-summoning banner in his hand was instantly retracted. The thousands of little ghosts raised, howled and crawled back, shivering. Not only him, even Anthony showed a pained expression. His half-vampire abilities were greatly suppressed, and he directly reverted to his human appearance. In the entire temple, as long as the trainees were holding a Yin-type item, they all felt their abilities weaken. Zhuge An's brows were tightly knitted. It's coming. Su, who was protecting the little boy, was stunned. What's coming? In the next second, Zhuge An didn't need to answer. Fragments of golden light floated up from the ground of the temple, and slowly gathered in the air. In the distant void, a hazy shadow covered in colorful light gradually became clear. Compared to the weak Buddha's aura from before, a holy aura shrouded the area. No one could see the face blurry by the light, and only Wang Shou was still screaming. It's her, it's really her. His eyes were filled with fear, and the greenish-white skin on his face was twisted together, as if he had seen an evil spirit come to take his life. After all, the Onos were only narrating from a third person's point of view, so it wasn't accurate. Only the villagers of Tongbai village knew what exactly happened in this village. Wang Shou was the first person to discover that the old woman didn't need to eat, and naturally remembered the process and details of what happened clearly. After he married the widow from the neighboring village, she got pregnant not long after. In the end, not only was the child a baby girl, but it was also a dead one. It was very unlucky. During a famine, people didn't have enough to eat, and it was even more difficult to have children. Many pregnant women lacked nutrition, and more than half of the 10 children they gave birth to were stillborn. Many villages had special wells, and they were used to dispose of the dead bodies of the baby girls. That day, Wang Shou came back from outside and saw the woman in confinement hiding and looking frightened. He became suspicious. As expected, after Wang Shou chased her off the bed, he searched her bedding and found a piece of biscuit that he had just taken a few bites out of. Well, you stinky woman, you're hiding food? Wang Shou fiercely snatched the biscuit away and raised his hand. She swaggered and raised her arms, as if she was going to hit her. The woman was still in confinement, and there was no way she could withstand a hit. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and she immediately confessed. It was the old woman at the village entrance who secretly gave it to me. That old woman? Wang Shou immediately became suspicious. Later, he was the one who took the lead to seal the mud hut, put the iron pot on it, and was the first to gulp down the meat soup. Now that he saw this scene, how could Wang Shou not be scared out of his wits? He looked at the scene in horror, and his whole body trembled like a sieve. The hunchbacked shadow that emerged from the shattered memorial tablet pointed at the air. The golden light was like a ray of light that broke through the sky. It cut through the dark sky and fell into the vast land. In a moment, it dispelled the terrifying illusion formed by the resentment outside. The trainees in the temple finally saw the appearance of the golden light. The old woman put her palms together, wearing a colorful robe, and smiling. Her face was old and kind. If not for the fact that her face was exactly the same, No one would have thought that she was the one who was cruelly skinned and cooked by the villagers in the illusion. Fate has ended. I am here on the Bodhisattva's order to take back the soil. Sure enough, when everyone looked back, the Bodhisattva soil that was previously sitting outside the temple had disappeared without a trace. The bullet screen was filled with emotions. Oh my God, we all thought that the old woman had become a malicious spirit. Who would have thought that she had become a Buddha? Oh my God, that's becoming a Buddha. It's not like playing house. This is no different from cutting your own flesh and feeding it to the eagles. Indeed, it's easy to become a ghost, but difficult to become a Buddha. I've seen so many horror dungeon replays, but this is the first one. Even the low-level survivors in the bullet screen were filled with emotions. The other high-level trainees in the temple were even more surprised. There were almost no examples of those who died tragically in the horror dungeon that did not turn into resentful spirits. That was the hatred of life and death. If it was so easy to let go, there would not be so many people in the world who were so obsessed with the wrong things. Moreover, it was the old woman who was the type who repaid kindness with ingratitude. The kinder and kinder a person was, the greater the resentment they would turn into after being disappointed. This was common knowledge among survivors. A trainee could not help but ask, "Don't you hate?" After asking, he realized how ridiculous his question was. Whether it was becoming a Buddha or becoming an immortal, the conditions required were as difficult as ascending to heaven. If there was even the slightest bit of hatred, it was impossible to become a Buddha immediately. Putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha immediately was never just a saying. The old woman in the golden light smiled and disappeared into the air. Karma is fate. The fetters created by karma are climbing. This is the way of fate and birth. If you don't climb, you will naturally put it down. The others did not come back to their senses for a long time. They did not expect the victim in this dungeon to put down her hatred and become an immortal. The perpetrator was trapped in the deep swamp of malice and could never escape. The way of fate and birth was just a few sentences, but how difficult was it to do it? Most people would not make such a choice. After a while, someone slapped his head. Wait, what about our main mission? Thinking of the main mission of protect the villagers, everyone looked as if they had eaten a fly. However, when they turned around, they were all stunned on the spot. Wang Shou, who had been wailing like a ghost, was now stiff all over. His eyes were white, and there was an unpleasant stench below his crotch. The old woman did not come back to claim the lives of the villagers, but he had scared himself to death. Everyone else was stunned, but the white-haired youth could not hold back and sneered. He really found it funny. No one harmed him, so he had only himself to blame. He had scared himself to death. Wasn't that funny? Xianxia was now squatting in front of the vermilion coffin. He held the lid with one hand and lifted it with the other. However, the coffin was unusually heavy. Xianxia had strengthened his hands but not his strength. He could not move the coffin even after lifting it twice. Hence, he called for Su Su and Susan behind him. Come, come, come. Give me a hand. Only then did the others react. Chao Hongtao roared, "What are you waiting for? Go. Don't worry, don't worry. Put in more effort." Xianxia waved his hand nonchalantly. Zhuge and won't leave you in the lurch. Besides, there's Anthony. One of them is a level S, and the other is a level A. They're not useless. What's there to be afraid of? Continue lifting. Then, he instructed the newbies to ignore the situation and continue lifting the coffin. Hearing this, the half-vampire ground his molars. Damn it, if not for His Majesty's order, I would have, although that was what he thought, he still accepted his fate and stopped Chao Hongtao and the others. Although Xianxia was shouting like this, his eyes were vigilantly fixed on Anthony. He really suspected that Anthony was on the wrong side of the bed. Could it be that Anthony knew that he was the one who helped to pull out the puppet strings? As soon as this thought popped up, Xianxia shot it down. How was that possible? This idiot didn't even know that he was being controlled. How could he know that he was being saved? So, what was the reason that caused his attitude to change so drastically? Xianxia's mind wandered as he thought. Suddenly, he felt the coffin lid under his hand move. Creak, he was overjoyed. Just as he was about to push harder, he realized that something was wrong. The force was not exerted from the outside, but from the inside. Xianxia felt that his fingers were suddenly entangled by threads. Then, he felt a huge force binding him. He could not avoid it. He knew that something was wrong. In the next second, all the trainees watched as the coffin lid, which was said to be so heavy that it took 4 or 5 people to lift it, suddenly lifted up. From the unknown and terrifying darkness, it seemed to open its bloody fangs and pulled the white-haired youth in. Dong, the cold wind whimpered as the coffin lid was closed again. Everyone else. The coffin closed again with a bang sound. Everyone in the temple looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. Su Su and Su Sen, who were guarding at the side, were stunned. They hurriedly tried to pry it open. Many newcomers also went over to help. Unfortunately, the coffin lid remained as if it had been nailed to the coffin, unable to be pried open even an inch, despite the efforts of more than a dozen people. After a long time, someone asked in a trembling voice, Isn't Granny Ying dead? Yes, everyone saw it. Not only did they see it, they even touched it. There was absolutely no sign of life, and the corpse was beyond recognition. She couldn't be more dead. But everyone clearly saw that the white-haired young man was pulled in by a strong force. Could it be, as Aizen said, that the corpse had come back to life? The bullet screen began to flood with comments. F*CK, 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 did Granny Yin's corpse come back to life? F*CK, it's so scary. Ah? Did magician fail his mission? Don't. Even this is involved. Look at the coffin's quiet surface, it should be a disaster. Light candle. JPG, I don't know, the main system didn't prompt. Usually, there would be a prompt if a main mission was completed or failed. There should at least be a definite message if she's dead or alive. I'm going to faint. What the hell is going on? Touch my confused little brain. JPG, when he realized that the coffin was opened from the inside and was entangled by the cold and tough puppet threads, Xianxia knew that something was wrong. But what he didn't expect was that he would be pulled in so directly. The force was so strong that he couldn't resist. It happened in a flash, and by the time he reacted, the vermilion coffin lid had already fallen down like a jack. Xianxia, the inside of the coffin was dark and narrow. He was an adult man, more than 1.8 meters tall, but after being pulled in, he felt that it was difficult to move his hands and feet. However, these puppet threads seemed to have been fixed in place. Unlike the few threads that were tied to Anthony's head, none of them could be shaken. They directly trapped his hands behind his back without giving him any chance to speak. In less than a second, the white-haired young man had become a fish on the chopping board. He was pulled forward by that strong force and slammed heavily into the ice-cold chest. At this point, Xianxia could not help but laugh. Now that he was lying in the coffin, he was finally in close contact with Granny Yin's corpse, right? However, the main system was as silent as a chicken. It didn't say a single word. It didn't seem to have any intention of informing him that he had completed the main mission. This could only mean one thing, and that was that Granny Yin's corpse had been stolen and swapped, or it had been placed somewhere else. In short, it wasn't in the coffin. He had been too careless. Since the devil had taken control of Aizen, even if it was just a shallow control, it would not be without reason. Who knew that putting Granny Yin's corpse in the coffin wasn't to increase the difficulty for him, but to catch a turtle in a jar? Xianxia thought that he had tricked number 1, but he didn't expect the other party to have such a backup plan. What was this called? If one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Xianxia didn't say anything. Instead, the devil looked at his changing expression with interest. The space inside the coffin was only so big. Even if this coffin was much bigger than an ordinary coffin, it wasn't to the extent where there was more than enough space for 2 people to lie inside. Therefore, it was inevitable that their bodies overlapped. One was warm, the other was icy cold. Like the scorching heat and the bitter cold, they didn't meet. If someone saw this, they might think that they were a couple buried together. What? You dared to make a move on my puppet, but you didn't expect the consequences? The man chuckled. He lazily played with the ends of his white hair that hung down to his chest with one hand, while the other hand slid down to the youth's beautifully shaped jaw. Xianxia snorted. I didn't expect His Excellency Number 1 to lower himself and use his authority to deal with a mere C-rank like me. Did Xianxia not expect this? Actually, he did expect this. His ability just happened to counter the devil's, and he had repeatedly provoked Number 1. Xianxia had already killed his puppet twice. This wasn't a child's play, so how could he be so naive to think that the other party didn't want to kill him? However, what Xianxia didn't expect was that the devil would not hesitate to use his authority to hunt him down for 1,000 miles. The identity of a mentor to a devil was neither high nor low. Xianxia guessed that his identity had a lot of restrictions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been threatened to fold in Las Vegas. Therefore, he really didn't expect that Number 1 would dare to openly defy the main system's rules and appear in this instance dungeon with his real body. The main body's puppet thread was much harder to obtain than the puppet thread used to control the puppet. Xianxia secretly exerted strength on his back for a long time, but he couldn't loosen his hands even a little bit, let alone free himself. He could only helplessly use his elbows to push against the coffin. The devil raised his eyebrows, but didn't expose his useless actions. Instead, he lowered his voice. Because you're really too interesting. So interesting that he couldn't help but want to destroy him with his own hands. The white glove slid down his jawline to his slender, swan-like neck. The cold fabric rubbed against his pale skin, causing him to tremble. Dangerously. Without a doubt, the neck was an undeniably dangerous area for humans. The devil was very satisfied to see the pair of light pink pupils subconsciously shrink, and even the collarbone caved in along with the nervous chest, glowing a cute light color. Just like a cat that had its hair standing on end when faced with danger. He thought absent-mindedly. But the cat in front of him was much more dangerous. The long and narrow dark golden eyes narrowed, the man suddenly bent his knee, and as if by accident, pressed it against the young man's chest, forcing the latter to slightly raise his head. Their hair intimately overlapped with each other, black and white intertwined. The force exerted forced Xianxia to raise his head in this position. He felt the back of his head touch the coffin lid, but no matter how much force he exerted, he couldn't lift the coffin lid at all. The man intimately stroked the back of the young man's neck through the glove and whispered. What should I do? I suddenly don't want to kill you. Compared to the seemingly ambiguous words, the cold fingers suddenly tightened. The cold murderous intent silently spread in the narrow and dark space, causing people to unconsciously tighten their muscles. Like a venomous snake, the malicious eyes scanned the young man's flawless face, as if expecting him to show a more pleasing expression under the high pressure and imminent death. Xianxia suddenly sneered. The hand on his neck tightened, but he lazily raised his eyes as if nothing had happened. Kill me if you want, don't talk nonsense. He was clearly at a disadvantage, but he didn't have a trace of fear. Instead, he continued to provoke. Just this courage alone was enough to make people raise their eyebrows. Until now, Number 1 finally took a good look at the appearance of the old enemy in the prophecy. The stunning beauty described in the original text was absolutely true, otherwise, he wouldn't be called a vase. But the most eye-catching thing was his eyes that were as bright as stars. In this boundlessly narrow darkness where even his hands and feet could not be stretched out, this pair of eyes was so bright that it seemed to have come from a distant galaxy. It was like a photon that was born in a star particle and was produced by the collision of positive and negative electrons. It could have chosen to go anywhere in the depths of the universe, but it had chosen to come here. It had chosen a pair of existences that were born from twisted malice. Dragging its brilliant and fleeting tail feathers, it had bumped into the dark golden eyes in a meaningless manner, burning everything up. The cold fingers slightly loosened. The mixed green and red bruises bloomed on the delicate skin like a mottled flower, with a tyrannical beauty. The demon was slightly surprised. You're not afraid? Yeah, I'm not afraid. Because his neck was choked, Xianxia could only speak intermittently. But not only did he not stop, he continued to provoke relentlessly. Not only am I not afraid. I also want to tell you a secret. The itchy feeling, like being scratched by a cat, came again. Number 1 stretched his limbs and showed an interested expression. He slowly tidied up his slightly messy sleeves. Let's hear it. The puppet threads lifted the young man's hands from behind his back and twisted his hands to fix them above his head, making it easier for their master to appreciate the dying expression of their prey. Feeling the force, Xianxia cursed in his mind. If he really brought it up, wouldn't he be able to see the little movements his hands were doing behind his back? Fortunately, Xianxia's reaction was fast enough. In order to cover his actions, he could only lower his body and was forced to get close to the demon's body. The coffin was only so big, and it had to fit 2 people, so it was already overwhelmed. The sounds from the outside seemed to be blocked out, and it was as quiet as an eternal tomb deep underground. He couldn't hear the other trainees' conversations, and even his struggling movements didn't affect him at all. The young man's face kept getting closer and closer, and the long hair on both sides of his face fell. Because of the lack of oxygen, the corners of his long and narrow eyes were red, and in the dim environment without a trace of light, his face was even more beautiful, so demonic that he looked like a monster that fed on people's vitality. They were very close to each other. So close that their breaths were intertwined. The warm breath and the cold breath collided, and the fire met the cold winter, not to be outdone. Just as the tips of their noses were about to touch, Xianxia spoke. His thin lips opened and closed, and his voice was hoarse, but it was also filled with extreme conceit and determination. Villains, die from talking too much. In the next second, a bright fire suddenly burst out in the darkness. It wasn't the light in the young man's eyes, but a real fire. The coffin made of cedar wood was sturdy and heavy, but it was easy to ignite. The tip of the torch that suddenly appeared in Xianxia's hand licked the top of the silent coffin, and in an instant, the torch dyed with oil ignited the wooden coffin. The extremely high temperature and fire ignited the narrow space, creating a raging sea of fire. Sparks and flame-dyed wood fell, igniting the corners of his clothes. The white-haired young man laughed happily and savagely, and the corners of his lips curled up crazily. He imitated the devil's favorite tone and lowered his voice, which was ambiguous and filled with cold murderous intent. "What do you think, Lord Devil, who fought in his true form? I'm afraid you haven't tasted death yet, right?" They looked at each other in the sea of fire. Around them, the wooden planks let out creaking sounds as if they couldn't bear the burden after being burned. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Indeed, I haven't felt it before. The dark golden pupils no longer had the previous laziness, and the dark fire that burned to the bottom of his heart merged with the raging fire, unlocking the shackles of the world's most twisted and darkest evil beast, releasing it from its cage. The person who did all this was laughing as usual. If someone saw this scene, they would probably scream in fear. Because he saw the 2 lunatics not only not moving as death approached, but also relaxing their bodies and revealing the same smile. In the terrifying background of the flames, the devil slowly took off his white gloves. His cold fingertips were also heated by the boiling blood, and were shockingly hot. The devil laughed and loosened his grip on the young man's neck. Instead, he forcefully pressed the young man against his chest, blocking all possible escape routes for the young man. His laughter was hoarse, but it was slightly different from the reaction he had when he was amused in Las Vegas. What a pity. I changed my mind. Everything around them was burned to ashes. They hugged each other, and with the strongest killing intent, they fell into the burning hell together. Regardless of whether the people in the temple used knives or swords, the coffin didn't show any signs of opening. Chao Hongtao and the rest were still thinking about taking Magician's life, while the newcomers were worried from the bottom of their hearts. Anthony didn't say a word as he tried to open it with brute force. Unfortunately, even the sharp nails of a half-vampire couldn't pierce through the heavy coffin lid. Susu was extremely anxious. What's going on? Poor Brother 9, don't tell me that the zombified old woman captured him and made him her coffin guardian, madam? Zhuge was speechless. There was no need for such imagination. Just as everyone was in a deadlock, the red coffin that had remained motionless despite the wind and rain finally showed signs of movement. It was as if something was about to break out of the coffin. With the eerie temple as the backdrop, it was extremely frightening. Susu swallowed his saliva. No, it can't be real. Just as he finished speaking, white smoke suddenly emerged from the center of the temple. The red paint on the coffin melted from the heat and turned into scarlet tears of blood. Lines after lines of blood flowed down from the top of the coffin and landed on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. A flickering flame suddenly lit up from the top of the coffin. Almost instantly, the flame merged with the flames around the coffin and burned fiercely. The tail of the flame was even taller than a person. F***ck, why is it suddenly on fire? I'm dumbfounded. I realized that I'm dumbfounded a lot of times in the Famine Mountain Village livestream. In the 5th hospital livestream next door, I was exasperated the entire time. +1, the development of this dungeon is very magical. The mole has been exposed and still hasn't been dealt with. There are so many rank S and rank A here, but they can't do anything to a rank C. It's very magical. Indeed. But I quite like Magician. After all, he's popular. I'm happy that Magician is fine. 23333. What's going on? Put out the fire, put out the fire, what are you waiting for? Looking at the sea of fire that suddenly appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. Only Zhuge-An's gaze turned cold as he quickly took out the Tai Chi 8 trigrams disc. A clear spring appeared out of thin air and turned into a water curtain that poured down on the coffin in the center. Sizzle, the air was filled with the sizzling sound of fire and cold water colliding. The rapid flow of water gradually covered the raging fire, leaving behind a patch of wet white smoke. When the fire was finally extinguished, everyone took a closer look. The coffin was completely charred black and the wooden planks on the side had fallen. The black dregs that had been soaked in water fell to the ground, revealing the true appearance behind them. Inside the huge coffin frame, there was actually nothing. Even Su Sen's heart. What's going on? Where's Magician? No of the of he. Of the of it. Of the of them. Of. I like Magician. Brother Magician, please don't let anything happen to him. That can't be right. He's the winner of Las Vegas. How could he die without a struggle? In fact, the experienced and knowledgeable elders in the temple had the same guess. Sigh, he's gone. He's probably dead. It's a pity that there's such a promising newbie. What a pity. You can't blame us. We're the ones who killed ourselves. We were so smug before. They pretended to speak, but in fact, they couldn't hide their schadenfreude. Previously, the elders were all treated as fat sheep by Magician. When they found out that Xianxia was the mole, they were so angry that their faces turned red and their noses crooked. That was why Chao Hongtao could summon so many people. Later on, under Anthony's warning, these old people only became fence-sitters and resentfully stopped. Although Magician was in the limelight in Las Vegas, there was still a huge gap between him and an S-class. How did he become the guest of honor of the Night People? Could it be that the leader of the Night People, number 2 Fan Shui, wanted to recruit him and give him the embrace? As soon as this thought came out, it could be said that a large number of people collapsed from jealousy. A C-class trainee. Not only did he catch the eye of that great man in Las Vegas, but he also managed to hook up with the leader of the Night People. How could the other trainees not be jealous? Only the old survivors knew how difficult it was to climb to the top of the pyramid of the infinite loop, not to mention the number 1 who was worshipped by everyone and had never stepped down from the mortal world. Even the number 2 Fan Shui's embrace was a treatment that no one dared to imagine. It was precisely because of this that the elders were delighted to see Magician in trouble. Only Zhuge-An stared at the charred coffin with an unreadable expression. He glanced at the black-clothed Aizen who was walking out of the temple and said, "Let's go." The rookies were still immersed in the sadness of their big brother Xianxia's misfortune and didn't react for a while. Previously, in their new team, Xianxia was the most popular leader. Zhuge-An, who was an S-class, was blatantly slacking off. Although the team members were a little afraid of Zhuge-An, they were still rookies. They didn't know about Zhuge-An's great achievements in the infinite loop, so they respected him more than they feared him. Hearing this, Susu was taken aback. Where are we going? Are we going to leave Brother Joe alone? The black-haired man glanced at him indifferently. Take the kid. Following that, he did not give an explanation and walked straight out of the temple, leaving the rookies hesitant to speak as they looked at each other. Zhuge-An had never liked superfluous explanations, especially when it was so simple and straightforward that it was a waste of breath. Although the prophecy clearly stated that there would be a calamity, it definitely wouldn't happen now. The time wasn't right. Zhuge and slightly pulled down the bamboo hat on his head. Before his identity was confirmed, Zhongzhou's life or death didn't have much to do with him. If he died, it would only mean that he wasn't the person in the prophecy. At the very least, he had to survive until the third round of selection to have a chance of verifying it. This dungeon's mission was coming to an end. It didn't matter if he left early or late. He just needed to wrap things up. He had to speed up. Level A Dungeon, Famine Mountain Village. Normal main mission completed. Please wait a moment. Dungeon completion rewards in progress. Dungeon completion. Teleportation will take place in 30 seconds. Teleportation location, studio. The surrounding scenery of the deserted village suddenly froze and turned into large intertwined blocks of color. Everyone standing on the empty ground heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't encounter much obstruction in their subsequent work of wrapping things up. The old granny's golden light fell. Not only did it disperse the environment, it also took away all the bodhisattva soil in the deserted village. The other villagers in the deserted village had been eating soil for years. Their hearts had turned into ghosts and they fled in all directions under the Buddha's light. Some villagers were like Wang Shou. They thought that Granny Wang had turned into an evil spirit to claim their lives. They simply plunged deep into the mountains and forests, eating raw meat and drinking blood. There were also some villagers who still foolishly held on to the beautiful dream of immortality. They approached the original location of the Bodhisattva soil but were burned by the remnant Buddha's light. Their souls were destroyed, never to be reincarnated. The trainees brought the boy and entrusted the human trafficker who had made an appointment with Wang Shou to find a good family for him the next morning. In this day and age, although the human traffickers did despicable things, boys were still treasures in this era. Even if they were sold to other families, they would be treated better than daughters. Only by leaving this place could they have a chance of survival. The hearts of the villagers in Tongbai village had turned into ghosts, but they still wore human skin. When they died, their bodies would die with them. If the underworld did not accept them, they would not be able to go to the 18 levels of hell. They would not be able to cleanse their sins and reincarnate. They could only be lonely ghosts, dissipating between heaven and earth in pain. It could be considered a worthy death. After doing all this, the newcomers felt a little depressed. Even Su Sen, an old man who was used to seeing his companions go through life and death, was a little silent, not to mention a newcomer like Su Su. So when they moved to the broadcast hall, the atmosphere was particularly gloomy. The space began to shatter and reassemble. The dull color of the deserted village gradually faded away. The dome of the broadcast hall appeared in front of everyone's eyes once again. The pure gold chandelier on the high dome spun and flowed. Golden patterns spread on the dark red carpet, coating the entire space with a layer of warmth. The statues of angels around the hall transformed into the 12 main gods of Olympus. Apollo stepped on the corona, Artemis held a bow and arrow, Athena raised her shield, Aphrodite was drunk, and Zeus summoned the wind and rain. The hall was filled with people. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of heads. The number of people was visibly decreasing once again. The lower the level of the ladder, the fewer people there were. But compared to the last time, when the number of people was almost halved, it was much better. At least it was not particularly tragic. Everyone's expression was still not good. There were still some people who were nervous to the point of breaking down and crying at the E-level ladder. But at least the trainees were familiar with the process. They were still waiting for time. From time to time, there would be flashes of light on the ladder, indicating that another trainee had been sent out of the dungeon to prepare for the level evaluation. Susu and the others stood dejectedly until the main system's cold voice sounded in the hall. All trainees have been assembled. The second round of post-competition and the third level evaluation is about to begin. At the end of each round of the competition, the current lowest level will be eliminated. According to the competition rules, trainees who achieve E-level after this round's level evaluation will automatically be sent to the punishment dungeon. The most nervous trainees standing on the E-level ladder were naturally the ones who were the most nervous. If they did not achieve a turnaround in the third round of the level evaluation, they would be sent to the punishment dungeon. It was well known that after the second round of the level evaluation, none of the tens of thousands of F-level trainees who were eliminated returned alive from the punishment dungeon. This survival rate was enough to make people brave. It could be said that the punishment dungeon was equivalent to a delayed death. In the end, they would still die. The only difference was how much they lived. The panoramic camera is turning on. Turning on successfully. The live stream that represented the level evaluation was opened. The audience outside surged in like a tide. Woohoo, the third evaluation is here. This is an exciting moment. My favorite part of the entire trainee competition is the level evaluation segment. 233333, who isn't? JPG, this segment gives people the most sense of participation. This round of the dungeon feels a little simpler than the first round of the individual show. But a few of the livestream teams were wiped out. It feels like there are not many trainees who won or died. Those who lost were all wiped out. It's really a matter of one thought to heaven or hell. The bullet screen chattered and moved the CDs to slide on the screen of the livestream. The camera was panoramic. Even if there were tens of thousands of people standing in the entire studio, the audience could freely zoom in and out of the camera to observe each trainee. Of course, this was only limited to the lower-level trainees. High-level trainees could use their authority to freely turn off the option to zoom in on the camera. Rush, rush, rush. Sigh, it's a pity that my favorite magician is gone, crying. JPG, immediately, this bullet screen was pushed to the top. The onlookers were shocked. What? Magician is gone? Are you kidding me? I only went to a horror dungeon halfway. I didn't chase after it for 2 days and you're telling me that my favorite magician is gone? Huh? That's not possible. Yesterday, there was a big shot who posted about him on the forum. How could he be gone? Pft, pft. It's good that he's gone. I've been unhappy with him for a long time. Upstairs, what kind of magical creature is this? If you don't want to see it, then get lost. Don't you think it makes you look more noble? The fans are too fierce. Do they have leg hair to protect him? They just joked that you're protecting your master and you're so loyal. What a joke. Can you stop arguing? Is there something wrong with the person arguing? If you have the time to argue here, don't you have the time to look with your own eyes? The magician is not standing on his sea-level ladder. That's right. I'm dumbfounded by your actions. The real deal is standing there. I don't know what you're arguing about. I'm speechless. The audience who were still in the middle of the 300 rounds of scolding were all dumbfounded. One by one, they turned their cameras to look. Sure enough, in the dense crowd of people on the C-step, a particularly eye-catching white-haired young man was standing there in good condition. Other than looking a little tired and his clothes were a little wrinkled, he was actually in good condition. After seeing the white-haired young man standing there, the viewers in the live stream went silent for a few seconds before a heated discussion broke out. Isn't he fine? Why did so many people say he was dead? Oh my god, that's the magician. He's fine. Take off from woohoo. It's good that he's fine. My heart is about to stop beating. 55555 I can't take this. The magician is forever a god. It's good that he's fine. I'm still waiting for my brother to take me out of this damned place. The sarcastic comments from before had also disappeared, drowned in a sea of revelry. After making a name for himself in Las Vegas and accidentally creating a kind image for the viewers in the previous dungeon, the magician Xianxia's popularity was close to that of an S-grade player. He was extremely popular. Su, who was still mourning, was patted on the shoulder. Brother Joe is fine. Huh? What? He reacted and jumped on the spot. When he turned around, he saw the white-haired young man waving at him. Xianxia saw the rookie smiling at him from afar. He once again lamented that these guys were so gullible and naive. He lowered his head again. The young man's wrist was long and thin. Green veins could be seen under his pale skin. Thick blood flowed under his wrist, playing the sign of life. Not long ago, Xianxia thought he was going to die. That's right, it was in the coffin that was engulfed in flames. The white-haired young man bent his knee and pressed it against number one's chest. The demon let go of the hand that had been strangling his neck and pressed his head against his chest. They blocked each other's escape routes as if they were going to fall into hell. For Xianxia, this was neither a good nor a bad development. He dared to set the coffin on fire and arrogantly said that he would drag number 1 down with him. Naturally, he didn't think that he was in the same situation. How could he take the initiative to send himself to his death? That's right, Xianxia had a backup plan. The A-grade substitute doll was the most popular prop in Las Vegas. It could block 1 fatal damage and was one of the best passive items in the game. When Xianxia first obtained this item, he immediately equipped it on himself. Although he felt that the possibility of him dying was very small, it was not a big deal to have a layer of insurance. He did not want to fail miserably in the future. As expected, wasn't it useful now? Although there were losses, he felt that it was worth it. Not only was it worth it, but it was also very exciting. From the beginning to the end, the white-haired young man was smiling like a devil. Their blood was boiling for each other. Just as Xianxia felt the flames licking his ankle, a cold notification came from the main system. Main mission item found. Submission successful. A level dungeon, Famine Mountain Village, mission of Hidden Ghost card completed, please wait a moment. The reward for clearing the game is being calculated. The post-match rating will begin soon. Teleportation location, studio. The moment his surroundings froze into blocks of color, Xianxia raised his head abruptly. In the background of fire, the devil narrowed his eyes. His narrow eyes were dyed with a dark light that made one's heart palpitate. Even his own reflection in the pupils was distorted and dragged into a bottomless vortex. Xianxia had an illusion that he was not looking at a person. Instead, he held the key to open the cage of a monster and released the most terrifying and distorted existence in the world. The next second, the feeling of imprisonment disappeared. The scene that was burning like hell suddenly changed and turned into a brightly lit studio. In the dim light, Xianxia stared at his hands. His substitute doll was still lying in his backpack, and he could not use it at all. Just as the coffin was about to be swallowed by the fire, the main mission was suddenly completed. Who would believe that the devil was not involved? There was no doubt that something unexpected must have happened that Xianxia could not control. After all, before he took out the torch from the black box, the devil's hand was still tightly wrapped around his neck. Xianxia could still clearly remember the uncomfortable feeling of being suffocated by the gradually closing cold fingers. The devil really wanted to kill him, and it was so high up that it gave him death as if he was toying with his prey. It couldn't be that number 1 changed his mind in that short period of time, right? Thinking of this, the white-haired youth raised his head. At the top of the golden-red dome, 10 supreme thrones stood majestically. Other than the one in the middle that was empty, there were no empty seats. While Xianxia was distracted, the studio entered the main topic. The gorgeous and bizarre chandeliers on the dome went out at the same time. When the lights came back on, the entire hall, except for the bottom step and the 10 thrones, was plunged into deep darkness. Level E trainee evaluation begins. The system is issuing the evaluation. The faces of the Level E trainees were filled with uneasiness, and those with poor psychological endurance even fainted on the spot. This scene was much better than the last Level F trainee evaluation. At least the trainees who did not try to rush out of the stairs probably knew that doing so would only result in them becoming a pile of meat paste. Xianxia took a look at the evaluation of the group of newcomers. They completed the main mission and experienced several dangerous challenges in the process. Even if they were slacking, at least they survived. The main system was not that harsh. Therefore, when the newcomers successfully reached the shore and received a Level D evaluation, Susu was so happy that he jumped 3 feet high. After the jump, the newcomers were all very serious. While happy, they did not forget to salute Xianxia, who was on the C step, which attracted a lot of attention. Xianxia was speechless. Because this scene was too awkward, he pretended not to see it. Level D trainee evaluation begins. The system is issuing the evaluation. What was different from the previous level evaluation was that there was no unexpected phenomenon among the low-level trainees this time. Basically, the evaluation would fluctuate by 1 level based on the original level, and it was extremely difficult to achieve a breakthrough. This time, there were a few decent newcomers among the Level D trainees who rose to Level C and joined the Level 3 upper club. Of course, there were those who rose and those who fell. A few level D trainees were demoted back to level E because of their poor performance in this dungeon. These people's faces were ashen, and they looked dejected. There was even one who was mentally unstable. When he took out a knife, he wanted to commit suicide on the spot, and his blood splattered all over the faces of the people beside him. Xianxia glanced at them indifferently, then looked away with disinterest. They were about to reach the level C evaluation. At this time, everyone's interest was slightly raised. During the last evaluation, the magician Xianxia, who caused a sensation in the entire hall, was at this level. He was one of the few who could reach the level 3 upper club in his first dungeon, and was also the most popular newcomer in the limelight. The old people were all whispering to each other. On the level B stairs, Chao Hongtao spat. Damn, he really came back alive. They were still brooding over the extortion of survival points in the barren village dungeon. The other old people's attitudes were also very similar. They were either observing or harboring ill intentions because of that person. The bullet screen was filled with worry. Do you think magician can still get a high evaluation in this dungeon? High evaluation? What are you thinking? His identity as a spy in this dungeon has been exposed, so the system's evaluation will definitely not be high. Indeed, if the spy is exposed, the system's evaluation will definitely drop, but it won't drop too much. After all, the main mission is completed. That's true. It's hard to even reach level A. It'll be good if he can get level B. Sigh, is that so? I bet that he would reach level S after this dungeon. What a pity. The white-haired youth stood there, indifferent to the gazes of others, and his expression was lazy. After being roasted by the fire, Xianxia felt that he might have suffered some minor burns. He was planning to go back to the main system to do a full body checkup, spend 500 survival points to recover, and then have a good sleep. Xianxia was not too concerned about his evaluation. After all, his identity as a spy being exposed was secondary. The most important thing was that he had directly killed the NPC Granny Yin, who was disguised as a demon. In the first dungeon, Xianxia had only knocked the crazy doctor out with a hammer. Moreover, at that time, the storyline of the mental hospital dungeon had come to an end, so it did not affect the overall situation much. If the barren village dungeon had progressed normally, the big boss Granny Yin would have continued to cause trouble in the later stages. The trainees would not have discovered the villagers' lies so easily, and they would have continued to be deceived by Granny Yin. In short, Xianxia knew that his evaluation would not be high, and he was already prepared to experience the punishment dungeon. Anyway, he did not regret killing the NPC disguised as a demon. Moreover, he had been very curious about the solo punishment dungeon for a long time. Level C trainee evaluation begins. The system is issuing the evaluation. As expected, the moment the system issued the evaluation, a large purple F floated above Xianxia's head. The hall was once again in an uproar. F. Unless he had violated the main system's iron rules, or performed too poorly in the dungeon, was afraid of death, and avoided ghosts whenever he saw them, he would not have gotten an F. The people on the thrones at the top also cast their gazes down. He got an S. In the last dungeon, and only an F this time? That's just too ridiculous. The exorcist turned his head. Old man, were you with this kid in the last dungeon? Aizen in black nodded silently. How did he perform? The people on the other thrones looked over faintly. It can't be just this evaluation. Aizen in black did not make much of an evaluation, obviously not wanting to say more. But his words had revealed enough information. If even number 4 said that it could not be just this evaluation, then it could be ruled out that it was a passive dungeon. Messiah frowned worriedly. Strange, which iron rule did he violate? After the system's evaluation came out, the bullet screen was filled with negative comments. Go back and sleep. Level F, the instructor's evaluation usually follows the system's evaluation. It's over. Level F. This is too ridiculous. Could it be that he killed a trainee? It's not impossible. I chased the entire dungeon in the deserted village, and a level C died there. It seems that he had some grudges with Magician in Las Vegas. The barbarian said that the level C was following Magician, but when he turned around, he was gone. Ah, it's not strange to have grudges, but to kill someone is too ridiculous. Isn't he just looking for death? Yes, yes. Forget it, let's all go. Everyone knows how difficult the punishment dungeon is. Don't have any unnecessary hope. Just as people were sighing, gloating, or lamenting, there was a sudden exclamation. The hall, which had been full of discussion, suddenly quieted down. It was dead silent. This scene was exactly the same as the second round of evaluation. It was like history repeating itself. Xianxia also realized something. This time, he did not look up because the blood-red light was reflected on his wrist. Next to the main system's purple F evaluation, a letter flashed with ominous light quietly appeared. Level S. The instructor gave him an S evaluation. Xianxia? Xianxia was shocked. This time, it was a genuine shock, and he could not help but show it on his face. The murderous intent in their eyes was not fake, it was cold as ice. Xianxia knew that as long as there was a chance, he would always be happy to cause trouble for the devil. Even if he had to get another F grade from the main system, he would kill number 1 without question. Of course, he believed that the devil was the same, or else he would not have set a trap in the barren village. Whether it was selling him to the netherworld or strangling him in the coffin to admire his dying look, it was all proof of this. Xianxia had guessed that the devil must be under the control of the main system, so he had provoked him. He had relied on the main system's iron rule of not killing each other. Although number 1 did not have to enter the dungeon like the trainees, he still had to act as an NPC and was under the same control. Logically speaking, Xianxia felt that he had never really offended the devil. After all, if he said that number 1 was a merciful person, Xianxia would be the first to laugh out loud. This time in the barren village, Xianxia had kicked Granny Een down, and number 1 had used his mentor's authority to chase after her. Last time, Xianxia had hit him with a hammer, and number 1 had used his mentor's authority to give Xianxia an F grade. In the beginning, Xianxia had thought that the devil was a vengeful person, but later he realized that it was not accurate to say that. He was a lunatic. What was a lunatic's code of conduct? Xianxia thought that if he was a devil, he might be able to guess. Only a lunatic who acted for fun could do such a disorderly and inexplicable act. Xianxia did not intend to understand what a lunatic was thinking. But if even magician himself was shocked, the people in the studio naturally reacted more intensely than him. What's going on? Why is there such a huge difference between magicians' 2 ratings? Yeah, don't mentors' ratings usually follow the systems? The newcomers and veterans began to whisper to each other. Generally speaking, there was not much difference between the system's evaluation and the instructor's evaluation. The others were all double E, double D, and double C. At the very least, the difference between the 2 ratings would not be more than 1 level. Magician was the first one among the tens of thousands of trainees to go from S to F, and from F to S, crossing 7 levels twice. Their guesses were still fine, but the bullet screen comments were all over the place. Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. Could it be that the tutor is obsessed with looks and thinks that the magician is good-looking, so he's doing the side jumps repeatedly? Ha 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 ha, upstairs, I'm dying of laughter. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered that Thriller Trainees is also considered a variety show. Doesn't a variety show choose good-looking people? Super loud, F*CK, that makes sense. But if you're choosing the good-looking one, please allow me to vote for Master Zhuge. Cough, 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 cough. Actually, Master Zhuge isn't that bad. If we were to really choose the good-looking ones, then one of them would definitely lead by a large margin, right? The person above is really daring. The follower will arrive in 3 seconds. Hurry up and withdraw. Sisters, hurry up and withdraw. Your life is more important. The 10 thrones and the high seats couldn't help but exchange a few words. If something unusual happened once, it could be considered a coincidence, but if it happened twice, it was inevitable. This time, it really caught their attention. Even the usually taciturn leader of the Witches and Devils Association, the Dark Wizard number 8, the Top Psychic number 9, and the unlucky Yin Yang Master number 10 also joined the discussion. Level S was at the top of all the trainees. The higher the level of authority, the more they naturally knew things that normal trainees didn't. Furthermore, their previous identities in the infinite loop were basically high positions, leaders of independent forces, or loners who roamed the world alone and were respected by everyone. Their awareness of the overall situation was more mature, and their way of looking at things was much clearer. Even they were curious about what kind of person the instructor was and why he treated this newcomer differently every time. Only Zhuge didn't join the discussion. Most of the time, Zhuge was enigmatic and didn't want to talk too much. The others also didn't rush up to him and just treated it as if he didn't want to express his opinion. The black-haired man sat quietly on the number 3 throne, his gaze faintly falling on the shield and Athena's hand in front of him. History was always surprisingly similar. If there was an outstanding performance in the beginning, then if there wasn't anything out of the ordinary, people wouldn't pay too much attention to it. Zhongjiao's amazing deeds last time were still discussed in the studio until the end of the rating. It was the same this time as well. There wasn't anyone outstanding in the C level, and the B level and A levels were about the same. There were 2 or 3 people who were promoted from B level to A level, and they received a warm baptism of attention. But there was still no one in A level who could shake the top 10 thrones. In the internal ranking of the S level, perhaps because the black-clothed Azen's performance in this dungeon wasn't that outstanding, but because the exorcist performed well in the previous dungeon, the number 5 exorcist and number 4 Azen swapped places. Other than that, there wasn't much change in the others. The third round of rating has ended. Trainees are beginning to move positions. This time, it was an S and an F again. They didn't even have to move positions. Zhongjiao still had the green C-level trainee badge hanging on his body. He stood still with his hands crossed and looked at the other trainees moving positions. As usual, there wasn't much change in the upper 3 levels. In the lower 3 levels, as long as the trainees didn't fall to the last step of the E level, they were spared. The E level, on the other hand, was mournful. Some were wailing, some were yelling, and some were even drawing crosses on their chests and praying to God. After every rating, there were thousands of expressions, and people couldn't help but sigh. The punishment dungeon is opening. The forced teleportation has been completed. The step that represented the E level disappeared just like the F level. The number of people in the huge studio was halved again. Now, there were less than 5,000 people left. After 2 rounds of the dungeon, the newbies who didn't reach the D level were all eliminated. Those who could reach the D level were all newbies with a skill. They were either quick-witted, had obtained special items in the dungeon, were willing to go all out, or were lucky enough to exchange for a life-saving item in Las Vegas. In short, they all had some skills. Their overall quality was forcibly increased by a large margin. Everyone was paying attention to the step that disappeared. I wonder if anyone can come back alive from this punishment dungeon. Yeah, the F level was completely wiped out last time. Sigh, thinking about it makes me sad. Of course. It's a revival round, and it's a solo dungeon. It'd be strange if the main system let you pass so easily. The main system adjusted the flow of time inside and outside the dungeon. Perhaps for the E-level trainees who had just disappeared, they had already gone through a solo dungeon mission. But for the trainees who were still in the studio, they had only disappeared for a while. After 5 minutes, the results of this round of the punishment dungeon would be out. The old people were all calculating. If the difficulty of the punishment dungeon wasn't that high, they wouldn't lose a chance of survival. Soon, the time was up. Suddenly, a white light appeared on the empty stairs. Someone actually came back alive from this punishment dungeon. It seems that the punishment dungeon isn't as difficult as we thought. It's possible. Maybe it's because we were all F-level trainees before, so we generally thought that the difficulty was too high. After all, the overall quality of the F-level trainees isn't high. If we throw them into a B-level dungeon, they might all be wiped out. That makes sense. After the white light disappeared, silence swept through the hall. Because what appeared on the step could no longer be called a person. It was a pool of scarlet meat paste that was squirming on the ground. Not only was there no intact skin on its body, but its facial features also seemed to have melted and deformed. It emitted a weak breathing sound. Suddenly, someone in the studio raised their voice. Apply for the main system recovery. It only requires 500 points. Hurry up and apply. That person obviously knew this as well. He raised his turbid and bloodshot eyeballs with difficulty. His mouth opened and closed, but only a thin voice could be heard. Huff, huff, everyone waited for almost half a century before they saw the miraculous golden light descend. The pool of meat paste that soaked the surroundings suddenly elongated and reformed, returning to the image of a middle-aged man. He stood in the same spot, his eyes unfocused and his hands hanging down. It was as if his soul had been sucked out, making him look like a walking corpse. The trainee has fallen into a state of madness. Loading force treatment, another white light flashed, and the only surviving E-level trainee disappeared from the hall once again. Everyone was silent. If the main system determined that the trainee had received too much stimulation in the dungeon and that their mental state was not suitable to continue the competition, they would be sent into the forced electrotherapy device. If they could recover, they could be judged to have passed the punishment dungeon and rejoin the competition. If they could not recover, the main system would directly wipe them out. But in short, falling into a state of madness was a very rare situation. It was so rare that it was scarier than death. But the main system would not consider the trainee's feelings. After dealing with the punishment dungeon, the broadcast sounded again. The third round of the dungeon will begin in 7 days. 7 days? Everyone looked at each other. The previous time, the rest time between dungeons was only 3 days. This time, it was doubled. Is there going to be some kind of event this time? The trainees had tacitly agreed that the main system would cause trouble during the idle period. Last time, although the Las Vegas casino had allowed many newcomers to overtake at the corners, it had also left a deep psychological shadow. But it was undeniable that these cruel events could greatly increase their strength in a short period of time. So this time, what kind of special event would be opened? During the intermission between the 2 dungeons, the top floor of the trainees' dormitory will open a special event, the King's Game. The King's Game, the hall and the bullet screen were filled with exclamations. The trainees who understood the rules of the game were surprised. The game rules and precautions manual has been placed in each trainee's dormitory. The event will officially begin tomorrow night. Please look forward to it. After the level evaluation in the studio ended, the trainees went to the cafeteria while the rest stayed to chat. Xianxia went back to his dorm. Thanks to the fact that his level didn't change, he didn't even need to change his dorm. This time, things were different. There were no longer any blind C-level trainees looking for trouble with him. The C-level trainees on the same floor all watched as the white-haired magician, who received a dramatic S and F rating in the first 2 rounds, slowly walked away. No one dared to disturb him. After returning to his dorm, Xianxia didn't do anything. He took a hot shower and went to bed. It was a dreamless night. When Xianxia woke up, he felt like a lifetime had passed. He couldn't tell where he was. He subconsciously closed his fingers until he felt something on his hands. He slowly came back to his senses. That's right, he was in a book. If he was in the real world, there was no way he could have a pair of perfect hands. Xianxia laid on his back for a while. He smiled silently before he quickly got out of bed. When he got up, he looked at the time and realized that he had slept for almost 10 hours. 10 hours, Xianxia frowned. Normally, no matter how sleepy he was, he would only sleep for 7 hours at most. Not to mention that he only needed 3 hours of sleep when he needed to travel around the world to perform. After a moment of silence, Xianxia subconsciously touched the top of his head. He was afraid that a puppet string would appear there. Of course, it was empty. There was nothing there. That was strange. Why was he so sleepy this time? The white-haired young man shook his head and got out of bed. He picked up the booklet next to him. On the dark green cover, there were a few words, King's Game Rules and Precautions. Xianxia was interested in the King's Game that the main system mentioned yesterday. He flipped to the first page. Compared to the cruel Las Vegas, the King's Game was slightly less cruel. But it was only slightly. The rule of the King's Game was that 10 people would play the game together. Cards of the same suit would be dealt in order, and the one who drew the Joker card would be the king. The king did not know the cards in other people's hands, nor did he know his own hidden cards. He could only choose 2 random numbers from the playing cards to complete any task. Those who were chosen had to obey the king's orders unconditionally. Otherwise, they would be punished. This was originally a game used by friends or classmates to improve their relationship. Now that it had been moved to the stage of frightening trainees, the main system would naturally change some of the rules. In order to prevent the trainees from killing each other or making unreasonable demands of exploitation, orders could only be issued by the main system. The king's power was regulated to the point that he could only randomly order people to obey orders. Even so, this game was still a very good one. At least, it was a good game for eliminating competitors. The most important thing was that there was a 1 in 10 chance of getting the king. As long as he became the king, he could directly get a reward of 1,000 survival points and even participate in the blind box lottery. In addition, there would be generous rewards after completing the order. To a newcomer, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation. The game would be held on the other top floor of the trainees' dormitory. In order to increase the atmosphere, the main system specially opened up a special open-air bar on the top floor. It was said that there was also an observation deck and an endless swimming pool. Like the Las Vegas casino, the trainees were not required to participate in special events. Trainees could participate if they wanted to. If they did not want to participate, they could sleep in the dormitory for 7 days. It was worth mentioning that at the bottom of the last page of the rules book, there were 13 large words written in red. The system deals cards, and cheating in any way is strictly prohibited. When Xianxia saw this, he decisively threw the book away. He suspected that this rule was specially set up for him, just like the magicians and dogs are not allowed in sign outside the Las Vegas casino in the real world. Cheating was not allowed. It was boring. He could not afford to play. Xianxia was a magician who could win 1,000,000 chips in a minute. His appetite was spoiled. He had no interest in a game that relied purely on luck and could not be tampered with. Also, he did not lack survival points. He also earned a lot of items last time. There was no need to be greedy. After thinking about it, Xianxia threw the book away and began to fiddle with his poker cards. Although he used up all his chips, he gained more than 10,000 survival points in the Famine Mountain village. It was just enough to strengthen a deck of poker cards that had a special attack effect against supernatural beings. It was not a special item, but a direct use of existing items to strengthen it. It was equivalent to creating a special item out of thin air. The survival points required for this method were shockingly expensive. Even if Xianxia had more than 10,000 survival points, he could barely strengthen one deck. But it was enough to strengthen one deck. The cards that magicians usually used were bicycle poker cards from the United States. This brand of poker cards had a good feel and were light. It was also the brand that magicians liked to use. It was simple and smooth to open. Even if he obtained a special item related to poker cards in other instances, if it was not this brand, Xianxia might not be able to use it well. Since it was a consumable item, it was fine as long as he had enough. Hence, Xianxia was patient enough to let the main system strengthen the cards one by one and test them out until night fell. Although he did not need to eat, his biological clock did not change. He would feel uneasy if he did not eat for a day. Xianxia was busy until the evening. He collected the cards and was about to change his clothes and go to the restaurant to see if there was anything delicious. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Duck, 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 someone was knocking on the door at this time. Could it be that they were here for revenge? Xianxia scratched his head. He grabbed a poker card and opened the door. Outside the door stood a grade B trainee with extremely pale skin. He looked very unfamiliar. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was a half-vampire. At least, Xianxia could tell at a glance. Mr. Magician. The other party bowed to him with a sincere expression. With such a good attitude, he probably was not here for revenge. Xianxia nodded lazily. What's the matter? This scene was not hidden or done in private. Many grade C trainees who were walking back and forth in the corridor saw it. They whispered to each other in low voices. Look, isn't that the night people? Why are they looking for Mr. Magician? Indeed. Night people's characteristics are very obvious. White skin and dark hair. You can tell at a glance. Since when did Mr. Magician have anything to do with night people? Isn't he the person that Mr. Magician thinks highly of? Night people don't want to steal him from Mr. Magician, do they? Grade C trainees were powerful in the eyes of the newcomers, but they were the bottom of the line among the veteran survivors. Otherwise, they would not be Grade C. Night people who participated in the trainee selection were at least Grade B. This organization was naturally a big deal to them. Therefore, they all looked at him curiously. The Grade B trainee bent down and handed over a fire-lacquered letter. The double-headed eagle emblem on the surface of the letter shone brightly under the dim corridor lights. His Highness invites you to a small gathering on the top floor of the trainee dormitory tonight. Please do come. The trainees who were quietly sizing them up in the corridor gasped. Night People's invitation letter. It's actually the Night People's invitation letter. Every large organization had formal documents and invitation letters. In the infinite loop, the Night People's invitation letter was the proof of inviting others to their vampire castle. Gradually, it evolved into a kind of solicitation. The general meaning was not much different from an offer from a top university. When he heard His Highness, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. It took him a moment to realize that he was referring to the number 2 Xianxia. He was still a little confused. Thinking of the puppet thread that penetrated Anthony's brain, Xianxia felt that he needed to ask him if he had any special feelings during the process of being controlled, or if he had any side effects of being extra sleepy. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and thou shalt never win a battle. Never hit a smiling person. This sentence was applicable everywhere. With this thought, Xianxia took the letter. He didn't care about the whispers in the corridor after the level B half-blood breed left and closed the door with a bang. What a joke. Even if he wanted to go out, he had to change his clothes. He couldn't just wear a bathrobe. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the top floor of the trainee dormitory suddenly began to distort. Time-limited scene, outdoor bar, opened, panoramic camera has been activated. During the opening of the outdoor bar, all game tables will be live-streamed. King's Game will be closed after 7 days. This scene will remain for daily entertainment purposes. In an instant, a huge platform expanded out of thin air outside the dormitory of the S-class trainees. On the other side, the water in the endless pool fell from the edge and into the bottomless ocean trench below. It hung down like a white chain from the sky, a beautiful sight to behold. If someone stood on the observation deck with a glass of wine in hand at sunset, they would be able to enjoy the beautiful scene of a fire burning in the sky. The waves on the ground rolled over and over. It was a magnificent sight. Upside-down wine glasses hung above the bar. The wine cabinets were filled with wines of different ages produced in wine cellars from all over the world. The bartenders stood behind the bar with their hands crossed and respectfully waited for the customers' orders. Dim warm lights projected from the ground. The artificial water on the ground gurgled. The guitar strummed a lively Irish folk tune, creating an extremely quiet atmosphere for the outdoor bar. Originally, there were only elevators downstairs that went directly to the Grade S trainee dormitory on the top floor. Now, there were a few additional elevators that went to the outdoor bar. There were many people lined up in front of each one. The trainees who were waiting for the special scene to open took the elevator to the top floor. They were discussing how the King's Game would unfold this time. After the white-haired youth walked in with the invitation, the elevator suddenly quieted down. It was as if a stop sign had been pressed. Quite a number of people secretly sized up this newcomer who was in the limelight and sighed with emotion at his outstanding appearance. There were also many people who noticed the double-headed eagle emblem on the youth's hand. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Xianxia chose to ignore all these stares. He had just walked out of the elevator when the waiter who had been waiting on the side quickly walked over. "Mr. Magician, this way please. Mr. Xianxia invites you." The others were stunned as they watched the white-haired youth being led to the other side of the outdoor bar. The top floor was very spacious. Other than the swimming pool and the area dedicated to the King's Game, there was also a sky tea room for the trainees to gather. However, only trainees above grade A had the right to use it. No one was in the mood to drink tea at this time of the day. Most of the tea rooms were pitch black. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when Xianxia walked over, he seemed to see the cold light of puppet threads flash in the darkness. The waiter brought him to the door of a glass sky tea room. Pushing the door open, a man in a black and gold military uniform stood with his back to him in front of the hanging mural in the tea room. On the other side, Anthony was standing silently by the wall. When he saw Xianxia, he didn't dare show any hostility. The air was filled with the fragrance of incense. Hot tea boiled on the stove, filling the air with the aroma of tea. When he heard the footsteps, Xianxia slowly turned around. When he saw the white-haired youth, the innate coldness in his dark red eyes didn't weaken in the slightest. "You're here," he said coldly. "My betrothed." Betrothed? The polite smile on Xianxia's face froze. He was shocked speechless for 3 seconds by this appellation, and only then did he figure out the situation in a flash. To be honest, after going through 2 dungeons, if it wasn't for number 2's sudden appearance, Xianxia would have forgotten that he was a transmigrator. The magician's mind spun like crazy. In the original text of Thriller Trainee, there weren't many descriptions of characters with the same name as Xianxia and Xianxia. After all, Xianxia didn't even finish the first dungeon, so there was a lot of information he didn't know. In the first dungeon, the most impressive thing about the original host was that the author spent a lot of time describing his beauty. Other than that, it was just a low-level white lotus green tea vibe. Although Xianxia felt that it was a bit strange to describe it like this, but up to the paragraph he read, the original owner really had this kind of personality. Thriller Trainee directly described the original host as a coward. After entering the dungeon, he only wanted to take shortcuts and get a few flower protectors to protect him from the wind and rain. The original host knew that his androgynous beauty was an advantageous weapon, so he wanted to use his beauty to suck up to others. Unfortunately, the 2S-level players in the mental hospital dungeon didn't have such dirty thoughts. Zhuge directly told him to step aside in disgust. Messiah laughed and said that she would treat all newcomers the same, so she ignored the original host's subconscious hints. Xianxia remembered that there was also a description of a heart attack. The gist of it was that the original owner of the body used to be a beautiful person in the real world. He was a pampered young master of a large family and had never met a wall before. When he was young, he was so angry that he swore that he would seduce the strongest person in this broken game and then take revenge on those who couldn't afford to pay him back. Xianxia, who read this paragraph, was speechless. This was a typical cannon fodder thought, and it had the same name as Zhuge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned the game. In the end, the original owner of the body only managed to hug the thigh of a B or C grade trainee. In the middle of the night, he needed someone to accompany him to the toilet and became the first person to give away his head. In summary, the original host was a beautiful and stupid cannon fodder. Not only did he have no brains, he also died quickly and wasn't worth the bet. Therefore, after Xianxia transmigrated, he didn't pay attention to these things and directly walked the path to his own death. Now that he looked back, things seemed to have taken a new turn. Can someone tell him, how did a cannon fodder get involved with number 2 in the infinite loop? Not to mention Xianxia, even Anthony, who was standing at the side, stared with his eyes wide open like copper bells. He had been guessing why Her Highness would be so interested in this white-haired rookie, but the truth was that Her Highness was an old acquaintance in the real world. Not only were they not acquaintances, they were also betrothed. Anthony, who was called a barbarian, was dumbfounded. He was now very glad that he chose to help Xianxia in the Barren Village Instance dungeon instead of doing something behind his back. Otherwise, His Highness wouldn't be so easy to talk to now. The tea room fell into an awkward silence. Only the sound of the teapot bubbling on the fire could be heard. After a long time, Xianxia slowly said, "Excuse me, who are you?" Then, before Xianxia could speak, he immediately added, "My family said that I got into a car accident before entering the infinite loop and accidentally lost my memory." Xianxia wasn't afraid that his lie would be exposed. First of all, for Xianxia to be so awesome in the infinite loop, he should have entered a long time ago. At the very least, he should have been here for a few years. The original host waited until the scary trainee game to enter the infinite world, so there must have been a time difference. This time difference was the time for Xianxia to show his potential. In any case, Xianxia could make up whatever happened between Xianxia and the real world. What's more, Zhuge had said that the main system would take the initiative to blur out the memories of those who sought to survive in the real world. Only when they encountered a familiar person would they unlock it. This also gave Xianxia space leeway. In any case, even if Fan Shui racked his brains, he wouldn't be able to guess that he wasn't the original host, but a book transmigrator. This was Zhongjiu's biggest secret. It wasn't that important, but it was definitely something that people would want to know. The half-vampire in the gray military uniform narrowed his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, like it was stabbing into Zhongjiu's body. This explanation didn't make sense at all. Even if a person's memory could change, how could their personality change 360 degrees? Fan Shui said concisely, "Give me your hand." Zhongjiu did as he was told. In any case, no matter what happened, he could use amnesia as a panacea to deceive him. Transmigration novels didn't lie to me. Magician's legs were fair and slender, and the lines on his body were taut and elegant. Every muscle was just right, and there was a sense of vigorous power hidden within. After transmigrating, Zhongjiu's body didn't just look good, it also looked a lot younger. Most importantly, after the main system's repair, the magic tricks he practiced in his early years, as well as the hidden injuries he had from performing too hard, had all disappeared. Now, these hands could be said to be extremely nimble. All of the difficult card tricks that magicians in his previous world could easily be used. Fan Shui's focus wasn't on these hands. He was looking at the little finger bones of these hands. At the end of the little finger bone, one could easily see that it had a different curvature than ordinary people. Fan Shui was a bit silent. The appearance and voice could be similar, but the traces on the body couldn't be faked. "It's you." He nodded lightly, his cold and hard face softening for a moment. "I haven't seen you for many years. You've grown up." "Zhongjiu?" Good heavens, he thought that he was going to be exposed, but in the end, he just said that he hadn't seen him for many years. Which family's betrothed couldn't see each other for many years? Could it be that she was a child bride? What a pity. If he knew that Fan Shui was going to say this, Zhongjiu would have made up an excuse. "Actually, after you entered the infinite loop, the elders of our families cancelled the engagement. You still don't know, right? I'm here to inform you." But since he already said that he had amnesia, this excuse couldn't be used, so he could only drop it. "We knew each other before? What does betrothed mean?" Zhongjiu decided to get some information about the original owner first. Otherwise, if someone called him betrothed this time, with the original owner's fickle personality, he wouldn't be able to take it if someone called him sweetheart next time. The man in military uniform didn't say anything, but coldly glanced at Anthony, who was standing at the side with his nose lowered. As number 2's loyal right-hand man, Anthony immediately understood. This subordinate will take his leave. He saluted and turned around, preparing to leave. Zhongjiu called out to him, "Hey, hey, hey, wait." The half-blooded man's back stiffened, and he slowly clenched his fists. He wasn't going to make things difficult for him in front of His Highness, was he? The ancients said that if a beauty whispered in the ear, the king wouldn't go to court early. If the magician was willing to list his crimes, he probably wouldn't be able to escape being oppressed by his bloodline. But what he didn't expect was that Zhongjiu only said that he had something to ask him and asked him to wait for a moment. Anthony let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Under His Highness' gaze, he hurriedly replied, "I'll wait outside for you to finish talking with His Highness. You can come find me when you're done." Only then did he run away. Suddenly, there were only 2 people left in the tea room. Fan Shui made a pleased gesture. Zhongjiu didn't hesitate and directly sat down on the cloth sofa. Zhongjiu poured himself a pot of hot tea. The story was long, but not long. Zhuge and Zhong said that the stronger one's overall strength was, the less effective the main system's blurry memories would be. For example, Zhuge and this guy's memories were nothing at all. Zhongjiu didn't say a single word in the mental hospital. He was just a white wolf disguised as Zhongjiu. Like number 2, he still remembered a lot of things from the real world. Fan Shui entered the world of the infinite loop 4 years ago. He said that Zhongjiu used to think that he was his childhood sweetheart. When they were young, because Zhongjiu was androgynous and his family liked to dress Zhongjiu up as a little girl, the 2 families verbally agreed to an engagement. When the 2 of them grew up, both families had plans to break off the engagement, so they tacitly agreed to continue the engagement. But in reality, they hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. Later, Fanjua's father passed away, and he took control of a huge business empire. After calling the wind and calling the rain in Europe, he completely forgot about this matter. What no? Tuzong said was that before he entered the infinite loop, his subordinates had mentioned that this young master was pestering him to fulfill the engagement. Moreover, this young master had done some ridiculous things. This was the reason why Fanjua had hesitated to test Zongjio when they were in the Las Vegas casino. But since Zongjio had lost his memory, there was no need to talk about this kind of thing. Thinking of this, number 2 Zong's emotions fluctuated. Who needs to change one day, even if it was him? After entering the infinite loop, he had to start all over again. Not only did he have to fight on the battlefield of 10,000 people, he even had to accept the embrace of a vampire in order to survive. He broke away from the human category and became a monster that feared the sun. Compared to the past, he was now extremely cold. As long as one entered the infinite loop and had a high position, who didn't shed a layer of skin? So it's like that. Zongjio nodded and put down his teacup in confusion. After carefully looking at Zongjio, after his appearance increased after transmigrating, there were some slight changes to his facial features. However, because of the original owner's eye-catching albino appearance, it was easy for people to overlook it. In reality, if Zongjio's facial features were correct, the original owner had all the advantages of a mixed race, deep eye sockets, a high nose, and a slightly exotic facial features. Now that Fanjua said this, it all made sense. In the real world, the original owner was probably a well-protected young master from a large family like Zongjio. Normally, this kind of family had a tradition of engagement, so it wasn't strange. So it's like this. Thank you for helping me out last time. Thinking of this, Zongjio spat out, but since I've lost my memory and we haven't seen each other for many years, the engagement, right now, you and I are both helpless, so there's no point in talking about this. Fanjua lightly said, if we're talking about blood relations, we can be considered relatives. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. The anti-theft device has been replaced. After the matter was revealed, the two of them didn't mention the engagement again. Fanjua naturally didn't call him over for such a boring reason. He came to ask Zongjio how Vincent died in the first psychiatric hospital. Zongjio finally remembered that Vincent and Anthony were both high-ranking members of the Night People. They were both number 2's right-hand men. Night People had always been at odds with the Messiah's temple. They didn't have a good relationship with Zhuge-en and had even been tricked by him before. There were only 3 survivors from the psychiatric hospital. Finding Zongjio was indeed the most convenient way. Unfortunately, Zongjio didn't have much of an impression of Vincent. This person only existed in other people's narratives. Even the original article only mentioned that he was confident in his abilities, so he chose to act alone from the beginning. I understand. Fanjua didn't continue to ask after Zongjio said that. He only said coldly, I'm just asking. If his arrogance led to his death, then he brought it upon himself. It was obvious that he was well aware of the personalities of his 2 subordinates. After he finished asking, Zongjio felt that there was nothing more to say and asked to leave. I'll walk you out. The man in military uniform stood up and walked out of the tea room with him. After the two of them walked out of the tea room side by side, the noisy trainees on the rooftop suddenly quieted down. Everyone was using their eyes to communicate with each other. Why is His Highness Fanjua of the Night People walking together with Magician? They're walking side by side. It looks like they have a good relationship. What the F***ck is going on? However, no one dared to provoke number 2's bad luck. Fanjua was famous for his cold-bloodedness. He was incomparably dignified and ruthless. Even though he was far from number 1's godlike status, he was still feared by others. But now, the surrounding trainees were shocked to discover that this blood-kindred's highness seemed to be in a good mood. Even Zongjio himself was puzzled. After getting married? After that, number 2's attitude towards him had taken a 180-degree turn. But when he caught a hint of nostalgia in those dark red eyes, Zongjio understood everything. No matter what kind of person the original owner became, she was once ignorant and naive when she was young. That should be a good memory. Otherwise, the two families wouldn't have agreed to an arranged marriage. Even though he was in an endless cycle of danger, he still felt warm when he thought about it. According to Xianxia's knowledge, Fanxua was the surname of a vampire. In order to survive, he had even changed his race and surname. He probably still missed his past as a human. Thinking like this, he was actually basking in the glory of the original owner. Xianxia thought absent-mindedly. It wasn't until he and the white-haired youth nodded goodbye by the pool and the black and gold military uniform disappeared through the entrance of the S-class trainees' dormitory that everyone came back to their senses. Number 2's aura is so strong. What do you think? That's an important person who's been on the battlefield. He participated in a World War II simulation and came back alive. Amazing. What about magician? How did he get involved with the Night Clan? Isn't he someone that important person thinks highly of? I'm so jealous. Comparisons are odious. If the newcomers are so strong, how can us old people live? Xianxia turned a deaf ear to these discussions. He walked to the bar and asked the bartender for a glass of whiskey. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. Xianxia was particularly fond of this type of Scottish strong liquor. Every time he went to a bar, he would order a glass. He watched as the bartender skillfully shook the shaker and made the shaker fly in arcs in the air. He couldn't help but admire the professionalism of the employees employed by the main system. The dealer from before was the same, the waiter was the same, and now even the little bartender was hiding his skills. If this was brought to an international bartender competition, he would probably be in the top 3. After taking the whiskey, the white-haired youth turned his head and asked Anthony, who was walking towards him, "Do you feel sleepy after coming back from the deserted village?" No. Although he didn't understand, Anthony still answered. Then do you feel pain on the top of your head, or is there something tugging at it? No. Then don't you feel that your thoughts have become strange? No. Anthony was a little impatient. He suspected that this person was messing with him. Xianxia looked at Anthony with a strange gaze. Oh, then it's fine. You can go. Anthony was confused. He remembered the relationship between this person in front of him and his boss, and fell silent. Forget it, if he couldn't afford to offend him, he could just hide. After the half-vampire left, Xianxia sat alone at the bar and thought for a long time. At this time, everyone on the rooftop was playing King of Kings. Only a few trainees were swimming and training in the endless pool. His bar was located in a secluded area. He was the only one sitting there for most of the day, and no one else came. The night was low, and the stars in the sky were brighter than the last. They hung in the sky, and it was easy to distinguish the positions of the constellations. If this was on Earth, such good weather would be rare, not to mention all these stars shining at the same time. Not far away, the trainees were playing King of Kings in full swing. I ordered the trainees who got the 3 of hearts and the 5 of hearts to carry out the order. Ha 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 ha, this order is so embarrassing. Take off your pants and run around the trainees' dormitory. Get compliments from any level S? Damn, what kind of difficult mission is this? If we don't complete the mission, we'll have to cut off our flesh. Damn, brothers, I'll take my leave. The salty sea breeze brought these discussions to him intermittently. Xianxia slowly rotated the clear wine glass in his hand. He looked at the murky wine inside and fell into deep thought. From Anthony's answer, Xianxia learned that the puppet threads were just as Zhuge said. They were undetectable, and even if they were forcibly pulled out, they wouldn't have any real feeling of being controlled. It was like a bug in the system, and there were so few weaknesses that there were almost no weaknesses. The side of the white-haired youth's face was a little bright under the dim light, which made him look even more picturesque. He didn't look like a mortal. Unknowingly, he finished another glass. His face was slightly flushed, like red flowers falling in the snow. It was soul-stirring. Do you want another glass? Sir. Thank you, but no need. He would get drunk if he drank any more. Xianxia waved his hand and signaled the waiter on the other side to bring him a box of cigarettes. Drinking would make things worse. Xianxia would never let himself get drunk. Although he didn't like the smell of cigarettes, at certain times, tobacco could help him think more calmly and carefully. It could also slightly relieve his drunkenness. Xianxia supported his head with one hand and thought lazily. Strange, today's whiskey seemed to be extra intoxicating. In the past, drinking such a cup would only make Xianxia full of energy. Today, he was seeing double, and it was a sign that he was drunk. In the dim light, the bartender who turned around to organize the liquor cabinet curled his lips. After the waiter brought the box of cigarettes, cigar scissors, and lighter, Xianxia frowned and picked out a lighter cigarette. He was about to light it. "Sir, let me help you." After Xianxia pressed the flint a few times without any reaction, the bartender very considerately put down the wine glass that he was wiping and turned around to hand over a flame. Xianxia really needed it. Because he felt a little dizzy, he obediently lowered his head and borrowed the lighter. But it was only a little. As long as he took a puff and let the choking smoke roll through his lungs, he would be able to. Milky white smoke slowly rose from the end of the cigarette. The moment Xianxia's head cleared slightly, he saw a pair of cold dark golden eyes flash by. Behind the smoke, the perfect face that was filled with fear and holiness was faintly discernible. The half-length black hair was tied up and draped to the side. The bartender, who was wearing a white shirt and a black vest and gloves, had his hands on the bar counter and was looking at him with interest. Xianxia, so the famous number one has a hobby of being a part-time bartender. No. The bartender shook his finger with a smile. You're number one. Number one seemed to be in a good mood today. He even turned around and pulled out a brand new bottle from behind his back. Xianxia clearly saw that he only crooked his finger, and the wine bottle automatically opened and poured into the mixing pot. The other seasonings also flew over one after another. Finally, the pot was covered, and all kinds of ascending and free-falling movements were done in the air. The puppet strings were really useful, especially when performing acrobatics. Xianxia felt that his sincere praise of the main system's choice of staff was purely blind. The demon smiled and pushed the mixed drink in front of the young man. "Tequila Sunset, please." "Tequila Sunset doesn't even give salt and lemon, drink it yourself." Xianxia sneered. "That's a pity, I'll have to enjoy it myself." The demon didn't seem to care about his resistance and shrugged. The feeling of punching cotton made Xianxia feel a little irritated. He seemed to be smoking in a relaxed manner, but in reality, his muscles were starting to tense up. This guy came and went like a ghost, and when he wasn't paying attention, he made him drink a drink right under his nose. He really couldn't relax. Relax. As if he could accurately sense his mood, number one slightly lowered his hands. "If I wanted to, I would have tampered with the whiskey just now." The white-haired young man was unmoved and said coldly, "What's your purpose?" "Don't be so defensive." The demon put his index finger on his lips and made a shhh gesture. Xianxia just realized that the verbal confrontation just now had attracted a lot of attention. However, the strange thing was that if number one appeared, most of the fanatical followers on the rooftop would go crazy. But now, they acted as if they didn't see the abnormality of the bartender at the bar, and their eyes only lingered on him. The demon calmly waited for him to finish his observation before teasing him. Instead of asking, "The half-vampire, why don't you ask me directly?" He had overheard the conversation between him and Anthony. Xianxia frowned. He sat at the bar for more than half an hour, and he didn't rule out the possibility that number one had been waiting here from the beginning. Of course, even if that was the case, Xianxia wouldn't feel the awkwardness of being caught gossiping behind someone's back. The white-haired young man sneered. "If I ask, will you tell me?" Xianxia wanted to know the limits, range, and even control conditions of the puppet master's ability. Without a doubt, this was extremely confidential information. Even if he didn't directly face the enemy, he could at least use it as an important bargaining chip to guard against number one. The demon smiled. "That's not necessarily true." He stared at the triangular shadow on the white-haired young man's clavicle and lowered his voice. His voice was cold, pleasant, and slightly raised, like some kind of reptile staring at its prey, making people shudder. "If you can, please me." Xianxia sneered. He slowly stood up from the bar, put the lit pipe aside, and hooked his finger at the person behind the bar, motioning for the latter to come closer. Then, he threw a punch at the treacherous and perfect face. He asked, "Is it enough to please you?" The anti-theft device has been replaced. Zhongjiao's fist naturally didn't hit anything. He felt as if his hand had collided with thousands of cold and extremely tough steel wires in the air. Every one of them cut the back of his hand painfully. The end of the wire was only a few inches away from that flawless face, but he just couldn't hit it no matter how hard he tried. It made him so angry that his teeth itched. However, the owner of the face smiled and said, "Don't be so fierce." The man curled his finger slightly, and the puppet wires disappeared one by one. Zhongjia waited until all the obstructing cold touch disappeared, but his hand still couldn't move forward a bit. The index finger of the hand wearing a white glove tapped lightly on Magician's elbow, and the latter seemed to be fixed in the air. The trainees who were watching the bar closely from the rooftop were surprised. They didn't understand why Magician would suddenly attack an ordinary bartender NPC. Could it be that this bartender had angered him? Zhongjia shifted his gaze to the back of his hand. Because he had used too much strength, a long and shocking wound ran across the back of his finger bone. It was only a small cut, and some blood was seeping out from the capillaries. It was far from bleeding. But after being pressed by number 1, the blood that was swimming in the depths of the wound began to rush out, like wisps of wriggling snakes, gradually crawling over the back of the pale hand. It wasn't painful, but it was horrifying. Zhongjia suddenly remembered the similar scene when he received the rose from the devil in Las Vegas. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Have you guessed it? The devil looked at him with a smile. The tip of the white glove was still pressed there, and the red blood that seeped out dyed the tip red. It looked especially out of place. Metahumans were different from those with special constitutions and special bloodlines. Metahumans needed a medium to activate their abilities. For example, number 6, who could control water, could only activate his ability when there was a water source. Therefore, he usually had a special item on him that could store water. Number 1 was the same. Zhongjia thought that he should know what the medium was for the devil's ability to activate. He even had an even more daring guess. If this conjecture was true, then Zhongjia would have one more trump card against number 1. The next day, the news that the night people had sent an invitation to Magician spread throughout the trainees' dormitory. Not only that, many people saw Magician and number 2 walking out of the tea room together. They were chatting happily, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Everyone's jaws dropped. The ruler of the Night Clan had never been an easy person to deal with. Whoever dared to negotiate with him, he would attack them with his army without hesitation. He was a typical ruthless person with few words. Is Magician going to accept the Night People's offer? They discussed animatedly, that's not impossible. If number 2 personally embraces him, he'll be a 5th-generation descendant. The Night Clan will have another great general. Sigh, with such a bright future, why would he choose to become a vampire who is neither human nor ghost? Half vampires are so strong, it's normal to be tempted. Do you dare say that you're not tempted by the Night People's offer? It's good enough that you're still alive, who would care so much? This Magician is quite a character. As a level C newbie, not only did he get such incredible scores twice, but he also won the favor of so many big shots. Apart from these miscellaneous discussions, there was even a rumor that Fan Shui was going to train Magician as the successor of the Night Clan. The rumor was so exaggerated that even the people involved had to admit that they were good people. The Level S trainees' dormitory was also located on the top floor of the dormitory, at the other end of the open-air bar. 10 doors of different styles stood silently on the horizon. In the distance, the waves were rolling and the sky was majestic. In the past, the Level S trainees had their own dining room and kitchen, and the dormitory was fully equipped. They could use their photon computer to ask the waiter to bring up anything they needed. There was also a continuous room service, so they didn't need to go downstairs. Even if they wanted to go downstairs, they had a private elevator that went directly to the beach outside the dormitory. These doors were placed there for decoration. Usually, no one would enter or leave. When Zhongjia walked to the door, he felt a burning gaze fall on his back. Many trainees thought that he was going to number 2's room to plot, but unexpectedly, the white-haired youth turned around and knocked on number 3's door. What was even more unexpected was that the door really opened. Looking at the white-haired magician who walked through the door with ease, the others were speechless. Good heavens, this C-rank newbie who was in the limelight actually had friendly relations with number 1, number 2, and number 3. How could this be called terrifying? Zhongjie walked into Zhuge An's dormitory. Zhuge An's dormitory was just like him, cold and indifferent. The interior was minimalist, with only 3 colors, black, white, and gray. The owner of the dormitory was even more direct. He pushed aside all the decorations and placed an 8 trigrams formation in the middle of the living room. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the room and meditated. Zhongjie was speechless. Zhongjie asked, "Are you cultivating?" The black-haired man lifted his eyelids and glanced at him indifferently. "Sit." The guest followed the host's lead, so Zhongjie followed suit and picked a place to sit down. As for why he suddenly came to Zhuge, the main reason was to find out about the prophecy. In the barren village, Zhongjie carried the entire game and carried Zhuge and did nothing, but the worst thing was that his score didn't drop by much. Zhongjie had made up his mind. He didn't want to take the prophecy seriously. At most, he would try to pry Zhuge secrets out of him. For some reason, Zhongjie's intuition told him that Zhuge had something he wanted to know. "I'm here to collect my rightful reward." Zhuge didn't say anything. He even closed his eyes again and maintained his previous meditative posture. Seeing him like this, Zhongjie didn't rush him. Instead, he looked around in boredom. The large dormitory once again fell into silence. After a long time, the man slowly opened his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, he threw out another string of deep-water torpedoes. "You're not from this world." The white-haired man raised his eyebrows. "You said that in the mental hospital dungeon." At that time, Zhongjie was mysteriously exposed. Fortunately, Zhuge only thought that he wasn't from this world. He didn't expect him to be a book transmigrator who could foresee the future. Therefore, Zhongjie chose to change the topic. He avoided the topic and left it unsettled. Zhuge said calmly, "That's right. At that time I still had my doubts. Now, I'm sure." "Oh? Tell me about it." He kept harping on this question. Coincidentally, Zhongjie also found it strange. If he didn't have enough experience or premonition, how could he have noticed the clues at first glance? There must be something else going on. Unexpectedly, the black-haired man fell silent again. After a long time, just when Zhongjie wanted to nudge him to see if he was asleep, he suddenly opened his eyes. "Give me a drop of your blood," Zhuge said. "Blood?" Zhongjie frowned in his mind. Blood was fine in other places, but in the infinite horror style, it was very problematic. In Eastern legends, the importance of blood was self-evident. In Southeast Asian witchcraft, blood was one of the keys to casting curses. Northern and Southern Europe also firmly believed that blood was the source of power. Previously, Zhongjie suspected that the devil's medium to implant the puppet strings might be contact or wound with blood. Now that Zhuge suddenly mentioned this, Zhongjie couldn't help but be cautious. Seeing his suspicious eyes, Zhuge said coldly, "You're immune to the devil's control. Naturally, you're immune to blood curses. If you don't give me your blood, I can't be sure that you're the person in the prophecy." Zhongjie raised his eyebrows. He didn't waste any time. Instead, he took out a poker card from his pocket and drew a line on his ring finger. This was what confused Zhongjie the most. Zhuge knew a lot of things. He even knew a lot of information that Zhongjie had just learned. According to him, all of this had something to do with the prophecy. Unexpectedly, Zhuge didn't do anything. He put away the drop of blood and said, "Do you know who made this prophecy?" Zhongjie expressed that he was willing to hear more. Zhuge spat out 3 words. "My teacher, Viguzi." These 3 words could be said to be extremely famous and full of legends. Viguzi, one of the ancestors of Taoism, was a famous thinker and strategist during the Warring States period. Legend said that he could communicate with ghosts and gods and know destiny. Without leaving the Ghost Valley, he could turn the world into a game of chess. However, the Viguzi that Zhuge mentioned wasn't the one in history. The Viguzi he mentioned was a survivor of the Infinite Loop who was active 10 years ago. In the Infinite Loop, people would die at any time. The survivors would be refreshed every year. There would be countless new faces. Only those who could survive would be kings. A person from 10 years ago was no different from an antique from a few centuries ago in the real world in the infinite loop. In the infinite loop, everyone only wanted to survive. No one would write history books, and no one would remember the glory of the dead. No matter how powerful they were when they were alive, they would not be remembered after they died. Some survivors even joked that every 3 years was a cycle of the infinite loop. After all, there were very few people who could survive for more than 3 years. The Giguzi that Zhuge mentioned was the only legendary figure that existed in the stories of the trainees. How legendary was he? It was said that just like his name, he knew everything from the heavens to the earth. He could communicate with ghosts and gods and even peek into the future. The black-haired man said slowly, "Back then, my teacher was so close to saving everyone from this game. As for the result, there was no need to say more. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here." Although he failed. However, on his deathbed, my teacher opened an altar and used the power of heaven and earth to perform a divination. 10 years later, there will be a foreigner with a different appearance who will enter the infinite loop to inherit his will and fulfill his last wish. And I, Zhuge said, the person who was ordered to wait here and assist you. The anti-theft device has been replaced. He was ordered to wait here and assist. Xianxia was speechless. This was perfectly in line with the saying, the late emperor's path collapsed halfway through his career. The late emperor knew his subjects well and was cautious. Therefore, before his collapse, his subjects took care of the important matters. Could it be that Giguzi had also written a Chushur Biao? Good lord, did he transmigrate into the infinite horror genre or the Battle of the Three Kingdoms script? Why was it so different when it came to Zhuge? Xianxia looked at Zhuge's cold face. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. He was afraid that Zhuge would call him lord. Fortunately, Zhuge did not seem to have that intention. The black-haired man's face was calm as he continued to speak in a monotonous voice. Actually, there was nothing new about the prophecy. It was just that Giguzi had predicted that 10 years later, a savior from a foreign land would appear. In the infinite loop. This savior would inherit his unfinished business and save everyone from this endless cycle of despair. Of course, if the prophecy only predicted the existence of a savior, then Giguzi would not have specially left a student behind to assist him. It was very cliché. In the prophecy, there was also a great demon king who tirelessly opposed the righteous cause. This great demon king and ultimate villain was the savior's nemesis. Not only was he unbelievably strong, but he also liked to cause trouble everywhere. He just had to oppose the savior and obstruct the completion of his great cause. Zhuge said that he had always followed his teacher's dying wish and waited for the savior to arrive. The troublemaker in the prophecy had appeared in the infinite loop a few years ago. He was also a very charismatic madman with a large number of fanatical followers. That's right, it was the #1 demon who loved to stir up trouble. Xianxia, who had somehow become the savior, was confused. The white-haired youth digested the information for a long time before he asked, "So, you have been waiting in the infinite loop for 10 years? Zhuge shook his head. "I've never seen him in person." In the infinite loop, there was no way to escape from this world, just like how the survivors were unable to escape from the category of human. They would always be at the bottom of the monster food chain and could not kill each other. This was an iron law that everyone was familiar with. For so many years, only the thriller trainee competition provided a way to escape from the world. Everyone knew that trainees who debuted in the center position in the thriller trainee competition would receive a universal wishing ticket. The main system had made a promise when it recruited the candidates to sign up. This wishing ticket could fulfill all wishes. Even if the trainees wished to leave the human race and become a god on the spot, the 10,000-year-old wishing ticket could fulfill all the same. Just like what Zhuge had said, because the main system had blurred their memories, most of the survivors would subconsciously ignore their lives and experiences in the real world. Even if there were a small number of people who remembered all of this, very few of them would set returning to the real world as their goal. Before this, in the infinite loop, only the predecessor Giguzi had the ambition to save others and escape from this world. The prophecy clearly stated that there were several ways to find a savior. One of them was that if there was someone who had the same idea, then there was no doubt that it would be the person who inherited Giguzi's will. Back then, I was only one step away from success. Unfortunately, I failed at the last step. Zhuge An's face was calm. Fortunately, Giguzi left behind a backup plan. He sealed part of his consciousness in the Tai Chi 8 trigrams disc, waiting for the successor to unlock this dusty past. So, it wasn't as long as you think. It was 2 years ago, after I obtained this Grade S special item from the Grade S Instance Dungeon, Investiture of the Gods, that I became the Master's student. Tai Chi 8 trigrams disc, Zhongjiao's gaze shifted to the Grade S special item on the ground. Since Giguzi could predict that someone would inherit his will 10 years later, naturally, he could also predict who would obtain the Tai Chi 8 trigrams disc. From this point of view, Zhuge En was indeed a student that he had personally appointed. Zhuge En said calmly, "Before you came, no one in the infinite loop was immune to Number One's ability, and no one had the power to resist him. Number One's goal was to keep everyone in this infinite loop." Zhongjiao thought for a moment, and felt that the possibility was quite high. The infinite loop was hell for normal people, but for lunatics, it was heaven and a stage. Seeing how the devil was having so much fun in the infinite loop, it was not impossible. At this point, what else did Zhongjiao not understand? At the end of the day, you're just looking for someone who can fulfill Giguzi's will. The white-haired youth spread his hands. But I'm not interested in saving the world. This is a big misunderstanding. Not only was he not interested, Zhongjiao even thought that the infinite loop was fun. What he said in the abandoned village was just a casual remark, but he didn't expect Zhuge En to take it seriously. However, Zhongjiao didn't know that there was such a story before him. If he were Zhuge En, he might have been fooled as well. Zhongjiao said tactfully, "If I can get the universal wishing voucher, I might consider it. But I'm only grade C, you think too highly of me." It had only been 2 rounds of the competition. Even if Zhongjiao was confident in himself, he didn't think that he would definitely debut as a grade C. After all, there was only one position, and with a strong opponent, there were many variables. Normal people didn't even dare to dream of becoming grade S. Why would they dream of becoming number 1? The black-haired man said coldly, "It's not that I believe in you, I believe in Giguzi's prophecy." Zhongjiao's answer was even more direct. "My answer is still the same. Magicians don't believe in prophecies." Zhuge En was unmoved. "I only do what my teacher told me to do, I don't need anyone's permission." When he said that, Zhongjiao smiled slowly. "You know, I think that's more fitting of your personality." The white-haired man said meaningfully, "Because I know that you're not someone who is willing to help others." Zhuge Liang was a model of a loyal minister, but Zhuge En was definitely not. Not only was he not, he was the complete opposite. Hearing this, the person who was sitting cross-legged finally looked up. Zhuge En looked deeply at Zhongjiao, but didn't answer. Instead, he changed the topic. "You'd better reach grade B before the next dungeon opens. Of course, it's your choice to believe or not, I'm only responsible for informing you." After leaving number 3 dorm, Zhongjiao fell into deep thought. At first glance, Zhuge An's words were logical, and no one could find any flaws in them. Giguzi did exist, and as long as Zhongjiao wanted to investigate, it wouldn't be hard for him to find out if Zhuge An's words were true. There was no need for him to lie about such insignificant details. Strangely enough, the more it seemed like there was no problem, the more Zhongjiao felt like there was a big problem. The most suspicious thing was Zhuge An's attitude. If he was really an old minister waiting for a savior in an endless loop, would he still have this attitude? With Zhuge An's arrogant and conceited personality, Zhongjiao would rather believe that he killed the savior and then became the savior himself. That was more reliable than him being a loyal minister. In short, Zhongjiao didn't plan on believing Zhuge An's nonsense at all. He just treated it as a story, and whoever believed it was an idiot. However, Zhuge En did say something, and Zhongjiao still planned on doing something new. That was the phrase, "level up to be rank before the next dungeon." Because after Zhuge En said this sentence, the main system announced that 20,000 survival points had been deducted, the crime of revealing information. Zhongjiao was sitting next to him and heard it. High-level trainees had the privilege of knowing the next dungeon's content in advance. High-leveled S-level trainees like Zhuge En could even choose from the options given by the main system. After every level evaluation, the main system would emphasize that high-level trainees were not allowed to sell information to low-level trainees, or else they would be severely punished. Zhuge and went against the rules and was caught as an example. Zhongjiu didn't believe anything else, but since the main system deducted his survival points, it meant that the information Zhuge and gave him was valuable. Zhongjiu decided to believe him. Now that the level evaluation was over, if he wanted to turn the tables, he could only rely on special events. Zhuge gave him a divination and told him to participate in special events and get the king of the grade S table and draw the blind box number 7. So Zhongjiu stayed in his room for another day before he slowly moved to the open-air bar and watched a few king of the grade S. The king of the grade S was also divided into levels. Just like the gambling tables in Las Vegas, it was divided into 5 levels, A, B, D, and D. The lower the level, the lower the reward, the lighter the punishment, and the easier the order. Every round was divided into 3 games, and each table was limited to 10 players. This meant that there would only be 3 king of the grade S in each round, and 6 players would be chosen to be ordered. The players who were ordered to complete the order would receive additional rewards. The players who drew the king of the grade S would also receive additional rewards. The players who didn't draw the king of the grade S would also receive additional rewards. This also meant that as long as the trainees were lucky, they could even skip 3 rounds and get the rewards for free. All in all, this game sounded more humane than the one in Las Vegas. But in fact, the rewards from the low-level gaming tables were very little, and the orders were extremely ironic. There were even humiliating orders like kneel down and lick the king's shoes. The rewards from the high-level gaming tables were generous, but the orders were even more cruel. It was a blatant challenge to human nature. Zhongjiu watched as a harmonious game table turned into a fight between all the trainees. The main system also said that the special events were to promote the trainees' friendships. What a blatant lie. After this round of the game, it would be a miracle if they didn't become enemies. The white-haired magician shook his head and walked forward. The staff member stood in front of the gaming area and asked respectfully, "Hello sir, would you like to have a separate table or directly join the game?" "Separate table, grade S." Many of the trainees who were secretly watching exclaimed. The difficulty of the grade S king of the grade S game was self-evident. Only one table had been opened in the past 2 days. One of the trainees didn't complete the task and turned into a pile of meat on the spot. His blood splashed onto the ceiling, and he died with his eyes wide open. Many people rubbed their fists and were eager to give it a try. After all, the main system had clearly stated that cheating in any form was not allowed. Everyone was waiting to see the magician make a fool of himself. The anti-theft device has been replaced. There was a live broadcast camera in the area where the king's game was played. The bullet screen began to discuss. "This is a game that depends on luck. You can't cheat. Magician cheated before, but of course he can't now. There's a rule book for the trainees on the forum. The last one is marked red. Actually, I think the main system is targeting magician on purpose. 233-3333, so what if it's on purpose? He got a royal flush at the casino. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Who knew that he was a magician back then? Putting a magician in a casino is the same as putting a vampire in a crowd. The main system is probably regretting it now. Ha 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 ha, magician can't cheat this time. This is going to be interesting." It wasn't just the bullet screen that was enjoying the show. The trainees were also eager to try. Previously at the casino, they could still say that Xianxia's skills were inferior. Now was the time to rely purely on luck. There was no one to help him. It was not the best time to take revenge. This was especially true for the older players, especially those who had been robbed by Zhongjiu in the previous instance dungeon. They wanted to teach this arrogant newcomer a lesson. Chao Hongtao was so angry that he didn't manage to kill him that time that he was the first to stand up. As he stood up, he called out to his friends. Unfortunately, the other seniors didn't give him any face. They weren't brainless. Magician was now favored by everyone. If they could form a good relationship with him, they would. If they could avoid offending him, they wouldn't. There was no need to make things difficult for a newcomer with potential. Moreover, this wasn't a game of house. It was an S-grade gaming table. If they were selected to carry out the order but failed to complete it, the tragic deaths of the trainees from before were the most vivid examples. Chow Hongtao didn't manage to call anyone and his expression turned ugly. Su Su, who was standing at the side, saw this and immediately tugged at Su Sen's clothes. Ninth brother is being bullied. Why aren't we helping? Susan looked hesitant. This is an S-grade gaming table, old Su, you have to be loyal. Ninth brother carried us in a dungeon before. Su Su slapped his thigh. Sigh, if you're not going, I'll go. Anyway, I've been lucky since I was young. If ninth brother is in trouble, I must help him. Zhongjiao pretended that he did not see the gazes directed at him. After confirming that the bartender today was not number one in disguise, he still felt uneasy. He had no choice but to make himself well-fed and made a cup of chrysanthemum and wolfberry. When Zhongjiao came back with tea, he found that there were already 10 people at the game table. He, Chow Hongtao, Su Su, Su Sen, number 7 Messiah, number 10 On Myoji, number 8 The Dark Wizard, number 4 Exorcist who had recently swapped places with Aizen in black, no. A trainee languishing, and no. B trainee Feng Yuqing. A small gaming table had actually gathered 4 S-class big shots, the onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The bullet screen began to flood with comments, and the number of people online rose in a straight line. F*CK, this is exciting. What's going on? Why are S-class big shots at this table? Looks like everyone is interested in the magic. JPG, what are you thinking? There have only been 2 S-class gaming tables opened in the past 2 days. The last one suffered heavy casualties, and now there's a new one. Of course the S-class big shots are here. Ha 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 ha, my god, why is On Myoji participating in this game? This is a game of pure luck. Pfft, I'm dying of laughter. Is he here to warm up the newcomers? 23333, as soon as he saw languishing, Zhongjiao's eyes immediately sharpened. In the barren village dungeon, he was certain that this person was the devil's puppet. However, when he tried to pull the strings from Aizen's head, he found nothing. Instead, he found out that Aizen was being controlled. At the time, Zhongjiao did not know, but now he understood. One of the ways the devil implanted puppet strings was through a bleeding wound. At the time, number 1 controlled languishing to get close to Aizen. In the end, he successfully controlled number 5. Languishing, on the other hand, became an abandoned pawn. It was not easy for him to survive. Excuse me, the tea is a bit thick. I'll go add some more water. To be safe, Zhongjiao pretended to go back to change the water. While he was in the pantry, he used the tarot card to test if the devil had taken control of this unlucky A-class trainee again. The result was that justice was in place. However, Zhongjiao did not believe that the devil was not at this gaming table. He was certain that the devil would not let go of this great opportunity to ambush him. There were 2 more divinations left. The white-haired youth thought for a moment, then drew number 8 The Dark Wizard, and number 7 Messiah. The former was a hermit, and the latter, Zhongjiao looked at the devil in his hand and sneered. When Languishing's head was pierced with 5 puppet strings, the card Zhongjiao drew was the devil in place. Anthony only had 2 strings on his head, so the devil in place was reversed. From this, it could be seen that the devil in place was not fully controlled, while the devil in place was fully controlled. And Messiah actually drew the devil's throne. This meant that, the Holy Sun was already a puppet that was completely under her control. As soon as he came to this conclusion, Zhongjiao also remembered some clues that could be traced. For example, someone once mentioned that the Holy Sun became strange after participating in the thriller trainee competition, but they could not pinpoint what was strange about it. For example, Messiah had a good reputation in the mental hospital dungeon. Even the original text used a lot of words to describe how the Holy Sun used to be a helpful person. But the strange thing was, there were descriptions from the perspective of Zhuge and even the original owner, but there were no descriptions from Messiah's perspective. For example, Zhongjiao's guess that Messiah was the mole was not wrong. Maybe Messiah was already controlled before the thriller trainee competition started. Not only did he pick the demon as his trump card well, but he also hid it well. Because the S-level trainees were all very strong, Zhongjiao could not sneak over their heads. If it wasn't for the tarot cards, which could predict the future, even he would have been fooled. Sorry for making you wait. After returning, Xianxia purposely picked a seat far away from Messiah. The blonde-haired holy son showed an understanding smile. It's okay. The white-haired youth gave him a polite smile and glanced at him. He had a feeling in his heart. Unless the devil gave up on the puppet would never be able to escape his control. Zhuge did not say what the devil's goal was, but Xianxia had guessed it correctly. First, he had used the 8th-grade trainees as a springboard to control the number 5 Asian in black. Then, he had already deeply controlled the number 7 Messiah. In addition, there was also the number 1's original body. Not to mention, he didn't know if there were any other S-grade trainees that could be controlled. His goal was probably to control all the S-level trainees. If that was the case, no matter how many variables there were, the universal wishing ticket would still be in the devil's pocket. Then, what kind of deal did the main system make with the devil? Why was number 1 able to enjoy so many privileges in the competition? It was obviously the main system that gave out the universal wishing ticket. If he wanted it, he could have just cheated. Why did he have to do this? Could it be that there was something he did not know? Mysteries came one after another, making it hard for people to deal with. Xianxia rubbed his temples and temporarily gave up on thinking. Let's begin. Table 7 starts the game. Shuffling cards, please wait. Since it was a game, it was naturally not as exciting as a casino. The conditions were also not that restrictive, so everyone sat in a more relaxed position. Waiters pushed all kinds of food carts, desserts, wine glasses, and fruit juices in front of each game table. The waves in the distance crashed onto the reef, making a roaring sound. The river flowed on the ground of the open-air bar. Through the roof, one could see the reflection of the stars. The atmosphere was warm and relaxed. To ensure fairness, the shuffling process of the main system in King's game was very cumbersome. Everyone had to press the shuffling button once in the air. Xianxia was a little bored while waiting, so he turned his head and saw that the number 4 exorcist and number 10 young master were sitting beside him, so he started chatting with them. Oh, I remember you. Aren't you the one who folded at the central table? Speaking of this, Xianxia felt a little regretful. If the Onmyoji did not fold in the last round and chose to go all in, he would have been able to reap a few tens of thousands of chips. The Onmyoji looked at him blankly. He did not want to reply. He didn't answer, but number 4 on the other side was amused. The exorcist laughed and lowered his voice. Little brother Zone, don't stab him in the heart. Number 10 was also the number 1 big shot in Infinite Loop. Everyone usually called him Tuyuman. Takuman was an extremely famous Onmyoji family name. It was said that he was a descendant of the famous Onmyoji Abe no Saimai during the Heian period. Like everyone else, Takuman's surname was not originally Onmyoji. He was lucky enough to inherit the Takuman family's Onmyoji after a fortuitous encounter in the S-rank instance dungeon ghost parade. In order to make it easier for others to remember, they did not bother to call him by his real name. Instead, they just called him Takuman. Speaking of Takuman, the most famous thing about him was not his strength, but his bad luck. No one knew why he was so unlucky. In any case, as long as it was related to luck, he had never succeeded. However, Takuman became braver with every setback. He swore that he was not so unlucky before he became Onmyoji. His repeated failures had become a fixture in Infinite Loop. Countless casinos had opened bets on when he would make a comeback. The odds were frighteningly high. After hearing the exorcist's words, Takuman gritted his teeth. I will avenge myself this time. Xianxia expressed that he did not understand this kind of pain. After all, his luck had always been good. What was the saying again? A non-player could not beat a European. Africans did not understand the joy of being a European. Shuffling completed. Dealing cards. Dealing cards completed. Announcing this round's order, obtain the rib of any player at the same table. Time limit of 3 minutes. If the order fails, you will be killed on the spot. Now, please raise your card. A pale hand stretched out from under the hooded black robe. The Joker on it grinned. Number 8, the Dark Wizard, the king of this round. Anti-theft device has been replaced, the main system's voice sounded coldly. King, please select 2 players to complete the order. The trainees sitting at the table were all on high alert, not daring to even breathe loudly. The exorcist laughed. This order is a little interesting. Quickly pick two and get it over with. Everyone's cards were on the table, and everyone only knew their own cards. The king could only choose blindly. The two unlucky people he selected would have to complete the order. As soon as the order came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The bullet screen was full of astonishment. This order is simply amazing. It's going to make the people at the table kill each other. And it's only for 3 minutes. As expected, it's truly a game of friendship. Waste. JPG, looking at the strength distribution of this table, there are 4 S-level players without a doubt. The 3 A-level and B-level players can also be temporarily excluded. Although the magician is C-level, there's no need to think about it. There's also a C-level player, Su Sen, who's at least a veteran. So there's still a D-level newcomer left. Deep thought. D-level? Good lord, there's actually a newcomer who's so insensible as to join the lineup of gods fighting. It's just a rib. It can still be recovered if it's taken out. But it'll really hurt. We can only pick a soft persimmon. In fact, there was no need for analysis on the bullet screen. The atmosphere at the game table had already started to become strange. Many people's eyes were faintly on Susu. They believed that if they were selected, they would first consider taking out this D-level player. The Dark Wizard had not announced the answer yet. Instead, he leisurely drew a king's blind box. The exposed wrist of the leader of the Witchcraft Association was extremely pale, like a corpse that had not seen light for many years. It was comparable to Zhongzhou's albino appearance. Congratulations to the king for obtaining a special item, Swamp Potion, B-level consumable. This time, the trainees around the game table were in an uproar. As expected of an S-level game table. A random draw from the king's blind box is a B-level special item. That's great. Why don't you see what the punishment is? If you fail, you'll be killed on the spot. You have to be alive to enjoy it. I wonder who will be chosen. What if they can't beat their opponent? Will they be killed on the spot? The Dark Wizard picked up the strange dark green potion from the box and shook it in his hand. He looked very satisfied with the reward. King, please select 2 players to carry out your orders. The system notification repeated itself. Then, 7 of hearts and 2 of hearts. The Dark Wizard flipped over his hidden card. Very good, he didn't get himself into trouble. At the game table, the 2 people holding the 2 cards immediately turned pale. One was Chao Hongtao, and the other was Su Senator. Almost at the moment when number 8's hoarse voice fell, Chao Hongtao jumped up from his seat and went straight to Su Su. Unfortunately, he was only halfway through his action when he felt a burning pain in his arm. In an instant, a shallow but bleeding wound appeared on his hand, followed by a poker card that was nailed deep into the game table like a gust of wind. Magician, what is the meaning of this? Chao Hongtao was furious. Zhongzhou ignored the main system notification that his survival points would be deducted for attacking a trainee and raised his chin. I don't mean anything else. Susu is my underling. You attacked your underling, and the boss attacked. What's wrong with that? He looked at Chao Hongtao, who was still unwilling to give up, and curled his lips. You can try and see if you're faster than my poker card. I've exchanged so many chips in Las Vegas. Even if the main system wants to deduct them, I don't have to worry about not having enough. A cold murderous aura quietly shrouded Chao Hongtao, and his pupils shrank. For a moment, he felt that if he dared to take another step forward, he might really beg for death. Seeing this scene, Susu was so moved that he almost cried. Brother Jiu, but now was not the time for him to cry. Because other than Chao Hongtao, the other person on the game table who was chosen was Su Sen. The floating red numbers on the game table decreased by the second. 3 minutes, a full 180 seconds, and half a minute passed in a short while. A sharp knife with a cold gleam appeared in Su Sen's hand. Susu gritted his teeth and suddenly stood up from his seat. He closed his eyes like a hero and pulled open his clothes in front of Su. Senior-old Su, you have to be responsible. I'm the one who pulled you in, so I'm responsible. You dig? A real man doesn't cry. I can hold it in. Su Sen, who had been silent all this time, looked at Su Su as if he was looking at an idiot. He suddenly turned the knife in his hand and sliced it across his chest. Drip, 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 blood spurted out from the bottom of his right chest like a fountain. The white flesh that was sliced open was immediately covered in scarlet. Su Sen's head was covered in cold sweat, and the veins on his arms were bulging. His bloodshot eyes stared at the red countdown on the game table. His hand was covered in a shocking amount of blood, but he still firmly stuck the boning knife into the bottom of his chest and slowly rotated it. Everyone only heard a ripping sound. The boning knife was an F-grade tool that could easily cut through bone in an instant. Su Su was scared silly. Su, old Su, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Seeing that he still hadn't reacted, Susan endured the pain and said angrily, can you use your brain? Wasn't the information that Brother Nine gave you not enough? Many of the onlookers were shocked by the scene. F*CK, why did he cut himself? What's going on? Aren't they enemies? Why did the style suddenly become self-mutilation? A few of the comments suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, the original text of the main system command is to obtain the rib of any player at the same table. Take your own rib, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh my god. You wouldn't have thought of this in such a short period of time. No, did you guys realize that there's a loophole in the main system command? Magician just attacked the B grade, but the main system deducted his survival points because trainees have an iron rule not to kill each other. If the goal was to take someone else's rib from the beginning, not only would it be difficult to achieve, but even if it was successful, a large number of survival points would be deducted. No wonder Susan said that Magician was helping to pass the information. Sigh, he's really a good person. Upstairs, you're right. Now that I think about it, it's really difficult to fight and take someone's rib in 3 minutes. Unless you set the target on yourself from the beginning, not only will you not have to deduct survival points, but you can also complete the command. Come to think of it, this C grade is really a man. Exactly. In this situation, not only is he calm, but he can also be ruthless to himself. I have high hopes for him. The main system was obviously digging a hole for the trainees to jump into. Humans were selfish. When everyone heard this command, they would subconsciously choose to take someone else's rib instead of their own. Many people at the game table saw this, but most of them chose to watch. However, Susan's straightforward behavior was unanimously praised. The exorcist whistled and gave him a thumbs up. When there were 20 seconds left, Susan let out a long breath and put the bloody rib into the main system's command box. C-grade trainee Susan has completed the command. Received reward, blind box selection X1. Seeing this, the Messiah, who had been waiting with the high priest's staff for a long time, immediately began to chant in a low voice. The golden light of healing gathered in the air and fell on Susan's body. The latter's face immediately had a bit more color. The wound was also immediately healed and no longer bled. In the middle of the king's game, trainees could not apply for the perfect healing of 500 survival points. They could only wait until the end of 3 rounds of the game to recover their rib bones. Fortunately, this table came with a healing tool. At least it was not so painful. It was a blessing in disguise. Thank you, Your Excellency. Susan quickly thanked her in a low voice. On the other side, Xianxia was anxious. After all, he was a B-grade trainee. After the conversation between Susan and Su Su, he naturally figured out the key. After seeing the Messiah's help, he decisively followed suit and stabbed himself in the chest with a knife. Unfortunately, Xianxia was behind by a lot of time. By the time he figured this out, half of the time had already passed. Naturally, he was not as prepared as Su Senator in a hurry. He did not realize that he was holding an ordinary knife. Could an ordinary knife cut through bones? After several consecutive attempts, he still could not break his rib bones. Instead, he was in so much pain that his face turned pale. Xianxia cursed angrily. Sticky hot blood rolled over his hand. The pain that followed made him unable to hold the knife. Unfortunately, he did not have more time to change. There were 10 seconds left. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot. He slashed hard. He was a trainee who had strengthened his strength before. With such a forceful slash, one of his ribs was broken. Originally, according to this trend, he could have finished the mission before the time was up. Unfortunately, after cutting through one of his ribs, the ordinary knife was forced to break. He could not hold back half of the force and stabbed deeply into his abdomen, stopping his following actions. Time's up. The main system said coldly, B-grade trainee Xiao Hongtao failed to complete the order. Punishment will be carried out immediately. Ah, Xiao Hongtao let out a scream. His appearance was already miserable enough. His chest was cut open, revealing the white ribs inside. One of them was even cut in half. It hung in front of his chest, looking extremely terrifying. After the main system's cold order, the bones were instantly grabbed by an invisible hand. One by one, they were pulled out of his body along with the sticky flesh and blood. What would a person look like after losing their bones? No one knew the answer. But now, everyone knew. It could no longer be called a person. It was a mixture of blood and a layer of flesh. Because there was no skeleton to support it, it collapsed softly and flowed into a pool on the ground. Its facial features were twisted and stuck together. Punishment complete. B-grade trainee Xiao Hongtao is confirmed dead. Ugh, some of the newbies who had poor mental fortitude were already retching. Many people were just there to watch the show. Now that they saw the scene of the tragedy, they knew that the S-grade gaming table was not a joke. In any case, the organ trafficking in Las Vegas was far less shocking than the scene of the King's game. The first round of the game has ended. The next round of the game will begin in 10 minutes. The anti-theft device has been replaced. After the end of this small round of games, the entire game table was a little silent. The tragic state of Xiao Hongtao's death was presented in front of everyone's eyes. Even because the main system directly erased him, his body, which was like a pile of meat paste, was not left behind. There was no way for an exorcist to purge his soul. The high-level trainees, who were S and A level, were fine. They had all seen great storms and even more tragic scenes, so they accepted the scene very well. Susu was also very scared, but he still remembered that he was the one who pulled Susan into this King's game. After experiencing the bloody incident just now, the word guilt was directly written on Susu's face. Now, he was asking Susan about his well-being in front of him. He poured tea for him and asked him if it still hurt, and if he wanted to exchange it with the main system at a high price for a painkiller or anesthetic. Susan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The most painful moment just now has passed. How painful can it be now? Besides, it's my own choice whether to participate or not. What's more, I profited from a disaster. Compared with my future survival, this pain is worth too much. The reward for completing the order was a blind box. Susan's luck was not bad. He opened a very rare A-level functional item out of thin air, which made many trainees envious. Susan was just an ordinary C-level trainee. But that was an A-level item. There were only a few S-level items in total, so no one dared to covet them. There weren't many A-level items either. Nowadays, not every A-level trainee had one. Many of them relied on other abilities to strengthen themselves. Susan's temperament was good in all aspects. What he lacked was a handy special item. It was conceivable that after getting this A-level item, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Several S-level trainees at the game table also appreciated his calmness and decisiveness. Even after Susan pulled out the A-level item, number 8 also expressed the intention of recruiting him to the Witches and Devils Association. In the Middle Ages, the Witches' Assembly was said to be a gathering of witches and devils. It was said that witches would perform black mass at the assembly, insult God, step on the cross, and sprinkle filth on the crucifixion. At that time, she was regarded as a heretic and a symbol of misfortune by the Holy See, which led to a large-scale witch hunt. Although the Witches' Association in the Infinite Loop was not as extreme, they had inherited the influence of historical factors and had a very bad relationship with the Holy Cathedral led by the Holy Son Messiah. Just like the Night People, the Witchcraft Association mostly recruited people who practiced witchcraft. They practiced both Eastern and Western witchcraft. Although there were fewer of them due to their profession, their overall strength was definitely not weak. They were also one of the few large organizations that were famous in the Infinite Loop. Susan did not expect to be recruited by such a large organization. But after the initial shock, he shook his head with certainty. Thank you for your kindness, sir, but I'm also one of Brother Nine's underlings. I can't betray my boss. Zhongjiao, who had somehow become the boss of an underling, was confused. The bullet screen suddenly understood. No wonder the magician wanted to help him. So this Susan is also one of the magician's underlings. I remember him. Back in the Barren Village dungeon, he and Su were both under the magician's protection. At that time, there were more than 10 newbies in the magician's camp, and all of them were loyal to him. Indeed, my impression of the magician changed in the Barren Village dungeon. The dream he talked about at the campfire was amazing. I've wronged a good man. JPG, wait, don't you think that the process of recruiting underlings and acknowledging a boss is very similar? Recruiting people and building one's own force? Think about it in detail. Isn't this the process of building a large force in the infinite loop? I didn't expect the white-haired beauty with thick eyebrows and big eyes to want to build her own force. I think I can see the rise of a new force. If the bullet screen could figure out such an obvious thing, the people at the gaming table could too. The leaders of the Holy Sanctum and the Witches Association were sitting at the gaming table. Messiah did not say anything. She only gave the Zhongjiao an encouraging smile. It was in line with her usual character. She was compassionate, and kind. If that's the case, I apologize for my rudeness. The dark wizard glanced at the Zhongjiao. The dark green eyes under the hood were cold. There was no hostility or kindness. It was as if he was not looking at a living thing. There was no emotion in them. The magician's popularity and results in the thriller trainee competition were obvious to all. Although he was only grade C, no one dared to look down on him. In their hearts, they all tacitly agreed that this newcomer who was favored by number 1, number 2, and number 3 at the same time would have a bright future. Even though the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind, no one openly opposed him. At most, they silently prayed that he would quickly die in the next instant's dungeon. The other grade S attitudes towards him were also lukewarm. However, if the magician started preparing to build his own force, it would be a different story. It would not be long before this rumor spread throughout the entire thriller trainee dormitory. When that time came, who knew how many newcomers would rush to join? Only free people like Takaman and the Exorcist were not affected at all. The Exorcist was still laughing at Takaman. You're quite lucky today. I thought you'd be chosen in the first round. The Yin-Yang master snorted. I told you that I'm going to change my fate today. You don't believe me? You're that confident? Compared to the other trainees, the Exorcist knew more about Takaman's constitution. Some inheritances usually came with strange side effects. For example, a high-level grade A had once obtained a bottle of dragon's blood. Not only did it greatly increase his strength, but it also allowed him to materialize dragon scales on parts of his body. However, he had also been infected with some of the dragon's habits. For example, he had a special preference for shiny things. Another example was number 9, a top-level psychic. As long as he entered a lower-level instance dungeon, he could even obtain key clues from the souls or remnant thoughts left behind by various deceased people. However, the side effect was that he was prone to nervous breakdown due to the resentment of spirits. He even spent a lot of money to buy a jamming device. He could only sleep well with the jamming device on when he was not in an instance dungeon. For people like Takaman, many people suspected that it was because of the Yin-Yang master's inheritance that made him unlucky. After all, before he became a Yin-Yang master, his luck was far from this bad. Just watch. The last time I was in Las Vegas, I exchanged for something good. Today, I'm definitely going to win. Boss Takaman says this every time. 23333, and he keeps on fighting even after losing every battle. Sigh, this is all reserved. But the boss has a good mentality. When he saw that the cards were bad at the central gambling table, he directly stopped betting. He was very decisive and stopped his losses in time. After all, it's also a kind of talent to be able to win like this. Smile. JPG, 10 minutes later, the main system's announcement sounded again. The second round of the game has begun. Shuffling cards, shuffling completed. Dealing cards ended. A card suddenly appeared on everyone's table. Announcing the order for this round, please choose 2 players. The first player to reach the lawn will live. If the order fails, you will be obliterated on the spot. Now, please raise the king card. The white-haired youth lazily raised his hand. Seems like I'm quite lucky? It was indeed quite lucky. After all, the information that Zhuge and told him specified that the king was a blind box. This meant that if he could not get the king card, he would have to keep playing. Fortunately, Zhongjiao's luck was quite good. He got the king card in the second round of the game and successfully completed the mission. Just like the Dark Wizard, Zhongjio did not announce the 2 players first. Instead, he drew the king's blind box. The king's blind box was a row of gray boxes that landed on the game table. There were numbers 1 to 10 on it, and it was provided to the players who drew the king card. Not only could they draw random items, but they could also draw survival points or special surprise rewards. Without a doubt, Zhongjio opened the blind box numbered 7. Congratulations to the king for obtaining a special surprise reward. Trainee level increased by 1. In the next second, Zhongjio's green C-grade trainee badge turned into a yellow B-grade trainee badge. At the same time, the main system also notified him that his dorm room had been changed. The C-grade luxury single room on the 4th floor was changed to a B-grade executive suite on the 5th floor. At the same time, the executive lounge and phone service on the same floor were opened. The surrounding trainees were a little surprised. The special surprise reward from the blind box can increase a trainee's level? That's surprising. If an A-grade trainee got this, wouldn't he be promoted to an S-grade? But there are only 10 S-grade trainees. Is he trying to increase the number of seats or push them down? What are you thinking? I've watched more than 10 rounds of the king game. Only the magician and another D-grade trainee got a special surprise reward. The D-grade special surprise reward was a self-selected dungeon. It's the first time I've seen a level increase. This reward sounds good. It's better to give him survival points. Who knows if his rating will drop next time. It was impossible to say that it was of any use. The higher the initial rating, the harder it was to drop. For example, the S-grade trainee's initial rating was there. Even if they dropped the ball in a certain dungeon, their previous S-grade rating would be taken into account when they were re-evaluated. The lower the probability of dropping, the lower the rating. A typical example was that although Zhongjio exposed Messiah's identity in the first dungeon and gave Messiah an A, his overall strength and rating were still able to stabilize his position as number 7. After drawing the blind box, Zhongjio looked at Su Sen's pale face, which had not recovered, and quickly chose 2 players. 5 of hearts and 3 of hearts, please complete the order for this round. The Yin-Yang master threw away his 5 of hearts and stood up from his seat. How is that possible? I spent a lot of money in Las Vegas to exchange for a misfortune-absorbing talisman, F***CK, is it the A-grade talisman that costs 50,000 chips? 50,000 to buy a good luck charm. Maybe this is the boss. As a result, when Takaman took out the good luck charm, everyone was silent for a moment. Because the misfortune talisman had turned from khaki to dark black. The main system even sent a warm notification. The A-grade item has absorbed the upper limit of misfortune. The exorcist laughed the loudest. He put down the 3 of hearts in his hand and patted Takaman's shoulder. Money doesn't change fate. Don't struggle, let's go brother. The anti-theft device has been replaced. Takaman had a headache from the exorcist's laughter. When he turned around and saw that the exorcist was holding the 3 of hearts, he was instantly enraged. F***CKU, you're both unlucky. Why are you laughing so loudly? The exorcist was still laughing. It's only the beginning of the first round, and your grade A misfortune absorption talisman is already useless. Tell me, should I laugh? The Yin-Yang master was about to kick him. The bullet screen was filled with laughter. Ha 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 ha, these two are too funny. I realized that the exorcist is really the Sea King. He has a good relationship with all the grade S's. Previously, he called Aizen from the cursed team his brother. He also got along well with number 6. It feels like there's no one in grade S that he doesn't know. He has a good personality. He's not calculative and generous. He's also humorous. He even dares to talk to Master Zhuge. No, no, no. Upstairs, you're wrong. The exorcist definitely can't get close to Lord Number 1. That lord basically doesn't interact with the other trainees. Oh, except for the rose he gave to the magician at the casino. Laughter aside, everyone was still a little worried. Takuman was the 5 of hearts, and the exorcist was the 3 of hearts. One of them had an unlucky physique that could make people laugh every time, and the other had an amiable and interesting personality. He was also very popular among the ordinary survivors. Although there was no time limit, the mission required the trainees to reach the lawn first to survive. This news was undoubtedly like a huge rock pressing down on everyone's hearts. Sigh, I really like these 2 big bosses. If one of them is destined to be in trouble, sigh. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. They're both great S's. Think about it. In Las Vegas, ordinary people had to use their lives in exchange for 5,000 chips. These great S's can casually throw out hundreds of thousands of chips. That's right. They must have countless life-saving items in their hands. After the casino opens, as long as they have chips, it's impossible not to exchange for substitute dolls. The bullet screen guessed correctly. The S-Class did not lack chips. Each of them had countless items in their backpacks, and their life-saving methods were endless. When they were in Las Vegas, several S-Class players didn't even go down to gamble. They directly exchanged other items or rare items for chips, and then used chips to exchange for items. The substitute doll was the number 1 item worth exchanging for. If they had enough balance, the S-Class would not miss it. Why are these 2 still standing there? Aren't they going to run? Maybe because they are friends? If it were someone else, they would have run out the moment they got the card. That Chao Hongtao just now was the same. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on the D-Class. Could it be that there's a way to resolve this order like the previous one? Could it be a substitute doll? The spectating trainees were also whispering. Many of them thought of the existence of the substitute doll, just like the bullet screen. Someone immediately retorted, but the main system said to kill, so the substitute doll is useless. Everyone else was anxious, but the 2 people involved didn't seem to be anxious at all. The exorcist pulled the yin-yang master to the side of the endless pool and looked down. They were on the top floor of the trainees' dormitory, dozens of meters away from the lawn at the bottom. Standing here, they could only see a lush green lawn. The isolated island wasn't big, and the other side was full of steep cliffs and jagged rocks. Logically speaking, the grass on this side should be relatively barren, but the main system could freely create the island, so the lawn was as neat as a green field that could immediately hold an international competition. It even used white lines to draw a golf course on the sea. The other people at the game table looked at the 2 of them curiously, wanting to see how they would resolve the situation. Unexpectedly, the exorcist directly took out a rope from his backpack and tied Takuman and himself back to back. After seeing their movements, many people suddenly understood. I get it, they exclaimed. As long as they reach the lawn at the same time, the 2 of them can survive together. It was a good idea, but it was very difficult to implement. First of all, if they didn't know each other, their first reaction would definitely be to turn around and run. Even if they were trainees who knew each other, in such a situation, if one of them was disloyal, it would be the best way to eliminate the other person. Therefore, the 2 people selected had to be friends who knew each other and had some friendship, so they had to be friends of good character. In the end, the 2 of them stood at the door together and stepped out together. If the main system had to calculate, it could calculate the difference between milliseconds and determine who reached the lawn first. For this reason, the exorcist thought of a solution. After tying the 2 of them together, he redeemed a large transparent acrylic box from the main system. It was just the right size to fit the 2 of them tightly. Takuman stepped forward, dipped a pen in cinnabar, and drew several charms on the surface of the box, one of which was said to be an immobilizing charm. If it was drawn on the surface of the box, it would keep the box in a vertical state during its free fall. This way, their feet would be fixed on the same level by the acrylic board, and they would naturally reach the lawn at the same time when they fell. At the same time, they took some strange special props from who knew where and stuck them on the box. They said that they could reduce the impact and make the box stronger, ensuring that they wouldn't fall to their deaths. After all this, the transparent box became colorful. Not only was the surface full of patterns, but there were also balloons hanging from the top and charms pasted all over it. The onlookers were stunned. Done. The exorcist clapped his hands in satisfaction. After doing all this, the two S-level trainees locked themselves in and asked the other trainees to push the two of them down from the edge of the endless pool. Susu was dumbfounded. You can do that? The other trainees who had seen this operation were speechless. As expected of S-level trainees, ordinary people wouldn't be able to come up with such a trick. Even if they could, they wouldn't necessarily have the support of this prop skill. Perhaps this is the wisdom of humans. Damn, I never thought that such a bold idea could be realized. S-level, Eternal God. Main system, you didn't expect that I could complete the mission like this. You can't blame the main system for not thinking of it. They might have been accurate to the millisecond, but in the end, they were still defeated by human wisdom. Main system, you cunning humans. Everyone pushed them down and watched as the large cluster of balloons hanging from the box slowly fell from a high place. The acrylic box containing the two of them slowly landed. After floating in the air for about 5 or 6 minutes, Takaman used his spiritual power to control the box and lowered it on a flat lawn, ensuring that the glass bottom touched the ground at the same time. Everyone held their breaths nervously, waiting for the final result. S-level trainee Takaman, S-level trainee exorcist, completed command. Reward received, player's number of blind box selections x1. When the elevator arrived again, the unlucky brothers walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders, receiving cheers from the crowd. Applause came from the open-air bar, and pulled open ribbons flew in the air. Many people raised beer and champagne at them, saluting from afar. The exorcist concluded, actually, I always say that you're unlucky, but in a way, your luck is pretty good. Back in Las Vegas, although the Yin-Yang master received the worst card, he managed to withdraw in time, and the person who stayed behind was the unlucky one. In the King's game, although Seiji was drawn from a game that seemed to only have a 50% chance of survival, the other person he drew was an old friend whom he was quite close to. Seiji was also a trustworthy old friend, which was a great fortune amidst his misfortune. The second round of the game is over. The last round of the game will start in 10 minutes. The atmosphere at the end of this round of games was much better than the previous one. The two players surviving at the same time gave a boost to the other game tables around them. Everyone, don't be too anxious after seeing the question, Messiah said with a smile. Actually, as long as you calm down and think about other people, you can find a way out of this game that seems to be a sure death. Everyone else agreed. Zongjio glanced at him indifferently and lowered his head. He had achieved his goal, and he could leave now. Unfortunately, there was still one more round. It had to be said that the devil's acting was really good. Before Zongjio used the tarot cards to test her, he only suspected that Messiah was pretending to be a saint. He didn't expect that she was already controlled by the devil. Fortunately, he found out early. It was better to be prepared early. Thinking of this, Zongjio had an inexplicable bad premonition. Number 1 would never let a puppet waste its time to participate in a useless special activity. He had a feeling that the next round would not be as simple as the previous 2 rounds. Shuffling cards. The cards have been dealt. King, please raise your cards. As expected, this bad premonition reached its peak when Messiah raised the Joker card in her hand. Order for this round, take back something that was once given to someone else. The time limit is 3 days. If you fail, you will be obliterated. Note, if the player confirms that he has never given anything to someone else, he can apply to the main system to change the order. What kind of order was this? Everyone looked at each other in dismay, somewhat unable to make sense of the situation. This order sounded much simpler than the previous 2. Not only was it simple, it was not difficult at all, many people joked. Once it's the saint's turn, the luck of the order has become gentler. It does feel gentler, doesn't it? There's even an additional condition? If the trainee is a miser, he can change the order. That's not bad. Indeed, he only needs to offend someone. If he explains that it's a request from the king's game, everyone should be able to understand. It's not like the previous 2 missions, both of which were related to life and death. The blonde saint thought for a moment. Then 9 of hearts and 10 of hearts. He flipped open his hidden card and was stunned. I actually drew myself. Opposite him, Xianxia stared at the 10 of hearts in his hand, a haze in his heart. The white-haired youth turned around, his expression unfriendly. Which one of you still has the fruit I gave you in the previous instance? Susu was dumbfounded. Brother Jiao, we all ate it. There's not even the skin left. Xianxia. Main system, I want to change the order. Trainee has been detected to have given something to someone else. Request rejected. It's over. Xianxia thought. His worst premonition had come true. The anti-theft device has been replaced. Xianxia was still unwilling to give up. He asked Susu and Susen, are you sure you didn't leave any of the fruit from last time? Don't tell me you, a durian eater, will eat the peel? Susu looked like he was about to cry. Brother Jiao, it's not that I'm littering, but I can't put the skin of the durian in my system backpack, can I? Hearing this, Xianxia sighed faintly. If he couldn't get the fruit he gave out in the barren village, then he could only come up with the worst possible answer. Back in Las Vegas, the demon had bowed down and said, I like you very much, and handed over a rose with a smile. To avoid bloodshed, Xianxia had accepted the rose, but he still held a grudge. He had deliberately given it to the dealer in purple in front of everyone. It had been so long, and Las Vegas had been closed forever. Where was he going to find the rose? Xianxia suddenly remembered that Asian in Black had asked him for 5 apples, and his heart was rekindled. But the next second, he remembered what happened to Asian in Black. The puppet strings on Lin Wuxing's head were now tied to Asian's head. All roads lead to Rome. Everyone had become a demon. What was the difference between looking for Asian in Black and looking for the demon himself? He was so tired. On the other hand, he had drawn the king and accidentally clicked on the Messiah. Almost as soon as the result came out, members of the Holy Cathedral came forward and respectfully presented their items. The members of the Holy Cathedral were all supporters of the Messiah. Although the Messiah believed that everyone was equal, there was no doubt that the leader of the Holy Cathedral was the Messiah himself. This order was a piece of cake for the Messiah, because he had helped too many people. Sometimes, when he met newbies who didn't have any special items, he would help them. He not only led them through the instance dungeon, but also gave them items. He was the #1 philanthropist in the world. There were too many people who owed him a favor. Some of the old people who became rich later still had the items from back then. Messiah only needed to walk around casually to get the items required by the main system to be gifted to others. Without any effort, she handed in the command item on the spot. Level S Trainee Messiah has completed the order. Reward received, Player's Blind Box Selection X1, the time limit for the last round was 3 days. Following the system's prompt, the people around the gaming table got up and left. The dark magus swept his thick black robes and disappeared in a flash. The exorcist was about to pull Tukumon over for a drink when he turned his head and saw that Xianxia was still sitting there. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's the matter? Don't you remember who you gave something to? When he asked this question, everyone's eyes focused on him. The Messiah who had just handed in the mission also turned around with a concerned expression. Do you need help? Help you my ass, there were only 3 rounds of the king's game. The first 2 rounds were bloody, but the 3rd round changed everything. The order was so serious that it was out of place. Who would believe that the devil didn't do anything behind this? Xianxia cursed in his heart. Ever since he found out that the Messiah was the devil's puppet, he found the blonde saint to be a hypocrite. However, Xianxia didn't want to reveal that he knew. Who knew if he could use it against #1 in the future? The white-haired young man smiled hypocritically. It's okay, I already have a clue. Messiah still looked a little worried. Alright then. If you need any help, you can call me at any time. Will there be any problems? Why does the magician look like he's reluctant? The main system rejected his request. That means he must have given something away. Indeed. Usually, the relationship between the gifts won't be too bad. As long as it's a request from the king's game, he'll die if he can't get it. Moreover, the saint is willing to help him. Compared to the previous 2 orders, this is a free pass. Forget it. Too bad there's no live stream after leaving the king's game area. I'm curious who the magician gave to make him so distressed. Curious +1. The people at the game table left. Xianxia wandered to the bar. He found an NPC who looked like the manager of the open-air bar. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Xianxia asked. "The special event Las Vegas is permanently closed." "What about the dealer NPCs? Are they working in the open-air bar or the trainee dormitory?" The NPC looked troubled. "Sir, the NPCs are virtual employees of the main system. They'll be transferred after the event is closed. The dealer from the last special event has returned to the main system. We're the ones who have undergone professional bar service training. If the event is closed this time, we'll return to the main system too. There's no way we can continue to exist." This was troublesome. Xianxia rubbed his hair in annoyance. Behind him, Susu and Susan followed like little tails. Other than the few of them, almost all the newbies from Xianxia's team from the previous Baron Village dungeon followed them eagerly. After the game ended, Susan immediately spent 500 points to heal his wound. His face was now rosy. Other than the large bloodstain on his chest, there were no other signs of him. No one would have guessed that he was the man who had broken his rib. "What are you guys doing?" Xianxia was still wondering if he had given anything away. He turned around and saw them following behind him. Susu shouted, 1, 2, 3, they shouted in unison, "Hello, boss. We didn't have time to thank Brother Gio when we were in the dungeon last time. Today, we're here to thank Brother Gio," Susan quickly explained. Xianxia glanced at them a few times, then suddenly went up to touch each of their heads. Everyone stood there obediently and did not ask any questions. Xianxia did not know how to explain it for a while, so he waved his hand and said, Okay. If you have the time, you might as well play a few more rounds of King's Game to improve yourself." "Yes. We'll work hard and live up to Brother Joe's expectations." Susu saluted respectfully and led the others to the gaming area as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Xianxia was confused. Looking at the backs of these people, he wondered what these newcomers were thinking. After being betrayed by a mole, they still helped the mole count the money. Now, they even wanted to acknowledge him as their boss. This kind of weird thought process was completed without being tied with puppet strings. It was really confusing. He stood there and watched for a while. He could only blame it on his charisma. However, after being interrupted by Susu and the others, Xianxia remembered what he had given away. Thus, he once again knocked on Zhuge En's door. Their last conversation didn't end on bad terms, but it couldn't be said that they had a pleasant conversation either. However, Zhuge En had said that he would not be his enemy and would even assist him. In Xianxia's mind, he was like a dog-head strategist that he did not have to take responsibility for. It would be a waste not to use the help that came knocking on his door. As expected, the door automatically slid open after he knocked on the door. Xianxia once again swaggered into number 3's room under everyone's gaze. After returning from the instant's dungeon, Zhuge En disappeared. Not only did he not appear in the public area on the first floor, he did not even go to the King's Game area. He sat in his room every day and meditated for some unknown reason. Seeing Xianxia come in, the black-haired man asked without opening his eyes or looking up, "What's the matter?" "Xianxia, can you give me back the drop of blood I gave you before?" Zhuge En suddenly opened his eyes. The pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss stared straight at him. Under the dim light in the room, the edges of his eyes seemed to have a faint glaze color. He stared at the white-haired man for a while and said coldly, "No." Zhuge En wanted to reject him, but Xianxia could not do anything about it. According to Zhuge En, the drop of blood was a deal between the two of them. He most likely used it to verify whether Xianxia was the person in the prophecy. Even if he was not, the deal had already been made and there was no reason to take it back. In fact, what he said was nonsense. The truth was that he could not defeat Zhuge En. Perhaps because he saw that the lord he had just pledged his loyalty to did not look well, Zhuge En showed a rare kindness and asked, "What happened?" "Don't mention it." Xianxia said weakly. The king's game's order drew back an item that was once given away. The Devil's Rose? Zhuge and hit the nail on the head. Seeing the white-haired man nod, he pondered for a while. Number 1, that flower is a special item. Special item? Xianxia was a little surprised. What's the use of a flower? Maybe it will be covered in dew forever and will not wither? This joke was a little cold, especially when it came from Zhuge An's mouth. Xianxia was speechless for a while, then he understood the crux of the matter. Since it's a special item, wait. The scene at the gambling table in the center of Las Vegas quickly flashed through his mind. From lighting the cigarette and cheating to number 1's meaningful expression. Xianxia realized the problem. If he used the magician's skill of quickly changing cards to cheat, then what about the devil? The devil crossed his arms from beginning to end and sat at the head of the table with a disinterested look. Xianxia did not see any signs of him changing cards. At that time, he was busy cheating and did not think carefully. Now that he thought about it, he realized that everything pointed to only one possibility. The devil controlled the purple dealer. Think about it, if the dealer helped to cheat, then number 1 did not have to do it himself, right? He took the rose from the original owner and gave it to the original owner's puppet. The original owner's puppet must have returned the flower to the original owner, and now Xianxia wanted to take it back from the original owner. After going around in a big circle, Xianxia had no choice but to go and find the demon. He guessed that the devil was waiting for him to come. Good Lord, this was a good plan. Zhuge said slowly, but there is another way. A strange key appeared in his hand. B-grade item, universal key. You can choose a time to go to number 1's room and be a gentleman. The anti-theft device has been replaced. Xianxia, he felt that Zhuge was really a doghead strategist. Sneaking into number 1's room to steal a flower, only he could think of that. But Zhuge just glanced at him indifferently. The reasons he listed were reasonable and well-founded. First, that is a special item that number 1 carries around with him, almost always inserted in his suit pocket. The last time you saw him, it should have been in its original position. Xianxia recalled. Indeed, although the demon had changed into a waiter uniform with a white shirt and black waistcoat, perfectly blending into the ranks of the bartenders, under the dim and ambiguous light of the bar, the rose on his chest was still covered in evening dew, waiting to bloom. At that time, Xianxia thought that this was some unknown hobby of number 1. He didn't think that the rose was likely to be the one that returned to the original owner's hand after he gave it away. Second, from the first point, it can be concluded that number 1 will not keep it in the system space. Third, the content of this question and its subsequent direction should be under number 1's control. He is most likely waiting for you to come to him. At this time, if you don't take the normal path and use the unconventional method, you may be able to catch him off guard. Xianxia said faintly, you can return that drop of blood to me, and I'll give you another drop. If you came a moment earlier, you may be able to get it. Zhuge shook his head. If you were a moment later, you wouldn't be able to get that drop of blood back. The black-haired man flicked his fingertips, and the universal key flew from the air into the arms of the white-haired young man. Although this is only a B-grade consumable item, it is very rare. There won't be a second one in the infinite loop. As long as you are careful enough, the success rate is very high. At this point, there was no other choice. This method was better than asking the demon face to face. Xianxia made a tisk sound and put away the key with slight irritation. There were still 3 days left. What if he came up with another way? ######. The next morning, Susu brought back a piece of news. He took out the dehydrated apple from behind him and said, "Boss, look at this." Aizen said he left one of his apples and asked me to bring it to you. Naturally, when Xianxia submitted the apple to the main system, the latter refused to accept it. This item is a trade item. It is not a gift from a trainee. Unable to submit orders. True enough. The white-haired young man frowned and put the apple back in Susu's hand. Take it back. Just thank him for me. Let's not talk about whether Aizen was controlled by the puppet strings or whether he did it on purpose. First of all, when they were in the Barren Village dungeon, both sides used survival points to trade. Strictly speaking, it was not a one-sided gift from the Xianxia. Previously, Xianxia had thought wrongly. Now that he had figured it out and verified his conjecture, it was undoubtedly another way out. Counting the fruits that he had given out in the barren village instance, the trainees had eaten every single one of them that he had given out. Instead, there were only a few left from the trade. Now that he thought about it, it was true that he had to pay for it. Therefore, for the rest of the day, Xianxia acted as if nothing had happened and did what he was supposed to do. He was even in the mood to stroll around the restaurant on the second floor and pick out a few new clothes on the first floor. After advancing to level B, the main system had not been stingy with the other aspects of life. Although the high-level trainees were indifferent, they did not take the initiative to provoke him. On the contrary, many newcomers and low-level veterans showed signs of wanting to defect. Due to the changes that happened in the King's game, a few major forces started to pay attention to Magician. If Magician really wanted to establish his own faction in the thriller trainee competition, it would be no different from splitting the spoils with the other factions. Among the trainees who had advanced to level B and above, except for a few strong level S freelancers, almost all of them belonged to an organization. After all, the infinite loop dungeon was so difficult that solo players could not survive alone. They could only rely on the factions to form a team. Although the factions would collect membership fees, they would focus on nurturing those with potential. It was a kind of mutually beneficial relationship that greatly increased the survival rate of those who sought to survive. The entire thriller trainee competition had already gone through 2 rounds. The seniors in Grade B were all trying their best to get into Grade A because there were only 100 spots for them to debut. Those who could not debut would undoubtedly be buried in this competition. Coincidentally, these spots were almost all decided. After communicating with each other, the factions reached a preliminary agreement. Even the veterans did not have enough spots, but the newcomers still wanted to fight for them. Did this not affect the fundamental interests of the factions? However, the leading factions did not make a move. For example, Night people who had sent Magician an invitation not long ago. Therefore, most of the other factions did not make a move. As for why there was such a strange trend until now, it was all because of the small note Xianxia had found in the room. High-level trainees had the privilege of knowing the clues of the next dungeon in advance. Level B, as the mainstay of the upper 3 levels, naturally had this privilege too. There were only 2 words written on the note: Group Dungeon. Xianxia suddenly understood. The first solo dungeon was said to be divided into thousands of different locations. The second dungeon was also divided into hundreds of locations. Now that it was the 3rd dungeon, the main system directly threw each level into a group dungeon. There were close to 1,000 level B trainees. If such a large number were thrown into a group dungeon, the difficulty of the dungeon would be unimaginable. The lower the level, the more difficult the dungeon would be due to the large number of people. No wonder Zhuge had told him to raise his level to level B before the next dungeon started. Thinking about it, the dungeon for the level C trainees would be very dangerous. This time, the main system was probably going to play for real and directly screen out a large number of people. The next night, Xianxia slowly went to the open-air bar. He had no choice. If he didn't complete the mission, he would be killed. There was no mercy. He had to go even if he didn't want to. He purposely chose the same spot at the bar as before and ordered another glass of whiskey. When the bartender turned around, Xianxia regretfully realized that he was just a normal NPC. Thank you. The alcohol this time was much worse than last time. The bartender trained by the system's assembly line was not as good as the number 1 bartenders. Xianxia quietly stared at the clear brown liquor in his hand that was refracted by the light. Suddenly, he raised the glass and downed it in one gulp. The young man raised his neck. The slender curve of his neck was so white that it almost reflected the light under the dim light. The cold liquor slid down his thin lips into his esophagus and into his stomach. It burned like fire. Everyone who saw this scene was dazzled. Unfortunately, no one knew if it was because he was drunk, but the white-haired young man turned around and left the open-air bar after finishing the drink. He left the other trainees to chat. Have you heard the news about Magician that has been spreading like wildfire these past 2 days? I heard. I'm very interested if he's building his own force. I wonder if Magician completed the last round of the King's game. He should have completed it. It's such a simple order. He can just submit the mission to his friends. The evening breeze slowly brought these discussions over. Zhongjiao, who seemed to have left but was actually a thief, changed his clothes and put on a wig and sunglasses. Many trainees at the bar didn't pay much attention to this strangely dressed man. There were many trainees in strange outfits. Some even liked to walk around in doll costumes. Looking at the S-level costumes, they were from ancient times to modern times. There were costumes from every country's history. Zhongjiao's white hair and pink eyes were too eye-catching. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to disguise himself. Zhongjiao went to the first floor of the trainees' dormitory yesterday to buy a wig and costume. He carefully avoided other people's eyes and ears and pretended to walk along the wall casually. Zhongjiao purposely went to the bar to leave a card for the bartender. Please tell number 1 that I'll be waiting for him at the bar at midnight. If there was an emergency to find a trainee, the main system could pass the message. After all, many trainees wouldn't even leave the house after returning from the dungeon. Zhuge was one of them. The devil knew that Zhongjiao was going to find him, so there was a high chance that he would show up. However, he probably wouldn't expect Zhongjiao to go straight to the point. The plan seemed simple, but there was still a chance of success. It mainly depended on luck. Zhongjiao squatted quietly by the wall and watched as the clock drew closer to midnight. At 11:50, he saw a blurry shadow by the bar through the layers of lights. Here's my chance, Zhongjiao held the key. The moment the tip of the key touched the door, it disappeared like water and milk. B-grade item, universal key used, the heavy door was suddenly pushed open, revealing a deep gap. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, Zhongjiao slipped into the room and quietly closed the door behind him. The last bit of light was extinguished, and the unbelievably large room fell into silence again. Dark. It was so dark that he couldn't see his fingers. There was no light source in the room. The heavy curtains and tapestries blocked out the moonlight. If Zhuge An's dormitory was minimalistic with black, white, and gray colors, then number 1's room was eerily cold. The Weeping Madonna statue stood on the left side of the door. Every corner was filled with unsettling elements. He only had 15 minutes. If the devil realized that he didn't show up after a long time, he would know something was wrong. Fortunately, Zhongjiao was lucky. In such a large room, he only searched for roses for 3 minutes before he locked onto his target. There was a black suit hanging on a hanger not far away. There was a scarlet rose in the pocket of the suit. It was blooming beautifully against the dark background. Zhongjiao's eyes lit up. He quickly walked forward, but halfway through, he realized the problem. In the silent and dark background, he heard an imperceptible sound of water. When did people take off their clothes? The answer was obvious. The anti-theft device has been replaced. Zhongjiao felt that Zhuge An was really useful. Since he had a military advisor, he couldn't just leave him alone. As a result, he was shocked when he used him. He and Zhuge An conspired and made a careful plan. Because they weren't sure if the devil was in the room, and they weren't sure if he would carry the red rose with him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Zhongjiao planned to first fish out number 1, and then quietly sneak into his room. When the time was right, he and Zhuge An's side would provide support, catching the other side off guard. If number 1 went to the appointment, Zhuge An would stay by the bar to help him contain the devil. Zhongjiao could search his room, and even if he couldn't find the flower, he could do something. Zhuge An gave him a mystical D-class item, the space pocket. As long as he stuck the space pocket into the pocket of the devil's suit, Zhongjiao would be able to take the rose without anyone noticing. If number 1 didn't go to the appointment, then there would be a lot of luck involved. Zhongjiao was likely to be caught red-handed. This time, he had to use Zhuge An. After all, counting the time was not the strength of tarot cards, but the strength of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. So Zhuge An told him to go in at around 11:50, and he would get an unexpected surprise. Number 3 was very knowledgeable. Although he was usually aloof, he also knew that after pledging his loyalty, he needed to show his value to the Lord. So he put an extra effort in this plan, and almost did everything himself. Zhongjiao, who had never been treated like this by Zhuge An before, was flattered. Now it seemed that the surprise Zhuge An was talking about should be the one in front of him. Of course, people couldn't wear clothes when they were taking a shower. Even number one, who carried the rose with him, couldn't bring the flower to the bathroom. Now was the perfect time. In the dark, Xianxia stared at the rose, and every step he took was very careful, trying not to make any sound. This time, he and Zhuge had prepared flawlessly, and he had even thought of this point. However, this room was too big, so big that it was difficult to see the end of it. All he could see were all kinds of strange furniture lying on the ground like silent beasts. All of them had strange shapes, but they also had an inexplicable sense of beauty. The sound of water continued, and it became clearer as his footsteps approached. Not far in front of him, the rose was still quietly blooming. The moonlight shone through the window, and the reflection of the water flowed onto the thick carpet, becoming the only source of light in this dark room. Previously, because it was blocked by the tall wine cabinet, not a trace of it could be seen. Only by walking here could they catch a glimpse of it. When he reached the end of the wine cabinet, the Xianxia suddenly stopped. Because of the clear sound of water, he realized that something was wrong. There was no bathroom, nor was it a shower. From the sound of it, it should be an open bath. If he didn't notice this, he was afraid that he would be caught as soon as he stepped out. The Xianxia stared at the space between the wine cabinet and the bed that was covered with moonlight, and fell into deep thought. No matter how resourceful Zhuge was, he didn't expect this. So, how could he cross this section of the ground without attracting the attention of number one? While he was thinking, in the next second, a strong sense of danger suddenly rushed from the bottom of the Xianxia's feet to the top of his head. The white-haired youth turned sideways, squatted in the shadow behind the wine cabinet, and softened his breathing. Walla-la-la, the sound of water breaking through the water suddenly sounded. Someone stood up from the cold pool, just like his body temperature that was as white as snow on a mountain peak all year round. It was rare for the man's half-length black hair to be untied. The lower end of his hair was wet and draped over his shoulders. The water droplets dripped down his perfectly shaped abs and rolled down to his calves, seeping deep into the carpet. The glass of red wine was placed on a platter made of platinum. The moonlight gilded the clear scarlet inside with a layer of bright silver. It also illuminated the ferocious crisscrossing scars on his back, like a flawless piece of art. The devil casually picked up the bathrobe on the side, tied it loosely, and stepped over the edge of the pool. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the cold lines of the wine cabinet in the dark. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curved, and he walked straight to the door. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps approached, like an experienced hunter teasing his prey. Every step knocked on his heart, and brought an extreme sense of tension and oppression. The Xianxia squatted behind the wine cabinet, his brows tightly knitted. He was seriously considering the possibility of success if he rushed over to snatch the roses. In the past, the more nervous he was, the calmer he was. Even if the magic festival was broadcasted around the world, Xianxia wouldn't be that nervous. However, whenever he faced number one, Xianxia would feel his competitive spirit being stimulated, and his mind would be filled with thoughts of how to trick his opponent. In a sense, Viguzi's prophecy was right. The grudge would grow bigger and bigger, and it was predestined. After thinking for so long, Xianxia realized that he was now in a dilemma. If he went forward, he would probably be stopped by the puppet threads, and if he retreated, it was the same. He could only wait and see. The black shadow gradually elongated on the carpet, and it slowly bared its fangs. Creak, the sound of the wine cabinet being opened came from above. The devil hummed a song, and there seemed to be a deep pool of light in his dark golden pupils. Taking advantage of the song, Xianxia continued to shrink into the shadows. Anyway, unless number one caught him red-handed, he was determined not to come out. Let's see who could outlast the other. The fragrant wine splashed in the air, and those who knew about wine knew that a bottle of the highest quality was opened. What a pity, there's no time to sober up. The low voice seemed to be talking to itself. Then, the cold wine pushed the air and slowly fell into the glass. The wine glass was raised, and the shadow grew bigger until it stopped on the ground not far from where Xianxia was hiding. The white-haired youth's fingers were already on the cards, and his light pink eyes stared at the shadow on the ground that was inches away from him. He was prepared. If there were any strange movements, regardless of whether he could win, he would fight first. He couldn't lose face for no reason. The atmosphere was tense. At that moment, a steady knocking sound came from the heavy door in the distance. Knock, 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 the main system's cold voice sounded in the air. No. 3 has an urgent matter to discuss. The devil smiled faintly. What's the urgent matter? The other party chose to talk face to face. Read another unread message. B-level trainee Xianxia invites you to meet at the open-air bar in 5 minutes. Oh? The interest in the man's eyes grew. He seemed to inadvertently glance at the shadow behind the wine cabinet, and regretfully put the new wine glass back on the cabinet. Then I'll have to excuse myself for a moment. See you later. After the door closed again, Xianxia was silent for half a minute under the wine cabinet before he slipped out of the shadows. It was 11:57, 3 minutes until his meeting with the donkey devil. Zhuge, a godly assist. He's too reliable. Thinking of the blurry figure he saw at the bar, Xianxia thought for the first time that having a military advisor was not bad. At least in all kinds of unexpected situations or when the Lord accidentally dropped the ball, the smart military advisor could adapt, understand the situation, and make the most perfect response. For Xianxia, this was the best result. Because he came out of the shower in a hurry, number 1 did not change into his never-changing formal suit. The rose was still on the hanger where it was supposed to be. Xianxia quickly walked over, through the cold moonlight, and took it out of the pocket of his suit. The rose was still the same as the last time he got it, the petals quietly bloomed in the air, as if it was preserved in the most beautiful state by someone. But Xianxia was not an artistic person who liked to appreciate things. After he got the item, he chose to submit the mission to the main system without looking at it. B-level trainee Xianxia completed the order, received the reward, player's number of blind box draws X1, Xianxia's heart finally fell to the ground. What a joke, he was not done living yet, and he was suddenly notified that he would be killed if he did not complete the order in 3 days. How could he feel good? But, although he solved the problem perfectly, he was still a little unwilling. The white-haired youth stood in place and touched his chin. This order was made by the devil who manipulated the Messiah puppet. Although number 1 probably did not know that Xianxia had already seen through it, this did not prevent him from holding a grudge. Xianxia's life principle was to take revenge without delay. When number 1 played the role of a doctor, he dared to hit him on the head. When Granny Een dared to betray him, he burned her ashes. As for now, Xianxia's eyes moved around the clothes hanging on the hanger, and a plan formed in his mind. He chuckled and took out a pair of large scissors from a strange black box. He ran to the wardrobe in the room and cut off the dozens of suits that were neatly placed inside. He watched as the high-end fabrics fluttered and fell to the ground. In the end, Xianxia also reached out and took number 1's suit hanging on the bed. Although number 1 could have the main system send him a set of clothes, as long as he was not happy, Xianxia would be happy. Xianxia even thought that he could consult Zhuge to see if there was a way to use a medium to make the original owner suffer. He remembered that there were some sorcery in Southeast Asia that could use these black magic. Although the effect was not as good as hair, as long as it could make things worse, Xianxia would be happy to serve number 1. After doing all this, Xianxia turned a corner and walked deeper into the room. To be safe, he did not plan to leave from the main door. Zhuge worked hard to create the conditions for him, Xianxia would not give it up so easily. Therefore, he chose to go to the S-Class trainee dormitory's elevator. The S-Class dormitory's luxurious facilities were beyond imagination. You could have anything you wanted, and there was only one elevator. It was not shared with other trainees. After doing all this, Xianxia happily hummed a song and returned to his room. When he thought of the devil's expression when he came back and saw the scene, Xiao's mood rose sharply. Until he closed his room door and turned around to see number 1's half-smiling face in the dark. Xianxia was in a good mood. At the very least, he felt as happy as he did when he kicked the devil down from the underworld. The S-level elevator could go directly to any floor. Therefore, Xianxia took the elevator from the 7th floor to the 5th floor and went straight back to his room. When he walked past the executive lounge, a few B-level trainees who were drinking tea and chatting inside looked over with confusion in their eyes. Is there such a person in B-level? He's wearing sunglasses. Why does he look so familiar? Another trainee glanced at him and said nonchalantly, "Who knows?" You won't recognize him if he changes his clothes. There are almost 1,000 B-level trainees. Don't tell me you remember all of them? Of course. Did you forget that I strengthened my memory? The trainee who asked the question first looked away. Forget it. There are all kinds of weird people in the trainee dormitory. Come on, stop looking and continue playing chess. Xianxia opened the door to his room. His room was also very big. B-level trainees lived in executive suites, which was only one floor lower than the A-level presidential double-decker suite. Because he was too lazy to dress up, Xianxia chose the decorations from the main system and chose the one that he liked the most. The main theme was the cold Northern European style, with blue, white, and gray colors intertwined. The sofa was handmade, and a beige woolen blanket was spread on the floor. The blue and white British short hair that came with the room was curled around its chubby body as it fell asleep. On the other side of the suite was a floor-to-ceiling glass window. Outside the window, a scene of white snow was simulated. Huge pine trees were wearing new clothes in the heavy snow. In the room separated by the window, there was a fireplace. Bright flames danced on the brown firewood, and the room was as warm as spring or summer. If this was not a chain game where one could die at any time, many people would be willing to spend the rest of their lives in this dormitory. Xianxia thought as he turned on the wall lamp at the entrance. He threw the clothes he took on the floor and lowered his head to change into slippers. Just as the white-haired young man stretched and was about to sleep in his slippers, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. It was a very uncomfortable gaze. Like some kind of cold reptile, it slid from the bridge of his nose to his Adam's apple in a sticky and wanton manner. Finally, it lingered around his exposed wrists when he lifted his hands up, forming clusters of dark fire in the cold abyss. Damn, it was so familiar. Xianxia raised his head abruptly. At the end of the hallway, the man was leaning against the wall. His 10 fingers were dancing in the air. Through the firelight, one could see the cold threads crisscrossing around his slender fingers that were not wearing white gloves. The light also illuminated the ugly crisscrossing scars on his fingers. Seeing Qin Yu finally notice, the demon revealed a faint smile. See you later? Xianxia was speechless. He wasn't stupid. He figured out the crux of the matter in a flash. Xianxia was still thinking about what number 1 meant by see you later. It turned out that it literally meant you can see me when you turn around. What a guy. It turned out that the demon had already noticed him, but he didn't expose him on the spot. Instead, he beat him at his own game, like he was toying with his prey, waiting to see what he would do next. The next move was Xianxia using a pair of scissors to cut off all the clothes. He was caught on the spot. Xianxia silently glanced at the black suit by his feet. He kicked the darkness behind him without leaving a trace. If he was caught red-handed, so be it. Anyway, he wouldn't feel awkward even if anyone else felt awkward. Xianxia cleared his throat and made a false accusation. Even if you're an instructor, it's illegal to trespass on private property. They were now in the trainees' dormitory. They couldn't kill each other. Even in the instance dungeon, the two of them had never fought face to face. As long as he knew this, he wouldn't be afraid of boiling water. Of course, even though he said that, Xianxia still began to retreat quietly. His fingers that were hidden in the dark grabbed a poker card, waiting for any changes that might happen. Oh? Who trespassed on private property first? The man's tone was slow and gentle, but there was a sense of oppression that couldn't be ignored. He walked towards the white-haired youth step by step. Every step seemed to land on the tip of a knife. Although the demon had a smile on his face, no one knew when this lunatic would suddenly explode and send the puppet threads down his throat. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, without warning, the white-haired youth's fingers moved. The grinning ghost card and the king of spades broke through the air with a rustle. The edge of the cold white poker cards glowed. With an undisguised murderous aura, they flew towards the mysterious and unpredictable silhouette in the darkness. They were unstoppable. The demon casually tilted his head, and a strand of his wet black hair was shaved off. The 2 cards just happened to fly past his cheeks, following a straight trajectory deep into the darkness behind the entryway. Dong, with a loud crash, cracks appeared in the large glass window from the middle. In a moment, the cracks filled a concentric circle. It was enough to see how terrifying the power of a small card was. The cat, who was sleeping soundly, was startled by the loud noise. It arched its back on the sofa, showing a frightened expression. Xianxia couldn't move. Even the wrist that he had just raised was pinned to the ground by invisible threads. He was pushed to the end of the porch by a strong force. Behind him was a cold and heavy door. Thousands of invisible threads trapped him firmly at the edge of the narrow corridor. Thanks to this series of actions, the switch that had just been turned on was turned off again. The porch, which had some light, immediately fell into darkness again. The only light in the room was the flickering fire of the fireplace. It flickered behind the demon and coated his silhouette with a layer of ferocious light. It was as if he was walking gracefully from the flames of hell. The arc at the corner of his mouth was very crazy. The black shadow covered the white-haired youth's head, twisting and swallowing him. They were only one step away from it. The man only wore a loose pure black bathrobe. The laces were casually tied around his thin waist. His chest was open, revealing a large area of pale chest muscles. Perhaps it was because he had just taken a shower, the moist water vapor rose in the warm room. It turned into white mist along the ends of his hair and disappeared into the air. This scene should have been pleasing to the eye, but in the eyes of Xianxia, the destined enemy, it became very hateful. If he wasn't trapped by the puppet threads, he would have punched him in the face. A hand pressed against the wall beside the youth. Cold and dangerous hormones tightly surrounded Xianxia. His breath was filled with invisible sharpness and the smell of blood. It was suffocating. Then, before the young man could react, the curly brown wig on his head was picked off by the silk thread. Even the big brother's sunglasses that covered most of his face fell to the ground and rolled into the pile of wrinkled suits on the ground. Facing Xianxia's cold eyes, the demon's smile deepened. There was a playful light in his eyes. The fingers full of ferocious scars gently pinched a strand of white hair and slowly rubbed it with his fingers. A gentleman on the beam, taking without asking is not a good habit. The back of Xianxia's head was pressed against the door. When he looked up, he could only see number one's ambiguous smile. He raised his eyebrows and sneered, "How is it taking without asking for something that was given out? Someone gave it out and let his puppet take it back. That's not a good habit." For some reason, when the demon saw the arrogant look on the young man's face, his desire to point out the logical loophole in the young man's words that inverted black and white to bite back at him quickly cooled down. Instead, he began to enjoy the rare sight of the person in front of him being unable to fight back. This scene was similar to the scene in the coffin. Xianxia's expression was particularly unpleasant. What's so great about using the puppet threads? If you have the ability, then let go. If you're a man, then fight me fair and square. Number one smiled but didn't say anything. He was the controller of the puppet threads, so he naturally knew. His fingertips that were pressed to the side tightened. The pressure from the puppet threads indicated that the youth seemed to have given up struggling, but in fact, he never wanted to welcome the fate of being slaughtered like this. His pale waist that was exposed under his clothes was tense. He was accumulating strength for a counterattack when the demon would reveal a flaw at any time. If he let go, he was afraid that it would give him a big surprise like in the coffin. But at this moment, the demon didn't really want to see what new surprise Xianxia had prepared. He wanted to seal this gift and slowly open it when it was at its most delicious. The man casually played with the strand of white hair. "You're working with number 3? So what if I am, and so what if I'm not?" Xianxia snorted. His relationship with Zhuge was one-sided, and the other party was well aware of it. It was impossible for Xianxia to let down his guard and work with others. He had always lacked the most basic trust in others, no matter who it was. Of course, there was no need to tell number one about this. You're just a hypocrite who deceives the world to gain fame." It was obvious that the demon's evaluation of Zhuge was quite bad. "Oh, there's hope." Xianxia looked calm on the surface, but he was already thinking of getting more information. However, after saying this, number one seemed to know exactly what he was thinking and changed the topic. "Since you've chosen to work with him, why don't you think about the other possibility of the prophecy?" "Not interested." The two pairs of eyes stared at each other without giving in. His dark golden eyes curled up in delight. The man suddenly lowered his head, and his half-dried hair brushed against the back of the young man's shoulder, making him feel itchy. A hard object was suddenly stuffed in front of Xianxia's chest. Through his thin clothes, he could clearly feel it falling. I hope you change your mind. The demon lowered his voice and looked at the young man's ears that were trembling, and said with a smile. But, if you want to come next time, you're welcome to come through the front door. All of the restraining forces suddenly loosened. Xianxia's tense body suddenly came back to his senses. He didn't see how the demon left, he only saw the demon walk directly into the shadows in the corner of the hallway, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Number one's most famous ability was indeed the puppet, but if it was only the puppet, he wouldn't have been worshipped by all the survivors. At least the way he casually moved through the shadows made Xianxia wary. Under the dim light of the fireplace, Xianxia realized that his back was already covered in cold sweat. After standing in place for a while, he reached out and took out the item that the demon had just stuffed into his shirt pocket. A pure black S-class room card. The anti-theft device has been replaced. All thriller trainees, please gather on the 3rd floor at 10 a.m. sharp in the morning. Early in the morning, the main system broadcast sounded 3 times. This was not the first time the trainees had entered the dungeon. After going through the first 2 rounds, even the freshest newcomers had become wily old foxes. Not to mention that the lowest level in the dormitory had already reached D. After this round, the only ones who could survive would be the upper 3 levels. The trainees who were at this critical point were naturally extremely anxious. The other trainees were so nervous that they could not sleep. Some took advantage of the closed city on the 1st floor of the dormitory to get drunk. Some woke up early in the morning to have a good meal at the restaurant, and some even partied all night in the open-air bar. Other than the top 10 S-level students, very few trainees could remain calm in the face of the imminent danger. Only Xianxia slept soundly through the night. At 8 o'clock sharp, he woke up to wash up and take a shower. He stood in front of the mirror, took a hair tie, and firmly tied up his long white hair. In his previous life, when Xianxia was still a great magician, his hair was not this long. The magician profession relied 70% on martial arts and 30% on appearances. Of course, one had to practice their martial arts and basic skills well, but they could not fall behind in their exaggerated acting skills to confuse the audience. A qualified magician should never only confuse the audience visually. How to mislead the audience without leaving a trace, achieve the goal of their unpredictable skills, and make them cry out in surprise and applause was also a necessary skill for a great magician. A good magician must also be a psychologist who could see through people's hearts, and an excellent actor with excellent acting skills. Some magicians who loved extreme magic were also adventurers who did not fear danger, and crazy gamblers who sacrificed themselves for art. Xianxia did not fall behind in his homework these past few years. Therefore, at that time, for the sake of acting effect, Xianxia's hair had grown to his shoulders like an artist, and tied a small braid at the back of his head. By the way, before transmigrating, his hair was not white. The appearance of an albino was set by the original owner. Although Xianxia was transmigrating, before transmigrating, he was a proper Chinese with black hair and black eyes. Even if she occasionally dyed her hair for stage effects, she wouldn't try such a non-mainstream color like white. Later, when Xianxia got into a car accident and fractured both of his hands, he did not give up at first. He traveled all over the world to look for famous doctors, just like Doctor Strange in Marvel's Doctor Strange. Unfortunately, no matter where he went, Xianxia could not find a way to restore his hands. There was a period of time when he gave up on himself and indulged in alcohol and cigarettes all day long, immersing himself in another bizarre and illusionary world. Of course, the dispirited magician didn't have the time to take care of his messy hair, so it grew longer and longer until it was comparable to his current appearance. Xianxia had no intention of trimming his hair even though his hair had grown longer after he transmigrated into the novel. Just like this pair of recovered hands, he had to use something to prove that he had gone through hardships before he could move forward. With his long hair tied up, he did look much more refreshed. Compared to before, he looked a little more lazy, and a little more cold. He carefully tucked the loose strands of hair hanging down his cheeks behind his ears, wiped his wet hands clean, and rubbed the cat's head that was curled up on the sofa. If I can level up this time, I'll take you to a bigger house when I come back. The luxurious standard room for C-level trainees did not come with a pet. Only B-level executive suites came with a pet, and it was quite to his liking. The most important thing was that the main suit came with a cat. It didn't need to eat or poop, and its personality was up to you. The most important thing was that it didn't shed fur, and it was very comfortable. The cat opened its blue-gray eyes and glanced at him, licked its paws, and went back to the soft cushion next to the fireplace. When Xianxia arrived at the studio, it was almost full. The rules were the same as in the first game. If one did not arrive at the studio before 10 o'clock and stayed outside the horror trainees' dormitory, all the trainees would die on the spot. To ensure that there were no accidents, most of the trainees chose to come early. They would rather wait here for 10 or 20 minutes than gamble on the last possibility. As soon as Xianxia entered the studio, he immediately attracted the attention of many people on the stairs. His usual laziness was gone, and his eyes were cold for no reason, making people feel intimidated. The young man's appearance and temperament were too eye-catching, not to mention that he was now the leader of a rising force. Naturally, wherever he went, he would be scrutinized. Before he stepped onto the B-level stairs, Xianxia looked up at the highest point. As expected, the throne in the center was still empty. Facing this situation, many trainees had already acknowledged the privilege of the number one. Not to mention, no one dared to raise any objections. "Excuse me." Xianxia nodded at the B-level people on the stairs. Overall, the B-level people's attitude towards him was generally lukewarm. The higher-level people were not like the lower-level people, who would be jealous and oppressed when they saw someone who had the potential to go up. The seniors of these levels were all very smart, and each of them had a powerful backing. Disregarding everything else, unless the power decided to oppress them, they would not act rashly and take the lead. For Xianxia, although it saved him a lot of effort, it was not that easy to fool them, which was not necessarily a good thing. Not long after he stood still, the candlelight around him began to emit sparks of light. In front of the 3D screen, the blurry humanoid form of the main system began to take shape. "Time is up, the studio door has been locked." The heavy door slowly closed, and the gilded lights went out one by one. "The studio scene is changing. Please wait for a moment." Following the sound of the door lifting, the walls that originally surrounded the studio rose again. Many of the new trainees were traumatized by this scene. When they first entered the horror trainee competition, behind the walls were mountains of corpses and seas of blood that did not reach the studio on time. It was hell on earth. But this time, the outside was not connected to the dormitory corridor as everyone expected. Snow-white swans swept across the distant sky, descending along with the golden sunlight. Tall, snow-white temple pillars stood in their field of vision, and the statues of the gods were carved at the top of the temple. The spring water that spilled out from the fountain reflected a cold, rainbow-colored light. The trainees stood on the peak of Mount Olympus, their feet stepping on the lush green grass. The border between the heavenly realm and the human realm could be vaguely seen from where they stood, and vast white clouds floated above their heads. The scene was beautiful, but no one believed that the main system would do such a useless thing. Just as everyone was in shock, the mechanical voice slowly sounded. "The third round of the dungeon is a group dungeon. Trainees of all levels will enter the same large dungeon, and the dungeon level will be beyond A level. S trainees will be randomly assigned to the other 4 levels for the competition." Wow, the words group dungeon were thrown into everyone's faces, causing them to whisper to each other. The discussion was focused on level CD, because level SAB already knew about it, and no one was surprised. Dungeon preparation. Dungeon preparation is complete. Except for level C trainees, trainees of other levels will begin space transfer immediately. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came from below the stairs. The trainees only felt their feet lighten, and the scenery in front of them solidified into large blocks of color. Beep beep beep, connecting to the main system. Loading level B group dungeon prequel plot. The blue sky and white clouds, and the lazy grass of the temple suddenly changed. Dark gray clouds gathered above the low cement houses, and it was dark and inexplicably gloomy. This was a very old school, not only from the shabby iron fence at the entrance, but also from the dirty handle on the flag-raising platform. It could be seen that it had existed for a long time. The teaching building was the only building in the school that was repainted with white powder. Other than that, the student dormitory was pitifully shabby, and was hastily put together with wooden planks. But it was this high school that created the legend of countless college entrance exams, and became the top key high school. Countless parents racked their brains to get their children into this school, and no matter how much money they had to pay, it was because its heavy cost rate was an astonishing 100%. Everyone knew that as long as they could get into this school, no matter how mischievous the students were, they would eventually become law-abiding students in the eyes of the teachers and parents. Now it was the start of a new school year. The school gate was already surrounded by parents with their children, and it was so crowded that not even a drop of water could get through. They brought the students in blue and white uniforms to the school gate and received the contract handed over by the teacher. It was as if they didn't see the words written in red, "This school is a boarding school. If an accident happens to a student on campus, this school will not be responsible." They signed their names with a big wave of the pen and called the children beside them to come over and sign. The trainees couldn't control their bodies, they could only see them reach out their hands uncontrollably, and press a red handprint on the horrifying lines of the contract. The parents looked up with satisfaction, and passed the contract to the teacher. Someone was standing at the school gate in charge of explaining. "That's right, we have been receiving national honors for many years. We will definitely cultivate talents that will attract the attention of the country. We will not waste any extra resources. This school has a very long history, the school has strong teachers, and a rich source of students. After 120 days, you will definitely see a brand new child. No matter how mischievous the children are, they will eventually become good children with excellent grades and noble moral character." What was completely different from this scene, which seemed to have stopped in the last century, was the plaque hanging at the school gate. The plaque was very new, as if it had just been replaced, with a black bottom. On the plaque, there were a few words written in flamboyant calligraphy, "Number 1 Middle School." On the other side of the gate, there was a banner neatly pasted, "Only cultivating people who are useful to society." Their colors were so bright that they looked like they were about to bleed. At this moment, all the parents and teachers who had their heads down looked up, smiling at them with satisfaction, as if they had seen the future of this society. The trainees were horrified to discover that these people's faces were so empty that it was terrifying. They were all faceless people without facial features. Looking at the faceless man's smile, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They didn't have faces, but people could clearly feel their eager and twisted smiles. He put on a fake smile. At the same time, the teacher also announced to the parents that in the next 120 days, they would eat and live with the students, advance and retreat together, and prepare well for every upcoming exam battle. Parents are not allowed to enter. Please leave your children at the school gate. In the future, you won't be able to accompany them on this journey. They must face it themselves. After everyone had signed, the teacher handed out black and white cards one by one. The faceless parents sent their children to the school gate. One by one, they lowered their heads to tidy up their children's clothes. The flesh on their faces was twisted high, and they urged their children to become useful to society. "Mom and Dad sent you here for your own good. Do you know how hard it is to get a place here? Do you know how expensive a year's tuition is? Study hard and don't let us down. Get a high score and become a useful person to society, not a scum of society. You are all the flesh on the back of our hands. This society can't tolerate useless people. You have to let me hold my head up in front of my relatives. What's wrong with suffering now? We are all doing it for your own good." The parents were exasperated at their children's failure to live up to expectations. They kept talking about their love, but they didn't mention how they had personally signed the death contract. Creak, 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 the high iron gate of the school was closed. Iron chains as thick as an arm were locked to the iron fence, and a cement lock was built. The students in the blue and white school uniforms looked up at the blurry-faced parents waving at them outside. They were led into the school like marionettes. The surrounding scene changed from the school gate to a dark gray field. Around them were low and dilapidated teaching buildings. In front of them was a flag-raising platform covered in stains. The entire school was surrounded by high walls, and the walls were wrapped with thorny iron wires and high-voltage nets, as if imprisoning the sky in the surrounding area. Unlike the empty field in the prequel plot, this small area was now filled with square tables and chairs. They looked like pieces of broken wood, full of a sense of age. Rows of teachers in white shirts and overalls stood at the front not far away. Their faces were flat and terrifying, like sculptures that had been poured out of the same mold. The national flag fluttered slowly in the air. It was not the national flag that any trainee was familiar with. It also indicated that this was not reality, but a dungeon world filled with distortions. Finally, this scene froze in the air. Prequel plot complete. Main system link complete. The third round of thriller trainees has begun. Current location, Level B Group Trainees Dungeon, Number 1 Middle School. The mode of this game is Survival Mode. You do not need to accept the main mission. Hearing this, the trainees on the field all looked solemn. If the protection mission was a mission that all trainees were unwilling to accept, then the survival mission was undoubtedly the most dangerous mission among all the missions. The purpose of this quest was to imply that many people would be trapped here forever, not to mention that this was a group dungeon. After regaining their senses, many people began to quietly size up their surroundings. First, it was the tables and chairs that filled the entire field. Then, it was the grass that grew out of the cracks in the concrete ground of the field, and the cracks on the flag-raising platform. Of course, although the environment was important, most trainees were also concerned about the number of Level S participants in this competition. However, there were too many people on the field. It was too much for the eyes to take in. There were close to 1,000 Level B trainees. Everyone stood there in their school uniforms. It was difficult to find a Level S with a red badge in the crowd. Just as the trainees were observing, the live broadcast room was activated. The 360-degree panoramic camera has been activated. This round of the competition is only live broadcast to each class. Trainees have entered live broadcast mode. Compared to the venue of the Level A group dungeon, the audience of the Level B group dungeon was obviously smaller. However, this time it was not like the individual show with thousands of venues, nor was it like the second round. It was just divided according to the level, which greatly concentrated the audience. The live broadcast room is activated. Brothers and sisters, let's go. I'm coming in. The venue of the Level B Big Shots. Is this a school? Looks like it, and it's one of those rundown schools. It's too miserable. I don't know if this is a supernatural type dungeon. If it's a school, it's very likely. On the other side, the Level A trainees were all thrown onto a cruise ship, and it's a luxury cruise ship. The Level D seems to be on a deserted island. I don't know what kind of deserted island is this. The Level C trainees were left on Mount Olympus. The Level C trainees are really miserable. It's probably the most difficult of all the levels. The bullet screen chattered in disgust. Then, the topic changed. How many Level S participants are there in this venue? Sisters, let's zoom in to find them. Ah. I see number 8 the Dark Wizard. F*CK, number 2 Xianxia and number 10 Takaman are also there. This round is worth watching. Sigh, since the start of the live broadcast, I haven't seen that big shot in the dungeon. I don't know if he's participating in the group dungeon. Just as the bullet screen was flooded, the last prompt from the main system quietly arrived. Number 1 Middle School Dungeon has officially been activated. The duration of this dungeon is 120 days. On the 120th day, the dungeon will be closed at midnight. Calculation will begin. As the mechanical voice of the main system disappeared, the frozen scene came alive in an instant. The principal, who was standing in the middle of the flag-raising platform, took the microphone from the teacher. Teachers and students, welcome to number 1 Middle School for the next 120 days. Before you enter the school, we will hold an entrance exam on the field. Please take your seats according to the number of your class. Number, the trainees lowered their heads. Someone touched his pocket and found the small card that appeared in the prelude. It clearly stated which class each trainee was assigned to. Zhongjiu also lowered his head to look. He was assigned to Class 9. The broadcast at the side guided all the students to take their seats in the field. The large field was divided into 10 areas. There were exactly 100 students in each class. All the seats were filled. Everyone took their seats in silence. None of the seniors were like the reckless newbies, stupid enough to try to resist the NPCs. After they were seated, the teachers and teaching assistants who were standing in front of the flag-raising platform walked down one by one. There was one person standing in front of each row and in the middle. It was extremely oppressive. It was only then that the trainees saw the things hanging from the teachers' waists. They all gasped in their hearts. They all had a long black leather whip covered in barbs on their waists. It looked extremely ferocious and creepy. F***ck, how painful would it be if this thing fell on a person? Is this something for humans to use? That's too cruel. This time, no one dared to make a sound. The principal seemed to be very satisfied with their obedience. The dean received his order and announced loudly, "Now, all the invigilators, please distribute the test papers. The exam will last for a total of 4 hours. If any cheating is found during this period, it will be dealt with according to the school rules. After the exam, each class will be ranked according to their results. The last student in each class will be punished. Please consider this carefully." Punished? The trainees looked at each other without batting an eyelid. A terrifying guess vaguely emerged in their hearts. Since it was a survival game, this punishment might be the punishment they imagined. They must not fall to the last place in the class in this exam. The invigilators began to distribute the test papers. Sheets of snow-white test papers fell on the table. A black pen was placed at the corner of the table. The test papers were densely packed with questions. There were a total of 10 pages, covering all the questions in the 9 subjects of language, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, history, and geology. The question on the last page was directly raised to the Olympiad difficulty. Wow, this time, not only the bullet screen, but the trainees also exploded. They thought that there was something special about this exam. Who would have thought that this was really just an ordinary exam? Even the questions were of the difficulty of the ordinary college entrance examination. A grade B immediately scolded, "What kind of hell is this? We've F***king graduated so many years ago. Who remembers what we learned in high school?" This was not wrong at all. They had been in the infinite loop for so long, and most of them were members of society. There were people from all walks of life. They had almost forgotten their own professions. How could they still remember the content they learned in high school? Moreover, there were also trainees from other countries who had not participated in the college entrance examination. Even if they passed the language test with the help of the main system, looking at the test paper in front of them was still like looking at a heavenly book. Using such a test paper to determine life and death was a little too ridiculous. Even if the main system had a difficult dungeon in the past, there had never been such a situation where they were caught off guard. Just as the others were about to immediately open their mouths to agree, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. In the next second, a deep whip mark appeared on the back of the grade B trainee who had just scolded angrily. His skin and flesh were torn open. He screamed and immediately rolled from his seat to the ground. He rolled on the ground in pain. The invigilator coldly put away the whip. Whispering is not allowed after the exam begins. You will be penalized once and will be implemented after the exam. The entire field fell silent. With such an example of killing a chicken to warn the monkeys, although the crowd still had angry expressions on their faces, they also kept quiet. Although the invigilators did not have faces, every trainee could feel their hawk-like gazes occasionally sweeping over them. It gave them goosebumps. They had no way of discussing it, but the bullet screen continued to flood in. F***ck, I take back what I said about grade C being the most miserable. Now it seems that grade B is the most miserable. Congratulations on entering the large-scale hell mode infinite loop dungeon, college entrance examination. I'm stupid. What kind of situation is this now? I wouldn't even want to write this test paper if you let me go out and face the ghosts and monsters. All those years have reminded me of the fear of being dominated by the college entrance examination. JPG, these big trainees are too pitiful. My God, what kind of situation is this? Who would remember what they learned in high school? Just blindly guess the last 10 rookies pecking at each other. On the contrary, the 3 grade S students present were calmer. Xianxia and the Dark Wizard had even calmly picked up their pens and began to answer the questions. Their authority was higher than that of Grade B. The Grade B trainees only knew that they were entering a group dungeon, but the Grade S students knew that this dungeon was not only related to school but also the college entrance examination. Therefore, they had made a lot of preparations in advance. For example, Xianxia had always been reliable in his work and was very far-sighted. After seeing the clues, he came up with no less than 10 possible plans. One of the plans was to pack up a set of 53-3 and throw it into a storage device with Wang Hoxiong. He even flipped through it in advance. Takaman propped his head with his hands, looking dispirited. He thought that the next dungeon would be a supernatural event that happened in high school. Who would have thought that he would be greeted with a test paper? He was dumbfounded. Now that he saw the test paper for the first time, his face once again showed the classic expression of "I'm too unlucky." After the shock, the other trainees unscrewed the caps of their pens and looked at the test paper. They did not know whether to start writing or raise their pens. Many people chose to skip science and directly rushed to the field of social sciences. There were so many terms for science. Even if they were the top scorer in the college entrance examination, they would have forgotten everything after 2 years in the infinite loop. The only subject they could write about was social sciences. But the best way to write nonsense was gone. Even if the main system removed the fuzzy memory, there were not many who could actually write. Zhongjiu unscrewed the cap of his pen, but he was not in a hurry to start writing. He pretended to flip the blank test paper over, pulled open the table, and put the card in his hand into the storage device on the table. Several invigilators immediately looked over, as if there was a knife on his back. However, the white-haired magician's back was straight, and he sat upright. After putting the card in, he covered the test paper again. He had no intention of cheating. The invigilators hovered for a while before slowly retracting their gazes. Only Zhongjiu, who had his head lowered, had a gloomy expression. His hand silently stroked the thin surface of the table, feeling the deep, uneven handwriting coming from the back. Just now, the moment the table was opened, he saw the words carved on the table. The densely packed words carved with a knife were distributed on the back of the old, decaying wooden table. Their contents were the same, and they all only had 3 words. Save me. The sky was still dark and gloomy. Under normal circumstances, this kind of weather would always give people a premonition of a storm. But now, it was convenient for the examinees to answer the questions. They did not have to sweat under the scorching sun. The examination hall was very quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Only the rustling of the pen tip across the test paper could be heard. In the face of life and death, regardless of whether they knew how to answer these questions, they had to pick up their pens and answer them even if they had to write randomly. No one would give up on the multiple-choice questions. After all, there was a 1 in 4 chance of answering correctly. The fill-in-the-blank and question-and-answer questions were up to fate. If they did not know how to answer the science questions, they would skip them. If they did not remember the liberal arts questions, they could at least make up some nonsense, right? They could make up some nonsense about reading comprehension for the language questions. If they still remembered the physics questions, they could write down a formula. If the foreign trainees could not write Chinese, English was their home ground. Although they usually spoke very casually and had nothing to do with grammar, they could still guess a little like how they guessed the language questions. Fortunately, although this was a dungeon world, the history of the world was not too different. As long as one had an upright outlook on life, they could do both multiple choice and question-and-answer questions. Unfortunately, they did not have to write an essay. If they could write an essay, perhaps everyone's first goal would be to write an essay worth 60 points. However, as they wrote, the trainees also realized the strangeness of the political questions. There were no multiple-choice questions at all. They were all questions in the form of question-and-answer questions. At first glance, the questions looked very fake and empty. Question 1. How to become a useful person in society. Many trainees directly picked up their pens when they saw this question. They did not need to think to know what to write and what to brag about. Even if some trainees thought a little more, they would not think so much when they combined the content of the high school exam in front of them with the same content. Zhongjiu glanced at the political questions, put down his pen, and started from the science questions. He suspected that there was a problem with the politics of this society. If other people followed this train of thought to answer the questions, it would be a waste of time to write so many words in a short 4-hour exam like politics. It had to be said that Xianxia was very lucky. First of all, his memory was very good. In addition, magicians would occasionally perform mathematical magic. Therefore, compared to other people who were completely clueless, Xianxia could at least guess the multiple-choice questions. He could use reverse reasoning to write a little. However, it was only a little better. I can only write, but I can't guarantee the accuracy. Level B was filled with veterans who had been in the infinite loop for many years. If it was a newcomer who had just been pulled into the infinite loop, they might have a chance of survival. But if it was a veteran, it would be an S-level difficulty. Xianxia suddenly remembered Xingyu, whom he had met in the first dungeon. According to Xingyu, he was caught in this dungeon when he was still in his 3rd year of high school. If he was still alive, this instant's dungeon would be as easy for him as a fish in water. At the mention of Xingyu, Xianxia's eyes darkened again. He felt that there was a big problem here. First of all, Xingyu was a non-existent character in the original novel. She only appeared because of Xianxia's butterfly wings. Secondly, why would Xingyu be manipulated by number 1 the moment she appeared? Were there some unknown existences among them? If Xianxia's theory was correct, it was very likely that the demon had been watching him since a long time ago, but he knew nothing about it. It was infuriating. The white-haired young man propped his head up, his right hand nimbly twirling the pen between his slender fingers. The invigilator who happened to be patrolling next to him saw this and reminded him coldly, "You're not allowed to twirl your pen during the exam." The reminder was one thing, but he didn't whip him like before. Perhaps this was based on the severity of the situation. Xianxia obediently stopped writing and continued to bury his head in the sea of questions, looking for questions that he knew how to solve. I also pulled a paper closer and started working on it with the trainees. JPG, what do you think? After so many years, you were pulled back to the hell of the college entrance exam. Do you feel close? Pat on the shoulder, close, it's 2F** keen close. My scalp is numb, my head is buzzing, and the teacher's teachings are echoing in my ears. These are not questions for humans. The Olympiad question on the last page really made my eyes pop out. This is the difficulty of the International Olympiad. Oh my God, time passed by slowly. A full 4 hours passed, making him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. The sky was still dark and gloomy. Autumn was dreary, but there was no sign of rain. Although they knew it was useless, the trainees still stubbornly filled in the entire paper. As far as the eye could see, the paper was densely packed with words. At the end of the exam, there was a small interlude. A man in a suit and black leather shoes walked out gracefully from an unknown corner. His black hair was tied behind his head, and his dark golden eyes were narrowed. His handsome and angular face was full of seductive beauty, and it was out of place with the other pale faces that had no facial features. A few B-level trainees who saw this scene while putting down their pens were so shocked that they couldn't hold their pens properly, and they flew straight to the ground. It was that master. There was never a lack of fanatical admirers of number 1 among the high-level trainees. Even though they were now in the exam hall of the instance dungeon, his appearance caused a commotion. The trainees were all flushed with excitement, and they stared at the devil standing in front of the flag-raising platform as if they were worshipping him. They exchanged looks of disbelief with each other. Many people participated in this competition just to see this person's elegant demeanor. Unfortunately, there was no news of number 1 appearing in any of the 2 instance dungeons since the start of the horror trainee competition. Even during the routine level evaluation and instance dungeon opening, number 1 was often nowhere to be seen. Now, he actually appeared in a group instance dungeon for B-level trainees. All the B-level trainees felt a sense of pride. In the infinite loop, Mu Chong's concept was too twisted, and it was deeply rooted in the concept of every old person. The strength of the devil had long become a deeply ingrained symbol in everyone's mind. Even if everyone was in different forces, they would still worship him, and offer him up on the altar. The bullet screen went crazy. F***CK. It's Master number 1, F***CK, F***CK, he finally appeared. I'm dancing in ecstasy. I'm crying. What supported me to watch so many instance dungeons and switch channels one by one? What made me jump thousands of channels in the first instance dungeon just to find a figure that has only appeared now? Groundhog scream. To tell you the truth, our team was watching the live broadcast together at the base, and now we're all kneeling on the ground. In these bullet screens, there were also some people who had a tricky angle and found something wrong. After all, the devil appeared at the teacher's seat openly without any concealment. Even the principal and the dean treated him with respect. Could this be the privilege of number one? He didn't even change his clothes into the school uniform. It should be number one's privilege. We couldn't see number one's live broadcast before, and we don't know what's going on. The gap between number one and number two is really big, but it's also true. A C-level debut is definitely different. I think this is too unfair. I don't want to say this, but don't forget to follow basic etiquette in the bullet screen. Master didn't start the live broadcast before, probably because he didn't want irrelevant people to judge. It doesn't matter. Anyway, everyone has their real names, and the bullet screen knows who's who. If anyone goes overboard, there's no need to scold them. Tomorrow, we'll just wait for this master's followers to come knocking on our door. That's right. Upstairs, 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 upstairs. Do you really think you're playing a fair talent show? This is an infinite loop. Whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. Do you really think the main system is doing charity for you? If you're strong, why don't you go too, keyboard warrior? Sigh, I knew it. When it comes to this master, the bullet screen will be a bloody storm. So, am I the only one who noticed that there's no rose on number one's chest? Upstairs village has internet access? The rose has long been given to that white-haired magician. Just as the B-level trainees in the examination room were getting excited, the dean suddenly announced in a cold voice, "It's time for the exam." The invigilators who were lined up at the side immediately began to collect the papers in an orderly manner. Of course, more invigilators still stood in place, monitoring the candidates to see if there were any signs of cheating. Unfortunately, this mock exam disrupted everyone's rhythm and plans. Everyone was a rookie and relied on guessing. If they didn't know how to answer, they would choose C. Everyone was like this. There was no place to copy. If they guessed correctly and copied the wrong answer, wouldn't it be a loss? After collecting the papers, the invigilators held a thick stack of papers and placed them on the table in front of the flag-raising platform according to the class order. There were already more than 30 teachers sitting there. They twisted open the red pens in their hands and began to mark the papers quickly. What was even more frightening was that their marking speed was extremely fast. It was as if they had turned into question-reading machines. Everyone marked a paper, and with just a glance, they knew how many points the subject had scored. The red pens fluttered and turned into afterimages. On the other side, the teacher had already posted a large poster on the side of the field. The words grade ranking were written in ink on it. They were waiting for all the scores to come out before they started to rank them. This scene made all the trainees' hair stand on end. At this speed, perhaps in an hour. No, in half an hour, the bottom 10 of the grade would be out. At that time, it would also be the time to decide the date of their death. Just as they were feeling nervous, the dean nodded at the devil and turned to announce to everyone. Students, this is Teacher Nan, a special class lecturer and consultant hired by our school from an institution of higher learning. In the next 120 days, Teacher Nan will lead and guide the teaching work of the entire grade. Let us welcome him with a round of applause. Clap, 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 clap. Many B-level trainees were so excited that their hands turned red from clapping. No one wondered why number one would call him Teacher Nan, and no one questioned why they were all students, but number one was a teacher. The iron law of the infinite cycle, the weak had no right to question all the decisions of the strong. Only Xianxia, who was sitting obediently in his seat, was stunned for a moment. Then, he let out a muffled laugh from his chest. At first, he suddenly realized and thought that the devil's real name was Nan. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that something was wrong and laughed out loud. Writing number one, reading Nanbo Wan, wasn't his surname Nan? This was really a fake alias that couldn't be any more fake. It was not sincere at all and was very funny. Naturally, in the crowd of excited trainees, Xianxia, who didn't even try to hide his laughter, was very eye-catching. At least to those who had been around him since the beginning, it was indeed so. His dark golden pupils narrowed dangerously. After the welcome, the dean asked respectfully, "Teacher Nan, you see, you are now." This Teacher Nan had a strong background. It was said that the worst of the students he taught were all 985-211, and their achievements were remarkable. Number 1 Middle School had gone through a lot of trouble to invite this money tree. Naturally, they would do whatever he said, without any hesitation. No need. The black-haired man casually raised his hand, "I'm only here to guide and supervise." "Oh, right, didn't you say you wanted to choose a form teacher?" The dean nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. His featureless face squeezed out a flattering expression, "Yes, yes, yes, it's our school's greatest honor if you have such intentions." Form teacher? The trainees of the 10 classes immediately became excited, their eyes burning with anticipation. Unexpectedly, the devil curled his lips, "Then class 9 it is." Xianxia, who was still chuckling with his head lowered, knew that something was wrong. He raised his head and coincidentally met the devil's half-smiling gaze. "Oh? Why is there someone in this class with dyed hair?" Everyone's gazes turned to look at him. Xianxia. Everyone's gazes turned to look in that direction. They looked at the eye-catching white-haired magician sitting on the field. Huh? F***ck, what's going on? Is the demon's surname Nan? Do you really believe it? Nanbo Wan. It's obviously a fake name. Is Mr. Nan guiding students online? No, isn't magician the newbie that Mr. Nan admires? Why is he suddenly making things difficult for him in public? I want to ask the same question too. I've already given out the roses. Replying upstairs, have you all forgotten that magician accepted the invitation from night people? Isn't that a slap to number 1's face? Serves him right for being embarrassed now. Xianxia, who was the focus of everyone's attention, was speechless. The smile on his face froze and he became expressionless in an instant. Xianxia really wanted to ask Mr. Nan if there was something wrong with his eyes. There were so many trainees on the field. They came from all over the world and had colorful hair. What kind of man would he be if he didn't catch the gray-haired Xianxia and chose to catch him instead? However, the well-dressed and sanctimonious Mr. Nan didn't let him go. Instead, he slowly walked down from the flag-raising platform. All the B-level trainees were looking at him, but the man accurately stepped on the shadows of every table. He was like a hunter who had accurately locked onto his prey, or like a gentleman from the Victorian era who held a black umbrella in the fog. His whole body carried an elegant aura that was neither too fast nor too slow. When he got closer, the demon deliberately dragged his voice. Not only did he dye his hair, but he also wore cosmetic contact lenses. He openly violated the school rules. F***ck, what do you mean by dyeing his hair and wearing cosmetic contact lenses? Miserable, magician is miserable. What did we albinos do wrong? JPG, wouldn't such a strict high school be forced to dye his hair black? No way, all the trainees here have to dye their hair? The dean of teaching naturally nodded and bowed. It's our mistake. We forgot to inform the parents to cut and dye their children's hair black before bringing them to school. Then according to the school rules, how should we deal with this situation? The dean looked troubled. The school gate is already locked, and we can't let these students out to rectify the situation. Why don't? He carefully looked at Mr. Nan's face. Why don't we give them a demerit? Xianxia was not convinced. He raised his hand. I have albinism, not dyed my hair. Albinism? The dean had nothing else to say. He looked at the devil, obviously waiting for him to make the decision. Number 1 said with great interest, "Oh? Then come to my office after school to check." Xianxia was speechless. This line was very familiar and terrible. It was as if he was dreaming of that perverted doctor in the mental hospital. Naturally. The director wiped his sweat. This is Teacher Nan's student in your class. You can do whatever you want with her. At this point, many B-level trainees who thought that magician had angered the devil and were gloating over his misfortune suddenly realized the truth. Good heavens, it turned out that he had no intention of punishing Magician. Looking at how he purposely beat him up in front of everyone and created an opportunity to be alone with him, it was more like he was declaring his sovereignty over the night people led by number 2 and flaunting his power. Hearing this, many people secretly looked at number 2's expression. The devil was indeed an unshakable legend in the infinite loop. However, if the night people were stubborn, the audience was also looking forward to watching a good show. But to their disappointment, Xianxia did not have much of an expression. His expression was still dignified and cold. The leader of the night people was wearing a blue and white school uniform. Even though he had changed out of his military uniform, it did not reduce the coldness around him at all. I understand now. Number 1 must be upset that the person he likes has been snatched away. 10. Now that you mention it, it's very possible. If he really wanted to beat him up, he would have shaved his head on the spot. Upstairs, are you a devil? My white-haired beauty magician would never be bald. Thinking about that scene, Yengo cried out loud. Ah, someone get the image out of my head. Get the image out of my head. Even though Magician's bald head wouldn't diminish his beauty at all if he were to say it softly, it wouldn't diminish his beauty at all. Tremor. Stop, stop. As an old fan, I think it's necessary for me to say something. Don't try to use a normal person's way of thinking to guess his thoughts. He always does things according to his own preferences. After this episode, everyone's attention returned to the teachers marking the papers in front of the flag-raising platform. What was shocking was that in the short time of the conversation, more than half of the papers had been marked. The bespectacled teacher piled the papers on the table and stacked them according to the score. As the stack of papers became thinner and thinner, the surrounding trainees became more and more frightened. The atmosphere became more and more tense and anxious. In all the previous instances that the main system had released, even the extremely difficult S-level instances would not give off such a feeling of uncertainty. The sky was gloomy, the national flag fluttered, and the dark gray cement field was silent and deadly. The shadows gradually moved down, and soon, the last paper was marked. The teacher began to transcribe the grades on the grade list. A large red paper was pasted on the list, and black ink was smeared on it, making it look as bright as blood. The Dean of Teaching took the microphone. All rise. Under the guidance of the teaching assistant, the trainees stood up and stood in the space between the desks. They lined up according to their class. Next, we will announce the rankings according to the total score. According to the rankings, each class will be ranked internally. The first place will sit in the number 1 position. This number will be your student number in the class. From now on, in the 120 days of study, no one will care what your name is. You will all be addressed according to the number X in Class X. Without a doubt, the first place fell to the number 2 Xianxia. But the embarrassing thing was that even though he was the first place in the grade, he had only scored a little more than half of the total 1150 points in the 9 subjects plus the Olympiad questions. After the papers were distributed, the gray-haired vampire sat in the number 1 position in Class 1. He frowned as he looked at the red paper he had distributed. The dark wizard, who was in second place, was even more miserable. His score had dropped by nearly 100 points from Xianxia, who was in first place. But he was still in second place. The rest would only be worse. The dark wizard was in Class 3, and he was given the number 1 position in Class 3. Of course, the third place was not the other S-rank unlucky trainee, Takaman. It was a half-vampire that was not very memorable. Unexpectedly, he was also in Class 1. So far, Class 1 had taken 2 of the top 3 places and was given the number 2 position in Class 1. The top 3 were successfully announced, and the bullet screen was discussing it. F***ck, these terrible scores. If this wasn't a dungeon world but the real world, no one would be able to get into a university. I'm crying from laughter. Which college entrance exam in the real world requires 9 subjects plus Olympiad math? There's no need to link it to the real world. But there's one thing you're right about. Everyone was confused by the main system. These scores look too shabby. There's nothing you can do about it. Every profession has its own specialization. Didn't we learn how to survive in the infinite loop? Are you going to use language, math, and English to fight monsters? Xianxia is really amazing to get almost half the points. If I were in there, I'd get a higher score even if I stepped on the answer sheet. Ha 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 ha, I'm crying from laughter. Night people are really strong. The third place is also a half vampire. That's amazing. Next were the 4th to 10th places. 4th place in the grade, Class 9, Xianxia. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Under countless surprised gazes, he walked to the first place in his class and sat down. He did not pay attention to other people's gazes. He directly picked up the test paper that the teaching assistant had handed to him. In these 4 hours, Xianxia had basically written everything that he could. He even wrote about politics in the last 10 minutes. Other than having a good memory, he also had another advantage, which was that Xianxia had strengthened his hand dexterity to the highest level. What did max dexterity mean? Not only did his wrist and fingers have great strength, but when he wrote at full speed, he was so fast that he could become a blur. He was comparable to the faceless NPCs who graded the papers. Thanks to this, Xianxia wrote faster than anyone else. After he finished the science paper, he started adding words to the liberal arts paper and got a lot of points. However, the white-haired young man looked at the huge 0 on his paper and raised his eyebrows. He was not surprised. Soon, the top 10 names were announced. It was unknown if it was intentional or not, but the top 10 were evenly distributed. Other than Class 10 and Class 1 had 2 students in the top 10, but Class 10 did not have anyone. Then, the sound of the announcement became faster. The trainees were given student numbers in their respective classes according to their ranking. The lower the ranking, the more nervous the trainees who were not called. In a survival dungeon like this, falling to the bottom was no different from a death sentence. Moreover, they would not die at the hands of monsters, but in such a cowardly way. No one would want to end up like this. The mock exam is too fake. Everyone is a noob. The top 10 are just standing out from the noobs. That's right. There are still 120 days in the future. If the trainees were given some time to study before taking the exam, they would not have to fight such an unprepared battle. Sigh, I feel that the trainees in the bottom 10 of the mock exam are quite pitiful. They are really unlucky. Indeed, if they were given some time to study, it would not be like this. I have reason to believe that the next exam will be terrifying. The names were read to the bottom 50. What was even more surprising was that there was an S-level boss, Takaman, whose name was not read. It was not just the bullet screen. The trainees who were already seated also exchanged glances. They could not punish an S-level, right? Finally, just as everyone was on tenterhooks, Takaman's name was read out of the last 13 people. 987, Takaman, Class 7. The Onmyoji breathed a sigh of relief. He did not know whether to call himself lucky or not. His grades had always been poor when he was in school. It was the same even after entering the infinite loop. He would not become a top student just because he became an S-level. But in any case, he had stepped onto the line between life and death. His eyes were filled with tears. The dean put away the name list. The announcement of the grade rankings ends here. At this point, the top 10 were finally revealed. The 10 B-level trainees who stood in place were stunned in disbelief. Someone immediately protested loudly. This is not fair. That's right. Why should the mock exam decide our life and death when we just entered the school? We have never learned this before. It's been so many years. Who the hell still remembers the contents of high school? Are they playing with us? In the face of their protests, the teaching staff was unmoved. The dean coldly ordered, "Execute them." In the next second, the barbed whips pierced through the air and nailed the bodies of the 10 trainees. Immediately, their flesh was lacerated and blood dripped. Among them, there was no lack of people who wanted to take out special items to resist, but they couldn't move. It was as if they were fixed in place by something mysterious. They could only watch as the whip swung towards them. Screams spread throughout the field. In an instant, the standing trainees were beaten to the ground. Every time the whip rose and fell, it would bring a large amount of scarlet blood and minced meat. The wounds broke open, revealing the eerie white bones inside. It was terrifying. Whether it was the bullet screen or the field, everyone was silent. Even if the last 10 were their former colleagues and friends, no one dared to openly defy the NPC's orders. They knew that if they went against the NPC, they would only end up dead. Under the pressure of the main system's iron law, even if the S-level trainees fell to the bottom 10, there was only one word for death. It was only at this moment that everyone recognized a fact. This dungeon was different from all the horror dungeons they had experienced before. Even the special items each person had and how many life-saving trump cards they had were all useless. Here, you could either learn or die. In the midst of the screams, the dean said in a low voice, "That. Mr. Nan." The student who dyed his hair just now got 4th place in the grade. The dean rubbed his hands and said flatteringly, "My school has always given preferential treatment to students with good grades. The promotion rate depends on them. Do you think, don't worry." The devil showed a tacit fake smile and coldly threw down 4 words. "I know what to do." The screams and the sound of the whips breaking through the air did not stop. After losing their special props, the trainees were no more than mortals at the mercy of others. Even the trainees who had undergone a high degree of body strengthening were the same. The mortal body could not transcend the limits of human beings and would forever be under the control of the main system. Gradually, the screams weakened. Of the 10 trainees on the field, none of them were able to stand. No. It was no longer accurate to say that they were human. Their bodies were covered with crisscrossing wounds. The blood that gushed out like a stream soaked the grass that grew out of the cracks in the ground into an ominous color. There was not a single piece of intact flesh on their bodies. There was even an invigilator who directly broke the neck of one of the trainees with a whip. Half of the trainee's head drooped down in a horrifying manner, revealing the eerie snow-white spine and dripping out of the spinal cord. To be honest, this scene was really terrifying. Especially since the trainees were still alive and being tortured. Even if they had fainted, their bodies would still twitch and roll subconsciously due to the pain. It made one's scalp tingle. After this one-sided torture for nearly 10 minutes, the dean of teaching waved his hand. The teaching assistants stopped their whips. At this time, the trainees on the ground were so miserable that most of their skeletons were exposed. They could only breathe out, not in. Such a tragic scene made even the experienced B-grade trainees who were sitting in their seats and watching the show tremble involuntarily. Even if they encountered a terrifying monster, it would be a one-hit kill. There were very few horror dungeons that would directly torture the trainees to death. Logically speaking, even if they really had to die, most people would prefer to choose a more relaxed way of dying rather than being tortured in such a humiliating way where they could not resist at all. Throw them into the corpse-sinking pool. The dean of teaching looked coldly at the trainees who did not look human. I could have given them a quick death. Unfortunately, these people spoke rudely and attempted to defy the school's rules and regulations. They only got a little more than 10 points after finishing an exam. They enjoy public resources but do nothing. They are scum even if they are alive. Today, we will remove evil for the people. All of you, listen carefully. In number 1 middle school, students who are poor in their studies do not have the right to live. Every year, our school will get rid of a large batch of trash. We have been unanimously praised and recognized by the country and society. Blarg, what do you mean by not having the right to live if you don't study well? What kind of disgusting values are these? Damn, as long as you live long enough, you'll be able to see all sorts of monsters and trash in the infinite dungeon. Amazing. I thought that the S-rank dungeon that trapped the poor in the sewers was disgusting enough. I didn't expect this dungeon to be even worse. So, the score can determine a person's contribution to society? I really rice, fist salute. JPG, this dungeon is really scary. It's even scarier than the ones with ghosts. F***CK. 10 B-grade trainees are too pitiful. They would rather die in the hands of ghosts. On the field, the director was still boasting. Our school is a century-old school with a long history. It is your honor to study here. In the next 120 days, we will have 4 more large-scale examinations. They were divided into the first monthly exam, the midterm exam, the third monthly exam, and the final exam. This does not include the weekly quizzes without punishment. Only the students who pass these 4 exams will be able to get the graduation certificate for this semester. And the student who gets first place in the class in each exam will be the class monitor until the next exam. The trainees below the stage all looked down. They knew very well in their hearts. The final exam was set on the 120th day. As long as they could hold out until midnight on that day, they would be free. According to the grading standards given by the main system for this dungeon, the trainees did not even need to go through any dangerous challenges. In this strange dungeon that did not play by the rules, the overall ranking of the trainees would determine the evaluation score they could get in the next round of the level evaluation. At this moment, no trainee was thinking about this. It was good enough to survive, so how could they think about academic results? Among them, Takaman, who was the worst student, had already pulled a long face. He felt that it was inevitable that he would fall out of S rank this time. Just as everyone was making their own plans, the dean threw down another deep water bomb. This mock exam will eliminate the bottom 10 of the grade. In the next monthly exam, we will rank the 10 classes according to the class average. The class ranked last will be punished by execution as a whole. At this moment, all the trainees showed looks of disbelief. Ranked according to the average, what did this mean? This meant that the 99 students in each class had to advance and retreat together. As long as one person did not study well and dragged the class down, it was very likely that the whole class would be punished together. This was not a punishment of playing house or standing. It was a battle of life and death, thinking of the miserable state of the 10 trainees who had no power to fight back. A sense of fear rose from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Because from the moment this rule was announced, everyone's life was not only in their own hands, but also in the hands of the other students in the class. The rules of the main system directly disrupted the original clear division of the B-level trainees into 10 different camps. And the students in the other classes were no longer colleagues or friends in the same organization, but serious competitors. In the face of life and death, no amount of friendship was useful. Is this crazy? A class will be eliminated in the next monthly exam? A class has a total of 99 B-level trainees. Eliminated just like that? Are you kidding me? That's right. What if it's a class with S-level trainees and they're all eliminated? I'm already starting to tremble. What kind of hell-level dungeon is this? Oh my god, if someone in the class drags down the average score, won't the whole class be buried with them? Among the trainees in the 10 classes, the reaction of Class 10 was the most intense. 2 of the top 10 were in Class 1, and the first place in Class 10 was only ranked 12th in the grade. Naturally, there was a big gap between them and the other classes. They comforted themselves. Don't be afraid. How can we tell so much in the first mock exam? After 40 days of study, we might even be able to rush up. Yeah, don't diminish our prestige and boost others' morale. Yeah, this is a matter of life and death. We can't be the first to be scared. Immediately after, the dean announced the end of the exam and that afternoon classes would be held as usual. Thus, the trainees got up from the field according to the instructions, moved their desks and chairs back to their classes, and began to prepare for class. Number 1 Middle School's daily autumn class schedule had been neatly pasted in the classroom. There was no breakfast, lunch, or dinner on the schedule. Obviously, the main system had specially adjusted the schedule according to the trainees' need not eat. There was 1 class in the morning, 4 classes in the morning, 4 classes in the afternoon, and 2 classes in the evening. From the end of school in the afternoon to the evening self-study, there was a period of time for students to freely arrange their activities and use it to wash up every day. There were originally 3 classes in the evening self-study, and the 3rd class was also freely arranged by the students. The schedule was packed full. Among these classes, the one with the most lively atmosphere was none other than Class 9. After all, when they were on the field just now, that person had directly named himself to be Class 9's homeroom teacher. To have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from number 1, all the Class 9 B-level trainees felt honored. Of course, except for Xianxia. After returning to the class, the trainees in the class began to chatter among themselves before the teachers returned. Our homeroom teacher is actually that person. Oh my god, it's such an honor. I really didn't expect that he would personally participate in this dungeon. Xianxia listened at the side and realized that these trainees were getting into character quickly. They had already started to refer to themselves as our class, which was a very good sign. However, Xianxia was a little annoyed by their bragging, so he decisively interrupted their discussion. Did all of you get a 0 for politics? Everyone was silent. They hadn't thought about how to treat Magician, but when they thought about how he was the top student of class 4, and was also the class monitor personally appointed by the dean, the devil thought highly of him. Thinking about the school's rules and regulations, they might have to work under the class monitor until the next exam. No one wanted to lose face, so they answered. Yeah, I basically wrote all of politics, but I also got a 0. That's ridiculous. Another trainee with the student number 99 trembled. I also wrote almost all of it. Damn, I could only write politics on this paper, but I didn't even get a single point. I almost. With the student number 99, it meant that they were at the bottom of the class. They were indeed on the line between life and death, almost ending up in the bottom 10 of the grade. Sigh, the next exam will be based on class ranking. Everyone was worried and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it's compared to the others, we can do it. Who knows how many years have passed since we graduated, but we still have to come back and study high school content again. What a sin. Yeah, forget about high school content, I don't even remember what happened in the real world. Thinking about how they were going to become enemies with their old friends and colleagues, everyone felt a little depressed. In the past, when we were in the infinite loop, we always moved as a team. Between the team and the organization, we were all brothers who went through life and death together. Who would have thought that this time? Sigh. Don't think too much about it. Xianxia frowned. There are still 30 days, everyone is on the same starting line. No one knows what will happen when the time comes. Would you choose to give up and hand over the hope of survival to someone else? The classroom was silent. That sentence was harsh, but it was the truth. Humans were selfish, even if they couldn't bear it, they would still move forward. But there were still some who were unconvinced. This is just a mock exam, how much weight do you think your first place is worth? Don't wait until the next monthly exam and you'll be kicked out. Oh? Sorry, even if it was a mock exam, you only got around 50. If you're so good, why don't you get first place next time? That person choked on his words. Since I'm the class monitor, I'll leave my words here. The white-haired magician crossed his arms and said in a cold voice, in the next 40 days, I don't want anyone from class 9 to be a burden to the class. From now on, it doesn't matter if you're willing or not, which organization you're from, or how powerful your life-saving means are. None of that matters now, we're all in the same boat. Adults, times have changed, exam results are the only indicator and difference. Of course, Xianxia dragged his voice. If anyone doesn't accept me as the class monitor, you either have to defeat me in the next exam or have a fight in the woods after school. If you can't beat me, then shut up and be obedient. The class suddenly quieted down, and everyone had an excited expression. Just as Xianxia was surprised by their sudden obedience, he suddenly realized something and slowly turned around. A black-haired man holding a book was standing behind him, his slender body slightly leaning forward. His cold hand rested on Xianxia's shoulder, and the coldness seemed to seep through his blue and white uniform, directly to the surface of his skin, chilling him to the bone. It's a good motivational speech, but let me remind you. He smiled and said, private fights are strictly prohibited on campus, violators will be recorded. As soon as number 1 appeared, the classroom fell silent. The bullet screen screamed even louder. I'm so jealous of class 9 students. I want a class teacher like that too. Well, you don't have to worship him so much. Do you want to enter this hell mode dungeon? I'm dying of laughter. Brother above, you're so direct. Come on, those who can enter the thriller trainee competition are all big shots. It's good enough that newbies like us can watch the live stream during the horror mode dungeon break. What are you thinking? Originally, Xianxia was still talking tough here, trying to establish his prestige as the class leader. Logically speaking, if this dungeon didn't have such a sinister group mode, Xianxia wouldn't have meddled in other people's business. When he was in the mental hospital dungeon, he dared to be the lone wolf as a newbie. When he was in the barren village dungeon, he could only infiltrate deep into the enemy's camp. He had never been afraid and had always been rebellious. But it was different now. If one of the trainees failed, the whole class would be in trouble. Xianxia didn't want to be dragged down. He didn't know any of the Class B trainees in the class, but they had the power to control his life and death. It was very unpleasant. If a few of the trainees in his class were to drag him down, Xianxia would die from anger even without the NPCs doing anything. Therefore, for his own sake, Xianxia had to show his power to the class and calm them down so that they wouldn't fail the next exam. But halfway through, the class teacher arrived. The feeling of turning around was indescribable. It was as if he was reliving the fear of his class teacher standing behind him every time he turned around while playing with his phone. Xianxia silently took a step forward and broke free from the hand on his shoulder. He noticed that even though the man was wearing a suit, he was wearing a pair of white gloves again. But even with so many layers of clothing, it couldn't dispel the coldness of the man. Xianxia thought about the crisscrossing scars on number one's hand in the trainee dorm. The devil didn't seem to mind his coldness. He shrugged and turned to the podium. It's time for class. Who would dare to disobey the orders of the number one? The 99 trainees looked at each other and immediately returned to their seats. No one dared to interrupt. They could sense that something was wrong from the strange interaction between the two of them. Xianxia was about to pick a seat at the back of the classroom, but just as he was about to take a step back, a mocking voice came from behind him. The class monitor should set an example and sit in the first row of the class. Therefore, the white-haired young man retracted his foot that had just stepped out and turned around to face the devil. He then steadily pulled out the first row of seats and sat down. So be it. Who's afraid of who? Xianxia glared back, not to be outdone. From the demon's point of view, the light pink eyes were as fierce as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. As if he was amused, the man chuckled in his throat. When the other trainees saw this scene, they could not hide the shock in each other's eyes. Even the bullet screen was flooded with comments. No, don't you think that this master's attitude towards the magician is a bit strange? I noticed it too. It felt like he was deliberately picking on the magician, including just now. Upstairs, you're wrong. Although it feels like he's picking on the magician, why does it feel so strange? It's not like he's trying to kill the magician. I can't describe it. Instead, it's reciprocal. If I have to describe it, it's a very subtle feeling. That's right. I feel like the atmosphere between them is tense, but no one can get in between them. Indeed, that's the feeling. But think about it, the devil expressed his admiration for magician in front of everyone. Could it be that magician accepted the Night Clan's invitation and felt embarrassed, so? That's right. That's the feeling. Can you stop guessing? How many times do I have to say it? Don't try to guess what this master is thinking. In my opinion, the master just thinks that the magician is more interesting and fun. Other than being the Class 9 homeroom teacher, number 1 teacher Nan was also teaching biology for the whole year. The books had not been distributed for the first class, and the devil was not prepared to teach them. After everyone was seated, one of the worshippers finally mustered up the courage to speak. My lord, the slender chalk circled around the white gloves, leaving a circle of inconspicuous dust. The man's expression was slightly displeased. Call me teacher. The admirer looked like he was about to kneel down on the spot, his whole body trembling like a sieve. Teacher Nan. The devil nodded casually. In the next 120 days, I don't want to hear you call me anything other than teacher. This is the instance world of the thriller trainee competition. It's not an infinite loop, and it's not a trainee dormitory. I'm an NPC, your homeroom teacher. But that doesn't mean that you can be superior to the others in these 10 classes and win without a fight. These words were very harsh and merciless. Not only did he state his position, but he also explained it. Many of the trainees were suddenly enlightened. Number 1's authority was different from theirs. Normal trainees needed to enter the instance world, but number 1 could play as an NPC. This explanation was enough to explain why no one had seen number 1 since the first round, whether it was the trainees or the bullet screen. Other than that, the trainees also filled in the conditions for playing as an NPC in their own minds. Role-playing modes were divided into 3 categories: low, medium, and high. Low-level role-playing mode was like the instance world of the deserted village. They were only given a normal card or an identity card. Mid-level role-playing mode's identity card would give a character's personality. The trainees needed to act according to the personality given by the identity card. High-level role-playing mode was the most difficult. Not only did they need to avoid the dangers inside the instance world, but they also needed to combine all the information given by the identity card to perform a perfect role. Once the NPC noticed something was wrong, it was very likely that it would affect the direction of the instance world. Now that number 1 had said so, everyone tacitly agreed that he had the identity card of a role-playing NPC. NPCs had their limits, and trainees had their limits. Since they were role-playing and in an instance world, there was naturally no favoritism. The classroom was a little dull for a moment. Even if number 1 was their homeroom teacher, it could not bring about any direct effect. Everyone's hearts were filled with a sense of confusion and fear. This was only the first monthly exam, and an entire class was going to be eliminated. What if it was the midterm exam? The second monthly exam? The final exam? In the end, how many B-level trainees would be able to stay on the school field and successfully complete this instance world? The devil said calmly, "The next monthly exam will be in 30 days. I hope you won't disappoint me." The short sentence directly stirred up the dejected mood in the class. The B-level trainees were energized. They all said in unison, "Yes." Their voices were so loud that it almost blew the roof of the classroom. It was as if to them, being able to not disappoint this lord was the goal of their entire life. Number 1 did not seem surprised by such a scene. He even seemed a little disinterested. However, it was difficult for others not to notice his lack of interest. Xianxia saw it clearly. The white-haired young man sitting in the first row curled his lips without a trace. How exaggerated. He did not know what kind of magic potion the devil gave these trainees. They were like Death Eaters worshipping Lord Voldemort. They could not wait to rush up and kiss the tip of his black leather shoes and scream, "My lord." In summary, blindness needed to be cured. Number 1. Just as Xianxia was thinking, a low voice suddenly sounded from the podium. "Class number 1, you will analyze this mock exam's biology paper." Xianxia, who had scored less than 25 points in biology, was speechless. There were so many nouns. The book had not even been distributed for people to read. Who could say 1, 2, 3, 4? Xianxia grabbed the paper and stood up with hatred. If looks could kill, he felt that the devil would have been cremated and sent to the crematorium thousands of times. In this class, number 1 asked 3 questions. In total, Xianxia answered 3 times. He passed the first 2 questions by luck. The third time, he was punished for answering wrongly. Now, even if the other trainees were blind, they could see that the devil was purely picking on the magician. F***ck. Poor magician. Poor magician. I can finally confirm that no matter if it is admiration or criticism, the magician has received the only special attention from this lord after so many years. Is this lucky or unlucky? Has the magician accepted the night people's invitation to become a half-vampire? Sigh, if that is the case, the magician may have really angered number 1. The devil is watching you. Magician, you must be careful. Finally, when the class ended, the whole class stood up. They bowed and shouted, "Teacher, see you again." Only Xianxia did the opposite. He sat down on the ground calmly. He looked as if he was not going to get up even if he had to. The devil did not care. Instead, he picked up the unopened book and slowly walked down from the podium. Everyone's eyes followed the man's movements. He walked up to the white-haired youth and knocked on the table. Xianxia did not look up. He closed his eyes and rested. He could not do anything to the devil. After going through the barren village instance dungeon, the devil had restrained his murderous intent for some reason. After abandoning their initial fight to the death, the 2 of them actually became like primary school students. Both of them held grudges and would seek revenge for the slightest grievance. While the others gasped at his blatant disobedience, number 1 placed the biology lesson plan on the table in front of him. The devil's voice was teasing and ambiguous. After the evening self-study session, don't forget to come to my office. When the black-haired man's back disappeared from the classroom door, the trainees in the class burst into exclamations. They looked at Xianxia in disbelief. You just disobeyed that. Lord. And you disobeyed him in public. Oh my God. Thousands of words could be summed up into one sentence, and that was, how dare you do that? Do you know who he is? He is a man who has stood at the top of the infinite loop for God knows how many years. Do you know what you're rejecting? What you rejected was the love of a heavenly deity. He was going all out. Xianxia truly felt that as long as they encountered the devil, the low-level trainees would be fine. However, these high-level trainees seemed to have their intelligence lowered. They were like bamboo shoots after the rain, popping up one after another. Oh. The white-haired youth said coldly, we are now in the instance dungeon. The devil is acting as the teacher, and I am the student. Trainees are not allowed to attack each other. In the long run, the trainees are not allowed to kill each other in the dormitory. It will be the same until the end of the competition. Other than our class being wiped out in the next exam, can he kill me? If that's the case, he can't kill me. Why should I be afraid of him? The others were speechless. For a moment, they felt that his words made sense. They could not refute him. After Xianxia's rambling, the Class 9 trainees actually felt that what he said made sense. Even the bullet screen was silent for a while, let alone the trainees. Logic told them that the magician's words woke them up, but their emotions told them that they couldn't be swayed by words. After a while, the trainees came back to their senses. They looked at the white-haired magician as if they were looking at a newbie and sighed. You're a newbie, you don't understand how scary that person is. The demon represented a mythical creature from hell that manipulated and deceived humans. They looked similar to goats and had unparalleled evil power. They liked to use words to confuse people and were happy to see the ugly appearance of humans lost in the swamp. Why didn't anyone know the real name of number one and only used the powerful and unknown word demon to respectfully call him? Because number one was strong enough and scary enough. He was like a mystery that appeared out of nowhere in the infinite loop world. Once he appeared, he stirred up unparalleled fanaticism and fear. At first, the demon was famous for destroying a dungeon world. No one knew what happened in the S-level dungeon. People only knew that the moment his black leather shoes stepped out of the dungeon, the main system announced the complete collapse of the dungeon series. Although S-level dungeons were scary, they were recycled. However, this cycle was usually many years. For example, the Book of the Dead dungeon would be reincarnated every 10 years or so. Although the infinite loop didn't preserve history, when trainees entered these S-level dungeons, they could still find clues left behind by their predecessors. But the demon just entered a dungeon and destroyed a dungeon world. His strength was unheard of, unseen, and unimaginable. Whether it was an S-level dungeon or an F-level dungeon, they all had a very complete background or facilities. Before the arrival of the demon, the most exaggerated trainees could only destroy a certain scene in a dungeon. After all, the individual strength of can't surpass humans was there, and the iron law of can't surpass ghosts was also there. The room for trainees to swing their hair was reduced to almost nothing. In such a time when everyone's goal was to survive, someone stepped on the highest point and swayed, casually humming a song. In the distorted background, thousands of horrifying dungeons collapsed with a loud bang. He never cooperated with others. He was always alone and unpredictable. Moreover, when they attacked, they did not differentiate between friend and foe, and would often indirectly affect their own side. However, those who were lucky enough to run dungeons with demons had a notoriously low mortality rate. It was common for parties to be wiped out in an S-rank dungeon. The mortality rate was as high as 50% to 60%. Encountering a dungeon killer like the demon was simply a blessing that could not be obtained even if one prayed to Buddha. The first batch of worshippers was born from the survivors of these dungeons. To be able to enter a high-level dungeon, one's own strength would not be too bad. The more shocked they would be. Those who were lucky enough to survive trembled and said that the man was a complete madman. He could easily evoke the most terrifying and darkest part of a human's heart. All the pain and struggles of humans were not worth mentioning in his eyes. However, the demon's madness wasn't the same as a real mental illness. No one understood the rules better than him, and he skillfully played with the rules in the palm of his hand. He was like a condescending ruler, looking down at the world with cold eyes. Occasionally, the malice that leaked out could only make people tremble. He held a black umbrella and strolled in this dirty and ugly world. The abyss behind his dark golden eyes was occasionally filled with interest, but also often lacking in interest. It was as if nothing could stay in his eyes forever. He was unbelievably arrogant. This kind of casual strength, the elegant danger of walking on the edge of a knife, and at the same time, the terrifying charisma of a person. It was frightening and irresistibly attractive. The infinite loop was a sick place to begin with. Those who entered here, even if they were not sick, would be infected by the extreme life-threatening suffocating environment. Gradually, after creating countless irreplaceable legends, the demon was put on the altar by everyone. Joker could become the Emperor of Gotham, Voldemort could become the Black Devil, and Hitler could harvest so many followers. Because Joker was crazy and lawless, because of Voldemort's cruel rule, and because Hitler brought hope to Germany after World War I. He boosted the economy of this defeated country. However, this light was too short and fake. It was instantly swallowed by a greater desire and fell into an even more terrifying abyss. In this era of despair, the more unpredictable the fear, the more people would flock to it. Lunatics were always the most popular. The trainee hesitated. That lord has many followers, but since we are in the same class and he is the teacher, it's better not to face the enemy directly. For these trainees, after so many years, this idea had become deeply ingrained and difficult to change. It had nothing to do with life and death, but was purely a twisted respect for the strong. If they wanted to change the situation, they would have to kill the demon and a new god would be crowned. This point also coincided with Guguzi's prophecy. The white-haired youth lowered his eyes and thought, not saying a word. The memory of Zhuge was still fresh in his mind. After the demon left, Xianxia drew a tarot card. He wanted to see who was lying between the demon and Zhuge. Although Xianxia didn't believe a single word they said. Unexpectedly, Xianxia drew the same card from both of them. When he said Zhuge in his mind, he drew the moon in the right position. The demon drew the moon in the wrong position. In the barren village instance, he also drew the same card from Granny Een. If this card was in the wrong position, it would represent the clouds parting to see the moon, the dawn of dawn, and a turning point. When it was in the right position, it represented the subconscious awareness of danger. Unknown, unforeseen danger, strange and uneasy. And deception. Hashtag. After the afternoon class, the trainees all went to the dormitory. There was a period of time for students to do activities from noon to afternoon, and from afternoon to evening self-study. The end of the second period of evening self-study was generally the end of the class. The third period of evening self-study was free for students to arrange themselves, or go to the office to ask questions, etc. Like the dilapidated school building, the dormitory was damp and cramped, but it was also filled with a sense of age. The walls were repainted with white powder, but it couldn't hide the cracks in the walls and the corners that were covered in green and black moss. Incandescent lamps hung from the ceiling that was covered in spider webs, casting a pale white light. Rows of endless rooms were distributed on both sides of the corridor, giving off a very uncomfortable feeling of gloom. Many trainees stopped in their tracks and whispered among themselves. Is this dormitory haunted? Why does it feel so eerie? This is a high school campus, how can there not be any ghost stories? Let me think, what are the ghost stories on campus, like the red dancing shoes in the dance studio? An extra step? A plaster statue in the art studio? A hanged person? A beggar in the toilet? Ghost story type instance dungeons are really scary. Last time, we ran into a woman with a split mouth in the sea-level instance dungeon and almost got wiped out. F***ck, a woman with a split mouth in a sea-level instance dungeon? Oh my god. On the other side, a trainee happened to find the dormitory's previous location. Do you see the other dormitory? There, it's that one over there. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. On the other side of the field, there was another building that was right next to the dormitory. This building had the same appearance as the dormitory in front of them, but the front was locked with iron chains, preventing anyone from entering. I heard that building used to be the male dormitory of number 1 middle school. There were still people living there from the previous batch. The dormitory we're living in now is the female dormitory from before. Hearing him say that, everyone was a little confused. There were still people living there from the previous batch, so why did the school not open the male dormitory but open the female dormitory to them? I have a bad feeling about this. Me too, thinking about the possibility that this school is haunted. This is not good. A normal school would not suddenly open the female dormitory to the male students, unless… as you know, usually someone commits suicide in a university, and then the next batch will be replaced by the male students to fill up their young energy. I can prove it. Our team participated in a school instance dungeon before, and that university had a very famous Mandarin duck building. The left side was the female dormitory, and the right side was the male dormitory. Everyone knows that the male dormitory is the male dormitory, and the female dormitory is the female dormitory. There won't be a situation where males and females are mixed in the same building, and the dormitory management is not easy to manage. In the end, when we were doing the main storyline of the instance dungeon, we found out that there was a female student from the previous batch who accidentally got pregnant. The scumbag cheated on her behind her back and even got together with his mistress. The mistress flaunted her power and got the test results of the girl's abortion from somewhere, pretending to have accidentally sent it to the class chat. The whole school knew about it. Later, the girl couldn't think straight and hanged herself in the dormitory during the National Day holiday. When her roommates came back and opened the dormitory door, the corpse was already smelly. This incident caused a huge commotion, and was later suppressed by the school. The dormitory was empty for a year or two, and after the batch involved graduated, the new juniors were arranged to live there. Who would have thought that there would be a ghost? F***ck, the person above is so scary. Just as the comments were in full swing, the dormitory manager appeared. The dormitory manager was like the parents and teachers of this instance dungeon, her face cold and empty. She brought all the trainees to the lobby of the dormitory. The lobby was covered with yellowed tiles, and there was a spiral staircase around it. Wake up at 6:50 a.m. every day, and leave the dormitory at 7:30 a.m. The lights and power go out at 11:30 p.m. sharp, and the dormitory door is locked at 11:50 p.m. If you don't see anyone during the ward rounds, you will be penalized for not returning home for the night. I will do a routine patrol in the early hours of the morning. If I see anyone's dormitory with lights or any dormitory with noise, I will also be penalized. The dormitory manager emphasized the discipline of the dormitory, and some of the trainees trembled as they looked at the ceiling behind her. In fact, many of them saw that existence when they entered the lobby. On the ceiling, a long rope hung down, and the end was stained with some unknown black marks. When they got closer, they could even see what looked like scraps of skin tissue remained. As if noticing their gazes, the dormitory manager grinned. That was left behind by the students from the previous batch. Every batch, someone couldn't stand it and used it to end their life. I don't know whose turn it will be this year. Sigh, every year, there are some students who can't accept it. It's not just this rope. Some dormitories have the sharp end of the metal bed. Guess what? It pierced through the temple with a bang. There's the toilet cleaner in the public toilet. After drinking a bottle, their stomachs turned over and rotted. They ran to the water tank at the back of the mountain and soaked in it for a few days before they realized it. No wonder the water they drank had a strange taste. It was disgusting. The dormitory manager did not care about their feelings. Instead, he talked about the students who had committed suicide in the dormitory over the years. They can't even take this bit of hardship, and they still want to get into a good university? It's a pity that their parents spent so much effort to send them to town. Previously, there was a student from the countryside who said that he was the hope of the whole village. He didn't do well in one exam, and in the end, he had to climb a few mountains and be dragged back with a handcart. If you ask me, it's because these children are being pampered and raised too well. Instead of entering society and harming others in the future, they might as well die now. These words, coupled with the swaying rope even though there was no wind, sent chills down the spines of many trainees for no reason. If they were really the flowers of the motherland, they would definitely not believe in ghosts. That was the problem. After being in the infinite loop for so long, to be able to make it to B-level trainees, they had seen all kinds of ghosts. Naturally, they understood that if a school like this were to appear, it would definitely be a malicious spirit with extremely strong energy. If they did poorly, they would die. Also, who knew how many innocent spirits had died in the school? In such an extremely oppressive environment. It was easy to imagine what kind of life the next 120 days would be like. After talking enough, the dormitory manager remembered the important matter. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. Let's assign the dormitories. At first, the trainees thought that the dormitories would be assigned according to class. They did not expect that the dormitories would be self-assigned. Why would the school be so kind? The trainees were a little surprised. However, at this time, no one questioned. Instead, they silently began to look for their friends. The dormitory was a 10-person dormitory. As long as 10 people were gathered, they could go to the dormitory manager to get a badge. The other trainees were all veterans. Basically, they had friends who they played well with or knew. At the very least, they could find colleagues from the same organization. Only the white-haired youth with his hands in his pockets stood alone in the same spot. No one dared to go up and invite him. The latter did not seem to want to take the initiative to look for his roommates. Until another gray-haired man parted the crowd and walked over from a distance with his subordinates. The man's jawline was sharp and cold. He looked at Xianxia and nodded politely. Together? The trainees in the hall were shocked when they saw this scene. If it were not for the fact that the live stream was only broadcasted in the classroom, the bullet screen would have been flooded with comments. Everyone began to whisper to each other. Are the rumors from before true? Magician rejected the Lord's offer and joined the Night People? It's most likely true. When have you ever seen number 2 take the initiative to invite someone? What is the magician trying to achieve? After so many years, he's the only person that the Lord has expressed his appreciation for. The half-vampires could hear the whispers of each other. Xianxia frowned deeply and waved his hand. The third-place Night People from Class 1 immediately understood and announced loudly. His Highness plans to gather all the class monitors to study together. If we're in the same dorm, it'll be more convenient for us to communicate. Just now, His Excellency the Dark Wizard of the Witchcraft Association also agreed to join us. With such an explanation, the gossip stopped. Although they said they would study together, everyone knew that it was to make it easier for the class to communicate, so they kept quiet. Even if Xianxia was the original owner's fiancé, Xianxia did not plan on giving him much face. After hearing this, he thought for a bit and chose to nod in agreement. The school clearly wanted the trainees to compete with each other. If the trainees could unite under these circumstances, it would not be a bad idea. However, just managing one class was enough to give Xianxia a headache. He did not want to be the first one to stand out. Now that Xianxia seemed to want to brainstorm, Xianxia was happy to cooperate. There were many members of the Night People and the Witchcraft Association among the B-grade trainees. With the leaders of the two factions showing their cooperation, no one dared to jump out and cause trouble. Soon, the 10 class monitors gathered together and stood in the center. Xianxia looked around and his gaze fell on one of the class monitors. The monitor of Class 7 was also a half-vampire of the Night People. After bowing to Xianxia to show his respect, he consciously withdrew from the leadership circle. Takaman, who had a confused expression, also joined in. The yin-yang master looked at the geniuses in the circle and scratched his hair that was about to fall out in the future. I'm not the monitor? Xianxia waved his hand. The monitor of Class 7 is my subordinate. He will absolutely obey my orders. It doesn't make much difference whether he joins or not. Although everyone was surprised by this number 10's ranking, this was just a mock exam without any preparation. It was normal to make mistakes. As one of the 4 S-grade trainees randomly assigned to this dungeon, Takaman was quite popular among the trainees even though he was a free man. Whether it was respect for being an S-grade or other reasons, it was only right for him to join the core leadership circle. Takaman, he wanted to say that being an S-grade did not mean being a genius. Vampire Lord, times have changed. It's time to change your mindset. If you don't make this big brother the last place in the class in the next exam, You might not know how good this bad student is. After the number of people was decided, the group went to get their badges. The dorm manager looked up at them. All of you are class monitors? Then let's go to 101. Everyone was puzzled. The group of people filed to the door of room 101 and opened it. The dormitory was simple and crude. The 10 iron-railed beds were covered with wooden planks. The blankets were just a roll of moldy quilts and pillows. At least 2 pillowcases were needed to isolate the rotting smell. The entire dormitory building only had a large shower room. There was nothing inside except for iron pipes installed on the mottled and dirty walls. When one took a shower, one could only see white flesh as far as the eye could see. There were 990 B-grade trainees living in a dormitory on the 5th floor. The public facilities were all on the 1st floor, and the shower room, water room, and toilets were far from enough. As long as the trainees did not eat, they did not need to use the toilets. However, they had to stay in this dungeon for 120 days. They had to take a shower, right? And the hot water was only available for a fixed period of time. According to this configuration, the daily showers would be a huge battle. 101 was different from the other dormitories. There was a narrow independent bathroom inside. Looks good. We don't have to fight with the other trainees for a spot in the shower room. Takaman looked inside. Although the shower room was not big, it had all the essentials. It was more than enough to take a shower. He smacked his lips. Top students get preferential treatment. This school is real. The dark wizard, who was walking beside Xianxia, suddenly said, "Let's begin." This sentence was like a signal that had been activated. The dark wizard condensed a faint black mist in his hand. The dark red in Xianxia's eyes seemed to light up. The dormitory was silent until the black mist in the dark wizard's hand blocked the few imperceptible corners that the vampire had pointed at. Everyone looked at each other. It's done. Xianxia's red eyes darkened. He rubbed his temples tiredly. I'll have to trouble you for the next 100 days. The dark wizard casually retracted his hand. It's nothing. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He understood their riddle. Listening device? When he was in the classroom, he noticed that there were surveillance cameras installed in the front and back of the classroom. It was not just in the dormitory. There were also cameras in the corridor and in the stairwell. There were also cameras in the lobby and the end of the dormitory. He never expected that there would be cameras in the dormitory as well. Yes, there are surveillance cameras and listening devices everywhere in this school. Xianxia's face was gloomy. After the dormitory assignments are completed, each class monitor should inform the trainees in their class. Call them out and relay the message to them one by one. If there's anything important in the next few days, do not mention it in public. With so many surveillance devices, the school knew all the students' movements like the back of their hands. It was not hard to imagine that the NPCs did not want the trainees to band together. They could not wait to make an example out of the students. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's tidy up before we discuss further. Xianxia looked around and picked a spot on the top bunk. The white-haired youth stepped on the handrail and jumped onto it. He rolled up his sleeves and skillfully made the bed. Just as he finished making the bed and was about to go down to retrieve the pillowcase, a pale arm reached out from under the black robe and handed the pillowcase to him. Xianxia looked down and saw the black-robed figure standing beside his bed. From his angle, he could only see the thin lips under the hood. Thank you. He bowed his head in thanks. The dark wizard nodded coldly. His slender fingers tapped the air lightly. The bedding and pillowcase were wrapped in black mist and flew into the pillowcase. Xianxia was shocked by this move. He did not expect the wizard's ability to be so convenient. After tidying up the dorm, the 10 trainees sat down to discuss their ideas and countermeasures. The other B-ranks did not dare to speak and looked very reserved. Only Xianxia sat on his bed with his legs down and a relaxed expression on his face. Xianxia bent his knuckles and slowly tapped on the table. Since we have to eliminate one of the 10 classes in the next monthly exam, we can only work on the scores. You mean to say that we should boycott the exam? The dark wizard shook his head in disapproval. The main system must have considered the possibility of all the trainees boycotting the exam. When the time comes, it might push us into an even worse situation. No. Xianxia said calmly. If everyone does not answer and purposely answers the questions wrong, how will they determine the last place? Everyone in the dorm fell into deep thought. This idea was not impossible. Even if there was a punishment, with so many trainees, it should not be too heavy if it was evenly distributed among everyone. The dark wizard frowned. But this idea is difficult to implement. Indeed. Even if there were 2 leaders here, their rallying power was not as terrifying as that of the devil. As long as there was a traitor among the 10 classes, it would be a fatal blow to the other classes. There is still a month left. There is no need to be so anxious. Unable to think of a solution, Xianxia nodded again. There might be other changes in the middle. Let's wait and see. We can make a decision when the time comes. After the problem of the monthly exam was solved, a new problem appeared. They were also concerned about another problem. Was this a simple survival dungeon or a supernatural one? Takuman gave a very definite answer to this question. Many people have died in this dorm, no, in this school. Many, far more than we imagined. Although Yin-Yang masters were not as sensitive as psychics when it came to spirits, they were experts in the business of communicating with ghosts. Ever since he stepped into this school, the bone-chilling cold made Takuman extremely uncomfortable. The school was built in a dark place, and with the lingering aura of resentment, autumn was as chilling as winter. But unexpectedly, despite the cold and lingering aura of resentment, the Yin-Yang masters did not find any signs of a vengeful spirit forming. Takuman sighed. Maybe I was too disappointed in this place when I was alive. So even in death, I did not want to become an earthbound spirit. But in the end, it is not a spiritual type instance. For us, it is a blessing in disguise. At 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone went to the classroom on time and began to prepare for the evening self-study. Unfortunately, one person was 2 minutes late and was stopped by the teaching assistant at the staircase. His screams echoed throughout the entire teaching building. Now everyone knew that the punishment for number 1 middle school was whipping. Demerit was a beating followed by stripping the person naked and throwing them into a small dark room for 7 days. During this period, they would only be fed pig food through the dog hole and eat, drink, and defecate inside. No one had tried the demerit before, but it would only be more terrifying than the previous 2. As long as they violated the school rules, they would be punished, including if they were caught in the dormitory. What was even more terrifying was that the duration of this dungeon was too long. A full 120 days meant that they would not be able to return to the trainee dormitory for 4 months. In the past, if they were injured in the dungeon, as long as they were still alive, they could return to the infinite loop and spend 500 points on the main system to recover. Now that they were injured in school, unless they were lucky enough to have a special healing item, they would have to heal themselves. The school did not even have an infirmary, so healing would not be faster than ordinary people. In this difficult situation, there were a few trainees with healing abilities among the B-level trainees. They would definitely be treated like treasures. During the evening self-study, the classes organized to move books. They moved the teaching materials and guidance books for the 9 subjects over. There were not many classes today, but in the face of life and death, the trainees pinched their noses and looked at the questions in the guidance books. They did not care if they could understand the self-study. First, they checked the standard answers for the mock exam. The surveillance camera hanging from the ceiling turned like a head. Occasionally, there would be patrolling teachers or teaching assistants wandering in the corridor during the evening self-study. Their shadows were elongated, and their faceless faces were reflected outside the glass windows. It was hair-raising at first glance. It's too hard. When I think about how I, an old sociopath who graduated more than 10 years ago, have to go back and learn high school content, I'm already lying peacefully in the emergency room. There's still a month. I don't know what results we'll get in the next monthly exam. Is there anyone who can predict? Learning all the high school content in a month, actually I don't think it's very likely, not to mention the Olympiad questions. It would be good if the first in the grade could at most pass every subject. I also think that passing every subject in a month is already very impressive. Let's wait and see. Not to mention the bullet screen, even the trainees themselves did not expect this. Who hadn't slacked off when they were studying? Although studying was hard, at least they found joy in it. Moreover, high school should be the holy land in many people's hearts. Everything that happened during this period was covered with a layer of beautiful or painful gauze. It was an unreachable dream during the sensitive period of puberty. Now, this dungeon had destroyed all the beauty of high school. Studying was no longer for the sake of getting into the school one desired, but for the sake of survival. If you don't learn, you will die. There was no lack of trainees who didn't study hard when they were students, or trainees like Takaman who weren't cut out for studying at all. They didn't even participate in the college entrance examination. But no matter how unruly they had been, they were now forced to pick up a book and read every question with great difficulty. This was only the first day, but the fiery learning atmosphere was already packed to the brim. No one wanted to be last, and no one wanted to die. As the class monitor, Xianxia would only have more things to do. After receiving a biology lesson plan from the devil, he chose to focus on biology for tonight's self-study session. It was obvious that the lesson plan was an NPC tool prepared by the main system. The words on it were neat and square. Although Xianxia hadn't seen the devil's writing, he could tell at a glance that it wasn't the devil's handwriting. Other than that, there was also the situation within the class. Because of number one's sudden interruption, the effect of Xianxia's harsh words was greatly reduced. The class 953 trainee who had raised an objection earlier didn't seem to dare to have any more opinions about Xianxia. Xianxia didn't ask for everyone to listen to him. He only hoped that they could focus on their studies in the coming days. In this kind of learning atmosphere, the 2 evening self-study sessions quickly passed. Ring ring ring, the piercing sound of the bell tore through the deep night sky. The trainees all got up, not forgetting to take a few books back to the dorm. No. One middle school didn't have the concept of homework, but no one dared to go back without a test paper. Xianxia also took a book and prepared to leave. After seeing his movements, a trainee hesitantly called out to him. "What's the matter?" The young man turned his head, his white hair falling over his shoulders. His perfect side profile was faintly discernible under the incandescent light. "Although I've said it many times, I still want to howl again, the magician beauty." Sob 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 sob, me too, he's too good looking. Sob sob, he's the ceiling in my mind. I'm already taking a screenshot. As usual, I'll post it on the forum. Those who want to set a screensaver can take it yourself. Thank you, sister above. Who would have thought that I became a fan of his because of his face? He could have relied on his face, but he chose to rely on his strength. The trainee paused for a moment, then hesitantly said, Didn't Mr. Nan ask you to find him in the office after school? School didn't end in the afternoon, so the evening self-study session should have ended. Moreover, the third period of evening self-study was a free time, so he should at least go. Xianxia said expressionlessly, "Oh, I'm not going." To be honest, Xianxia didn't even think about going to the office obediently. Did he have to go just because the devil asked him to? Then wouldn't Xianxia lose face? Did he look like someone who would listen to his teacher's words? Even if he listened to his teacher, he definitely wouldn't listen to Mr. Nan. As he spoke, the white-haired youth did as he said. He turned around lightly and followed the crowd downstairs back to the dorm, leaving the trainee dumbfounded as he watched his silhouette glide away. After returning to the dorm, even the 3S level students chose to study by the light of the lamp, working hard until midnight. Fanshua's racial talent was really enviable. The later he worked, the more energetic he became. Xianxia put down his book when it was almost 2 in the morning. He jumped out of bed and went outside to get a glass of water. When he turned around, he saw that the gray-haired man was still holding a fountain pen in his hand, seriously solving a physics problem. Reconstructing high school knowledge really made people feel like their mental walls were about to crack. Xianxia shook his head. Just as he was about to go to sleep, he saw the man put down his pen and say goodnight in a low voice. The white-haired youth put down the stainless steel cup and said goodnight in return. Aside from the non-existent marriage contract, they were still real distant relatives. Xianxia felt that Fanshua had a filter for his childhood friend. Although Fanshua was cold and reticent, he truly treated him like a younger brother. As he thought this, he climbed up the stairs to his bed. He didn't see the green eyes of the dark wizard slowly opening in the lower bunk. There was no biology class for the next 3 days, so he could rest easy. However, Xianxia didn't expect that after standing number 1 up, he would reap what he sowed in this life a few days later. The class schedule for the next 2 days was packed. They had to take turns to study 9 subjects. There was limited information in class, so they relied more on self-study. In addition to these classes, there was an art class and a physical education class every week. This week's physical education class had already been replaced by math class. Of course, art class wasn't spared either. As expected, just before class started, they were informed by the teaching assistant that the biology teacher had replaced them. Xianxia, he had a bad premonition. When the black-haired man entered the classroom and announced that they would be learning about the human body with a smile, Xianxia's bad premonition grew even stronger. Especially when the demon said with a smile, "In order to give you a better understanding of the human body structure, I will choose a student to cooperate with me in the next class." As expected, the demon said, "Number 1, come to the podium and demonstrate." Xianxia gritted his teeth and walked to the podium under the expectant gazes of the entire class. The human body structure was different from a real person, so it was normal to have a student model teach. "Take it off." The man slowly pulled out a pointer. His voice was low, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. The tip of the pointer pointed at the white-haired youth's zipper. It was obvious what he was hinting at. Xianxia glared at him. He was wearing a thin t-shirt under his blue and white uniform. The youth stood on the podium, his white hair tied up high. He was wearing only a shirt, which outlined his slender and beautiful figure. In contrast, Xianxia's face was dark and gloomy. If the demon dared to ask him to take it off, he would beat up the teacher in class. "This is a normal teaching demonstration. Why do I feel like something is wrong? How did magician offend number 1? That's terrible. That's not terrible, right? Why do I feel like the atmosphere between the two of them is weird? Think about it, if anyone really offended this lord, they should have been reduced to ashes at the very least. How could he allow the other party to wander around in front of him? I think so too. It's more like a primary school kid looking for trouble." Unexpectedly, the demon didn't have that intention. The demon didn't even have the usual happy smile on his face. Instead, he was like a real teacher, teaching the class seriously. Gradually, the trainees in the class became more focused. In the face of life and death, no one had time to pay attention to anything else. For a moment, only the sound of the pen scratching on the page could be heard in the silent classroom. Only Xianxia could deeply understand the demon's true intentions under the surface of the cultured scum. "This is the throat." The cold pointer slid down the youth's beautiful jaw, circled around his Adam's apple, and followed the edge of the t-shirt to his beautiful collarbone. The bronchial tubes lead to the left and right lungs. Even though there was a layer of clothes between them, the hard pointer still made Xianxia feel uncomfortable. His next action almost made him jump on the spot. The pointer landed right on Xianxia's heart. The heart was undoubtedly one of the most dangerous areas in the human body. Just this small move made Xianxia's hair stand on end and his blood rush to his head. This is the heart, the human body's blood pump. It weighs about 250 grams. A deep male voice sounded beside him, with obvious mockery. "Oh?" Student number 1's heartbeat quickened, rapid and powerful. It's obvious that student number 1's body is very healthy. The white-haired youth's eyes were sharp. Taking advantage of the cover of the podium, he stepped on number 1's black leather shoe. In the end, he even used the bottom of his foot to crush it. Xianxia admitted that he was emotionless. Very few people could make him feel so emotional. Apart from number 1, everyone else was able to accurately step on his minefield every time. Xianxia didn't hold back at all. He put all his strength into his kick. Under the shadow of the podium, no one noticed his little movement. Even the bullet screen wasn't bored enough to look at his foot. Number 1 middle school gave the students ordinary canvas shoes. These shoes had no other advantages except for their hard soles. It should feel good to step on them. The black-haired man's expression didn't change. His heart didn't skip a beat. Even the tone of his lecture didn't change. Only his slightly clenched white gloves revealed some of his emotions. The heart is in the mediastinum, the ribs are outside, and the diaphragm is below. The force at the end of the pointer increased and slowly moved away from the heart. If this happened a few more times, Xianxia could really fight with number 1 on the spot. However, before the white-haired young man could breathe a sigh of relief, his opponent's next move almost made his lower back collapse. The cold and hard tip circled to the bottom of his heart and started to poke left and right maliciously. The problem was that number 1 was still talking about biological knowledge of the human body. His voice was like the sound of a cello, slowly scraping through the low notes of the bow. The bone-chilling cold reminded Xianxia of the demon's eternal body temperature. However, this didn't stop him from exerting force on his foot. The two of them were secretly competing on the sacred podium. The trainees below were writing furiously, fighting for survival. Even the bullet screen was learning from them. I've learned. Mr. Nan's lecture is good. I think if I finish this dungeon, I can go back and retake the college entrance exam. Some of the knowledge is very accurate. Did no one study human anatomy before? Am I the only one who thinks that magician's expression is bad? If I have to describe it, it's like his face is ashen. Who would be in a good mood after being targeted like this? But I'm looking forward to magician's outstanding performance in this dungeon. I hope he reaches a higher level soon. That's right. Fans of magician's career like this. The duration of the class was long and unbearable. Finally, just as the Xianxia's feet were about to get tired from stomping, the bell rang. Unexpectedly, not only was number 1 unmoved, he even publicly began to delay the court session. When there were only a few minutes left between classes, the demon regretfully ended the human body demonstration class. He put away the pointer and chuckled. Thank you for your cooperation. Xianxia zipped up his uniform, snorted coldly, and returned to his seat without looking back. Everyone could only see the back of his head. After winning a round, the demon returned to the office in a good mood. All the teachers of number 1 middle school had their offices in the same room. However, as number 1 was playing a special role this time, a small office had been added to his office, allowing him to enjoy the same treatment as the grade director. Just then, a faceless teacher turned around from the water dispenser with a cup of water in his hand. When he saw him, he looked surprised. Teacher Nan, why are your shoes so dirty? Is it raining outside? Oh, that. Number 1 curled his lips. I was stepped on by a cat. It's no big deal. There are cats in our school? The faceless teacher was suspicious. Of course, a silver gradient. The demon's smile deepened. It's fierce, but it's still cute. ######. The days that followed passed by exceptionally quickly. As if a knife was hanging over the necks of all the trainees, their learning efficiency became unprecedentedly high. Even if they repeatedly studied every day, no one raised any objections. During this period, in addition to the monthly exams, there were also weekly quizzes. The class monitors lived in the same dormitory and privately exchanged their grades. Without a doubt, the class with the highest average score in the entire grade was still Class 1. Class 1 recruited 2 great generals. However, unexpectedly, the last place was not from Class 10, which didn't even make the top 10, but from Class 8. The ranking of Class 9 that Xianxia was in was not very optimistic. It hovered between 8th and 9th place. This time, the last class was eliminated. Who knew if it was possible that Class 9 would be eliminated in the monthly exam? For this matter, Xianxia specially brought a report card and asked the top-ranked trainees in the class to tutor the bottom-ranked trainees in small groups. The tutor for the top and bottom-ranked trainees was arranged for the 3rd period of self-study. Every day after the 2nd period of self-study, Class 9 trainees would voluntarily stay in the classroom and put together desks to tutor each other. We are now grasshoppers on the same line. If one of us drags the other behind in the next monthly exam, it's very likely that the entire class will be implicated. We're all adults, so I don't need to explain the principles. You're all B-level trainees, so it's impossible that you don't understand this little principle. This time, the entire class of trainees looked at the report card. No one spoke up to refute. They all chose to listen obediently. Speaking of which, Class 9 was really unlucky. There were a few foreign trainees at the bottom of their class. Some took the ACT and SAT exams, while others took the A-level exam. Ignoring the difficulty of the exam, the subjects were all different. Although the other trainees had forgotten, they still had some foundation in their memory. They, on the other hand, had to start all over again. Naturally, they were lagging behind the other trainees in terms of mastery and absorption. There was also trainee number 99. Xianxia had never seen anyone more eccentric than him. No matter how hard he tried to teach him, he could not understand. Finally, after another question was wrong, the white-haired youth put down his book and rubbed his temples. If you really can't establish a logical understanding, you should focus on the liberal arts first. Go memorize books. Although liberal arts was not something that could be done by memorizing books, Xianxia held number 99's paper and did not have the strength to complain. He was just like Takaman from class 7. He had a unique brain circuit that no one else could understand. Number 99 looked like he was about to cry. "I'm sorry, Ma, class monitor. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." For the past 30 days, everyone's minds were extremely tense. The original evaluation criteria were all messed up. Only the score was a unified and hard indicator. Although no one said anything, the trainees from the other classes with poor grades had a hard time. Especially the classes that were ranked at the bottom. They tried everything they could to increase their average score. Even so, the students with the lowest student numbers were not valued by the school. Occasionally, they would be troubled by the teachers. For example, number 99. He was often called out and punished for not being able to answer questions. He used to be a free man without any organization. He did not expect Magician, the reigning top student in class, to personally tutor him. He was grateful but also frustrated at his own stupidity. It's okay. It's not your fault that you can't learn. Everyone has their own strengths. Xianxia felt his temper had improved significantly in this dungeon. Takaman from class 7 is still S grade. His grades are worse than yours. Don't belittle yourself. Number 99's eyes were brimming with tears. Yes. I'll continue to work hard. I didn't expect an S grade boss to be despised in just a few days. I thought Takaman didn't revise. Now I know, he's really a bad student. There are 4 answers to a multiple choice question. Even if you don't know how to answer, there's a 1 in 4 chance you'll get it right. However, Takaman is able to guess 3/4 of the answers correctly. Who would have guessed it? A non-chieftain plus a bad student. What kind of terrible combination is this? After returning to the dormitory that night, room 101 held another group meeting. The first monthly exam is in 3 days. Does anyone have any better suggestions? In the past 20 days, they had come up with many ideas. This included Fan Shua's suggestion of everyone handing in blank papers and so on. However, these ideas had obvious flaws. If something went wrong, the consequences would be unpredictable. The main system's intention was obvious. The group dungeon was a process of elimination. Moreover, the 10 classes were competitors. Even if they lived in the same dormitory, it would be difficult for them to lower their guard and team up. Why don't we try the method of handing in a blank paper first? Fan Shui tapped on the table, neither too fast nor too slow. His dark red eyes were deep in thought. There's always a way. If we can use this to find out the main system's bottom line, it's also a good thing. This time, no one raised any objections. The dark wizard even added a plan B. It was easy to see that a blank paper was handed in. All the students in the exam room were supervising each other and none of them were writing. If someone was writing, this plan would be ignored and the exam would proceed as normal. After all, everyone's lives were important. If there were such scoundrels with ulterior motives, this kind of non-binding agreement could only be nullified. Although the possibility was low, everyone still decided to give it a try. Since the plan had been decided, the next step was to inform the students of each class. Number 1 middle school was filled with cameras and monitors. If they wanted to pass on the message, they could only do it one by one. Therefore, each class monitor chose to call out one person from each dormitory and let them pass on the message. Remember to keep everyone vigilant. On the day of the exam, no one is to write. You can sleep or stay silent. As long as everyone does this, the group's actions will not affect any individual. Therefore, the news of the trainees' collective rebellion began to spread in private. In just a short day, everyone knew about this plan. It was like a surging undercurrent. If it could be executed perfectly, it would indeed be the best solution. However, when there was only 1 day left before the first monthly exam, something finally happened. There were 1,000 trainees. There would always be a time when they could not take care of it. One of the dormitory's unintentional words were overheard by the monitors. Therefore, the teaching assistants caught all 10 trainees in that dormitory and beat them up in the hallway. The other dormitories were tightly shut. No one dared to open the door, but no one fell asleep either. Screams echoed throughout the night, echoing in the empty hallway. The sound was bone-chilling. After being whipped more than 10 times, the B-level trainee confessed the truth like spilling beans. When one of them spoke, the other 9 naturally followed. In the dormitory, Xianxia put down his pen. This plan failed. Indeed. It was not just a failure. Because of the leak of this news, all the trainees were chased to the field before dawn the next day. The dean told them that they had to maintain military posture and stand under the scorching sun for an entire day. You can rest once every hour, and each rest will last for 5 minutes. However, if the teaching assistants found them moving during this time, they would be whipped. Naked corporal punishment. It was an ordeal. Not to mention, the weather today was unusually good, with blue skies and white clouds. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the rising red sun gradually parted the clouds from the east, spreading golden sunlight across the land. This could be said to be the best weather in the past month. In the past, when autumn intersected with winter, the sky was always dark or unchanging, lead gray. While it made people feel gloomy, it also gave off an extremely ominous atmosphere. But today, the sun really killed people's hearts. It was already tiring to stand in military posture, and now they had to stand in military posture under the scorching sun. They could only curse. An hour of standing in military posture didn't sound like a long time, but standing up was like standing on a flat board. Every minute and second seemed to freeze. In the first hour, when the teaching assistant shouted, "Time's up," everyone stood in place and stretched their sore joints. Physical punishment was very advantageous for trainees who had strengthened their physical strength. After standing in military posture for an hour, their expressions didn't change, and their hearts didn't beat faster. They even had the mood to stretch on the spot. Night people, especially half-vampires, were the typical type of people who had strengthened their bodies. They wouldn't have any problem standing for an entire day. But the time that followed became more and more unbearable. While standing in military posture, the teaching director was still trying to erase their fighting spirit on the flag-raising platform. The school knows about your secret plans. If anyone dares to hand in a blank paper during the exam tomorrow, no matter how many there are, they will be dealt with according to school rules. Don't take any chances. If there are too many people, we will consider asking your parents to take you back directly. You don't study hard and only know how to have crooked thoughts. Why don't you just stop studying? At the same time, the main system sent a warm notification. If you achieve the taken back by your parents ending, you will be directly erased. The others, sure enough. The S-class and many B-class who knew what was going on sighed. Collective resistance wasn't rare in group dungeons. Since the main system had created this frightening trainees competition and the group dungeon process, it must have anticipated the future development. Even if the NPCs didn't make a move, this ending wouldn't be considered a surprise. At least for the S-level trainees like Xianxia, they had already prepared for these NPCs to make things difficult for them in the middle of the exam. Today was just a test. They sighed, and the others were silent as well. Among them, they were referring to the last in each shift. Collective resistance was not going to work. No one could think of a better idea in such a short time. Tomorrow's exam would most likely go on as usual. A whole class of trainees was destined to die here, on the gray concrete floor they were standing on. This was only the first monthly exam. By the time this group dungeon was over, it was hard to say if even half of them would be able to survive. Very quickly, in this anxious and unbearable atmosphere, the morning quietly passed. Up until now, the trainees had only stood for half a day. There was still half a day left. The sun in the sky was getting higher and higher, and the temperature was also getting hotter and hotter. It was clearly the winter sun, but under the way they stood, it was so hot that sweat dripped down from their heads. Even trainees would be in trouble if they stood there for an entire morning. Many trainees with poor physical fitness had already begun to feel dizzy. There were even a few anemic students who fainted on the ground without saying a word. They were dragged to the side by the teaching assistants like dead dogs and were directly splashed with a bucket of cold water to wake them up. When they woke up, they had to go back to their stations. Those who could not stand, those who could not help but move, or those who reached out to scratch an itch, were all whipped. These whips were very powerful. They specifically targeted the fleshy areas. Although there was no blood, it was really painful. They would need to rest for a few days to recover. At noon, the dean touched the microphone again and continued to threaten and tempt. If you are willing to give up the mastermind and identify who came up with this collective resistance plan, you won't have to suffer like this. You can even go back and rest for a day. Who came up with it? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Everyone knew in their hearts that this idea had been thought of by the class monitors together. However, the two class monitors were not only grade S, but they were also the immediate superiors of many of them. No one dared to offend them. Originally, places outside the classroom were not allowed to livestream, but because this was a school-wide activity, the main system temporarily opened a general livestream room for the Infinite Loop and the other survivors who could not join the horror trainee program. When the dean said this, the bullet screen was filled with curses. Ugh, this move is really disgusting. What a vicious villain. If you don't give up the mastermind, you'll all be punished together. This is killing without spilling blood. I hate this kind of method the most. It's really vicious. There's nothing to wish for. I just wish this school will go bankrupt soon. Sigh, since they're so good at psychological tactics, there are more than 1,000 people on the field now. If even one of them drops the ball. Didn't they say that when they spread the news? I don't think it's good because it's really hard for a person's heart to stand up to the test. Seeing that they were silent, the teaching staff did not intend to ask immediately. These people knew that students would only listen obediently when they could no longer hold it in and were on the verge of collapse. Torture was like that. Using a person's psychological weakness to break down their psychological defenses, they would confess everything. They had only stood for half a day. There was still half a day left. It might not be difficult to stand in a military posture, but to stand still for a day was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Trainees were also humans. Those who had not strengthened their bodies were not much stronger than ordinary people. Many of them had a few more red marks on their arms. They believed that if they continued to stand like this, it would not be difficult to see blood. Time ticked by. When they finally made it to the afternoon, the teaching director announced that tomorrow's exam would be postponed. As long as they did not reveal the mastermind today, they would have to stand until midnight. Not just today, but tomorrow, and later, until they revealed the mastermind. As soon as these words were said, some trainees showed signs of dissatisfaction. What the hell? It's not like we came up with this rotten idea. Why should we be punished? That's right. If we knew this would be the result, who would have agreed? We didn't do anything wrong. It's all because of that dormitory that everyone was implicated. When people encountered an unexpected disaster like being punished together, the first thing they would think of was always themselves. However, because the core leadership circle was full of big shots that were not to be trifled with, everyone chose to bear with it when there was no one to stand out. The B-level trainees had persevered for so long because they had scruples in their hearts. If it had been a newcomer, they would probably have confessed everything when the teaching director asked. However, in just 10 minutes, this precarious situation was completely broken. When it was close to 4 in the afternoon, the teaching director suddenly announced a piece of news. The top 3 of each class, step out and rest. You don't have to stand anymore. The rest of you, continue. After staying in this high school for almost a month, everyone had figured out its nature. The teaching staff would blatantly favor students with good grades. Sometimes, they would even instruct the teaching assistant to cancel the punishment. So far, the entire dormitory 101 had not been punished once. Even when they turned on the lights to study in the middle of the night, the dormitory auntie turned a blind eye and pretended not to see. Compared to the other trainees with poor grades, they could only study in their beds with flashlights at night. If they were caught, they would be punished to stand outside in their underwear for a night. They would be so cold that their teeth would chatter. However, this time, the teaching director's announcement could be said to have aroused the crowd's anger. The people standing on the field lost control. Why? It was clearly the class monitor who came up with this trashy idea, and now we have to bear with it. With one person, there would naturally be others. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. That's right. We're all trainees. No one is more noble than the other. There are so many loopholes in the plan, but they still have to implement it. Now all the students are being punished. They're human. Aren't we, the normal trainees, human? The trainees who shouted the loudest were all free people without any organization. They were also the variables that Xianxia and the Dark Wizard had mentioned. Originally, these people could have been controlled. Unfortunately, after an entire day of corporal punishment and unfair treatment, what little rationality they had left had been destroyed in an instant. As expected, I knew that the human heart would not be able to withstand the test. This is an unsurprising result. It's been used on groups time and time again. Every time something like this happens, it's the best time to shift the blame. The class monitor's starting point is for everyone's good. After this, I'm afraid that his heart has turned cold. Isn't this the result that the school wants? As long as they can break the alliance between the trainees and make them hostile, then it's a victory. The white-haired youth stood motionless in the same spot. He was very quiet. He did not speak, nor did he look surprised. After the trainees on the field revealed the names of the class monitors, the atmosphere on the field became treacherous and uncertain. The teaching director called out for all the class monitors to step out and stand below the flag-raising platform. Xianxia was the same as the first-place students of the other classes. He silently stepped out of the ranks and stood over there. Xianxia happened to be standing next to him. Xianxia had just stood there when he heard the leader of the night people say in a low voice, "If there are any variables later, just give me away. There's no need to worry." The white-haired youth looked up in surprise. The gray-haired man's side profile was cold and hard as he stared straight ahead. He was not only talking to Xianxia, but also to all the other class monitors. Since I was the one who proposed this decision, I will bear the responsibility. There's no need to feel guilty. The Dark Wizard frowned in disapproval. Since the entire dormitory voted for it, then why don't we all admit to it? It's better to share it with 10 people than one. It doesn't matter. Xianxia's tone was strict. Anyone who wants to get away with it can choose to give me up. I won't pursue the matter. The teaching director was still rambling on. I don't believe that so many good students would choose this path of no return. I'll give you one more chance. Give up one of the masterminds, and the others will be spared from punishment. That being said, none of the 10 class monitors on the flag-raising platform betrayed them. To be able to stay in the same dormitory and interact with these S-class bigwigs was already unimaginable. Of course, they would not offend them if they could. Getting familiar with them would be of great help in the future. No one would take things too hard at a time like this. I didn't expect that after all the hard work the school put in to nurture you, you would do something so disappointing. After waiting for a while, the teaching director shook his head. If that's the case, then all of you will be given demerits and interrogated separately. Let me see. Let's start with the Class 9 class monitors. Many of the trainees began to tremble. Being given a demerit was already like being locked up in a dark room and fed to pigs for 7 days. No one dared to imagine how terrifying it would be to be given a demerit. Just the 2 words torture were enough to scare people. Xianxia's eyes darkened, and he began to think of a countermeasure. He had already decided that if there was no other way, he would make a trip to the punishment instance dungeon. Today, the blood of an NPC would be spilled. Just as the teaching assistant stepped forward and were about to take the white-haired youth away, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. Everyone turned around and saw number 1 slowly walking down the stairs. It was that lord. Many of the trainees on the field had excited expressions. Although number 1 was usually neither good nor evil, now that they were in a group instance dungeon, everyone subconsciously classified him as a role-playing NPC into the trainees' camp. The devil leisurely pulled up his gloves and brushed past Xianxia. He lowered his voice. "Remember, you owe me one." The trainees on the field sucked in a breath of cold air. The bullet screen was filled with jubilation. "Reinforcements are here. Don't worry, don't worry. Every time this lord appears, it's always exciting." No wonder number 1 chose to act as an NPC this time. The main system wanted to lower the difficulty. This instance dungeon is a little depressing. I want to watch it on another channel. Sister, do you have any other recommended venues? The A-grade luxury cruise ship next door has fast-forwarded to the point where it's being targeted by sea monsters in the Arctic Ocean. The war in Olympus has escalated to the point where it's a war between gods. The deserted island has even pulled out a survival bar and is already gnawing on tree bark. This dungeon has the least visual impact so far. Why are you leaving? Sister, don't leave. Watch this instance dungeon. Based on the instance dungeons this lord has been to before, this instance dungeon is likely to be destroyed. I'm looking forward to seeing this scene live. I'm looking forward to it too. +10086. On the other hand, under everyone's anticipation, Xianxia thought that the devil was out of his mind. Not only did he save his nemesis, but he was also doing this now. Xianxia dared to stand the devil up when he used his identity as a teacher NPC. Now, he was expecting him to fulfill his promise. That was ridiculous. Even if number 1 didn't do anything, he could still solve the problem perfectly. There was no need for him to interfere. However, since the devil was willing to come to his door, Xianxia would gladly accept it. The dean of students looked embarrassed. But, Mr. Nan, although you're a teacher specially hired by the school, these students are not good. They're immoral and have tried to break the school rules. You can't just let it go so easily. There should be some punishment. Number 1 chuckled. His voice rose, but there was a hint of coldness in it. Indeed, but these are the top students in the school. If they can't take it, the school's enrollment rate will be affected. Don't you think so? He hit the nail on the head. The dean of students' hands trembled as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. The person in front of him continued to persuade him. If these top students make a mistake, I'm sure you won't be able to answer to your superiors. Why don't you change the punishment? Besides, the black-haired demon narrowed his eyes. The student you want to take away first is my favorite student. He purposely emphasized the word doting. Xianxia was speechless. Indeed, she doted on him a lot. She doted on him so much that she only asked him to answer questions in every biology class. If he couldn't answer, he would be punished to stand. After all this, Xianxia's biology results improved by leaps and bounds. Last time, he actually scored more than 90 points and was firmly ranked first in the grade. When the dean of teaching heard this, cold sweat broke out on his back. He hadn't thought so much before. Now that he was awakened by the demon, he remembered that these people were in the top 10 of the grade. It would be fine if the mastermind was caught and given a big demerit, but if all of them were punished and didn't do well in the monthly test in a few days, they would be held accountable by the higher-ups. Teacher Nan's reminder is correct. These are all students with excellent grades in our school. Even if they made a mistake, how can the emperor's mistake be treated the same as the common people? The pot-bellied dean of teaching righteously described privilege as reasonable and didn't care about the expressions of the trainees who ranked at the bottom of the class. In the end, after this intervention, the failure of the collective blank exam papers could be considered to be more bark than bite and was easily brushed aside. The dean of teaching's only requirement was that the current class monitor must be in the top 10 of the grade in the next monthly test. Otherwise, they would be given a demerit. After this incident, everyone had a new understanding of number 1 middle school's favoritism towards the top students. Furthermore, under the impression that good grades are a golden ticket to avoid death, they worked even harder in their studies. At the same time, the end of this incident also declared that the alliance between the trainees was completely null and void. This meant that within this instance, the trainees could no longer unite. After the alliance was broken, the situation of tit-for-tat became more serious. Although Xianxia and the Dark Wizard, who were S-ranked, didn't say anything, the trainees who first voiced their dissatisfaction on the field that day were also vaguely isolated. Everyone in each class was wise to protect themselves and didn't want to get into trouble. The monthly test was postponed for 3 days. During these 3 days, the students in each class studied like crazy. During this time, Xianxia suddenly found Xianxia and the two of them engaged in a very long conversation. His tone was still cold and hard, his deep concern hidden under these words. It's best if you don't interact with number 1. There's a problem with his ability, and he's also very scary. Even number 2, who was full of iron and blood, gave number 1 such an evaluation. It was clear what kind of image number 1 had left in the hearts of the survivors of the infinite loop. Xianxia guessed that perhaps Xianxia had seen his interaction with number 1 on the field and had purposely sought him out to say these words. As mentioned before, although the two of them didn't care about the engagement, Xianxia was still doing his best for him because of the score from their childhood together. Like an older brother taking care of his younger brother, Xianxia would help him if it didn't involve matters of principle. From this, it could be seen that as long as the original owner had survived one more instance, he would have been able to cling on to a golden thigh. What a pity. Thinking of the cards he had drawn from Zhuge and the demon, the white-haired youth's eyes turned. He decided to investigate the leader of the Night People and see if he could obtain more information. Prophecy? It was clear that Xianxia knew about this prophecy. There was indeed such a thing. As the leader of a large faction, he would always know more information than the average person. Since Guguzi was an important figure whose name resounded throughout the infinite loop, not only did it spread among the trainees, but it also left behind clues and files in various factions. 10 years ago, Guguzi, who was at the peak of his power, decided to destroy the infinite loop that would never leave. His followers were different from the demon. The demon's strength was feared by everyone. People only dared to look at his back and worship him, but they didn't dare to step forward. And Guguzi was a qualified leader. He had methods, schemes, ruthlessness, and patience. At the same time, he also had great ambitions and ideals. His speaking ability was outstanding. In this infinite loop world filled with darkness, there were very few people who wouldn't be shocked by his goals. In addition, Guguzi's ultimate goal was to benefit the people. Although he had an eccentric temperament like all reclusive experts, it was undeniable that he still used his great ideals to gather many like-minded people who were willing to follow him. Unfortunately, this plan still failed. It had been a long time, and the specific reason for the failure was no longer known. But on the eve of his failure, Guguzi had a premonition about his foggy future. Fortune-tellers didn't divine themselves, especially when it came to matters of fate. So he chose to divine the future of the infinite loop. This divination was made in the S-rank instance, investiture of the gods. There was abundant spiritual energy there, and the mysteries had yet to disappear. At least 3 small teams of nearly 100 advanced trainees had watched him make the prophecy. It was said that Guguzi had held the 8 trigrams plate in his hands, his eyes bleeding. He had paid an excruciating price for peering into the future, but he still managed to complete the prophecy. Xianxia recalled the contents of the file. The prophecy mentioned that in the future, there would be someone who would inherit his will. It also mentioned an old enemy. It even accurately predicted the existence of this frightening trainee competition. At first, not many people paid attention to this prophecy. It wasn't until the main system suddenly announced the start of this frightening trainee competition that people dug it up again. It turned out that 10 years ago, Guguzi had actually predicted the existence of this competition, and frankly said that this would be the only chance to leave the infinite loop. Once this news came out, it could be said that it attracted the attention of all the powers. It was only then that Guguzi's prophecy was taken seriously once again. But even with the intelligence network of the Night People, they still couldn't determine who the savior and demon king in the prophecy were. Or rather, they had some guesses about who the demon king would be, but they still hadn't decided on who the savior would be. They couldn't find his whereabouts. Is there something wrong with this prophecy? Xianxia waved his hand. No, I just heard Zhuge mention it before, so I'm a little curious. Xianxia was a little interested in the possibility that Zhuge had fooled him. Even though he didn't really believe Zhuge's words, he still wanted to find out what he was up to. The cooldown of the tarot cards was only 24 hours. Even if Xianxia had nothing to do, he would still draw a card every day to prevent the cooldown from accumulating to a maximum of 3 times. That would be a huge loss. So for the past 20 days, Xianxia repeatedly tested the prophecy that Zhuge had told him. He wanted to find out which part of Zhuge's prophecy had tricked him. That was where the problem lay. Xianxia repeatedly tested it a few times and found that Guguzi's prophecy was true. In fact, Zhuge didn't lie to him about the prophecy. But as soon as he tested whether Zhuge was lying to him, the moon alignment card would pop out. He asked Xianxia skeptically, but his suspicions only grew. Xianxia couldn't figure out how Zhuge had tricked him. After all, the S-grade item said that Zhuge's prophecy was the truth. Xianxia couldn't help but think of another possibility. Could it be that Zhuge had bad intentions and was deliberately adding fuel to the fire? Other than deception, the moon alignment card also had the meaning of making people feel uneasy and gloomy. It didn't necessarily mean deception. For this reason, Xianxia tested Zhuge's words again. I will never be your enemy. The result was the sun alignment card. This meant that the words I will never be your enemy were absolutely true and came from the heart. There was absolutely no possibility that Zhuge had any intention of harming Xianxia. Even Xianxia was stunned by this result. This was really strange. Zhuge had actually volunteered to assist him and be his incompetent advisor, and number 3, just because of a prophecy, had nurtured a newbie all the way up. This was too shameful. Zhuge wasn't in this quest, so Xianxia didn't know what he wanted to do. He could only give up for now. Originally, Xianxia thought that Zhuge had other reasons for wanting him to reach B grade as soon as possible. Now it seemed that all the mysteries would have to wait until he returned to the trainees' dorm to solve them. Unexpectedly, after hearing Xianxia mention Zhuge, Xianxia's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. The gray-haired man stood in front of him. He was tall and had a cold expression. He gave off an extremely oppressive aura, and his gaze was complicated. After a long time, he spoke. Number 3 is a sly old fox. It's not good to have a close relationship with him. Xianxia's evaluation of Zhuge was even lower than that of the devil. At least he had never had a direct confrontation with the devil. No matter how crazy the devil was, it had nothing to do with him. However, Zhuge had actually wandered the 3 organizations in the Mask of the Cursed Dungeon. He had become the ultimate beneficiary of the mastermind behind the scenes, and had even tricked Xianxia. In the eyes of the night people in power, if Xianxia's fledgling magician younger brother had a personal relationship with Zhuge, then number 3 would probably kill him. Perhaps because he realized that his tone was too stiff and cold, Xianxia tried his best to soften his tone. Unfortunately, he had been in a high position for too long, so he wasn't of much use. You've never entered the infinite loop before. Many people here don't act as they do on the surface. You can't go wrong by being a little more wary of others. Xianxia was speechless. He felt like he had been educated. Night people had some information about Zhuge. The most important information was his background. Because of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams disc, many people guessed that he was the student Guguzi had chosen. 10 years had passed since Guguzi's death. His old subordinates had all been wiped out, so there weren't many records. No one knew what kind of mission Guguzi had left for his students. These were secondary. The most important thing was that no one thought that Zhuge was a good person. On this point, they were absolutely in agreement with Xianxia. Even if Guguzi had left a mission for them, Zhuge didn't seem like the kind of person who would listen obediently. Everyone's vigilance towards him was almost 100%. This was probably something that number 2 didn't expect. Brother Joe, who still had a childhood filter in his eyes, was already familiar with the 2 dangerous people he had just mentioned. 3 days after the conversation with Xianxia, the delayed monthly exam arrived. At the same time, at the same place. Even the weather had returned to its usual dark and gloomy state. The trainees moved their desks and chairs to the field under the command of the magician. They arranged the desks and chairs neatly across the field, covering the entire field. The exam was about to begin. The atmosphere was tense and gloomy. This time, it wasn't like the last mock exam where they didn't prepare for a battle. It was time to truly test their abilities. Xianxia looked through the window and saw the teaching assistants clearing the field. They were checking the desks one by one to see if there were any problems. If they found any, they would have to change the desks and chairs. The white-haired magician turned around and scanned the entire class with an oppressive gaze. The exam is about to begin. I won't say much. This exam isn't just about your life. It's also about the lives of all the trainees in the class. There are only 4 hours of exam time. There are 9 subjects and math Olympiad questions. You definitely won't be able to answer them all. Just like our previous analysis, make your choices and fill in the blanks first. Do what you know first. Skip those that you don't know and those that take too much time. Xianxia's gaze lingered on the few trainees with the worst grades. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you really don't know how to do it, calm down and fill in more words. That way, you can do politics first. It had to be said that the strangest subject out of the 9 subjects was politics. Attending politics class really hardened one's fists. Although the values of the dungeon world and the normal world were 100 times different, this was the first time he had seen such a distortion. In this world, technology changed with each passing day. Therefore, sociologists and scientists began to discuss how to maximize the productivity of society. It was this utilitarian ideology that led to the introduction of new laws and policies. After referring to countless documents and observing countless experiments, the sociologists divided humans into 2 categories. There were 2 types, those who were useful to society, and those who were useless to society. Experts firmly believed that those who were useful to society would show their useful traits from a young age. This was especially true when they were students. They firmly believed that as long as their academic performance was good, they would be able to get into university and become the pillars of society in the future. Those who were useless to society referred to those who were mischievous, didn't study seriously, and got into fights early. Even if these people left school, they would be the dregs of society and wouldn't contribute anything. Gradually, as time passed, this ideology permeated into all sectors of society. Schools were recognized as the cradle of humanity, so they naturally bore the brunt. Many extreme right-wing experts firmly believed that those who were useless to society wouldn't be able to create any value even if they were alive. It was better for them to die and become fertilizer for nature. Under the influence of this atmosphere, key high schools and universities came up with life and death contracts. As long as parents wanted to send their children to school, they had to sign a life and death waiver. Parents naturally wanted their children to succeed. They had no idea what kind of hell they were sending their children to. The mainstream ideology of this dungeon was also faithfully recorded in the textbooks. Students who were trained in this environment would grow up to be supporters and believe that survival of the fittest was inevitable. In short, the politics class was really frustrating, but for the sake of grades, they could only endure it. Soon, the teaching assistant gave the order for the students to take the exam. Xianxia reluctantly crossed his hands under the strong request of the entire class. 1, 2, 3, do your best. After cheering, Xianxia also took special care of number 99 who had been tutored by him for more than 20 days. If it were any other class, the last few students would be faintly neglected. Only the 9th class had a good atmosphere, and they even tutored a few students every day. It was just that his academic results didn't improve much, but he really got along well with his classmates. After spending more than 100 days together in this hellish dungeon, it had only been 30 days and a revolutionary friendship had emerged. Other classes were very secretive about cheating, afraid that the students with bad grades would implicate them. Class 9 was different. More than half of the students volunteered to help them cheat. Be careful, it's too risky. Let's not do this. If they were caught cheating, they would get a 0 for all the subjects. It was indeed too risky, and one careless mistake could implicate the entire class. After thinking for a long time, Xianxia still came out to stop them. Don't be nervous, just do your best and do your best. After the other trainees left, Xianxia especially encouraged number 99. Although he had worked hard for so long and still couldn't improve number 99's grades, the kid was indeed a clown with a good personality. His grades were a little bad, but he had a good relationship with the other trainees in class and was close to his allies. It was said that there were a few factions in class that wanted to recruit number 99 after the dungeon ended. This guy had been in the infinite loop for so long, and he was able to reach level B as a free person. It was obvious that he had good talent and luck, and he was willing to work hard and endure hardships. If he could survive this dungeon, he would have made a name for himself as a thriller trainee. Okay. Number 99 pulled number 98 along. The 4 or 5 poor trainees stood in place and saluted to the class. We didn't disgrace Class 9's mission. We brought glory to Class 9. 10 minutes later, when all the trainees were seated, the exam began. Blank test papers were handed out from the front and spread out on everyone's desks. Only the scratching of pens on the test papers could be heard in the exam room. I wonder how high the grade's average score will be this time. Last time, the results almost doubled. Which class is lagging behind? Looks like it's still a mystery. Looking at it now, Takuman's Class 7 is a little dangerous. Magicians. Class 9 is about the same, but I personally think it's possible for Class 8. Class 4 is also very dangerous. These classes all have outstanding trainees. It would be a pity if they were all eliminated. I'm going to switch to another channel. I'll come back in 4 hours to see the results. Xianxia was buried in his work when he suddenly felt a shadow cast over him. Number 1 was dressed very formally today. Perhaps because he was the chief examiner, he wore a black suit, a white shirt, and a tie. He even put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The flat lenses blocked his malicious gaze. Only when the sun shone on him could the cold tint of the lenses be seen. Seeing the white-haired youth look up, the man casually pulled at his tie and glanced at him from above. Take the exam seriously. I don't have the answers on my face. Xianxia didn't say anything. He let the pen twirl around his elbow to fully express his disdain. He then lowered his head and continued to answer the questions. Although he really wanted to tell number 1 to stop hovering in front of him, there was a rule in the exam room that forbade talking. Xianxia wouldn't fall for the devil's trick. This time, the 4 hours passed even faster. The exam is over. All candidates please stop answering and wait for the invigilator to collect the papers. When the end of the exam signal came from the flag-raising platform, everyone stopped writing. One of the trainees in the class was still one line away from finishing a major science question. He was still struggling. But in the next second, he cried out in pain. The pen in his hand flew out. A hideous wound was torn open between his thumb and index finger. Sticky blood dripped down. Number 14 in the 5th class. You didn't stop writing after the exam. You will be penalized once. You will be punished within 3 days after the exam ends. The field was silent. Only the shrill screams could be heard. No one cared about this little episode. The trainees' eyes were all on the teacher grading the papers under the flag-raising platform. It would only take less than an hour for these 1,000 papers to be graded. By then, the final name list would be decided. Every time the teacher graded the papers, everyone's heart trembled. This was a long wait. It was also a torturous trial. Silence and fear were infinitely magnified. Their stomachs were heavy and clenched. It was unbearable. Everyone's life was tightly compressed and entrusted to a thin piece of paper. The college entrance examination paper entrusted the fate of every high school student, but this paper entrusted their lives. Finally, the last paper was announced to be graded. The dean of teaching slowly walked up the flag-raising platform, took the red paper, and began to announce the top 3 in the class and the ranking of the class. The invigilator also distributed the graded papers. This time, Xianxia achieved a reversal. He climbed from 4th place to 3rd place. 1st place in average score, Class 1. 2nd place in average score, Class 3. 3rd place in average score. The classes whose names were called breathed a sigh of relief and high-fived each other. The further down the list was, the more nervous the classes whose names were not called. Recalling the tragic scene of being in the bottom 10 during the first mock exam, some trainees could not help but tremble in their seats. Xianxia tilted his head and saw number 99 leaning his head on the table dejectedly. It was obvious that he did not do well. Coincidentally, the Dean of Teaching announced the 8th place. 8th place, Class 9. The Class 9 trainees were all stunned. Then, ecstasy appeared on their faces. They stood up from their seats and applauded. We passed. We're not in the last place. You're good. You can pass like this. Looks like the class monitor tutored you well. He tutored you every day for the past 10 days. You're going bald. You have to treat everyone to a meal when you get back to the dorm. They picked up the last few who did not understand the situation and threw them into the air. They smiled as if relieved of a heavy burden. The class that was called out was beaming with joy as they celebrated around their seats, in sharp contrast to the other two classes. After the announcement of the 8th place, the 9th place was about to be announced. The two classes that were not called out were Takuman's Class 7 and Class 8. The trainees of these two classes had their backs as taut as a bowstring. Their palms were sweating as they stared at the movements on the flag-raising platform. The elimination of the entire class did not care about the first place in the class. Even if the first place in the class was the first place in the grade, the punishment would still be the same. At least Class 10, which did not have a single top 10 in the grade, was ranked 7th in the total score. Their overall strength was stronger than the top 10 trainees of the grade. Class 7 and Class 8 both had students with good test scores, but now they had to be punished together with the entire class. It was normal for them to feel unbalanced. The top students of Class 8 even began to curse and scold those who were at the bottom of the class who were dragging them down. Especially Takuman, who was ranked 99th in Class 7. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this class's boss was nervous. If it were any other ghosts, he would not be afraid. Only exam results would make him so nervous. Not only was he afraid of implicating the whole class, but he was also afraid of the humiliating death that was close at hand. I'm so nervous. What should I do? If something happens to Boss Takuman, then wouldn't there be an empty Class S seat? This dungeon is completely unreasonable. How can it be divided based on academic results? Sigh, then isn't it all up to the main system? Could it be that the main system pulled you into the infinite loop and asked for your permission? You can't say that. Isn't this the survival dungeon? This round is obviously testing the trainees' ability to organize and cooperate. Unfortunately, there were maggots in the last cooperation plan. As if he wanted to enjoy the atmosphere of anxiety and fear, the dean deliberately paused for a long time. He even picked up the thermos beside him and took a sip. Then, he slowly announced under everyone's gazes. Average 9th place. Class 7. Xianxia clearly saw Takuman let out a heavy sigh of relief. His tightly clasped hands loosened without leaving a trace. His elbows were scarlet red. Do it. Don't just sit there and wait for death. It's time to make a move. At the same time, the eliminated trainees of Class 8 suddenly became restless. They had prepared all the special props early on and immediately took action after the dean announced the 9th place. No one wanted to be eliminated in such a ridiculous way. No one was willing to submit to fate. This was the consensus of everyone. In any case, they were going to die anyway. If they gathered everyone's strength together to resist, they might still have a way out. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly had a premonition. After all, he was an S-class. It was impossible for him to not have any life-saving methods or trump cards. Takuman was in the same dormitory as him. Usually, he would study late into the night with the lights on. If he was too sleepy, he would draw a yin-yang technique or stick a talisman on his face. There were a few times when Xianxia got out of bed to fetch water and was frightened by him, thinking that he was a zombie that had jumped out of the school's corpse-sinking pool. Although the yin-yang master didn't usually say anything, he was obviously worried about his poor grades. It was said that he even secretly made yin-yang talismans for the entire class just in case. If the last place was really Class 7, Takuman should be planning to lead the entire class to resist. Just like Class 8 now. Unrelated people, please evacuate from the field immediately. If there are still unrelated people on the field within 5 minutes, they will be executed. Seeing that the trainees of Class 8 collectively chose to resist, the people in the teaching office were not surprised. Every year, there were students like this who thought they were smart and didn't listen to the lesson. The faceless people immediately waved their whips and stepped forward. The students of the other classes saw this and retreated in an orderly manner. After all the unrelated people left the field, the situation on the field changed again. The trainees shrank back to their original forms. The faceless people kept shrinking the encirclement. There were a few B class and Class 8 who did have trump cards. One of them could even make himself invisible for a few minutes. Their special props can't be used. Zhongjiu stood in front of the railing on the third floor, his eyebrows furrowed. The other class leaders also stood near him, observing the situation on the field. The collective resistance of Class 8 was the result of their previous discussion. After the failure of handing in blank papers, the class leaders decided to discuss other methods in private. But in short, it was absolutely unreliable to pin all their hopes on a group. So this time, they gathered their ideas and mainly thought of the worst-case scenario. Although the hope was slim, there was no harm in trying. At least the results would be mutually beneficial. The trainees who were not tortured also paid close attention to the resistance of Class 8. Even if only one person could break out of the encirclement, it would provide valuable experience for everyone. The situation is not good. It should be useless. Looking at the current situation on the field, the Dark Wizard faintly said, "After all, this is a group dungeon. The goal is survival of the fittest. There is no such thing as a last-ditch struggle. Just like those 10 rank BS. In any case, the bottom 10 in the mock exam were not subjected to extreme punishment without sufficient preparation. This time, however, all the trainees in the class were prepared to take out their special props. The bullet screen was still encouraging. Although this is a group dungeon, if the trainees of the entire class are together, will a miracle happen? I'm also thinking about this problem. There are a total of 99 people. What if it works? If you don't go, you'll die. If you go, you'll die. Of course, you'll choose to go. Cheering for Class 8 from a distance. Go, go, go. But it was still useless. The moment the teaching director announced the results, all the special props of the trainees of Class 8 lost their effect. This was still a one-sided massacre. Because they tried to resist, the scene became even more tragic. Twisted faces, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Broken internal organs and eerie white bones were exposed under the lead gray sky. After half of the head was blown away, the eyeballs stained with blood and tissue fluid rolled into the smelly ditch at the side. In an instant, they were swallowed by the sticky black sewage. The pitch-black vultures appeared out of nowhere and squatted on the bare branches, ready to eat their fill at any time. The sun finally parted the dark clouds. The cold winter sun shone on this concrete field, making people feel cold to the bone. The lives of an entire class disappeared in a very impactful and tragic way before everyone's eyes. There were already many trainees in the corridor who could not bear to watch anymore and returned to the classroom. If they had the time, they might as well think about how to improve their grades so that they would not die in the next round of exams. Finally, the last trainee who was still breathing was beheaded. The pungent smell of blood made Fan Shua's dark red eyes even more obscure. Half-vampires were not the most perfectly evolved vampires. When faced with fresh blood, it was difficult to remain indifferent. He said in a hoarse voice, "There are still 3 exams left." The class monitors were silent. No one expressed their position. The inability to completely unite was still the biggest problem between them. The behavior of reporting each other last time could still happen again. There were even a few trainees who, although they did not say it verbally, felt that this was a good opportunity to get rid of their competitors. The trainees who ranked at the top of the grade naturally had no worries. But under their worries, there were a few more dark thoughts. The thriller trainees would still have to be enemies at the end of the competition. Since they could get rid of their opponents without losing a single soldier, why not? Even if they could think of a mutually beneficial method, these people would not be willing to cooperate. Immediately after, the teaching assistant brought in a hose as thick as a thigh. He turned on the tap and flushed the severed limbs and corpses on the field into a nearby sewer. Because there were too many corpses and bloodstains, there was no way to transport them one by one to the corpse-sinking pool. This was the only way. It was truly a vast and difficult project. The teaching director announced the arrangements for the next exam. The midterm exam is scheduled for 30 days from now. We compared the average score of this year's examinees and felt that compared to the outstanding students of previous years, the gap is indeed too large. So, if the average score of each class does not exceed 600 in the next exam, the entire class will be punished. Zhongjiu's gaze shifted away from the blood-red field. He looked at the shade of a tree not far away. The black-haired man still wore that pair of sunken gold-rimmed glasses on his face. This weakened the treacherous and sharp aura around him, adding a more settled scholarly aura. The shadows of the leaves perfectly blocked him. Any light that reached his body was like a black hole annihilated. In the face of this drama, number one's expression was indifferent and indifferent. However, the moment Zhongjiu's gaze shifted to number one, the demon lazily raised his eyes. His dark golden eyes accurately captured the white-haired youth standing by the railing on the second floor. The wind started to blow. The wind lifted the youth's white hair that was not tied up. Even from a distance, the demon could guess what kind of expression hung in the youth's light pink eyes. It was the same indifference as him, yet completely different. So similar, yet so different. In a sense, Viguzi's prophecy was terrifyingly accurate. For example, from the first time he saw Zhongjiu, the demon's blood screamed that this person was destined to be his enemy. Zhuge had done something in the other sea-level dungeon, and number one, who had partial authority as a teacher, was well aware of it. At the latest, after this dungeon ended, the turbulent undercurrent hidden under the calm surface would be completely broken. Or, as the prophecy said, they would be on the opposite side of each other. In fact, to get rid of the enemy before he grew his wings was undoubtedly the best solution. But perhaps in that narrow space, the sparkling eyes were too dazzling. So dazzling that it made his unchanging cold blood boil, and he chose to indulge in it. Such an interesting existence was not easy to find. For so many years, the fun that the demon got from the infinite loop couldn't even compare to the white-haired youth's existence. He was like a huge gift box. Every time he opened it, he would give the demon a different surprise. If it was destroyed, it would be too boring. Then hopefully, before it was destroyed, he would be able to play to his heart's content. The demon curled his lips. He suddenly closed his ring finger and pinky finger, bent his thumb, index finger, and middle finger at a 90-degree angle, and fired a shot at the youth on the railing. From afar, Zhongjiu clearly saw number one's mouth. The black-haired man laughed in the wind with anticipation. Boom, end of chapter 88. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.